Hi guys, this is Shadow. I am doing a very hard job to make these audiobooks for you guys. Please help me to grow the channel by subscribing and liking the video. It would take 2 seconds and it will mean a lot to me. Donation links in the description. Thank you and enjoy. Chapter 101, Zoe. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was late afternoon when the airplane landed at the main island's airport. Iris was watching her younger brother Victor with astonishment. He was already awake and was sitting on his seat with his maid, who was feeding him grapes by her hand. She has heard about debaucherous young masters, but she would have never imagined, not even in her wild fantasies, that her brother was one of them. Her father has told her about Lily. He said that she was Victor's personal maid. And he seems to be interested in her too. What the fook? What kind of family do I have? She wondered. The airplane door opened as Theodore entered the cabin. He had changed his casual clothes into something more formal, as he was going to meet the patriarch. "Let's go," he said, making Iris stand up slowly and adjust her dress. This was given to her by Luna. She has never worn something this fancy before and was nervous about damaging it. Victor stood up too. With Lily, he headed to the door and then went down the boarding stairs after Theodore, then headed out of the airport. Wow! Iris was astonished after leaving the airport as she saw the towering island and the many high-rise buildings dotting its terrain. "Is this island really only for our family?" she asked as she looked around. "Yes," Theodore replied. "Managing our international assets requires a lot of manpower, so there are more servants than family members here," he said as he turned to meet 2 men who were entering the airport, one old and the other about Victor's age. "Patrick, are you here to congratulate me on finding my lost daughter?" Theodore asked, then looked at the young man. "Oh, Ron, where did they decide to ship you to?" he asked, making Ron gush his teeth in anger. Ron was sent to New York City. He will be supervising the family business there. "I am here to send him off," Patrick said while putting his hand on his son's shoulders, pushing him to bow. His position in the family has become much lower than Theodore and Victor, who was busy picking his nose. "Ah, Cousin Ron, is that you? I didn't know you without your nose pointing to the sky," Victor said to Ron as he threw something at him, then turned to Patrick and bowed slightly. "Uncle Patrick, this young one is pleased to see you again," Victor said with a smirk, making Patrick wish to kick his ass. "Can't you just move on? Do you have to make fun of Ron?" "Let's go," said Theodore, guiding his son out of the airport under Ron's envious eyes. "You have to work well, maybe one day you could have a higher position in the family," Patrick told his son as he dragged him into the airport. Ron nodded and just as he entered the runway kicked a puddle on the ground in anger. It just so happened to hit a young woman who had just descended from a small private plane. Her golden hair looked astonishing, but she was dressed in rags and had a cloth bag on her back. "Hey! What are you doing?" she yelled at Ron in a strange accent, making him get angry. He could barely hold himself when Victor made fun of him because of the difference in ranks. But now even this servant slut dares yell at him. He used all his half-player power to kick another paddle toward the girl, but it never landed on her, as a white-haired old man in butler uniform grabbed it and hurled it back at Ron at the speed of a bullet. Thankfully Patrick quickly grabbed it with his hand and saved his son. "How dare you attack my son? Do you, Uncle Falcon?" Patrick was scared and he quickly bowed down in respect as he kicked his son's leg, making him kneel on the ground. "This young one's son has made a mistake and we hope that he can be spared," Patrick said respectfully as sweat dropped from his brows. Falcon said nothing. He just looked at the girl, who nodded, then walked past Patrick and spat on the astonished Ron as she moved beside him, then continuing on her way. "Sorry Patrick, this girl is missing some manners. But it was your son's fault," Falcon said as he put his hand on Ron's shoulder, sending his face into the ground. "Consider this his punishment for offending Miss Zoe," Falcon added as he continued his path toward the car stop. Victor was astonished. He had just separated from his father, who took a car and was going to see the patriarch. As for him, he has to wait a few minutes for the car that guy has arranged for him. After getting into the limousine, he saw the old man and the girl approach the car. "Is this car going to the patriarch's hall?" Falcon asked the driver, who was a little embarrassed. "This car was prepared for young Master Victor, the driver said. "It's okay, let them in. This car is big enough, and we can make a detour. Victor said to the driver as he bowed his head respectfully to the old butler. Lily did too. Yes, young master. The driver said as he quickly went down and opened the door for the old man and the girl, who quickly entered the car and began to look around in astonishment as if she had never seen such a luxurious car before. You know this old man? Falcon asked Victor with a little surprise, as far as he knows very few of the young generation know about him. Of Uncle Falcon, the old patriarch's personal servant, is someone every young heir should know about. Your accomplishments are legendary, Victor said respectfully, making Falcon smile and nod as he looked at the purple jade token around Victor's neck. This young man was good, really fit to be an elite disciple. Victor knew those two. He never met the old man before, he only read about him. He was the old patriarch's butler, who was sent secretly to protect his youngest daughter, Anne's sister, when she ran away from home with a young man a long time ago. That woman died in childbirth about 50 years ago, and the girl here was his great cousin, the granddaughter of that woman. She was raised in the mountains, and now that she has become an adult, Falcon revealed himself to her and then brought her here to try her luck with the ceremony. He read all about her in the burned archives of the family. In his past life, he only met her once, and that was very late. He was working at the Royal Library at that time. She was there to inquire about a few things, and he helped her out. She had the looks of a woman in her 30s while he was an old shivering man back then. She never knew his identity and chose to remain silent to protect her and himself. She had many enemies and was known as manhood destroying Zoe at that time. No one knew why she was called that, but she was a really mean, ruthless, and strong woman. She probably got betrayed by someone that made her character a little twisted. Unlike the naive blushing mountain girl in front of him. Name, Falcon White Oak. Level, 105. Class, Archer. Abnormal status, Slave, Nullified. Authority, 10. Strength, 285. Agility, 278. Intelligence, 211. Luck, 52. Charm, 53. Order, 39. Skills, Bow Arts S, Ice Mirror S, Cooking S, Brewing A, Projectile A, Survivor A, Knife Arts A, Quick Steps A, Sword Art B, Hide Breath B, Cleaning C, Play Dead D, Hairdressing D, Hunting D, Surveying E, Poetry F, Chess F, Equipment, Storage Ring F, Fate's Status, Fate's Power B, Fate's Direction, Neutral, Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, B, Zoe Bolt, STR 30, INT 11, Luck 15, Charm 22, Fate, Fate's Power, SS, Fate's Direction, Positive, Fate's Design, Made for Greatness, Total, SS Plus, Bloodline, Elder Dragon 40% Purity, 45% Purity, 5% Purity, a Scion. He never knew that. She hid very well. And what's wrong with her bloodline? 3 bloodlines? Really? No matter what, this one should be made an ally. I am Victor Von Wise. May I inquire about this beautiful lady's name? Victor asked politely, making Falcon's eye twitch. Victor? That pervert. He might have been lying in the mountains, but he had heard about him, and he has to make things clear, or this pervert would put his hands on little Zoe. This is Zoe Bolt. She is your cousin, Falcon said, clearing things out, while Zoe blushed. She has never been called beautiful before. Nice to meet you, cousin Zoe. The ceremony was a few days ago. I didn't see you there, Victor asked as he smiled brightly, making Zoe lower her head in shyness. Yes. We had some trouble on the road, but the patriarch approved a late ceremony for her. It will happen tomorrow morning, Falcon said with a sigh as he glared at the little embarrassed Zoe, who was the cause of the delay as she insisted on taking revenge on some gangs in the mountain village she lived in, making them miss the appointment. So that's it, Victor thought. He was wondering why did his grandmother approve of giving Iris a chance at the awakening despite missing the date. Activating that orb costs a lot of gems. The ceremony was conducted for Zoe and not Iris. It was to give Falcon face probably. This guy is very strong and held an honorary elder position in the family. So you will be attempting the ceremony with my big sister. I hope that both of you succeed, Victor said with a dashing smile that made Zoe blush more. He began to ask her about her life in the mountains without forgetting to compliment her every now and then, making her laugh as he joked around. What a smooth talker, thought Falcon, who regretted taking the car with this guy. She is your fucking cousin. Although the family wouldn't mind such a relationship, he would. Zoe was like his granddaughter. You already have a pretty girl who is getting a little jealous at your side. Wait. He suddenly stopped and looked at the veiled Lily, who was sitting silently beside Victor. Why does this girl look familiar? I should have never seen her before as I never set foot on the island for the past 30 years. Strange. He didn't get a chance to observe Lily anymore as the car slowly stopped at the Patriarch's Hall. Nice to meet you, Victor. I hope we meet again, Zoe said with a bashful tone before dashing out of the car, followed by Falcon, who shot Victor a glare before leaving. Let's go inside, Falcon said as adjusted his cloth. Zoe, whose eyes were following Victor's car, which hurried up the mountain, nodded and then turned to look at the hall. Ah, yes, she said while wondering why does that cousin look so good. He is much more handsome than her childhood friend who left the village 1 year ago. Chapter 102. Negotiations. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It took the car some time to reach the mansion where Grandma Anne lived. When Victor stepped out of the car he was greeted by a fat face that sat on a fat body. Young master, we meet at last. The fat man said it was Kai. What are you doing here? Victor asked him, immediately making him skip the introduction he was planning. I went ahead to inform the mistress of your arrival, Kai said proudly. And you were kicked out, Victor said, looking at the dirt on Kai's pants. Kai quickly nodded with embarrassment. That slut ordered her servants to throw him out. Oh, he can't say that out loud. If he did that, his fat head would be free to roll by itself on the ground. The matriarch didn't want to see you, Kai said. She told me to tell you to just do your assignment, and marry Linda. He added, oh, then step aside and keep Lily company. I will reason with her, Victor said as he headed to the manor, under Lily's worried gaze. The mistress does not want to see you, the guard said. Tell her, I have smoothing that would change her mind. Something to do with the sword sect, Victor said, making the guard look at the butler who was standing at the door. The butler quickly went inside, then returned and invited Victor in. It was the same drawing room in which he met his grandmother the last time he was here. She was waiting for him while reading a book. It was a BL novel. He did find a full stack of those when he unearthed this mansion back then. So what deal do you have for me this time? She raised her head and asked him as he entered the room. Something you can't refuse, he said as he used his appraisal skill. This time he could read her stats. Name, Ann von Wise. Level, 99. Class, Dark Witch. Authority, 09. Strength, 211. Agility, 271. Intelligence, 250. Luck, 42. Charm, 49. Order, 39. Skills, Dark Arts S. Dark Area Control S. Encouraging Speech A. Negotiating A. Scheming A. Augmented Hearing A. Knife Arts A. Quick Steps A. Hide Breath A. Kissing A. Fireball B. Waterball B. Orme B. Inspecting Gaze C. Demonic Voice D. Minor Sword Arts D. Chess D. Piano E. Poetry E. Drawing F. Equipment, Defensive Talisman SS. Hidden Magic Wand A. Curse Shielding Earrings A. Poison Detection Ring B. Storage Ring B. Fate's Status. Fate's Power, C+. Fate's Direction, Rising. Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, C. Wow, as expected of a family head. Too bad such status would become useless after the reckoning. Oh, something I can't refuse. You sound like some lousy salesman. What might that thing be? She asked as she looked at him with interest. I need a promise first, he said. About Arya? She asked. Yes, and a few other things. Think of it as a deal. He said. That depends. What do you have? She asked curiously. A treasure that can make a semi-player upgrade to a player under certain conditions, Victor said. Really? She asked with a frown in a surprised yet unbelieving voice. Do tell me. It's called the Pendant of Armors. It can increase the authority of whoever wears it by 1, he said. What's the catch? She asked. Such treasures usually have huge penalties. It can only be worn by players below level 5. He said as he helped himself to a seat. While Anne looked at him with curious eyes, waiting for him to further explain. I heard that young Master Wang Ling from the Sword Sect was his patriarch's only son and that his father lost the ability to have other children due to practicing a certain technique. He said, Wang Ling has only awakened as a semi-player, so he lost the qualification to inherit his father's seat. He might want this treasure. I heard that their sect is on the brink of an inner war for succession in the absence of a suitable candidate, Victor said, making his grandmother throw the book in her hand to the table and then look at him. I already know that. Stop your mind games and tell me how this treasure can be useful, she said with indifference, but he could see the fire of interest flickering in her eyes. The Mardic curse, he said, making Anne frown. The smile then began to laugh, while clapping her hand. In the depth of the Dawn Valley, there exists a cleared dungeon. It was cleared and searched many times to the point where nothing of value remains there. But one in it there exists a demonic bond. If someone entered it with equipment, the thing would be permanently fused with the wearer's body, and that victim would be bald and lose the ability to have children. In addition to that, he would never be able to take off his equipment or wear another one. Only desperate people would go through that, and usually to equip higher-level treasure, as the curse totally ignores the equipping requirements. Wang Ling was a pervert who had already fathered tens of children, so his father would probably push him into the dark bond himself. As the elders of the sect were on the verge of deposing him as the patriarch. Well played, she said. This would be a good move. Okay, good. Good. What do you want in exchange? I will not accept a request to nullify your marriage though, as this has something to do with family interests. Don't think that your little play at the party yesterday would make me change my mind, she said, with a smile. I am not an idiot, he said. I already know that you are using me as a decoy to divert the other power's attention from the real elite heirs. Can I ask why you are so insistent on this marriage contract? Those von Rosens probably want to use me to infiltrate the family, Victor added, hinting at the danger. Oh, not bad. You are not stupid after all, she praised with a mocking smile. Okay, I will tell you why. 16 years ago Amelia traded her daughter with 3 drops of purified blood from our family. I need to know what have they done with it, and if they got anything useful. If you can get me this information I can spare you the marriage and grant you all the rights of an elite disciple. If not, I want you to marry her, then try to find the information I want, through her or her mother. She is her mother's only daughter after all, and their family is ruled by women, Anne said, making Victor frown. He needs a change of plans. That means that you would never really give me any real position in the family, so as not to let them infiltrate us, he said. Exactly. Not for the time being anyway, she replied. He frowned but was secretly really glad. Just as he wanted. Being given a family position would put him under the family's strict surveillance, and he didn't want that. Okay, first I need Arya, he said. You can take her. She has already been branded by the family, Esther too. So she would be your servant. Anything else? She asked. Victor hesitated. He wanted to ask for some coins for the pendant before, but not anymore, as he had just got a piggy bank at home and no longer needed the money. I heard from my sister that elite disciples have the chance to visit the vault, and I was not granted that right. So I would require the right to select one item from there, he said, making Anne frown. She didn't expect him to know about those. Fine, it's your right anyway. You have more? She asked. Yes, I want the girls that were trained with my servant Lily in the Assassin's Hall, he said. Oh, those girls. Duke intends to sacrifice them as a tribute at his son's funeral tomorrow morning. You just got here in time. Such a waste of resources. You can go get them, Anne said, making Victor frown. That bastard. He should get rid of him fast. If that's all I would need the pendant, she asked impatiently. Victor quickly took out the pendant from his ring and threw it at her. He is no longer in the mood to talk. She looked with interest at the 2 rings in Victor's hand, then ignored them and began to inspect the pendant. She would have to appraise it. But Victor would never dare to lie to her. Come here 2 days later to enter the vault, she said as she threw him 2 jade tokens. These are patriarchal command tokens, use them to get Arya and the girls, she said, then waving her hand and throwing him out of the window into the front yard head first. Beach, Victor screamed silently as he stood up and dusted his pants, then left the mansion. Is everything okay, young master? Kai asked, as Lily helped wipe the dirt off Victor's face. Yeah, the negotiation was a success. Get me a helicopter. I need to go on a quick trip, he said, looking at the setting sun. Chapter 103, Start a New Life. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Let's go, Margaret said as she started Victor's car with Alex sitting next to her and Alpha, who claimed that she needed to buy a few things for her mission, on the back. Why are you wearing a face mask? Margaret asked Alpha. Some bad people want me dead, so it's better this way, Alpha replied. Margaret nodded, then started the SUV. She always dreamed of driving an expensive car like this. Now her dream has come true. This is her husband's car. She will just think of it as such. The trip to get Margaret's stuff, which was supposed to be a quick one, took longer than expected due to the traffic jam. The highway was closed because some criminal threw a grenade into another car, killing the driver, who was discovered to have had a rifle. So the crime scene had to be closed and searched for other explosive materials. That's what they said on the radio anyway. There was an interview with the girl who happened to witness the scene. They arrive at Margaret's aunt's apartment at about 10:00 a.m. It was in a modern multifamily 5-story residential building. Wait for me here, I will be right back, Margaret said as she headed toward the building and then climbed the stairs to the 3rd story, where she was shocked by the sight of her clothes and things scattered on the ground in front of the door. It looks like they were thrown out, then some people rummaged through them. She just stood there in shock, then clenched her fist, got herself together, and after taking a deep breath, she knocked loudly on the door while trying hard to keep her cool. She was never given the apartment's keys, as her aunt accused her many times of being a thief and stealing money from her purse. The true culprit was probably Abe, who keeps going to dirty places. Oh, look who's here. What took you so long? A middle-aged woman opened the door and shouted loudly. It was Margaret's snobbish aunt. Lulu told me that you no longer need us and that you found yourself some old money bag, so I threw away those useless things in front of the door as they would no longer be needed. And from the look of it, some pigs smelled the smell of a sow and picked a few things, she said with a smirk as she looked with disgust at the things on the ground, then turned to inspect Margaret from head to toe. Now, my dear, Abe told me that your patron will send us some compensation for taking care of you all these years. Where is it? Don't even think of pocketing the money, or I will call the police and get you arrested for prostitution, she threatened while her eyes hovered on the bag in Margaret's hands. From now on I have nothing to do with you, Margaret said as she opened the bag full of money and dumped the whole thing on the floor and the stairs, then stepped over it and left under the astonished eyes of her aunt, who yelled to her daughter to come to help her, then began to pick up the money from the ground while cursing at Margaret and screaming at the neighbors who jumped out of their apartments after smelling the money. Margaret just went downstairs without picking up any of her things. They meant nothing to her anyway. As for the money, as Victor said, consider it her final act of piety. Her aunt never liked her, and the only reason she took her in was the government subsidies that were claimed for taking care of her. Those would stop in 2 more months anyway, as Margaret would be considered an adult. Despite the tears in Margaret's eyes, she felt free for the first time in her life, but she couldn't help but sob a little as she exited the building. Don't care about them, you should focus on your new life, a calm voice said from behind her. Margaret turned around to see that it was Alpha. She smiled and wiped her tears. It's okay, just something went into my eyes, she threw a cliché line and then headed to the car. Yeah, I hope that would never happen to me, as I only have one eye left, said Alpha as she patted Margaret on the back. Let's go, You will be my shopping assistant as I will have to keep wearing this mask. And you would need some supplies, after the mess your aunt made. Alpha said as she jumped back into the back seat followed by Margaret. You drive. I am not in the mood anymore, Margaret told Alex from the back. Alex nodded, then turned on the engine and headed to the shopping district under Alpha's instructions. What do you want to get? She asked her. The young master left me a set of instructions for this evening. But I need some materials and a vaporizing machine. Alpha said, take me with you tonight. Margaret said suddenly. It would be very dangerous. You might get hurt or even die. There are better ways to let out some steam. Alpha replied while looking at Margaret's eyes. It's not that. I want to prove to Victor that I am more than a pretty girl. Margaret said. Well, let's take her. We would need the extra hands, Alex replied from the front. You shut up and drive. The young master was right. You are a magnet for trouble. She yelled at Alex and then turned to Margaret. Okay, you can go but you have to be very careful, Alpha said, making Alex a little upset. Why yell at me if your decision is the same as mine? She wondered silently. Margaret nodded. She would definitely be careful. What is the mission? She asked. Kill a very evil man, the one who is haunting me and my sisters. Many people would die tonight. Want to back down? Alpha asked. Number. I will do it, Margaret said after some hesitation. She has killed goblins anyway. Would a man be different? Then let's get prepared. What better way to start a new life than a night of theft and murder? Alpha said with a smirk as she began to explain tonight's mission to Margaret and Alex in detail. The car soon reached the shopping district, and Margaret went under Alpha's instructions and purchased some materials from a traditional pharmacy. Then they headed to another store where they bought a good quality vaporizer. This thing is good for turning poisons into gas. After that, they accompanied Margaret to some stores and bought some daily necessities to replace those destroyed by her aunt. It was about 2:00 p.m. when they returned to the mansion and hurried to the basement, making Hilda and the twins who were busy teaching the girls how to do house chores a little curious. Is this a recipe for poison? Asked Margaret as she looked at the densely packed paper and the many vials including one containing a few drops of a purple substance that looked ominous. Be careful. That thing is extremely poisonous. One drop is enough to render you an idiot, Alpha said, making Alex and Margaret step back. What are you going to do with it? Alex asked, with a worried look. Simple. Adding a drop of this thing to a soul-affecting mixture would make it 100 times more effective. The young master left me a recipe for sleeping gas that would affect even players. We are going to let everyone at the brothel sleep then kill them one by one, she said with a vicious look in her eyes. Would it affect us? Margaret asked. No, we would be taking an antidote, and this thing's effect would be only temporary, about 10 hours. This recipe is genius. It manages to change the effect of the soul poison by combining it with common herbs, Alpha explained as she looked at Victor's beautiful handwriting in admiration. Would that Baron be affected? He seemed very strong, Alex asked, earning him a slap at the back of her head. Don't jinx it, Alpha said. Your mission is to stand outside and be a guard if someone escapes or tries to break in. With your level, you can contend with Baron, and we can't let you into the brothel. We need the girls inside, and who knows what dirty thing you would do to them, Alpha said with an evil smile, making Alex a little flustered. I would do nothing, Alex said in a low voice, making Margaret chuckle. This guy is really interesting. What about me? What should I do? She asked Alpha. You can come with me to deal with the girls there. We need to take them in. But you have to be careful, Alpha said as she began the brewing process according to Victor's instruction. The process was complicated, but it was pretty straightforward for Alpha, who had an encyclopedia in her brain. They finished their preparations at 8:00 p.m. Then looked at each other dressed in black and smiled under the black cloth masking their mouths. They looked like anime characters. I think the young master would be interested in a play using this costume, Margaret said, making Alpha spit in disgust, and Alex a little embarrassed. Save it for later. We have to live past the night first, Alpha said as she led the girls outside the mansion, through the back gate. Their first mission. Borrow a bus. Chapter 104, Alpha vs Baron. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alex and the girls made sure to hide their faces as they entered a certain bus station. Victor instructed them to find a storage locker there. It was where he hid the things he took from Nick's storage. It had some money and fake IDs that could be useful later, so Alpha packed them in her backpack. After that, they borrowed a parked bus and headed out of town, to the suburbs where a lonely three-story mansion stood alone surrounded by abandoned farmlands. It was already 11:00 p.m., and a few expensive but low-key cars were parked near it. Alex parked the bus in a hidden corner behind a grove a little far away, then set it up as if it had broken down. "Is it the place?" Margaret asked with a frown. "Yes, this is a brothel that only the most privileged and perverted people know about," she said as she used her military-grade binoculars to survey the area. "There are no traffic cameras, only private ones. They hid them well. They don't want anyone to know what is happening here," she said. "In addition to that, I can spot some guards, but I would need to be close to be sure." "Then what should we do now?" Margaret asked nervously. "Wait for me. I will go check on the situation." Alpha slowly sneaked while using her as his jewel to hide her aura, as she was sure there would be a detection formation placed here, especially after what happened in Titus's manor. It took her another hour to circle the perimeters and then return. "I found a suitable place for the vaporizer. I will connect it to the air conditioner compressor at the back of the building. But it would be very troublesome. There are about 3 guard patrols around the building," she explained. "Alex, I want you to act as a decoy and make trouble at the door," she said. "What should I do?" "We shouldn't make them suspicious," Alex said. "I have an idea," Margaret said, quickly explaining her plan. After that, she changed her clothes with Alex, then took her hand and headed to the brothel, while Alpha chuckled and grabbed her gear and then started to sneak behind the building. "Do you have an invitation?" the burly guard at the door asked Alex, as he approached the mansion with Margaret, who was sobbing. "No, I am not here for that. I want to sell this girl," she said with an evil tone. "No, you can't. You promised to be my only one." "How could you?" Margaret struggled hard trying to get out of Alex's grip and shouted in distress as she activated her enchantress skills. Alex slapped Margaret's face, then tore her dress, exposing a lot of skin, making the guard who was about to shoo them away decide to watch a little. "Shut up, Beach. I spent so much money on you, it's your turn to pay me back," he said as he greeted her with another slap while she grabbed hard on his pants and began to cry, making sure that her body got more exposed. The guards on patrol quickly responded professionally and headed to the front door to lose all their professionalism there. They just stood there watching the show while drooling. It lasted about 15 minutes, in which Alex had to be more creative. He even had to spank Margaret a little. In the end, one of the older guards decided to step in but was surprised to notice that his head was no longer attached to his body. The guards fell one by one, as Margaret stopped her act and stood slowly while rubbing her butt. She just watched Alpha behead the last guard and then lick the blood on her blade. She was a little scared and totally forgot to take revenge on Alex for spanking her. "Consider them goblins," she told herself, as she resisted the urge to puke. "It's okay. It will pass," Alex told her as he took her sneaking suit from his backpack and gave it back to her. "Focus on the mission," he said. "Everyone inside should be already asleep, and everyone on the perimeter was killed." Alpha said. "Alex, you quickly hide the guards, then change into one of their uniforms and guard the door. Margaret, if you are okay with it, go and start killing the guards inside, while I will go hunting," Alpha said as she entered the building. "I can do it," Margaret nodded, then quickly followed. This place didn't look like a brothel but like some aristocratic manor, with oil paintings on the walls and wool carpets on the ground. They quickly encountered the first guard. He was dozing on the ground behind the front door while holding his baton. "You do it," Alpha told Margaret, who nodded. Then as Victor told her about beheading a goblin, she slit his throat. She thought that she would be disturbed like earlier, but she felt nothing. Just a little annoyance. "It's okay. After someone becomes a player, they would become stronger, not only physically, but also mentally. The intelligence attribute is not for show," Alpha said, explaining to the wondering Margaret, who nodded then took the baton from the guard. I will go up. You take care of everything here. Just clean the guards on the hallways. We will explore the rooms together later. If you encounter something unexpected, just yell as loud as you can. Alpha said as she headed upstairs to Baron's office. She has been here before. This is where they brought her first after they kidnapped her, but after they confirmed her bloodline, she was sent to Titus. Baron's office was not lit, but Alpha could smell his disgusting breath from the cracked door. She got herself ready, then opened the door slowly, to be attacked by a strike from a mace that she was expecting. If another player was in her place, that guy might have been turned into paste. But her attributes were 4 times those of Baron's. His attack was just like some kid jabbing an adult with a twig. Baron was not asleep. He didn't look good though. No. Surprisingly, he looked good. Despite the black circles around his eyes, he seemed to have lost some weight. He looked like a normal fat man now. Alpha didn't want to admit it, but he was somewhat handsome. It's you. He yelled as he screamed at Alpha. What kind of evil poison is this? He shouted as he sweated heavily. He was losing weight at a visible rate. Oh, you have the fat sacrifice skill. I didn't think that it would be the reason behind your unique shape. Alpha replied with a chuckle. This skill is at least S-ranked. It sacrificed body fat in place of damage or adverse effects. No wonder he was not affected by the poison. But she could see that the fat on his body was diminishing at an accelerated rate. He was poisoned after all. Damn you. How do you know that? The surprised Baron screamed as he attacked Alpha with his mace, making her respond by parrying with her sword, then followed by an attack that struck hard at Baron's mace. That was a mistake. His attack was well aimed, and her counter-strike pushed him flying toward the window. Breaking it, he hurled down to the backyard. After a flip that didn't suit his body shape, he stood up and began to run, intending to escape. He wanted to surprise the assailant and kill him. But this speech was much stronger than he expected. He was well experienced and could tell that from just one strike. Her legs didn't budge at all when he hit her, so he decided that escape was the best strategy. Alpha cursed as she jumped after him. If he escaped today, killing him later would be very troublesome. She used the ledges of the building as steps for her quick steps skill, making her reach the ground pretty quickly, then ran after Baron. Thankfully the poison was really effective, and Baron was slowed down enough for her to catch up with him and attack him from behind, making him turn around and block. The fight ensued after that. Although she had learned sword fighting since she was a child, Baron was not an easy opponent. So she resorted to overpowering him, wanting to end this quickly by letting go of fancy techniques that didn't work. But still, she couldn't land a clean hit as his moving skill was very advanced. They were approaching the highway. If this was delayed any further, he would probably get a chance to slip. So she quickly slashed her hand and then threw her sword at him to delay him as she activated her skill, the blood sword, making blood from her bloodied hand grow and solidify into an ominous sword. Fook, yelled Baron as he attacked her, but this time it was different. Her blood sword was stronger than the one she was using, and it would bend on its own, making Baron's dodging useless. With every jab of her sword, she could see that the fat on his body was decreasing until he was left looking like a living skeleton. Who is behind you? He asked, while skillfully putting his hand behind his back. She responded with a howl that made him freeze for just a second, enough for her to let her sword pass through his once thick, now shivering neck. His head fell to the ground like a dried piece of wood, followed by his body and the golden dagger he was planning to throw at her. This thing is an artifact. It looks high-leveled. Alpha quickly searched him to get his keys, his IDs, and the pen Victor told her about. It seemed to be just a normal pen. This is not an artifact. Why would Victor want it? She didn't know. After a thorough search, she didn't find the seal. It must be at the office. But her mission here was still not over yet. She took out a vial from her pocket and emptied its contents on Baron's corpse, making his skeletal body disintegrate. Now, no one would be able to tell if this scum was dead or alive. Chapter 105, A Girl. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Margaret began to move from one corridor to the next, killing one guard at a time. The feeling of annoyance she had before, has completely disappeared. She just had to remind herself that those guys were worse than goblins. She heard some noise from the top floor and was a little nervous, but she believed that Victor would not send Alpha here if he was not assured of her safety. Alpha returned from outside the building 15 minutes later, just as Margaret had managed to finish all the guards on the hallways. "It's done. Let's start checking the room from Baron's office," she told Margaret as they headed there. The office was a mess thanks to the battle that happened here earlier, but Alpha was able to get quite a few useful things like incriminating documents and maps. In addition to the empty book that Victor wanted, it was as he described it, a brown weathered leather book that had an ominous eye symbol on it. Alpha knew what this thing was. It was the tool Baron used to test hers and the girl's bloodline. But it was just a low-level artifact, as it only confirmed or denied the existence of bloodline with some random information like the target's bone age and health status. After that, she searched for the seal. This thing should be placed in the safe under Baron's desk. She quickly tried to open it using the key, but this thing required a security pin, so she just sliced it open with her blood sword under Margaret's astonished eyes. She took out the seal after grabbing the documents that were in there and stuffing them in her bag. The seal was a silver-colored small fox statue with a strange inscription on its bottom. Alpha quickly bit her finger and drew a symbol on it, making it shine with a bright light. Not only was the seal now hers, but her mind also had the instructions for using it. Those idiots in the families didn't know how to bind artifacts. Smearing it with blood would only let it be superficially bound. To bind it completely, one must use essence blood in a binding symbol suitable for the artifact. Now, all the Baron's slaves have become hers. This thing was a low-grade slaving device. It requires drawing precise tattoos with blood on the enslaved, then putting this thing on the tattoo to activate it. That was really troublesome and would require hours of work. On top of that, it could only be used for punishing or killing the target. Nothing fancy like tracking, or wiping memories, like the ones the family uses. "We are done here," Alpha told Margaret, who didn't manage to find anything useful. Just an antique pawn book that she thought Victor would be interested in. "Let's go check the other rooms," Alpha said as they left the office, which was on the top floor. They would go down room by room from her to the basement. The first one was the security room, where Alpha proceeded to kill the guards and then destroy the recordings after making a copy of a certain hidden folder. "What are you going to do with that?" Margaret asked her, looking at the flash drive in her companion's hand. Many of the rooms have hidden cameras. Baron seemed to have been keeping VIP's good deeds recorded here. "It can be used for blackmailing them," Alpha said as she proceeded to physically destroy the hard drives and backups with her sword. The next 3 rooms they checked were empty. The fourth wasn't. An ugly fat man was sleeping with 2 beauties in there. Margaret was disgusted. Alpha wasn't. First, she checked whether the girls had the tattoo, then she quickly took an antidote vial and dipped a needle in it before pricking the 2 girls' arms with it. The girls took 5 minutes to wake up. What's going on?" the girls asked as they woke up and were a little confused. Alpha didn't have time for explanations. She simply used the seal in her hand to inflict some pain on them. "I am now your master," she said as she watched them wither in pain. This was a little cruel, but it was the fastest method. "Ah!" The girls quickly kneeled on the ground with fear. "Go get dressed, then wait for me on the first floor. I will be taking you out of here," Alpha said as she took a dagger and approached the sleeping man. She intended to castrate him but didn't want her blood sword to touch him. Just as her dagger was over the man's crotch, she hesitated a little, then chose to back down and do nothing. If he was left here to bleed, he would be dead by the morning when they find him. If this guy was a VIP from some important family, that would spell a lot of trouble for Victor. "You can kick him there. That won't kill him, but he will not be able to do anything with broken tools." Margaret, who got Alpha's idea from her facial expression, said as she made a kicking motion with her slender leg. Alpha looked at Margaret with astonishment then nodded. "This girl has potential," she thought as she used 50% of her strength to kick that guy's crotch. Oh oops, it was still too much. His entire pelvic bones were broken. "You really hate men, don't you?" Margaret asked her as they proceeded from room to room doing the same thing. "Yes, Alpha replied without explanation, heading to the second floor and opening the first door there. What they saw made both of them halt in surprise. "This beast," Alpha said, as she saw a man with a young teenage girl who had clear tear marks on her cheeks and bruises all over her body. "You do it," she said to Margaret, who was also disturbed when she saw the pervert's face. "Abe," she gasped. "He must have taken the money you gave his mother and used it to come here. I am surprised that he knew the right people. This place is a private club after all," Alpha said as she woke the confused girl up, then sent her to the others after checking that she can walk. She didn't use the seal's punishment on this one, as she seemed to have suffered enough. Margaret hesitated for a moment, then after looking at the poor girl, did as Alpha told her, and broke Abe's third leg, but she used a baton instead of her foot. Unfortunately, she was not as efficient and her aim was off. It took her 5 strikes to get things done, and many of his leg's bones were broken in the process. After 2 hours they finished the 3 floors, including the small dormitory behind the mansion, where they found a few sleeping guards and girls. Now, there were 27 scared and confused girls waiting for them in the main hall. Their ages ranged from 13 to 30. "Is that all?" asked Margaret, who regained her composure and looked at the girls with sympathy. She was lucky her uncle was an idiot and didn't think of selling her to a place like this. "Not yet, we have to go to the basement," Alpha said. "But I already checked it, there was only a boiler room there," Margaret said. Alpha shook her head as she went to a normal corridor's end, then used Baron's key to open a hidden door. "Let's go in," Alpha said as she descended the hidden stairway that appeared behind the door. This place had 3 rooms, 2 of them were full of nude girls. They had beating marks all over their bodies, while the last room was full of both naked men and women in all kinds of positions. It had many nasty tools scattered on the ground. "What is this place?" Margaret gasped as she put her hand on her mouth. "They bring girls here first, then train them to be prostitutes," Alpha said as she began to wake up the girls. "All of them have been tattooed." And the tattoos looked fresh. It seemed that Baron wanted to guarantee that no accident like the one that happened in Titus's mansion would happen again here. The girls were very miserable, and some of them were really hurt. They had to be helped by their friends to be able to walk out. Margaret didn't need Alpha to tell her this time. She proceeded on her own accord to break those men's tools. And maybe she went a little overboard, but they deserved it. In the end, they had about 60 pretty girls. "That's more than I anticipated," said Alpha with a frown, as she inspected the girls who were dressed in men's clothing now. They didn't have any, so they had to use the guards' and customers' clothing. "From now on, you belong to my young master. Understood?" she told them as she raised the seal in her hand, making the girl involuntarily kneel on the ground. Baron had trained them hard. "Now, let's go." Alpha took the girls out to meet Alex, who had already cleared their traces and brought the bus to the front door and began to help the girls in. Some of them gave him curious looks. "Is this the young master? Now get in. It will be a little cramped, but we will manage," she said to the girls, who didn't dare ask her where she was taking them, nor did they care. "Any place is better than here. Alex, you take Margaret and return home. I will drive the girls to a safe place," Alpha said as the girls took their seats. "Where to?" Margaret asked. "Yesterday, I made a plan. I will take them to a remote abandoned village. I plan to create a special team using them," she said. That place was once a secret base of her family. It was hidden well so no one should have discovered it, because all the family members were ordered to return to the main base after the enemies developed a way to track their bloodline. "Understood." "How long would it take you?" Alex asked. "I will be back in a couple of days. Protect my sisters for me," she said. "Okay," Alex nodded as he watched her climb into the driver's seat and then drive away. "Now, shall we go home?" Alex asked Margaret with a sigh. "What, are you jealous that you couldn't spend some time with those girls? They may have mistaken you for the mysterious young master," she said with a chuckle as she grabbed Alex's butt, intending to tease him. "Ah." Alex let out a surprised voice. "What?" Margaret quickly let go and then pointed at Alex. "You are a girl," she shouted. "No, I am not," Alex frustratedly said, as she began to walk away ignoring Margaret. Do you think I am naive? Your voice just now, and your butt is definitely not a man's butt. Don't you dare lie to me. Margaret yelled as she chased after her. Chapter 106, Saving Arya. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor's first stop was the temporary prison on the main island. Arya was being kept there as a decision about her destiny has not been reached yet. The military-grade spacious helicopter struggled to find a suitable landing position in front of the prison building, making Victor jump from it before signaling the guy who was acting as a pilot to land a little away. "Wait for me," he told Lillian Kai as he went straight to the building whilst reminiscing about this place. Back then, when he was set up, he had to spend 2 weeks here before they kicked him out of the family. The rooms here were not very comfortable, but they had a bed at least. Arya was lucky they sent her here because the island where the family usually threw their prisoners was not a place a young girl like her can survive. It was probably his father who pulled a few strings. The treatment here was much better than in that hellhole. No guard stopped Victor. He was wearing the purple Elite Air token proudly around his neck. This is not a place to act low-key. This place was a maze. After getting lost for a few minutes, Victor let go of his ego and humbled himself to ask one of the guards, who led him to a cell on the second floor. The door was a little ajar and Victor could see what was happening inside. 3 men, 2 old and 1 young, were facing the angry Arya. She was dressed in a grey criminal dress and had a clear slap mark on her cheek. Victor frowned as he recognized the men. The first one was Mason, who questioned him in Vane City, and the other old man was another elder from the Inquisition Hall whom he couldn't remember, but he could recognize the distinct token on his robes. The young man was one of his cousins. His name was Morris. He was a semi-player, a minor character, but his father, Victor's uncle, was the head of the punishment hall, a very influential elder in the family, and one of the top names on Victor's revenge list. Thankfully he had no influence here, as this place was run by the Inquisition Hall. "I told you, Beach, I will let you moan my name all night, and when I am finished with you, my men will like the new taste," Morris said. "Morris, you can't touch her yet. Not until the council reaches a decision," the elder said. "Jackson, don't be stingy. I already talked to them. Once the command was issued, she would be killed right away, and this is not against the rules as we need to interrogate her," Mason said, giving an excuse. "Let young Master Morris here have some fun." He added, "Theodore will not like this," Jackson said with a sigh, making Morris frown. "He is not your boss, my father is. He will never know anyway unless you tell him," Morris said, then turned to Mason. "Uncle Mason, help me convince him. You promised. If you let me have her, I will tell my father to help Titus. Last I have heard they have already extracted half of his blood essence," Morris said with an evil grin. "Just do it. I will take the blame," Mason said with a sigh. "Now quickly give me her soul mark and let me be her master. I promise that she will not survive the night," Morris said as he licked her lips. "Loser," Arya screamed. "You can't overpower me with your force, so you resort to nefarious means." She spat at him. "Beach, let me teach you how," he said as he wanted to give her another slap, but his hand was caught by Victor, who punched him in his face, sending him hurling into the cell's wall. "You?" Jackson and Mason exclaimed, while Arya gasped and put her hand on her mouth while tears trickled from her eyes. This was the first familiar face she saw after all that happened yesterday. "Elder, my name is Victor von Wise, and I hold a command from the Patriarch," Victor said as he bowed respectfully, then threw one of the commands at Jackson, whose eyes grew sharp when he channeled his energy into it. He just heard Anne's command play in his mind. "Give Arya to Victor." So it was not the Patriarch but higher powers, he thought with a smile. "This makes things easy." "Understood," he said as he pointed at Arya with his token, making the tattoo on her neck flash. Victor quickly activated his token to make her his servant. Under Mason's astonished look, he said nothing, but he wondered why did the Patriarch help him? "Theodore was ordered to stay out of this matter before." "You bastard. How dare you hurt me?" "Uncle Mason, Uncle Jackson, arrest him. He just assaulted a family member, breaking family rules," Morris yelled as he slowly stood up and pointed at Victor. Jackson did nothing, he just shook his head, while Mason hesitated then stopped, choosing to stay out of this. "Sorry Titus, you would have to suffer a little more in there." He prayed silently for his nephew, He has to ask someone else for help, it seems. What do you mean break the family rules? Arya was mine the moment the patriarch gave her to me, and you just assaulted her intending to rape her. This is enough for this young master to break your third leg. Victor yelled as he slapped Morris's face again. Not to mention the fact that this young master is an elite family member. Educating others in the family is my responsibility, Victor said as he gave Morris a final slap and then headed toward Arya. It's not that Victor didn't want to kill him, but this idiot's father was very troublesome. Victor said nothing after that, he just helped Arya stand up. She stood up, hugged him, plunging her head into his chest and beginning to cry. Her mother committed suicide first, then before she could cope with that, she was arrested and they told her the shocking truth. She was not a Von Wise. Her mother adopted her at birth because of her purple hair to scam the family. She was brought here and was forced to spend the night in this cell after they tattooed her like a servant while telling her that her father, whom she loved dearly, will not help her. She didn't resist, she just wanted to die, as the shock was too much for her to handle. And yesterday night was the darkest in her life. She didn't know what to do, hoping that maybe someone would save her from this nightmare. But she knew that no one would come. Those who claimed to be her half-brothers wouldn't risk their position in the family for her. And she was not even family with them anymore. An hour ago, this piece of shit Morris came and began to molest her, demanding that he should play with her. So she had to struggle. She didn't mind death, but she didn't want to be humiliated before that. Victor was the last person she expected would come to save her. I told you that you would be mine one day. Don't worry, we will still be family, he said softly, making her cry harder. This bastard was only here to play with her like Morris, but she didn't hate him. On the contrary, she felt that he was her only reliance right now. Let's go, this is no place for this, he said as he shook his head while wondering if he had some kind of a hidden skill that made girls cry on his shirt. Would it be an S or an F rank? Can it be used in a dungeon? Arya nodded, then left the hall with him under Morris's harmful gaze. He will surely call Daddy to complain after this. But that snake would not move this easily. Victor took Arya quickly to the helicopter where she sat next to him and rested her head on his shoulder. I guess I am stuck with you from now on, she said. Should I keep calling you Victor or young master? She asked him. Dear brother, would work, he said. You seem to have some sister complex, she said as she wiped her tears. Having regained some of her sassiness after meeting him, I will just call you young master. It is better this way, she said as she closed her eyes. She didn't get to sleep last night. Lily, who was a little jealous, could feel that Arya was hiding her sadness and despair behind jokes. But at least she would still have a younger brother after all this. The young master is really good, she thought as her tender eyes looked at him from the back. Whatever you want. Now let's go get the other girls, Victor said, making Arya open her eyes again, then pinch him hard. Bastard, she thought. Lily, who was in the back, was tempted to do the same. What other girls? We already have a dozen at home. Bad young master. Perverted young master. This young master has to do everything at volume, even saving damsels in distress. I have an image to keep, he said, feeling an angry pinch on his thigh. You don't have an image left. It was thrown into the garbage bin ages ago, Arya retorted as she closed her eyes again with a somewhat complex smile. She was too tired to argue with this shameless pervert. Where do we go now, young master? Where are the damsels in distress? Kai asked as he licked his lips. To the Assassin's Island. Grandma has agreed to give me a few new girls from there, Victor said as he looked at Lily and then winked at her with a smile. Lily, who totally understood him, gasped. Then her scowl turned into a smile behind the veil. Her young master is really the best. She really wanted to jump and hug him right now. But this place was not appropriate. Kai had other thoughts. At first, he was cursing at Victor for being a womanizer. But then he stopped caring when he turned to the back just now and glimpsed at Lily. He just happened to make out some details from behind the semi-transparent veil, as she was sitting right behind him. Damn. How can a girl be this beautiful? Too beautiful, he thought, and that was the only thing he could think of for the next 30 minutes. Thankfully he was professionally trained, so no one noticed when he wiped the blood that dripped from his nose as he piloted the copter. Chapter 107. Save the girls. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was already 10.00 p.m. when the helicopter landed at a well-lit plaza on a southern island where the Assassin's Hall was located. The entire place was lit by torches as if it were some kind of a ritual ground. Lily didn't wait for her young master and jumped down first when she noticed the 8 wooden pillars that each had a pretty girl tied to it. They surrounded an altar where Guy's corpse wearing a groom's outfit was carefully placed over a pyre. Duke was clearly planning to burn them alive with his son's corpse. Probably at dawn with some audience it seemed, as many funeral tables were being arranged around the altar by some servants. Lily smelled the gasoline that sprayed on the ground. So did Victor, who gestured to the horrified Arya and Kai to stay on the helicopter as he jumped after Lily and put his hand around her waist, calming her down. "It's okay, we got here on time," he said, making her nod with relief. Arya, who heard him from behind, resisted the urge to spit on him. On time for what? Playing a hero? Did he time this on purpose? She wondered silently. "Can I help you?" A man dressed in black approached carefully and asked respectfully. "This young master is here for the girls. I have the Patriarch's order. Call your boss," Victor said in a loud arrogant voice while flashing his elite air token, making the man bow respectfully and then hurry to find Duke after taking a look. "Unbind them," Victor told Lily, who proceeded to do that. No guard dared to stop her after hearing what he said. If he was lying, then Duke would deal with him. If not, they would have to endure a beating for nothing. So just wait, the girls will not go anywhere soon anyway. The girls looked tired and dehydrated. They must have been here in the sun all day. But when they recognized Lily, they couldn't help but smile. The big sister was here to save them. All of them believed that it was her who killed Guy when they heard the happy news. Too bad their happiness didn't last, as Duke decided that his son needed some company in whatever place he would end up. "Big sister, you came at last," a girl said as she hugged Lily when the rope binding her were cut. She had some wetness in her eyes but didn't cry. They have learned the hard way not to shed tears in front of each other, as that made Guy punish them more. "Let's go help the others," Lily said softly and proceeded to unbind the other girls one by one, while that girl grabbed some water from a nearby table and helped her sisters drink. Despite being there for a day, they didn't need help moving as they were trained as assassins, and had stronger resistance than most people. "Let's go meet the young master," Lily said as she dragged her sisters to Victor, who was inspecting Guy's corpse. The girls were stunned by his charming looks, and just as they were about to greet their new young master, a familiar thunderous ugly voice made them freeze in fear. "How dare you unbind them?" Duke, a tall man with a bald head, tired evil eyes with black circles around them, and a scar ruining his face. He ran from a nearby building and shouted angrily while the assistant who called him followed with a slap mark on his cheek. Victor quickly moved forward, putting the scared girls behind him, making them feel a little warm in their heart. "They are now mine. The Patriarch gave them to me," Victor said as he threw the Patriarch's command at Duke, who grabbed fast and activated it to hear Anne's command with a frown. If it was the Patriarch who commanded him, he might have some leeway. But it was Anne, and nobody dares disobey that beach, not even him. Titus's public punishment 2 days ago sent shivers in his back whenever he remembered it. Damn it. He cursed silently as he looked at Victor with hatred. "This young one is Victor von Wise, an elite heir. I came here on the Patriarch's command to take those girls as they were deemed to be needed by the family. And also I was reminded to offer my condolences for the passing of your son," Victor said as he bowed respectfully. Duke was an elder after all, and appearances must be kept. Duke von Wise. Level, 59. Class, Assassin. Authority, 5. Strength, 175. Intelligence, 91. 121. Agility, 137. Luck, 17. 32. Charm, 31. Order, 2. Skills, Area Inspect, A. Whip Arts, A. Shadow Cloak, A. Penetrating Dagger, A. Needle Arts, A. Quick Step, A. Hide Presence, B. Sword Arts, B. Rifle Arts, C. Cooking, C. Bow Arts, D. Follow Trace, D. Poison Brewing, E. Survival, E. Playing dead. F. Titles. Baby killer. A. Irremovable. Stigma. Kill more than 1,000 babies to gain this title. Effect. Whenever you are near one, a baby would start crying loudly. Whenever you try to touch a woman, you will suffer from complete impotence. Every day at 12:00 a.m. a baby you killed would visit you for a talk. Whenever you go to the toilet you would suffer childbirth pain. Intelligence -30. Luck -15. Fate's status. Fate's power. D. Fate's direction, negative, falling. Fate's design. Fate is disgusted. Uncertain death. Total. E. A title? This is the first person he met with this thing, and he only heard of a few people who had them in the past. And no wonder this bastard is irritated all the time. Victor wondered as he quietly appraised Duke, who regained his composure and nodded in acknowledgement as looked angrily at the girls behind Victor, especially Lily. Those girls were supposed to be his son's wives in the underworld. Now they jumped into another man's embrace while Guy's corpse was still warm. Damn. Beaches. Just you wait, he cursed silently. He quickly thought of a plan. A man like him was as poisonous as a snake. Young Master Victor. Taking the girls is fine, but my son loved them very well and took care of them well as he was both their master and trainer. I wish that they can share a toast for his soul with me. It is the least they can do, Duke said as he gestured to a mean-looking assistant to his side who quickly nodded and retreated, probably to get the liquor. No problem, Victor replied as he felt Lily's hand secretly touch his arm. She was not stupid. Duke probably intends to take his revenge somehow, and he will do it covertly. Victor quickly held her hand, reassuring her. Soon the man returned with a decorated wine bottle. Victor almost gasped when he saw it. Livener's liquor. F. Effect. Intelligence degrades gradually by 15 points for the next 90 days. This bastard intends to harm the girls. This thing was pretty much useless on players, as its effect would be neutralized by their self-healing ability. And it is not marked as a poison, so no poison status alert would appear after drinking it. But on mortals, this thing would make them become idiots. And it would happen gradually, so he would not be suspected. Seeing this thing affirmed Victor's suspicion that there is some power behind Duke. This poison was not known to the family. Duke wouldn't dare use it if it were. It was probably meant to be used on some promising heir. The assistant prepared glasses openly for everyone, including Duke and Victor, who turned to the girls and then ordered them while disguising his voice so that Duke didn't hear what he said. Drink only one sip, then spit it in disgust and empty your glasses on the ground. It is a poison, he said, just as they were handed their glasses and approached the altar facing Guy's corpse. The girls were professional assassins, so they didn't reveal anything unnatural. They just acted as usual. Dear son, look, we will toast to your soul now, hoping that you will find greatness in your next life and marry 1,000 wives. Duke shouted as he raised his glass, followed by the disgusted girls and Victor, who wished that Guy's 1,000 wives would be his instead. Then they drank a mouthful, only to spit it all on Guy's corpse at the next moment. Duke was the one who spat it the furthest. What the hell is this thing? How can it be so disgusting? He wondered as he gave his assistant a death stare, not knowing that Victor had disguised the taste of this almost tasteless liquor with the taste of the mushrooms from the goblin's dungeon. Victor didn't expect that this useless upgrade of his skill would come in handy so frequently. Now it's his turn to act. How dare you make this young master drink this piss? Victor yelled as he threw the glass at Duke, making him step back professionally to avoid it. Making the glass hit his assistant behind him, who fell in pain with the liquor bottle that shattered on the ground. Damn idiot, Duke cursed while wondering for a second if Victor did that on purpose before forgetting about it as he watched Victor take a torch and throw it toward Guy's pyre, starting the cremation ceremony ahead of time. After that, he gestured angrily to the girl to follow him into the copter under Duke's and his underlings' astonished eyes. Duke was shocked, and before he could comprehend what had just happened he heard Victor's shouts. "You will pay for this," Victor yelled as he rose into the air. "This young master will complain to the patriarch. How dare you humiliate me and let me drink dirty things like this?" His voice echoed as the helicopter took him away. "Damn you, Duke yelled as he ordered his men to get his son's corpse before the fire reached it, as he didn't want him to be cremated like this without a suitable sacrifice. But it was futile. The ground was soaked with gasoline, so Guy's corpse burnt to ashes under Duke's unwilling eyes. After 3 minutes, Victor, who was watching the fire and the angry Duke from above the sea, quickly activated his fate tracker skill on Duke, who was barely visible at this moment, then quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. "Did the family give me a mansion around here?" he asked Kai. "Yes, young master. It is the 24th on the East Residential Island. However, it is still empty. I haven't contacted any servants yet," Kai replied. "Good, I know the place. Take the girls there while acting as if I were still with you," Victor said as he patted Lily's hair, then took out his token and phone and gave them to her. "Take care of your sisters. I will meet you at the mansion. I have something to attend to," Victor said as he jumped off into the cold sea under the astonished eyes of Kai and the girls. Victor used his disguise skill as he plunged into the dark seawater, hiding the splash and his body, and he swam back toward the island. He saw a certain look in Duke's eyes when he looked at the girls. That man wanted to kill Lily, he felt it. And Victor will not let anyone touch his Lily. It took him about 15 minutes to swim back to the island, where he sneaked through the shore as he activated a hiding talisman he bought from the store. Those things cost a fortune, and would only work for half an hour, but they would shield him from detection formations. He was reluctant to buy one earlier as it costs 100,000 per S-ranked talisman. Those ones completely block his aura. But now he has a piggy bank, so he can easily spend this little money. He headed back to the plaza, where Guy's corpse has been burnt to ashes that the servants were busy collecting. Duke was nowhere to be found, but Victor quickly followed the fate thread he tracked earlier deeper into the island to the main building. Strange, why head there instead of caring for his son's corpse? Victor wondered as he climbed through the forest heading toward a grand building higher up the island, while he purchased a few more talismans from the store. This is going to take a while, but no matter what, Duke must be eliminated. Victor quickly caught up with Duke at the entrance of the building, which was the headquarters of the Assassin's Hall. He walked 3 feet behind him. Duke was walking slowly, heading deeper into the building while yelling at the unlucky servants who appeared in his way. Everyone could tell that he was in a very bad mood. Victor followed as Duke descended one stair after another until he reached what appeared to be his private training room, where he locked the door tightly after checking all around him. He then proceeded toward a rusty mirror on a nearby wall, then punctured his finger and drew a symbol on its surface. Zelator's communication mirror number 7922. A rank can communicate with the other mirrors, but you have to know their key. Victor, who appraised the mirror, was shocked. This thing is a communication device used by a certain hidden power, the Dark Chamber, a secret organization that dealt with information and assassinations. The mirror shimmered for a while, then settled on the picture of a handsome man in a luxurious room. Victor didn't know him. "What do you need, Duke?" the man asked. "Young master, I need permission to assassinate Victor von Wise," Duke responded, making the man frown. Victor von Wise. Let me see," the man said as he played with a terminal in his hand. A player. Vein. Supreme Merchant. Goblin's Dungeon. Linda, what a beach. He seems to be the new elite of your family. Killing him would draw too much attention, so you can't do it for now. The man refused. "But that bastard not only took all the girls I was planning to sacrifice with Guy. He purposely ruined the funeral by starting the cremation. He ruined our plan. I lost the opportunity to ask Elder Sam for a toast and then poison him," Duke said. "Oh, well, Sam is not that important anyway. His daughter-in-law will do it. Unfortunately, she would be discovered after this and we would have to extract her. But it doesn't matter." And for Victor, he seemed to have annoyed that beach Charlotte, so his end would not be pleasant anyway. "Let's get to business. Did you finish your harvest this year?" the man asked. "Yes, young master. They are all in my storage bracelet." Not many died at the ceremony this time, so I didn't get much from their corpses. But I found 3 brothers from a forgotten branch and harvested all of their blood. One of them had a very pure bloodline. Duke answered by raising his hand to reveal a copper bracelet around his arm. Common storage bracelet, rank E. Can't store living things. Good, said the man. I will send someone to get it tomorrow or the day after. But, young master, what is the blood good for? Anne has been researching this thing for ages, but she has achieved nothing. Duke asked. That is not something you could ask. But don't worry, when we finish our research you would be greatly rewarded. And maybe you would be able to restore your manhood and father other children, the man said, making Duke's eyes sparkle with hope. Do you have there anything else to report? The man asked. I was wondering if the liquor you sent me was expired, Duke asked, remembering that disgusting taste in his mouth. You would have to ask Vlad about that. Now go do your job. Remember to only target unimportant members. The man said as his image shimmered, then the mirror returned to its rusty looks. Duke's eyes looked at the bracelet in his hand. Victor, you will pay for the humiliation of today, he said as he turned to leave the room, only to feel something prick him in the nape of his neck. What is it? He didn't get a chance to know as his body disintegrated under Victor's astonished eyes. He didn't dare attack Duke directly. This guy was a professional assassin, and although Victor could easily land the first strike, he was not sure how Duke would respond. So he chose to test his new poison. Damn, this thing is too overpowered. Victor cursed as he looked with fear at the needle in his hand. He just dipped it in the vial with the Black Widow's corpse and then pricked Duke with it. The dose was less than a drop. Poison, rank SSSS. What the hell was this thing he created that even the system failed to name? And what with the SSSS rank? Victor had no idea such a rank existed. What would happen if he tried to enhance this thing even further? He carefully covered the needle, then put it with the vial in his storage ring and began to carefully appraise what remained of Duke's corpse. Thankfully it was not poisonous. He quickly put it in his storage ring to study it later, then collected the treasures scattered on the ground. Besides the storage bracelet, there were 10 steel throwing needles and a B-ranked dagger. Victor branded it, then activated it and looked inside it, shouting in surprise. It was not very spacious. Inside it, 20 barrels full of blood with a purple hue were stacked. Duke has been collecting blood from the family and sending it to his employer, it seems. He was probably harvesting unimportant members and the fresh corpses from the ceremony. Victor looked around the room but found nothing important besides the mirror, which he grabbed and put in his ring. This thing can be used later. After cleaning everything, Victor changed his shape to that of Duke's, then left the room and headed outside while not forgetting to yell at some servants and some random assassins who had just returned from their missions. Soon he reached the docks, where he found a storage building and took 2 rubber boats from inside. He put one in his ring and used the other to sail. When a guard asked him where he was going, Victor only looked at the man and scoffed, causing him to wet his pants. The scared guard watched the boat disappear under the darkness of the moonless night. As Duke sailed with a solemn look, heading into the unknown. Not really. A few miles later he sank the boat and then used the other one with his disguise skill to sail to the eastern residential island where Lily was waiting for him. Chapter 108, A Night with Arya. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was 3:00 am when Victor reached the residential island. This was the same one he lived in before. But his new mansion was located a little far away from his father's. Although Victor was tempted to give his mother a surprise visit, he chose to go toward his own mansion. It was too late right now. When he entered the mansion he was greeted by Kai, who stood up with little difficulty and bowed. He seemed to have been napping on the sofa. He had a red slap mark on his cheek, and Victor quickly recognized it as Lily's hand. He must have tried to boss her around, or maybe look behind her veil. If he had tried anything more than that, Victor was sure that his corpse would be discovered in the morning. He didn't blame him, on the contrary, he felt sorry for him. Lily's beauty can make men do unreasonable things. And looking at the awkward way he stood up, Victor doubted this man would have the courage to do it again. Name, Kai. Level, 20. Class, Butler. Abnormal status, Slave. Weak. Authority, 3. Strength, 65. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 55. Luck, 9. Charm, 15. Order, 17. Skills, Management, A. Defensive stance, A. Spotless cleaning, A. Cooking, A. Quick steps. B. Quick thinking. B. Sword arts. B. Staff arts. B. Thick skin. E. Singing. F. A kissing. F. Fate's status. Fate's power. B. Fate's direction. Neutral. Fate's design. Undecided. Total. Negative. B+. Young master, how was your business? Kai asked after a cough. Fruitful, Victor answered as he looked around with a frown. Where is Lily? He asked. He expected her to be waiting for him like usual. Ah, she told me to inform you that she would spend the night with her sisters in the master bedroom, and that you should use Arya instead of her today. Kai answered, gulped, and touched his crotch with a painful expression. Oh, where is Arya then? Victor asked as he smirked. Lily understands his intentions. She is sleeping in the third room to the left on the second story, Kai replied. Anything else? Victor asked as he noticed that Kai had something else to say. It's just that your esteemed mother called and wanted to invite you for dinner, but Miss Lily took the liberty to tell her that you were busy spending the night with your new maids and you would go there for breakfast. I tried to correct her but she slapped me, Kai said in one breath as if he was some schoolboy telling on his classmate. Is that all you really did? Victor asked as he squinted his eyes, making Kai sweat. I may have knocked out her veil while trying to take the phone from her hand, Kai replied with an aggrieved voice. Oh, then you deserve it. I will punish her later anyway. But it is better this way, he said, making Kai more aggravated. Victor nodded, then headed to the kitchen under Kai's complex look. Oh, and Lily's commands are the same as mine, remember that. You should call her mistress from now on, Victor said as he left the room, making Kai sweat even more. In the kitchen, he found nothing to eat. Despite having complete furniture and appliances, this mansion was not stocked with food yet. So he took a pack from his storage ring and prepared a cup of hot chocolate for Arya. He knew that she acted tough, but she was very fragile and would not be able to sleep easily. He was right. Arya lay on the bed staring at the decorated ceiling as tears fell from her eyes. She felt utter despair right now. She was sad about her mother, about the whole thing, and didn't know what to do in her life. Maybe Victor would be bored with her after playing for a few months and then let her go free to do whatever she wants. Maybe not. All von Wise males are very possessive. Would Victor sleep with her tonight? She wondered with a light blush as she turned to face the wall. She only had one boyfriend before. He courted her for 3 whole years in college. Despite accepting his confession, she didn't let him touch her. It was to protect him from her family, as she was sure her father would kill him if he touched her without his approval. But that fool got angry and they broke up. Victor was not bad at all. Although somewhat of a pervert, he was really handsome. But because she thought he was her brother, she never dared to think of him this way before. She was wondering if tonight would be her first when she suddenly felt someone sit on the bed behind her. Ah! Is it Victor? She recognized his unique smell. Why didn't he knock on the door? She didn't know what to do but nervously feigned to be asleep. If you want to feign sleeping, you better take your hand out of there, he said, hastily pulling her hand back as she blushed deeply when she realized what she was unconsciously doing while thinking about him. I know that you are awake. Sit up and drink this, Victor said, making her bashfully sit down and look at him with hesitation. Take this, he said, giving her one of 2 cups in his hands. She took it and looked inside, wondering what kind of drugs he put inside. Does it matter? There is nothing in it, but you seem to be yearning for me to drug you, he said with a smile, making her blush again while choosing to remain silent. Don't worry. I already told you, I will not touch you unless you ask me for that, he said. I just wanted to talk to you and ask you, what do you want to do from now on? He asked. Whatever the young master wants, she said with a low voice while watching the steam coming out of her cup. She felt some disappointment. Why am I thinking that? She wondered. How about you become the manager of all my businesses? He asked, making her look at him with surprise. Do you trust me enough for that? She asked. The system has decided that you are a good merchant, and I trust the system. Let's start with the business in Vane City. That's all I have now anyway, he said as he suddenly put his hand around her shoulders and hugged her. I told you. From now on we are a family, he said, making her blush. Today would be your first mission. Dear Lily has given her position to you, so you better cherish it, he said as he pushed the surprised Arya onto the bed and then hugged her. "You said you wouldn't touch me," she said in a low timid voice. "This is not touching. This is just hugging a new pillow," he said as he fell asleep. He was really tired after using his disguise skill all night. It drained his stamina completely. Arya was embarrassed. She didn't get what he meant until she heard his snores. Slept? Really? Just like that? She didn't know what to do, but strangely she felt peaceful. Maybe it is not that bad after all, she thought as she dozed off in his embrace. "See, I told you. My young master is the best," Lily said proudly, to her sisters who were hanging from the roof outside the room's window while peeping into Victor and Arya's conversation. "But he still hugged her to sleep," a girl said. "He will hug you all sooner or later. But he will not force you. He is much better than that scumbag guy," Lily retorted. "We know," the girls said with a blush. Their new young master was really handsome. "But why did he tell that piece of sheet butler to call you mistress?" another girl asked Lily, making her blush. "Well, he said that he wants me to be his main wife," Lily said with a heavy blush, making all the girls gasp. They knew what the main wife meant in such a family. It was a very high position that meant she could represent him. And only a few family members would give such a position to any of their wives. "Don't tell anyone about this," she warned them as they climbed down. "Should we get rid of the butler?" one girl asked. "How dare he try to look at big sister?" "No, I punished him enough, but if he tried anything to any of you, just tell me. Next time I will cut it all together," she said, looking at a faraway corner before dragging her sisters to the master bedroom. It's been a while since they slept together. Kai left the shadow of the corner while sweating. He decided that he should keep his distance from this crazy girl. "But damn, she's beautiful," he thought, as he went to find a doctor. Her kick was not light at all, and if it were not for his formidable defense he might have become a eunuch. Alex was standing on the balcony of her room whilst cursing. That fucking Margaret was going to drive her crazy. Not only did she keep bothering her all night, she even broke into her room and drilled into the bed with her, insisting that she is a girl. She was definitely doing this as revenge because she spanked her. Thankfully Alex was able to discover Margaret before she could start touching all over her body. "Damn her, slut," she cursed as took out her spear, intending to do some warm-ups to let out some steam, when suddenly she noticed a movement in the woods below. Although the night was dark, Alex's enhanced eyes could make out a few men who were approaching the mansion from the forest. Alex didn't panic. He quickly touched the bracelet that Hilda gave him and pressed the button on it. "We have intruders. About 30 mortals, maybe more," he said. "Roger," the reply came. "I will move first," he said as he jumped from the balcony to the forest, ignoring Hilda's protesting voice coming from the communication device. The first man didn't know what hit him, and the second one only saw a spear cutting his neck. The battle lasted 3 hours, and that was because of Alex, who stood with her face down in shame while Hilda berated her. "I told you we need to trap them first. Thanks to you we had to hunt them in the forest all night," Hilda said as she looked at the bodies. They were all muscular males and they had similar tattoos. "A black lotus. Gangsters." The young master did say something about the Lotus Gang. "What if one of them was a player? Have you ever thought of that?" Hilda yelled again after taking a deep breath. "I am strong enough," Alex protested as she flexed her muscles. "But the girls aren't." "What if those guys ran into one of them after they ran away from you?" Hilda asked, pointing to the frightened girl who was forced by her to move the bodies to build their resistance. "I am sorry," Alex nodded with tears in her eyes, having realized her mistake. "What if they had fire weapons or bombs?" she asked. "One of them had a gun, but I cut his hand," Alex said, making Hilda look at her more fiercely. "Be careful next time," Hilda said as she sighed. This mansion was severely understaffed and underguarded. It was not fit to be an elite heir's residence. But again, in the history of the family, when has a mansion of theirs been attacked in the last 30 years, especially in a major city? It never happened. Who dares to do it? What sheet luck. The young master's mansion was attacked twice in 1 week. She is going to find out who was behind this, and she will make sure that they pay the price. She swore as she looked around. Now where is that girl Margaret? Didn't she hear the alert? She asked. It may be my fault. I totally forgot about her, Alex said while sweating as she ran back to the mansion to untie poor Margaret, who was left tied like a dumpling in the room. Chapter 109, Lara. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor woke up in the morning, Arya was not clinging to him. On the contrary, he was on the ground. Just now she pushed him with her leg while she stretched in her sleep, making him hit the ground and wake up. Victor, who was a little surprised, chuckled warmly as he woke up and then used his phone to take a photo of his sleeping ex-sister. Saving Arya was one of his primary goals after returning, and now he did it, which made him feel very relieved. He gently kissed her forehead and then left the room. She seemed to have been very tired as she was deep asleep. After changing his clothes with a set from his ring, Victor made his way downstairs while inspecting the mansion. This place was not bad, but he might need to find suitable servants for it. And for security reasons, the family would only approve of him using servants trained by them on the islands. As if the family was not already 20% infiltrated. Despite being too early, Lily and her sisters were awake in the living room, chatting and laughing about some things. When they saw Victor, they quickly stood up in respect and saluted, while Lily jumped to his side. "Were you satisfied last night, young master?" she asked him cheekily. "Yes, I decided to use Arya instead of you from now on," he said, making Lily freeze in shock as she looked at her young master. He doesn't want her anymore. But she quickly realized that he was joking with her when she noticed the playful gaze in his eyes. "Bad young master." She cursed silently as she hugged her arm and rested her head on his shoulder, making her sisters chuckle a little. She promised to give them a chance with the young master. "Where is Kai?" Victor asked while looking at the smiling girls. They were pretty, ranging from 16% to 24% degrees on the Lily scale. "I am here, young master." A wild Kai appeared out of nowhere, startling Victor. He seemed to be hiding from Lily. "After Arya wakes up, take her with the girls to the admin building to register them as my assistants and to remove the seal on the girls. Then buy them some clothes," Victor said, looking at the white sacrificial dresses the girls were still wearing. "And what about you, young master?" Kai asked. "I will go have breakfast with my mother and spend the day there, with Lily," he said as he hugged Lily, who smiled sweetly under the veil. "Understood," Kai said while cursing at Lily silently. "Now you act like a sweet lovely girl. The young master should have seen how savage you were yesterday when you kicked me." "Let's go," he told Lily as they headed to the door. "Do you need me to get you a car, young master?" Kai asked. "No, we will walk there," Victor said as he took Lily's hand and walked out of the door. Victor hasn't had a chance to look around the island since his return. He was running from one place to another, so having some time with Lily while enjoying the scenes from his childhood was a really precious time for him. This island was very beautiful. It had a main road with manors on all sides branching in all directions. Most of the family's elite and elders have homes on islands like this to keep their wives and children safe and instruct them in the family's art. When Victor got near his father's mansion, he heard someone shouting, "Hey, you, stop." An arrogant voice woke Victor from his trance, making him look back with surprise. Were they talking to him? Who dares to tell an elite heir to stop? Don't they want to keep their heads? It was a hot woman with pink hair, a skimpy dress, and high heels. She walked to his side with difficulty and then pointed arrogantly. "Go get this lady a car." "Where are the other servants here?" "I have been walking for 10 whole minutes." "And why don't cell phones work here?" she demanded arrogantly as she rubbed her ankle. "And you come, massage my shoulders," she said to Lily. Victor quickly understood that she took him as a servant. He was dressing very casually after all because he only had these clothes in his ring, and it was still 5:30 a.m. The normal servants are just waking up. "May I know to which house the lady belongs?" he asked her politely. He really wanted to know which idiot brought a girl here without explaining the rules. "I am young Master Rex's wife. I wanted to ask some servant to drive me from harbor, but who knows that there were none. You were the first one I encountered. I should have just waited as my husband told me to, but I wanted to surprise him," she said. "I have to head to his father's mansion. It must be somewhere here," she added proudly while looking around, making Victor curse at her. Rex was his half-brother, the second son of his father's first wife, and Luke's brother. It was him or his older brother Max behind the reduction ruin trick. Rex was a semi-player and didn't have a house here, so he should have brought this slut here to introduce her to his father and mother. As the rules state that if any family member wishes to marry, he must get the approval of his parents, the patriarch, or the elders console. Didn't Rex warn you to be low-key? Victor asked her. And what does that have to do with you? Go get me a car now, or I will complain. Rex told me that the punishments around here are very severe. Be careful I don't order someone to punish you, she yelled, making Victor wonder if he should get angry or laugh. His brother was warning her, not telling her. Lady, have you noticed that I have purple hair? He asked, trying to make her realize her fault, to avoid the embarrassment. Why would I care what color you dye your hair? Now go do your job, or I would not only tell my husband to punish you, but I would tell him that the lazy beach on your site has insulted me too. Maybe both of you should suffer some whipping, she yelled and threatened as she was getting impatient, wanting to reach her in-laws' house to impress them, not realizing that she has just touched Victor's reverse scale. I can't touch her. You do it, he told Lily, who nodded, going to the surprised woman's side, then smacked her face to the ground, then slapped her a few times before she returned to her young master's side, while that woman screamed, "Just you wait, I will." She stopped and swallowed the words she intended to say after Lily gave her a death stare. Shall I drag her with us? She asked while tilting her head. No need, let's go, Victor said as he held Lily's left hand. He was tempted to drag that woman from her hair, but that would only make Rex instruct Luke to take revenge on his little sister. Was I a little too cruel? She is your sister-in-law after all, asked Lily in a low voice. No. This is just the beginning. Remember this, all my half-brothers and stepmothers are my enemies. Never trust them, he replied in a low voice, making Lily nod in confirmation. The mansion was a few turns away, and when Victor approached it, the guards at the door saluted respectfully and opened the door with some fear. They couldn't believe that the weakling young master they made fun of secretly became an elite heir. He can order their death with a flick of his finger. Victor nodded to them with a smile, then entered the mansion's grounds. It was the same walls, the same trees, and the same people, but he was different, and he had Lily by his side. The first one to greet him was his youngest sister Lara, who was busy training with a wooden sword when she noticed him. Ah, esteemed brother. She bowed flusteredly, putting away her sword. Don't be formal, Victor said as he approached her and hugged her tightly, making her blush. Don't. Brother, I am sweaty, she said, but Victor hugged her tighter. He didn't get a chance to do this before, as it would look unnatural. Lara was one of the few who respected Victor in the family and treated him well. Too bad that she didn't survive her ceremony, and Victor believed that it had something to do with his half-brothers. Sadly, at that time, he was just a semi-player when he attended her funeral with his father and mother. Victor could still remember Luke's strange look at that time. Victor would have never suspected that Luke, his brother, was behind this. He was too naive back then. But even if he did, he could do nothing, as Luke was a player at that point. Victor stepped back and looked at his little sister's embarrassed face with a smile. Then he frowned. Her hair color was purple, but the hue was wrong. Others couldn't tell, as no two von Weisses had the same hue in their purple hair. Victor's was a little grayish. But this shift was wrong. He could easily tell. It was the difference between vibrant colors and dead ones. So he activated his appraisal skill. Lara von Weis. STR 13. INT 19. Luck 9. Charm 27. Fate. Fate's power. E. Fate's direction. Negative. Fate's design, uncertain demise. Total, E. Bloodline, Elder Dragon 27.1% purity. Decreasing semi-exhausted. What's wrong with her bloodline? Victor silently exclaimed as he frowned, making Lara scared a little. Many said that her brother was a pervert, but she knew that he was not. He was the coolest brother in the world. He always took care of her and faced her first mother when she yelled at her. Esteemed brother, is there anything wrong? She asked nervously. Yes, we will talk later, he said as he smiled again and then petted her hair. This is Lily, your future sister-in-law, Victor said as he turned and pointed at Lily, making Lara look at her with surprise then bow politely. "Nice to meet you, esteemed sister-in-law," she said as she blushed, making Lily blush more. "Don't call me that. Just call me Lily," Lily said, hugging her new sister-in-law. "Nice to meet you, Sister Lily," Lara replied with a sweet smile. "Let's go inside," Victor said as he headed to the mansion's door. "Is everyone awake?" he asked Lara. "No, Father brought Sister Iris and Cousin Zoe with him yesterday. Then Brother X returned too. They were staying late talking about how Cousin Zoe grew up in the mountains and how Uncle Falcon told her about her true roots. I wanted to stay and listen too, but the esteemed First Mother made me go to bed," Lara said as she puffed her cheeks. "Ha, ha, it's okay. I will tell you many tales later," Victor said as he entered the mansion to encounter Adele at the entrance. His father's favorite maid was waiting near the door. She seemed to have noticed him when he was talking with Lara and chose to wait here, despite not being that old. This woman was very thoughtful. No wonder his father usually leaves her here to manage the mansion and maybe spy on his wives. Name, Adele. Level, 39. Class, Maid++. Abnormal status, Slave, Weak. Authority, 3. Strength, 90. Agility, 90. Intelligence, 80. Luck, 24. Charm, 29. Order, 17. Skills, Cooking S. Staff Arts A. Brewing A. Cleaning A. Projectile B. Cello Arts B. Knife Arts B. Management B. Quick Steps C. Hide Breath D. Surveying E. Drawing F. Equipment. Protection Talisman B. Fate's Status. Fate's Power B. Fate's Direction, Neutral. Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, B. Young Master Victor, nice to meet you again, and congratulations on your superb results in the ceremony, she said as she bowed. The master is still asleep, so the breakfast would be delayed for another hour or two. Would you like to rest in your room or the living room? She asked him while inspecting Lily while wondering what is her relationship with Victor. I will go with Lara to her room and wait there, as I have much to tell her, Victor said. Oh, and there was a crazy woman down the road. She must be Rex's new wife. Send someone to fetch her before she loses her head, he added as he took the smiling Lara's hand and headed to her room with Lily, while Adele quickly gestured to a guard to check the road. Chapter 110, Exhausted. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor accompanied Lara to her room, which was on the second floor. The room was classically decorated without any flavor. If Victor didn't know, he would never believe that this is a little girl's room. He sighed as he looked at his blushing sister, who was strictly taught since childhood. He would have never noticed anything before, he was too naive. Sit beside me, he asked her, and she complied. Why aren't there any teddy bears here? He asked. I remember I brought you one last year, he said. She hesitated. Come on, tell me, and don't lie, he said after noticing her habit of pinching her palm when she wants to lie. The first mother said that a true and wise didn't need such things. She punished me when she saw any toys in the room, she said while lowering her head. So that's it, he said. Didn't mother question you about this? He asked. She did, but I just told her that this is the way I like it. I didn't want her to have a fight with the first mother. Whenever that happens, our brothers would start bullying me, and mother would be sad, she said with a few teardrops falling on her clenched fists, making Lily, who was standing respectfully by the door, show a murderous look. You should have told mother anyway. He said he is very familiar with his stepmother's and brother's bullying techniques. They didn't appear to be bullying, just a random harsh word every once in a while, and maybe asking the servants to ignore Lara's commands. Nothing major. But to a delicate girl like Lara, it was a huge deal. Victor sighed. After his father sent him to boarding school, his half-brothers and stepmothers must have used the opportunity to bully his sister. This girl has never left the island before and was too pure and naive. It's okay. Don't listen to anyone. You should have all the toys you want, he said as he petted her hair. Now tell me, when did you start having pain when you were training? He asked, to make Lara flinch and then lower her head more. It was about a year ago, she answered meekly. Why didn't you tell anyone? he asked. When Brother X explained the art to me, he told me that if I felt any pain, that means I am a loser and not a true Von Wise. Esteemed father has tasked him with supervising my training, she said with hesitation, making Victor get really angry. So, I was afraid. The pain is barely noticeable now. I am getting better, she said as she raised her small fist. Run the family art you use, he said with a frown while trying very hard to hide the murderous look in his eyes. The embarrassed Lara stood up and started making random stances, beautifully flowing from one to another under Victor's inspecting gaze. After 5 minutes she began to sweat a little. You can stop, he said, making her stop and take a deep breath. No wonder no one noticed anything wrong. The technique was modified, Victor thought as he watched the blood flow in her veins through his inspection skill, making him clench his fists hard. Did anyone other than Rex guide your training? He asked. Esteemed father sometimes would supervise me, and he would praise my movements. Aunt Adele would do that too, she said proudly, making Victor smack her head. Who told you to focus on the nape of your neck when practicing the art? He asked. I can't remember. Oh, it was Brother Luke. He said that it would make the training easier, and it did. I was not able to complete the moves at first, but after I listened to him and tried his technique I got better. Esteemed father praised me after that, she said with a smile. Did anyone touch your neck while you trained? Victor asked her. No. Why would they? Yes. Sometimes Brother Rex would wipe away my sweat when I needed to keep a stance for a long period of time, she said while tilting her head, feeling something was wrong. She would have never believed that her brother wanted her dead. Not only did they make her modify the technique, but they also did it in stages and by random comments and movements. Rex must have used some kind of technique to attract pure blood to that area. Victor was really angry. Whoever modified this art was a supreme expert. The art was created to increase the purity of the dragon blood by helping it burn the normal blood, then using the energy to nurture the body. It only increased the percentage by about 1.5% each year, and it got harder the more the blood became purer. The problem with the modified technique is that instead of focusing on the whole body, it focused on the nape of the neck where the purest blood essence was being attracted, making the training easier because burning essence blood would grant the heir a huge boost of energy and intelligence, but it exhausted it in the process. And after a year or so it would cause pain in the body, as the decreased dragon blood volume would starve the dragon cells that she was born with. The pain will subside and then vanish when all of those cells die, rendering Lara weaker than a mortal. From now on, forget all about what Luke and Rex told you. It was all wrong. They are idiots. It was harming you. Didn't you notice that you get tired very easily lately? He said, making Lara gasp and then nod. Indeed, she could only do 20-30 sword swings lately, while she used to do about 100 easily. She thought it was just some sickness. What shall I do? She asked with tears in her eyes. She completely believed her brother. First stop practicing the art, he said while wondering how to fix this. And if he should confront Rex directly? No, Rex was not the mastermind. He must find who it is. It may be his older half-brother Max, but he is not sure and he must not startle the snake. Victor decided to hide the fact that they were trying to kill her. She was not ready to hear the truth yet, and she would definitely reveal something if she knew. I have a solution, but don't tell anyone what I am about to teach you. It is a secret. If anyone knew, the family would punish me. And both Rex and Luke would also be punished severely for being incompetent, he said, making his sister nod repeatedly. Although her brothers were harsh, she wouldn't want them to be hurt. The family's punishment is brutal. A few days ago a cousin named Titus was pinned on a stick naked and then drained of his blood in public. They said he would have to serve as a blood bag for a few years. Victor didn't know what Lara was thinking about. He just began to explain a set of moves to her. They were similar to the family's art yet different, but she was able to learn them very quickly. This technique was developed by him to restore his dragon blood, but it failed, as he had not even one drop left. But Lara was in better shape. This technique would let the dragon blood eat the normal blood instead of burning it. It will rapidly increase her blood purity. If father asked you to perform the family art, just use the regular one and stop focusing on your neck. It is harming you, Victor said, Then after giving it a thought he purchased a dispelling talisman from the system store and then took it out of his pocket. "Ah, this is the same thing esteemed brother Rex used to wipe my sweat with," Lara exclaimed, making Victor frown. "So it is some kind of talisman." He didn't know what he was doing. "Close your eyes," Victor said as he inspected her neck but found nothing unusual by sight alone, just that the area seemed to attract special blood. Even the blood in his hand started acting strangely when he touched her neck. When he activated his appraisal he quickly saw what was wrong. A hidden mark was drawn on her neck. It spelled the word blood and was surrounded by some otherworldly symbols. This thing was not a product of this world. It must have been found in a dungeon, just like the reduction rune. He quickly put the talisman on her neck and activated it. Blood attraction phantom mark found. Attempting dispelling. Required authority F10. Sufficient authority found. Dispelling mark. Mark dispelled. After that Victor proceeded to guide her technique movements while telling her how he met Lily and fell in love with her, making Lily, who was standing near the door, blush deeply. Lara was a little skeptical at first, but after finishing a complete set of movements she felt amazing, and a little hungry at the same time, as her tummy rumbled. It really worked. She noticed the difference immediately. The dull pain in her joints has faded a little, and she felt more energetic. Victor wanted to smile but he couldn't. Although his art would increase the volume of the dragon blood, the essential blood would still be exhausted for at least 10 years. And Lara didn't have that time. Her ceremony would be in 2 years. The system did have a blood replenishing pill but sadly it only replenished normal blood, not the dragon one. Wait. He can use the blood he got from Duke but that would have to wait, as brewing a blood pill was a tiresome job, and Lara's body was too exhausted to handle it right now. "From now on if anyone is bullied you just give me a phone call," he told her as he rubbed her hair, then stood up just as a maid knocked on the door and then entered while looking around. She has been here for a while spying on them, but heard nothing because he was using his disguise skill. She thought that they might have fallen asleep or sneaked out. "The breakfast is ready, and the master requests your attendance," she flusteredly said as she bowed down. "Go ahead, I have to tell the maid something," Victor told Lara, who nodded obediently and then went downstairs. She would never dare be late after her esteemed father summoned her. Victor stood up and approached the nervous maid, then slapped her face hard, making her hit the wall and begin bleeding from her mouth and nose. "The next time I ever catch you spying on me or my sister again, I will make sure to send you to the prison island," he said, making the poor maid shiver. Victor knew that she was just following her mistress's orders but he had to make the servants fear him, or they would bully his sister. He held Lily's hand after that and went downstairs for the second breakfast with the family since his return. This time he will not be timid, on the contrary, he would be an arrogant young master. He felt strange as if he was floating on the clouds. But the yelling sound made him wake up and look at the fluorescent lamp over his head. "Confess what gang you belong to. Where is your area of activity? Who is your boss?" A woman was yelling. "Officer Lee, I told you before, I was set up. You can view the security tapes. I am the victim here." Some guys argued. "Where am I?" "The hospital?" He wondered as he looked around. He was in a room with another guy who was being pestered by a female officer. Is this a cosplay? He wanted to inspect her butt, but a dull pain made him grimace. Why does his crotch hurt? Was that little girl too rough with him? He couldn't remember. He did pay a premium for her though. Was he too exhausted after that? Did they need to hospitalize him, or was this place a part of the brothel? No, this was definitely a hospital. He confirmed that when he looked through the opened door onto the hallway, where many nurses and doctors were walking in a hurry. Well, this is a VIP treatment, it is worth every penny I paid. Wait. The money, he thought as he looked around not finding his back. He wanted to sit up but that made his crotch hurt badly. "Ah!" he yelled, making the police officer notice that he was awake. "I will be back for you later, Mr. Oliver. We will need your statement. The governor has ordered that all cases about perverts need to be reviewed after some pervert attacked his daughter," Lee said as she went to the other bed. "Name?" she asked him. "Abe," he replied after some hesitation. Did his mother report the missing money, or was the brothel raided? Did you see who did that to you? She asked with a disgusted look. Did what? I don't remember anything and I am just a little exhausted, he asked while wondering if she was baiting him. He didn't even know that girl's name. She called herself Ruby. Ah, it must be the morphine affecting your judgment. They didn't tell you yet, did they? She turned around looking for a doctor or a nurse but found none, while Abe frowned. Well, yesterday someone assaulted the brothel you were visiting and castrated all the men there, after killing all the guards. She said, what? Come officer, you are wrong. I don't visit such places and have nothing to do with this, he said while sweating. That girl was too young. He knew it. But he will not fall for the police trap. Oh, well, you would never go there again in this lifetime anyway. I will return to take your statement when your head is clearer. My condolences, she said as she left the room just as a doctor entered with 2 hot nurses. They gave Abe and the guy on the other bed a sorrowful look. You are awake, the doctor said as he looked at a report with a frown. Decrease the morphine dose a little. It's too high, he told the nurse. When will I be discharged, doctor? He asked. He wanted to go back to the brothel to ask about the money bag. They wouldn't steal it in such a highly reputed establishment, would they? Ah, sir, I am sorry to inform you that you would be staying here for a few more days. The damage was so extensive that we had to cut it off completely, the doctor said with a sigh. Cut what? Abe asked, making the doctor approach him and whisper the answer in his ear. Abe needed a few seconds to comprehend it. There. No. A savage howl rocked the hospital's hallways. It was the 9th scream this morning. Chapter 111, Charmed. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor entered the dining room, the meal had already started. It seems the maid has delayed informing him and Lara on purpose. His father was leisurely sitting at the head of the table with George standing behind him. On the left side, his stepmothers were seated in order with their younger sons Luke and John, who were staring daggers at Victor. Lara, who was pouting, seemed to have found her place near his mother. Someone has probably scolded her for being late. His mother, Elena, looked at him entering the dining room with a smile. Her face was much more relaxed than the last time he saw her. On the other side of the table, the first seat was occupied by Falcon, who seemed to have chosen to be a guest at Theodore's house after meeting him yesterday at the main hall. The second seat was empty. It was reserved for Victor, as the seats were ordered by the family's ranks. His brother Rex was seated on the next seat with his girlfriend by his side. The marker of Lily's slaps was not visible on her cheeks anymore. They were covered by the trace of 3 new slaps. She must have offended someone else. After that, the nervous Iris was sitting next to Zoe, who was looking around at the table. They never had such diverse kinds of foods where she came from. She wouldn't even consider some of their food. But they looked delicious. Sorry I am late, I had to educate a naughty maid, Victor said casually as he entered the room, then smiled at his mother and the girls. It was him, husband, him, and that beach. They hit me, Rex's girlfriend yelled suddenly as she pointed at Victor and Lily. Theodore only frowned and looked at Rex, who quickly pulled his girlfriend, then whispered something in her ear, making her shrink her neck and shut up. Rex knew his girlfriend well. She must have tried to boss his half-brother around and got what she deserved. As her husband, no matter what she did, he felt responsible to take revenge for her. But Victor's position in the family far outstrips his, so he could do nothing directly. Maybe he would take revenge on Lara when he guides her later. Victor quickly found his seat and sat down, as Lily stood behind him respectfully helping him get seated. Victor wanted her to sit with him, but this was still not the right time. How dare you be late? You should apologize sincerely and greet us before sitting at the table. His first mother scolded him as she pointed at him. He didn't reply, just gave his dish to Lily, who proceeded to fill it up. His action made Martu angry. How dare you ignore me like that? She asked. Husband, say something, she said as she turned to Theodore, who had just finished chewing a piece of toast. But before he could say something, Victor beat him to it. You are the one who should greet me. I am now an elite heir. How dare you stay seated when I entered the room? Don't you know that I can flog you for that? If it were not for my esteemed father's presence, I would have punished you, Victor said proudly, before taking a deep breath and adding, not only did you not appreciate my kindness, You also want this young master to apologize? I already said sorry. What do you want me to do more than that? Crawl under your feet? Who do you think you are? Victor said, spraying saliva at his mother's face and dish as he shouted, making his brothers frown, especially Rex, whose mother was being scolded. Lily quickly used a handkerchief to wipe her young master's mouth as Theodore chuckled. He is right, Marta, it's your fault this time, Theodore said with a sigh. Yesterday he heard from the patriarch that his mother, Anne, had approved of giving Arya to Victor, which made him very relieved, and somewhat pleased. His rebellious son who hid deeply before was showing his true color. Not bad at all. On the other hand, his wives need some education every now and then, or they would think that they own the entire world. It would be better if Marta was put in her place before Luna gets here. Marta gritted her teeth and then chose to ignore Victor completely. As for Elena, she was astonished by her son's temper. Is this really my son? When did he grow a pair of balls? And is that quiet girl the maid Lily who talks to me all the time? She wondered. Luke and John frowned, not knowing how to act. They just looked at Victor and then inspected Lily, who was still wearing her veil. She had pretty eyes. Too bad they couldn't see her face clearly. Maybe they should find a chance later to punish her. Theodore noticed the perverted look in his son's eyes but said nothing. Living with pretty maids without touching them was part of the family's training. It helps with both discipline and apparently bloodline awakening. Thankfully Lily wore a veil. A dose of her breathtaking beauty was not something that those two virgin boys of his can handle. They would probably lose their minds and virginity the moment they see her. Iris and Zoe smiled a little at Victor, and inspected Lily silently but said nothing. Zoe really liked how Victor yelled at that nasty woman. She wanted to do the same when the little girl, Lara, was being scolded, but Falcon's stern eyes warned her not to. He is so manly, she thought. Let's continue our meal, Theodore said after a little cough, then ate another bite of his jam-covered toast before slowly turning to Lara, who was having difficulty hiding her smile after Victor scolded the first mother. How is your proficiency with the family art, Lara? Theodore asked. It is getting better, she said after remembering what her big brother told her. Good. You must work hard, your ceremony is nearing, he said, then turned to his other two sons. The same goes for both of you. You should be ready next year. I expect you to do the same as Victor and surprise us all, he said. Don't worry, father, I will guide them well, Rex said, as he looked at Lara with a knowing smile. Yes, you did well with Lara. Too bad your potential was not that great, Theodore said. The more player sons he had, the better his position in the family. Father, about Sisu, can I marry her? Rex took the chance to ask. Theodore pondered as he looked at her. He really didn't like this chick. Are you sure she is fit for you? Accepting her as a concubine wouldn't be a problem, Theodore asked with a pondering look, wondering why did Rex choose such a woman. Victor also did the same. This slut was not anything special. She must be my main wife. I fell in love with her at first sight, Rex said with a fascinated look in his eyes, making Victor want to puke. Then stop, and activate his inspection skill on both of them. Sisu Miller. STR 9. INT 13. Luck 15. Charm 21. Fate's power, B. Fate's direction, positive. Fate's design, lower concubine of Mike Von Wise. Total, B+. Name, Rex Von Wise. Level, 0. Class, dash. Abnormal status, charmed. Low. Authority, 1. Strength, 18. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 15. Luck, 10. Charm, 18. Order, 10. Skills, minor sword arts C. Scheming F. Threatening look F. Fate's status. Fate's power, D. Fate's direction, neutral. Fate's design, unspecified. Total, D. Victor was speechless. He had just figured many things out. First of all, this beach was the one his big brother stole from Rex. Mike has a thing for beaches and prostitutes. Secondly, she must have put some kind of a love spell on Rex. Probably bought a genuine talisman from some idiotic hidden expert peddler by chance. Stuff like this happens when fate intervenes. Better stay out of this mess. he thought as Lily stuffed an egg in his mouth when she saw him inspecting Susie so intensely. Pervert young master. Theodore looked at Rex and his girlfriend for a while, then sighed. He really didn't like this woman and couldn't understand why Rex wants her as the main wife. You live in Tiara City with Mike, right? I will tell him to look into her. If he finds nothing wrong, I will approve, Theodore said, making Rex smile while holding Susie's hand under the table. He was really happy. She wasn't. She has just realized that her stupid boyfriend was not that powerful and that there are people with higher ranks in his family. Maybe she could seduce one of his brothers, but not that Victor. She was not into rough guys. Now, to the main business, Theodore said. Iris, Zoe, both of you must be ready by noon. We will take the boat to the main island for your ceremony, he explained. Can't we take the helicopter, like yesterday? Zoe asked while Iris got a little nervous. No, it is a part of the tradition to go there by boat. In olden times they used to sail there by wooden boats, he said while reminiscing about his ceremony. But Victor noticed something else in his father's eyes. Love, regret, yearning. There is a story here. And Victor, you will come too. Not many elders are present, and as an elite, you can help us, his father said, not explaining further because not everyone here was a player. They wanted him to help them by channeling his energy into the orb. Activating that thing takes a lot of stamina in addition to a mountain of gems. I understand. Will there be other participants? Victor asked. Yes, the ceremony for 1 to 10 participants would cost the same, so there would be 8 others, mostly servants, as any suitable candidate had already attended with you, Theodore said, making Victor consider whether to take Lily's sisters. Better not, he thought. He didn't want any of them to die. And if by any chance they all succeeded, wouldn't they take them away from him? He would better send them dungeon diving with his other maids later. Although undiscovered dungeons are rare, he remembers the news about a couple. He would have to check them though, as he was not sure of the authenticity of such information. However, fixing Lara's blood is what he wants to focus on now. Father, I was wondering if you can allow Lara to spend a few days with me in Vane City. She has never seen the outside world and it is not good for her to stay cooped up here, Victor asked. He needs to enhance her blood and teach her a few more things. The earlier the better. That would disturb her training, Rex interjected. Theodore hesitated. Lara was homeschooled because she had a weak constitution. But after training in the arts for the last 2 years, her body seems to have gotten a little better. It's not bad for her to go out and see the world. How about I take her with me to stay with Victor for a few days the next month? I need to do something there anyway, Elena said with a complex look that only Victor understood. Fine by me. But Victor, you would have to supervise Lara's training there instead, Theodore said, while wondering if he should introduce Elena to Luna. Luna would probably have to come here if her baby had a pure bloodline, and meeting one of her sisters beforehand is not a bad idea. Lara smiled sweetly after hearing her father's approval. Yay, she is going to stay with her brother. After that, Theodore proceeded to ask John and Luke about their education and then talk with Falcon about the trivial things he was doing in the mountains while monitoring Zoe. Iris and Zoe seemed to have hit it off. They kept talking together despite the age difference. Iris was 3 years older. Uncle Falcon, I want to stay with Iris after the ceremony, Zoe suddenly requested. That will have to depend on your results, and it's the family's decision after that, Falcon said as he looked at Victor, while silently swearing that he would make sure that she didn't get anywhere near this pervert. Theodore chuckled as he saw the way Zoe looked at his son. That's how a von wise should be. After breakfast, Victor was dragged to a side room where his mother made him sit on a couch next to her after hugging him hard. Then she began to question him about his living conditions in Vane City. Didn't Lily tell you everything? Victor asked. She only tells me that you are okay, or that you found a new girl. Nothing else. His mother puffed her cheeks and inspected her son. When did he become a pervert? Were the rumors true? Impossible. She raised him herself. Well, it is as Lily told you, I just spend all day lazing around or visiting the company to find new girls. He lied. He couldn't tell his mother that he spent the last week doing dungeon diving and corrupting innocent girls. You are just like your father. Just make sure to choose nice girls, not like those your father likes. Elena snorted as she thought of her husband's other wives. "Don't worry, I chose Lily to be my main wife," he said, making his mother turn to look at Lily, who was silently standing to the side. "Come here, Lily, let your mother-in-law see your face," Elena said as she looked at blushing Lily, who removed her veil after Victor nodded to her. "Wow!" Elena gasped when she looked at her face. "Can a girl be this pretty?" She quickly began to inspect Lily thoroughly. She really liked this girl. She is very gentle, sensible, and well-educated. She could tell from the way she spoke to her on the phone. "Not bad," she said, then looked at Victor. "You have to take good care of her," she said, making Lily blush more. "If he bullied you, just tell me. I will punish him for you." She added to Lily, "Don't worry about her. You better worry about yourself. Father has a new wife candidate. She might be granted the main wife position," he said, making his mother squint her eyes. "Really?" she asked. "Yup, if you come to Vane City you can meet her. I think she is really nice. She helped me a lot," he said. In his previous life Luna's relationship with his mother was a little strained, probably because of the other wives plotting. So Victor wants to make them friends as fast as possible. "I will see about that," Elena said with a sigh. "Now come on, we have some time before noon. Tell me what you did this past week," she asked, making Victor begin to tell her all about his new company and new maids. Confirming her conclusion, she has given birth to a pervert, just like his father. Chapter 112, Traitors. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A yacht left the island at noon carrying 5 people: Theodore, Falcon, Victor, Iris, and Zoe. Lily was not allowed to attend the ceremony because of her rank, so Victor gave her a small mission and left her in his father's mansion under the pretense of accompanying his mother, who surprisingly played along. Iris and Zoe were absent-minded most of the time, probably nervous about the trip. While Falcon was discussing family politics with Theodore, "Can I ask a question?" Iris asked suddenly, making Theodore look at her. "Go ahead," he said. "Isn't there another way of awakening? A way that doesn't involve death?" she asked timidly. "There are other methods," Theodore said. "Look at Victor. He was able to convert his maids into players by randomly poking at some rocks in a mountain," Theodore said with a smirk, making Falcon look at him wanting to hear the story. So Victor had no choice but to tell them how he wanted to explore that mountain with his friend and just so happened to discover the dungeon that eluded his father for years. Falcon nodded. "What a lucky bastard," he thought. "So can we find a dungeon? Isn't it safer?" asked Zoe with some enthusiasm. She was really looking forward to conquering dungeons and killing monsters. "Easier said than done. I knew people who spent their entire lives looking for one and died in some desolate mountain without achieving anything. And even if you found one, can you clear it? Many dungeons get discovered by normal people, who end up dead inside," Falcon said. Theodore nodded. "Are there any other ways?" Zoe asked. "Many, they are rare but equally dangerous," Falcon said. "You see, every aristocratic family has a method. Some are relatively safe but only grant a semi-player status while others are dangerous but rewarding. Take the von Rosen family for example. Their method of awakening is to perform a summoning ritual with the aid of their artifact. The participant would have to be able to handle the demon's curse. If he succeeded he would get a summoner class. And the rewards increase the stronger the demon they summon. But on the other hand, it can only be attempted by women and they have a 70% death rate," Falcon said, making Iris, who remembered the demon that attacked her, shiver. "Any other methods?" Zoe, who got really interested, asked. "Some of them are as simple as drawing a sword from a stone. But if you fail the sword will grow a mouth and devour you. Some methods are very complicated and tiresome, like dancing naked around a mountain 1,000 times while doing intricate movements. I even heard of some single-use awakening artifacts and talismans. I have never seen one though," Falcon added with a smile. "Now go relax. There will be time for such talk later when you become players," he said, making Zoe a little deflated, but she quickly regained her vigor and grabbed Iris and began to ask her about life in the city. "Ah, that reminds me. Theodore turned to Victor, who was feigning watching the waves while being busy monitoring his blood slave through his system. Tom had just got something interesting that made Victor want to hurry back to Vane City. "Victor, you cleared a dungeon last week, what is your level now?" Theodore suddenly asked him. 10, Victor lied. "What?" Theodore shouted in surprise. He expected Victor's level to be 3 or 4. Clearing an F-level dungeon didn't yield much experience usually, but as a newbie, Victor didn't need many points to level up. "I don't know, but I happen to have killed this strange goblin there. The system told me that it is worth a lot of XP," Victor said. Theodore frowned, but Falcon interjected. "It is rare, but not unheard of. Sometimes the dungeons would contain some strange things and rules that yield a lot of XP. I heard of a man who leveled up after doing nothing in the dungeon but stepping on beetles," he said, making Theodore nod. He has heard of that story too. He could only look at his son and utter lucky bastard. Under his breath, it took him 1 whole year to get to level 10 when he was a newbie, as he had to fight behind an army of family grunts whose job was to protect him. Victor did it in 1 freaking week. Well, this would make things much easier. There is a coming raid, as a new dungeon was bought by the family. The primary appraisal is that it is C rank, maybe even C+. Theodore said. "Don't let it fool you, dungeons scale at an exponential rate, so a C-level dungeon would be about 1,000 times more dangerous than the F-rank one you cleared," he added after seeing the look in his son's eyes. "How many people are going?" Falcon asked. "My team consists of 30 people, there are 3 other teams with a total of about 100 players. 10 of us are veterans. If we take more than 2 weeks the family would send another 100. Theodore said. "Are you interested in coming along, Mr. Falcon?" "I will think about it," Falcon said as he caught Zoe's eyes. They were full of expectations. "When is the raid? And who is going?" Victor asked. "It's still undecided, but maybe next month. The dungeon is near New Lure City," Theodore said, making Victor nod. Maybe he would go with Lily. She needs to level up, but he needs to buff the mansion's security before that. Last night's attack left him worried. Victor returned to his meditation as his father chuckled and also returned to his conversation with Falcon. He was talking about the new mushroom he found and how he would try it at a mass scale at the raid. Unlike last time, the yacht went straight to the main island, and reached the 2 hours later, where a luxurious car was waiting for them to take them uphill to the ceremony hall, where the guards greeted them respectfully and invited them in. Soon they reached the first hall, where an elder in a ceremonial gown greeted them. "Iris, Zoe, you go with the elder. Victor, you follow me," Theodore said as he entered the inner hall followed by Falcon. "Don't worry, you will be fine." Victor gave Iris and Zoe some encouragement before following after his father to the inner chamber, where many servants wearing special robes were piling gems according to a formation on the ground under the supervision of a fat elder. "Ah, Theodore, you are here on time," the elder said. "Falcon, you are here too, it's been a while," he greeted Falcon too, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Nice to meet you, Tony. How are the preparations?" Theodore asked. "We are almost done," the elder, Tony, said. "This ceremony was on short notice so we had to work overnight," he added. Just then, an old man with white purplish hair and a crooked nose entered the hall with the patriarch. Everyone quickly saluted, including Theodore and Falcon, making Victor quickly follow with a frown. Who was that man? He never met him or read about him before. That's strange. And why did all the elders dense up, including his father? The only one who remained relaxed was Falcon, who didn't seem to be very pleased. But from their looks, they didn't expect to see this guy here. Name, Cassius von Wise. Level, 119. Class, Formation Master. Authority, 11. Strength, 265. Agility, 273. Intelligence, 302. Luck, 53. Charm, 49. Order, 52. Skills, Formation Arts S, Sword Arts A, Hidden Hand A, Brewing A, Projectile A, Survivor A, Intimidating Stare A, Teaching A, Poison Tea Ceremony B, Knife Arts C, Quick Steps C, Hide Breath D, Cursing Adept D, Surveying D, Poetry D, Chess D, Cross-Dressing F, Equipment, Cane of the Lost Ones S, Storage Ring A, Greater Protection Rune A, Danger Sensing Necklaces A, Small Hidden Dagger E, Fate's Status, Fate's Power, C, Fate's Direction, Neutral, Fate's Design, Unspecified, Total, C. Wow, this guy was stronger than both Falcon and Anne. The strange thing was that Victor has never heard of him or seen his name in the family's records. Wait, could he be part of the Black faction? Probably. Victor quickly looked at his father and worded Black with his lips, to get an approving nod from his father. Are there members of that faction attending this ceremony too? Interesting. Cassius only nodded casually to the elders greeting him, then looked at Theodore and Victor with interest. No one knew what was on his mind. I expect this to be flawless. Marcos, the patriarch, said, making the elders nod. Victor. His father called him. You will have to stand on the circle on the ground inside, and accept the orb's request to draw energy from you, Theodore said, making Victor nod in response. He understands how these things work. A few minutes later the candidates were guided by an elder to the ritual hall. Zoe and Iris were with them. A total of 4 boys and 6 girls. The one who grabbed Victor's attention was a beautiful girl who had long purplish-black hair in long robes, and a brown-haired boy who was pestering her. Victor was wondering who those two were. They were not dressed as servants like the others, and Victor had no idea about them. Could they have been brought here by Cassius? Zoe was glaring at the boy with hatred while Iris was holding her off. Did they have a fight? Master Cassius, your granddaughter, and adoptive son looks valiant. An elder decided to suck up to Cassius, answering Victor's question in the process, making him use his appraisal skill to discover something that he never expected. Semicolon. Rita Von Wise, STR 24, INT 19, Luck 17, Charm 22. Fate, Fate's Power, A. Fate's Direction, Positive. Fate's Design, Main Wife of Levi Von's Y. Total, A. Bloodline, Elder Dragon 95% Purity. Carlos Mida, Von's Y. Effects and States, Disguise Talisman Effect, S. A equals 20, STR 21, 30, INT 17, 23, Luck 14, 16, Charm 16, 20. Fate, Fate's Power, B. Fate's Direction, Positive. Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, B. Bloodline, 100% Purity. Yes, my granddaughter has achieved the 3rd level of the family's art. I expect great things from her, he said. Fail to notice the hatred in Victor's eyes. This guy was a traitor, and Levi Von's Y was someone who he would never forget. Not only was he one of the sons of the Von's Y family's new patriarch, he was one of the followers of the guy who killed his family. Yes, Levi was one of his enemies. And that Carlos has a clear Von's Y in his name. What is he doing here? He never heard of him before. He is definitely SPY. Those two must die. But how? Maybe they would die by themselves in the ceremony, but that was highly unlikely looking at their bloodlines. As for the other participants, they had nothing special, just some poor souls who were forced here. Victor first decided to test the water, so he approached Ritu and introduced himself. Hi there. My name is Victor, nice to meet you, he said as he raised his hand to shake hers. Victor Von Wise, I know who you are. Don't even think about touching me, pervert. She spat, then ignored him, making his father, who was watching from the back, chuckle with the elders. He was not the first one to try to approach her here. Carlos slowly walked to Victor and whispered, Ritu is mine, never try to touch her ever again, pervert, he said coldly, then followed after her. Victor frowned, then looked at Zoe, who was still giving that guy death stares. What happened? He whispered to Iris. That guy just said that the way Zoe ate was like a monkey, and that made her angry, she replied, making Victor shake his head. Enough chit-chat, let's begin. The patriarch scolded, giving Victor a stare, then approached the gate to open it in a ceremonial manner before inviting everyone in. Chapter 113, choice. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After arranging the participants in their places, the elders, followed by Victor, entered the ritual hall in order to form a circle around the glowing orb. Orb of the Bloody Virgin, Awakening Artifact. A rank. Test potential and awaken players. Conditions: Virgin, alive. Human. Test points. Martial ARTS potential, higher is better. Mystic ARTS potential, higher is better. Fate potential, higher is better. Bloodline, purity and awakening, higher is better. Age, lower is better. Victor nodded as he saw it, just as expected. He thought as he quickly found his place next to his father. Player notice. Do you want to participate in the awakening ceremony? Name: Victor Von Wise. Role: supporter. Yes, no. The system menu appears in front of Victor, and he was about to press yes when he thought of something. Can there be other roles? He tried to change it from the system menu but failed. It would have been cool if he could manipulate the ritual, like a system admin. Wait, what if he changed his name? His disguise skill would work on the system since he has a higher authority. He quickly changed his name to /system11C54H/. This was the name that appeared in the log message during his ceremony. But nothing happened. Victor stepped out of the circle and then back in, gaining himself a few harsh stares from the elders. He could only shrug and look at the notice again. Player notice. Do you want to participate in the awakening ceremony? Name: :system11C54H/. Authority: error, access denied. Vertical bar. Role: please choose yes, no. Success. He quickly looked at the role options: supporter, observer, and admin. Choosing admin, he pressed yes, to feel himself get connected to the orb just as everyone was seated and the elder began to activate it. When the participants began to growl in pain, it was as if the time stopped for him. He could see all the participants' test results updating in real time until they stopped. And the world turned black. Everything was suspended naked and still in the dark void. Victor could observe the 10 participants. Everyone was suspended in midair, but they were inanimate as if time had stopped. This is the end test phase. When it happened to him he never felt it. Victor felt as if he could control how time flowed here for a limit of 3 days. So he slowly floated from one participant to the other observing their results. Iris collected 1919 points, missing the player mark by a small margin. Her martial arts and mystic arts potential was abysmal as she had no formal training in the family. Can Victor manipulate the results? Affirmative, he can. He can raise the points to the limit of 4,999. He quickly gave Iris the score of 2,990. He can't make her stand out too much. Zoe had a good body, despite the short stature. Did she wrap her chest with something to make it smaller? He wondered. She didn't need his help. She had 3,400 points by herself. Thanks to her multiple bloodlines and SS fate, Victor decided to help her a little and added another 400 points to her score. She is his cousin after all. As for the rest of the servants, he didn't touch them. Too much manipulation would make the family suspicious. He only helped one girl though. She had a score of 999. He felt that she was too pitiful and gave her 100 extra points. She made him remember when he failed an exam missing 1 mark in the past. But after another thought her returned and pushed all the servants' points to 1,000 at least. This would make Rita's and Carlos's death more dramatic. Rita had 3,471 points, while Carlos had 3,213 points. Victor slowly inspected Rita's body for a while. She was very pretty, had a slender body that was shaped by years of sword training, and a long flowing hair. She was about 30% on the Lily scale. She must have used makeup to hide her true beauty. What a pity. She was destined to die. He made both their scores 1 point just for their virginity. Serve them right. How dare they call him a pervert? With this, he would get rid of another trouble. He has now concluded that the Black Faction was agents of the Von Zwei. Just how many powers have infiltrated his family? Victor watched as the ceremony resumed, and as the participants' faces changed to joy and despair. Especially Rita and Carlos. Their faces went white. Why? yelled Carlos, while Rita began to sob, making Victor strike his head as he thought of something evil. Why didn't I think of that before? He wondered as he began to move. Semicolon. The system could not read your data. Error. A mechanical voice rang in Carlos's ear, making him look around but see nothing, just the endless void. Semicolon. Due to the effect of a talisman, the system failed to test your data. The system will require the participant to summarize his life experience for another chance. The sound said. Carlos hesitated a little. At first, he chose to remain silent. But as he watched the timer on the screen go down, he chose to speak and began to talk. He lied first, but the system ignored him until he began to tell the truth about how he was an agent from the von Zwyman family. He was chosen to be the stepson of Cassius, who agreed to work with his family after losing the battle for the patriarch position to Anne. Hearing that, Victor nodded. All the trouble in the family was the result of the family's power struggle for the patriarch position 30 years ago. Too many people were unhappy after Anne grabbed power. Carlos was sent here to be a spy and try to control a part of the von Weiss family. In addition to that, to try to attend the ceremony here, as he was not compatible with his family's awakening artifacts and had a bigger chance here. They clearly knew what the test here required. Carlos watched the points go up one by one as he spoke, making him have hope again. Many secrets were revealed to the system for the next 10 hours as the timer slowed down. Victor learned of many secrets, many he had never known before. Some of them were secrets about the Black Faction. Soon, Carlos felt despair as the points stopped at 998. He had nothing more to tell. The system now knows everything about him, from the fact that he likes Rita, who was engaged to his older brother, to the color of his underwear and Rita's underwear too. Wait, Levi was his older brother? Victor noticed. This means that Carlos was also the son of the new patriarch of the von Zwyman family. A big fish fell on his chopping block. What should be Cassius's reaction when this idiot dies? Victor wondered as he left Carlos, who was shouting in anger, and headed towards Rita and did the same. This girl was raised by her father and grandfather to be a bride for Levi von Zwyman, whom she adored since childhood. Semicolon. You have triggered the von Weiss SPY detection mechanism. The system found your tendency to betray your family disgusting, but will give you a chance. Rita watched the timer with fear and nodded. Her grandfather has explained that if she didn't get enough points when the timer reaches 0, she would be erased. Semicolon. Choose one guy from the von Weiss family in the ceremony room and swear to be his maid forever. The system will monitor your behavior. If you betray again, you would be eliminated, Victor said in a system voice. He wants to use this one. A double agent is never bad. Rita pondered. Is this really her last chance? Who can she choose? Her grandfather? Semicolon. The candidate can only be young. You have to make him accept you by yourself. If you fail or he refuses you, you will be eliminated, the voice added. After thinking for a while, Victor's dazzling smile appeared in her mind. Does she really want to be that pervert's maid? No, never. She heard tales about his perverted games. I choose Timmy. She said he was one of the assistant boys who tried to approach her earlier. Semicolon. Timmy. Analyzing. By choosing Timmy you gain 30 points to a total of 31 points. Are you sure? No. She yelled quickly. She needs at least 1,000 points. After thinking for another 5 minutes, she chose one idiot after another. How many guys jumped on this girl's face? In the ceremony chamber alone, more than 30. And she remembered all their names. Victor didn't know if he should be afraid or impressive. Unfortunately, the most she got was 900 extra points. Not enough. At last, while biting her fingernail, she chose Victor. Semicolon. Analyzing. By choosing Victor you gain 4,500 points to a total of 4,501 points. Are you sure? Rita was surprised. Yes, she answered as she watched the timer go down. Those are a lot of points. Semicolon. Conditions. Must not tell anyone about what happened here, not even your chosen master. The chosen master must accept you to be his maid in 4 hours. Can never betray the chosen master, Victor, and you have to comply with all hidden demands. Follow the system's arrangements from now on and IT would guide you to greatness. In case of failure to comply with any of the above conditions, you would be terminated. Do you accept? She bit her lip, then said yes and began to adjust her class and skills when the screen proceeded. Victor smiled and looked around at the others. Time passed differently for everyone, so they have already finished choosing. Zoe chose, as expected, an overpowered protagonist rate class. Hero. This class has its perks, but it made Victor adjust his intended relationship with her. He must make sure to be the ally that appears when she needs him rather than the one who follows her, as that would make him get swept away by her destiny. Iris was a thief. What? Was she doing some shoplifting lately? The class and skills usually reflect real-life skills. It seems that this sister of his has a dark side to her. She was not as innocent as she seems after all. He should investigate her more thoroughly when he returns to Vane City. The servants now had enough points to survive. They were semi-players thought, so they had no class. But their lives will turn for the better from now on, as they would be granted a better position in the family. As for Rita, the system gave her only two choices for the class: sword maid or bed-warming maid. She chose the former after some thought. And with that, the ceremony ended, and Victor's consciousness returned to his body in the ritual hall, to feel a wave of exhaustion assault him. His stamina was drained, but the gains were worth it. Name: Victor Von Wise. Level: 12. Class: Fate Weaver. 2. Authority: Strength, 60. Agility, 67. Intelligence, 80. Luck, 37. Charm, 32. Order, 32. Skills: Admin Appraisal, SSS, +2. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +2. 3/4. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +2. Dagger Throw, C. Collapse. Chapter 114. Confession. 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor opened his eyes, the ceremony was over. Everyone was looking around with astonishment, as the assistant entered to take the bodies of the failed participants but found only one. Is it because of the low number of participants? Theodore had a big smile on his face, and so did Falcon after seeing that Iris and Zoe were fine, while Cassius, who should be happy about his granddaughter's survival, wasn't. He didn't even look at her when he ran fanatically to Carol's body to inspect him after yelling at the assistants to stay away. After a few moments, he stood up and carried Carlos's body out by himself. His face didn't look good. To others, he appeared sad because of the passing of his adopted son. He never knew he liked him that much. But Victor knew that he was scared silly. Carlos was not supposed to die here. Cassius took the corpse by himself to avoid anyone discovering something about it. He needed to return it to Von's Y after all. Cassius was in a deep shit at this moment. When Carlos was entrusted to him, his father was not the patriarch yet, and Carlos was sent on this mission by his uncles to limit his father's influence. But that man's power and ambition exceeded their expectations and was able to grab the patriarch's seat. The first thing he did after that was to send a letter to Cassius to send Carlos home after the ceremony. But after this, Cassius's own head was the one going to be sent flying. Rita was not really surprised that her grandfather didn't even spare her a glance. But that didn't stop her from feeling sad. She knew pretty well that she was just a disposable pawn in eyes. She was raised all her life to be just a bargaining chip to be married off, a way for her faction to connect to the Von's Y family. No matter how much she trained and exceeded their expectations, her grandfather would not spare her a glance. She could only sigh and then look nervously at Victor. Was what the system told her true? Would this young lady really be terminated if she didn't become this pervert's maid? She wondered. Everyone, follow me to the waiting hall. Your names would be called later, an assistant said, making the still astonished participants follow him one by one with smiles appearing on their faces, especially the servants who had long resolved themselves to their grim fate. Do I have to go to the appraisal room with you? I am really tired, Victor asked his father. No need. Your stamina has been exhausted. Go find a place to rest. We will return home together, Theodore said after seeing how pale Victor's face was, then hurried after the patriarch, who left while asking around if any of the elders had any idea about this ritual's high success rate. It was 90%. Victor sighed and then left the hall after a few minutes. He deliberately found a chance to pass by the hall where the participants were sitting. Then, in a loud voice, He arrogantly asked a servant to guide him to the restroom. This was a signal to give Rita a chance to meet him. He must secure her as his blood slave before she gets any other thoughts. As expected, Rita stood up and hurried after Victor under the same excuse. After seeing Victor enter the men's room, she took a deep breath and then went after him. "What do you want? I thought you don't like perverts. But it seems you are one." "This is the men's room, you know," Victor told her harshly, making her shrink her neck, then clench her fist. When she entered the room, she was about to rebuke him when a timeout screen appeared in front of her. She swallowed, then took a deep breath. "I have a confession to make," she said in a low voice. "What?" Victor asked her. I want to be your maid," she said with a heavy blush. "Whoa." Victor acted surprised. He looked around then asked, "Is this some kind of prank? Or a perverted play?" He asked with disgust. "No," she said as tears filled her eyes. "This is too humiliating. Why does this young lady have to do this?" "No, I will tell you something. Please don't tell anyone," she begged. "What?" Victor said in a horrified voice. I fell in love with you at first sight," she said, blushing more. "And what? You have a maid fetish?" he asked sarcastically, helping her a little. "No." "Yes, please accept me. This young lady would die if you refuse her," she said pleadingly. "You would go that far?" he asked with a strange worried tone as if he misunderstood her. "Yes," she said as she bit her delicate lip. "Please accept me as your maid." "I don't have much time," she said, not realizing that her requests were a little unreasonable, but the countdown screen was driving her crazy. "Look, you are pretty, but I am not that interested. I only wanted to greet you as your cousin earlier. Who would think that you would treat me so rudely?" he said as if he was still holding a grudge. "It is my fault. I deserve to be punished for my impudence." "Please accept me," she said, her face and ears getting redder. I can't accept you as a lover, but as a maid, it is possible. But you have to be faithful. You would not regret it?" he asked with a strange look. I won't. I really need to be your maid," she answered as she lowered her head. She was already regretting it. "A maid, huh? What can you do?" he asked as if still unconvinced. I can dance, sing and play the piano and violin," she answered but could only see a disdainful look in his eyes. "I can do that too," she said in a soft voice. "Why would that make me interested? I already have tons of maids who would gladly warm my bed. At least 3 of them are prettier than you," he said, making her blush while wondering if she was really useless. "What else?" "I have no need for useless girls," he said. "I don't know if you like warrior girls, but I am good with the sword and the bow. My class is sword maid," she said as the last hope as the countdown screen shimmered above. She never believed that a guy would be interested in a girl who liked martial arts. "Really? You are not lying to get me interested?" he asked with interest, making her surprised. "No, really." "You can test me," she said firmly. Her parents and Carlos always told her to abandon martial arts, and just do enough to pass the ceremony. And that a girl like her should focus more on feminine arts where her skills can be used for their benefit. "Fine then, I will believe you for now, but from now on you will be my maid. You can never betray me." "Would you really follow all my commands?" he asked, making her nod while blushing. "Then kneel on the ground first," he told her, regaining his young master's arrogant persona, making her startled. She hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to do. "What, you don't want this young master to be your master anymore?" he asked as the countdown system screen spelled a nasty threat. "Do you want to die, bitch?" she sobbed and compiled with tears dripping from her eyes. This is too humiliating. She was raised as a young mistress her entire life. Why does she have to go through this? Is death better? She wanted to live. She wanted to see the outside world. Especially now, she was a full player. And a powerful one at that. She can travel all around the world as a warrior. As for Levi, she didn't really care about him. She felt some affection, but she knew that she was brainwashing herself since childhood, as she knew that she never had the choice in that matter. As for betraying the family or working for them, What difference does it make? She was meant to be a toy anyway. Victor smiled evilly when he saw her kneeling, then cut his finger with a dagger and put it in front of her face. Suck it and lick it cleanly, he said, making Rita sob a little as she sucked his finger completely. Now I am this pervert's toy, she thought. Suddenly, both of them heard the sound of the door squeaking, making them hurriedly turn to the right to look. They saw a startled girl peeking through the slightly opened door. She had a heavy blush on her face and her name was Iris. Sorry to disturb you, you can continue, she said as she ran away, making Rita retreat quickly and cover her face, and sob loudly. This young lady can never wash off her shame. Victor frowned. He never expected that his big sister's thief class was so amazing at sneaking. But what was that girl doing sneaking around to their men's room? It doesn't matter. He needs to finish this before Cassius returns. That guy was probably arranging transport for the corpse at the moment. Blood ritual detected. Do you want to register a new blood slave? He pressed yes. Without hesitation. This one would be his perfect spy. Registration complete 4/4. You are my secret maid from now on, he said, making her look at him. I am not a monster. I will not reveal your secret fetish, nor will I humiliate you in front of others. But you have to be obedient, understood? He asked arrogantly, making her nod as she looked at him with a strange gaze. That's it? No more perverted requests. You can go on with your life. This is my phone number. If I called you, be sure to answer, he said, giving her his number. Don't worry, I may be a pervert but I would never force someone, he said, making her nod in a daze. She seemed to have misjudged him. I know that you are a pervert, but you can't stay here in the men's room, he told her, suddenly making her blush and run out as she saw a screen appearing in front of her eyes. The secret maid system has been bound successfully. Your master is Victor von Wise. Be sure to serve him well and all your dreams would come true. First mission, desecrate the body of Carlos von Zwei. How dare he threaten my dear master. Iris was heavily blushing when she returned to her seat in the waiting room. She was going to the ladies' room when she spotted Rita following her brother, so she decided to try her new skill and spy on them. She was worried that she would hurt him. But what she heard when eavesdropping exceeded her expectations. Did her brother really let that arrogant Rita do that? She didn't see it well. Who would have thought that Victor had that kind of a charm? He only met that girl for a few minutes. Well, he is handsome. Is Jevriging okay? Zoe, who was sitting next to her unstuffing her mouth with a bun, asked after seeing her flushed face. Yeah, I am just a little hot, Iris answered. Pervert little brother, pervert Rita. Her family was full of perverts. She needs to be careful, she told herself as an assistant came calling for her. So she hurriedly stood up and followed him. On the way out she met Rita, who was returning from the restroom. She had a blush on her face. She gave Iris a threatening glare but said nothing, so Iris decided to ignore her as well. Chapter 115, Night Visit. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor didn't have to wait for long, as 2 hours later his father left the hall with Falcon and the girls. The smile on their faces was grander than when they went in. Let's go celebrate, his father told him as they headed to his mansion on the main island. The results, which everyone already knew, were supposed to be announced tomorrow, so they would stay here tonight. When they reached the mansion, a grand meal was already prepared by George, who greeted them respectfully as the maid brought the dish. Zoe, who has already eaten in the waiting hall, she didn't mind having another meal. As for Iris, she was nervous earlier so she was very hungry, but she kept giving Victor nasty stares, as if she was wondering how did he do it. Pervert, what are your classes? Victor asked them with a chuckle. Victor, you can't ask such a question, his father warned. It's okay, I am a hero, and Iris is a thief, Zoe shouted proudly before Falcon could stop her. You shouldn't give your information this easily, he warned her with a stern voice and then a sigh. This girl will always do what she wants. Zoe just poked her out playfully, making him shake his head. This girl was hopeless. Ah, a hero. That's interesting. What does it mean? Victor asked. It is a rare class. It provides proficiency in all weaponry, and in theory, you would get more experience and skills the more good deeds you do, Theodore said, You must not tell anyone about this though. It would make you a target for the family's enemies. He added before inspecting her closely, I wonder how many good deeds have you done for the system to grant you this class? He said, making Zoe blush a little. She has always been more fit than the others in the mountain and liked using her powers to help others. If the class has something to do with a person's life, then why is big sister Iris a thief? Victor asked the question he was intending to ask, making Falcon and Zoe look at her. They also wanted to know. Ah. She hesitated as Theodore looked at her. I want to know that too, he asked. The report George gave him didn't include anything of this sort. Well, she said, my adoptive mother was a thief, and she taught my younger adoptive sister and me how to do it. We had even gone on a few missions with her. She answered embarrassingly. Why are you so poor then? He asked her. The report clearly stated that they didn't have money for her father's operation and that she needed to work 2 jobs to keep her sister in school. Well, my adoptive mother hid the truth from my father, who discovered everything when she died on a mission, so he forbade us from stealing. She said, he said, he would rather die than take a tainted penny, so we swore to him that we would never do it again. She said while keeping her face down, making everyone a little surprised. This girl was not as useless as she seems to be. How good are you precisely? Victor suddenly asked. Well, my mother was the Blue Phantom thief. I haven't reached her level, but she praised me repeatedly as a natural. She said, making everyone, including George who was supposed to investigate her, gasp. The Blue Phantom thief was a legend. He stole many of the greatest treasures in the world. Then suddenly all of the sudden disappeared a few years ago. Many speculated that he retired. But it seems she passed away. Then what happened to all the money your mother gathered in her life? She must have had a lot. Victor asked again. Well, we don't know. That's the problem. Adoptive mother hid this very well and never told us. Iris said with a sigh. Adoptive father would not take any of it anyway. She added, don't worry about such things, you would not need those things anymore, Theodore said, as he began to eat, secretly gesturing to George to try to find out everything about this. Those treasures would be of great use to the family. Oh, that reminds me, you will go with Zoe tomorrow to the main vault. She was granted elite status too. So you would need to enter the vault to select a treasure. Theodore said to Victor. What about Iris? He asked. Sadly, she is too old and was raised outside the family, and unlike Zoe, her class was not something the family really needed. But her attributes were good, so she was only granted a first-degree heir status. Theodore said as he sighed. The elders in the family didn't want Theodore to have a 4th elite descendant, so they pressured the patriarch into this. Oh, okay, said Victor as he looked at Zoe and smiled, making her blush a little. Rita was overjoyed. She never thought that the family would grant her an elite status. But her joy was not long-lived, as her grandfather didn't even spare her a glance as he arranged a mahogany casket for Carlos's body as soon as they returned to their island. She could only sigh as she looked out of the window onto the moon-illuminated ocean. Tomorrow he sends the body to a secret meeting place on the pretense of burying Carlos in his hometown, where it would be given to Von Zwei. She was hesitant at first, but after a few friendly electrical shocks from the system, she learned her place and decided to act. Her grandfather would be miserable, but what does that have anything to do with her? She went downstairs to the garden where many trained security hounds were patrolling. She randomly took 3 of them and headed to the main warehouse, where the body was placed, and prepared to be shipped in the morning. She was going to give him a night's visit. Thankfully no servants dared to wander here after her grandfather killed 2 of them. Their fault was for treating the casket a little too harshly when transporting it. She carefully removed the seals and opened the casket. Carlos's body was sleeping peacefully. Not for long. She never liked this guy. He knew pretty well that she was his brother's fiancée, yet insisting on harassing and peeping on her. He wanted to control every aspect of her life. Now, look at what happened to him. Maybe it was the system. She didn't know. It was me. I wanted to make this SPYMA too, but he refused to be castrated, so this system punished him. I don't take no for an answer. The system said, making a shiver go up Rita's spine. She better do what this system says if she doesn't want to end up like him. She swallowed them one by one. She guided the well-trained dog to do their business on the corpse. They didn't like Carlos either. After finishing, while plugging her nose, Rita carefully sealed the casket back again. Then she rubbed the casket using some oil and incense to hide the smell and ran away. Thankfully her attributes were very high, and she didn't get tired at all. When she returned to her room, the system mission accomplishment menu appeared. Mission success. Reward. Your young master would think fondly of you tonight. The system started making her want to spit. Who would want that pervert to think fondly of her? But he was handsome. Suddenly her phone rang. It was an unknown number. Could it be really him? It was Victor, who said that he couldn't sleep thinking about her. What a pervert, she thought, but was not angry. She never felt so cared for in her life, and she liked the feeling. Victor proceeded to talk to her for an entire hour, then promised that they would meet tomorrow at the family vault to select a treasure. After hanging up, Rita was surprised at how easy and refreshing it was to talk to Victor. This guy was not too bad after all. She sighed thinking about her gloomy life, wondering what she should do. The system told you, follow me and you will be happy. Mission. Satisfy your young master tomorrow. Reward. The young master would give you a gift. Punishment. The young master would spank you in public. Satisfy. After finishing his phone call with Rita, Victor called Lily and Aria to let them know that he will not return tonight. After that, he relaxed on his bed while looking at the ceiling. He didn't like the feeling of sleeping alone. Should he go to the brothel? There is one on the island. No, he can't touch women yet, and he is not that type of young masters. Should he give Zoe a night visit? Also Falcon would probably castrate him if he did that. Iris? Absolutely He didn't want her to hate him. She already has a very bad image of him. He could only reluctantly close his eyes and think of Lily as he slept. All of a sudden, he noticed someone sneaking into the room from the open window. He quickly used his disguise skill as he slid carefully from the bed and looked at the intruder. Iris. What was she doing here? She stood there over his bed. She was not normal. Her eyes were white, and blood was seeping from her nose and ears. She had a savage look on her face. Demonic eyes began to surface on her skin, opening and closing repeatedly as they looked around. Name, Iris Black, Von Wise. Level, 0. Class, Thief. Abnormal status, demonized by, weak. Authority, 2. Strength, 33, 999. Agility, 30, 999. Intelligence, 26, 999. Luck, 5. Charm, 21, -999. Order, 10. Skills, Silent Steps, A. Hide Presence, B. Pickpocket, C. Fist Hearts, D. Eavesdropping, E. Fate's Status. Fate's Power, E. Fate's Direction, negative. Fate's Design, Death Flag, 30 minutes. Total, negative. E. Bloodline, Elder Dragon 75% Purity. It is the same demon. This thing has probably discovered his mistake and returned for revenge. But how did it find him? It must have read Iris's memory. This thing was not low-leveled at all. It wanted to kill him before Iris, as completing his mission would send it back to whatever hell world it came from. Victor wondered what he should do. Fight? No way, that thing is powerful. But it seemed to be fooled by the illusion again. This has something to do with the authority, and made Victor frown. Could it be that his authority hack not only works in this world but others too? He quickly bought a purifying talisman from the store and pressed it on Iris's head, which had a little changed as her mouth grew 3 times wider, and she was busy relishing as she bit his pillow, which he disguised as his flesh. Feeling the talisman's effect, she let out a loud howl that would have woken up the entire mansion if not for the disguise he placed on the room. Slowly a demon's body began to separate from Iris, who fell unconscious on the ground as that black thing began to howl in pain, and look around in vigilance. This time Victor used his appraisal skill on him. Name, Abnormal Status, Contract Bound, Target, Carla Rice and her descendants, Contract Satisfied 2/3, STR, 999, 15,897,894,564 int, 999, 56,489,898 agit 999, 19,897,894,564 question mark. Cheat. This thing was too powerful for him, unless Victor carefully took out the needle he used on Duke. Can this be attacked from the outside? Probably not. Its body was somewhat ethereal. Maybe. He carefully stuck the needle on a pillow on the ground, then stepped away as the demon saw the pillow as Victor and attacked it with his mouth, biting it into shreds. This is the most amazing thing it has ever tasted. It couldn't help taking a few more bites until something stuck in its throat. It didn't have the time to howl as it disintegrated, leaving behind a bronze ring and a black gem that had 2 red stripes. This thing would probably grant him a lot of XP, but he would have to wait until he clears a dungeon to cash it. Ring SS grants the ability to shift through shadows. This thing was amazing. He will have to test it. But not now. He quickly marked it with his blood and decided to call it the Shadow Shifter Ring. Shadow Shift Ring SS. The name changed in his appraisal window as he pocketed it with the very expensive gem and the needle. Then hurried to check on Iris, who seemed to be a little exhausted, but fine otherwise. She would probably wake up in the morning. As for her fate, it was still the same, but the death flag was cleared, and the negative turned to neutral. Safe for now. Victor quickly placed a healing pill in her mouth just in case, then straightened her clothes and threw her onto his bed. It looks like he didn't have to sleep alone tonight after all. Chapter 116, Romance the Vault. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Iris woke up, she was shocked when she discovered that she was hugging a man. He smelled nice. Was this a dream? What the hell? She quickly let go and pushed him away in shock when she saw his face. It was her brother Victor. It was her perverted brother. Am I dreaming? She wondered. What is he doing in my room? Wait. She quickly sat up and looked around. This was not the room she slept in yesterday, as she has slept with Zoe. This is definitely not a dream. She pinched herself to make sure. It hurt. Did this pervert bring her here? She checked her body. Her clothes were intact. If he did, then why? You, when did you come here? What did you do to me? At this moment she heard a scream. It was Victor, who stood up from the ground while clutching the blanket to his chest while pointing at her. You pervert, we are a sister and a brother, that thing is not appropriate. He yelled as he began to check his body. Iris froze for a few seconds. What? Was it not him? Bastard. He was definitely acting. She could tell from the smug smile on his face. She really wanted to smack that thing off his mouth. When did I get in here? Did you bring me here? She asked. And don't joke around or I would tell Theo. Father. She threatened. She was in no mood for his jokes. I did nothing, he said as he stopped joking and sat on the bed. Last night you broke in through the window and hugged me to sleep. I couldn't say no to a pretty older sister like you, he said as he pointed to the window. Your tracks should be outside, he added. She quickly headed to the window and began to inspect it, and indeed, she could see traces of climbing on the foliage around it. And those footsteps on the windowsill were definitely hers. She felt very strange. Did I really sleepwalk? Sleep climb? I went to sleep on the upper floor last night. She wondered silently. Was he lying? But her body was intact. She needed to check this thoroughly. Speak nothing of this, she warned him as she hastily escaped the room. Victor chuckled softly as he stretched his arms. She was not good at all. No one can beat his Lily. Margaret was not bad though. He quickly jumped off the bed and headed to the bathroom to take a bath. After that, he got dressed and went downstairs. Why did you leave suddenly last night? Where did you sleep? The insensitive Zoe was asking Iris. They seemed to have slept together yesterday. Did you notice me when I left? Iris asked her. Yeah. You walked out like a zombie. I thought you went to the toilet. Zoe said. Yeah. I had a bad stomachache, she said with some embarrassment. It's normal, you were nervous all day yesterday. Theodore, who was busy reading the paper, interjected. making Iris nod. Victor held his laugh as he sat at the table and began to eat the fried rice omelette a maid put on his dish as Iris shot him a glare. "You better keep your mouth shut," was what she meant. "The patriarch sent us a notice that you and Zoe were granted the right to select a treasure from the family's vault, so better get ready." "Did you ask your grandmother for that?" Theodore asked Victor. "Yeah, when are we going?" he asked his father. "After 2 hours." He said, "I want to take Iris on a trip around the island, so you will have to go with Zoe." Theodore answered casually. "Are there many treasures there? What should I pick?" Zoe, who was stuffing her mouth, asked enthusiastically. "You can pick a good weapon or a fighting skill," Falcon said. "The vault has a large collection of treasures, but going through them would take ages and you would only get 30 minutes. You would be only granted access to the first floor, so you would not miss anything important. So I advise you to follow your heart," he added, making her nod. Victor also nodded. This was very sound advice, especially for a scion. Those guys can pick a stone from any stall, and it would turn out to be a treasure. The meal ended quickly, and Victor excused himself and returned to his room, where he began to test his new toy, the shadow shifter ring. His plan had to be changed. He was planning on using Ritu as a distraction to sneak into the hidden vault. But now, he doesn't need to do that. With this thing, the job has become much easier. He tried it repeatedly, and in the end, was able to precisely measure its effects. The ring would let him travel through the shadows for a distance of about 15 feet. This distance had something to do with his level. He tried to move further, but it was very slow and too energy intensive. He could basically pass through barriers like thick walls and floors, or use it to teleport to the shadow of an enemy. But this thing had a drawback: it does not work in the light. It needs very dim entrance and exit points. And if by any chance those points were suddenly illuminated, he would be stuck inside the shadows until it is dark again around him. After 1 hour, Victor guided Zoe to the family vault while Theodore decided to accompany Iris on a tour around the island. Falcon just gave Zoe an encouraging nod, then went somewhere with George. They took a car to the family's vault, a grand 5-story building carved on the side of the mountain rock. It was gilded with long panels of inscribed gold. Those were not ornaments, but defensive formations. This was one of the most secure buildings on the island. Legend says it was the house of the family's ancestor. A bold elder with mean eyes met them on the outside. "Follow me. If you dared to touch anything without permission, I would have to punish you," he warned coldly as he entered the building. They hastily followed inside, passing many levels of guards. Zoe was very nervous as she looked around. "Don't worry," Victor told her, as he began to reminisce about this place. In his previous life, he didn't enter this place, but it ruins. That bastard ransacked the entire place and then burnt it with hellfire. But that was good for Victor, as he was able to enter all the hidden rooms and protected hall as the defensive formations were destroyed. They quickly reached another hall where Rita was standing nervously waiting. She looked nervously at Victor when she saw him. How was she supposed to please him? "Hand over your storage ring." An elder with a broad mustache was standing there, ordered Victor harshly. It seems like Grandma had warned them. Victor carefully took the ring off his finger and gave it to the elder, who nodded after inspecting it, not noticing the other two that were hidden on Victor's other fingers. Duke's ring and the shadow shifter. The elder carefully inspected everyone before letting them through heavily guarded doors till they reached another hall where an old man with white receding hair was sweeping the floor with a broom in front of a majestic door. He had the word "Hidden Expert" written all over him. Travis Von Wise. Level 119. Class Grand Wizard. Authority 11. Strength 259. Agility 278. Intelligence 291. Luck 42. Charm 49. Order 45. Skills: Magic Arts S, Staff Arts S, Fireball A, Telekinesis A, Omnivision A, Hide Breath A, Projectile B, Survivor B, Quick Steps C, Cleaning C, Play Dead C, Peeping C, Hunting D, Surveying D, Swimming F, Beach Volleyball F, Equipment, Magic Broom A, Storage Ring C, Fate's Status, Fate's Power B, Fate's Direction, Neutral, Fate's Design, unspecified. Total, B. Grand Elder, those are the kids the patriarch mentioned. The bold elder bowed respectfully and reported, not so hidden after all. You have 30 minutes, and can only enter the first floor. Choose only one item. The old man said coldly as he inspected Victor and the girls, then he flicked his broom and the door opened slightly. What are you waiting for? The clock is already ticking. The old man yelled, making Victor hurry inside while cursing silently. Zoe and Rita followed. Victor only whispered a few words in Rita's ears as they passed the door. Meet me at the innermost corner, he said as he hurried alone after secretly spanking her butt. This place was huge. Many shelves were stacked with treasures of all things from artifacts, materials, and skill books. But Victor didn't care about those. On this floor, most of the things were of the F to C ranks with some B rank damaged goods. For other beginners and normal players, these things were treasures, but for him, they were garbage. He was thinking about the Elder's omnivision skill. The Elder was definitely monitoring them. His new plan was cancelled. He will have to revert to his original distraction plan, it seemed. He turned around and quickly headed to where Rita was waiting for him. It's time for some romance. Rita was looking at a strange stone. Her grandfather wanted this thing, but he never told her what it was for. The Yang stone is not something for little girls. Did your father or grandfather task you with getting this thing? Victor's voice surprised her. Yes. She answered without thinking. How did he know? Well, it has some uses for a grumpy old man. This thing is usually used to help troubled men in bed, he said casually, making her blush. Pervert, she thought. She didn't believe him. How can a grand man like her grandfather think about those dirty things? She thought, but was interrupted when Victor suddenly pushed her to a nearby wall and kissed her mouth hard. She didn't even resist as her mind froze. What? Why? This kiss lasted for eternity. Or that was what she felt. I really thought about you all night yesterday after our phone call, he whispered in her ear after a minute. She didn't even realize that his lips were separated from hers. Was that her first kiss? You are very pretty, he said as he kissed her again. Make her blush. She didn't know why she didn't push him away. This young lady has never been treated this roughly before. It must be the system, she told herself. Don't do it again. I have a fiancé, she said in a soft voice. What? Then why did you offer yourself to me as a maid? Are you a pervert? He asked in surprise. No, I told you before, I fell in love with you. I don't care about that man anymore. She lied. She can't tell him about the system. Then it doesn't matter. The moment you chose to submit to me, you became mine, not his, Victor said as he looked at her sternly, making her blush more. What does he mean I am his? This young lady would never submit that easily, she said to herself. Let's go, he said as he took her hand. She didn't want to leave. Don't forget where we are, he reminded her, making her quickly look around. Ah. She forgot. We are out of time. Don't forget the stone for your grandfather, he added, making her snap out of her trance and quickly take the stone as she followed him outside with a blush. What was she thinking? Has it already been 30 minutes? Why didn't she feel the time passing? Was she really that entranced with that kiss? It was amazing. She silently looked at Victor, who was dragging her, not knowing what to think. She knew quite well that she was a hostage by the system that forced her to be this man's maid. She had two choices: death or submission. And she didn't want to die. But she didn't want to be a toy to a pervert. What to do? But does she like Victor anyway? She asked herself. No. Definitely not. Maybe a little. He was very handsome after all. Chapter 117, A Beginning. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor and Rita returned to the hall, Zoe was there too. She seemed pretty happy with what she got. The Grand Elder was standing majestically while stuffing his nose with a tissue. He seemed to have suffered a nosebleed. Pervert. He kept giving Rita and Victor a nasty glare as they left the vault. Put the things you chose in front of me, he ordered after a cough. Zoe rushed first and put down the rusty sword she got. The Elder frowned but said nothing. This thing was only kept here because it was appraised as an F-ranked treasure. He was more than glad to get rid of it, while Victor was flabbergasted. How the hell did I miss such a treasure? a spiral sword F+, SSS, a weapon that grows with the wielder, adds 10% to the player's strength, upgradable. This thing might appear weak now, but after a few upgrades, it would become crazy strong. Are you sure? You can't change your choice after leaving her? The elder asked her. The patriarch told him to look after her after all. Yes, I trust my heart, she said stubbornly. Suit yourself. He said. He returned the sword to her after registering it in his ledger. Next, he said coldly. Rita quickly put the Yangstone she got on the table. Oh, a Yangstone. Is this for your boyfriend? Is he having a hard time satisfying you? The elder asked as he inspected her, then gave Victor a knowing look, with some jealousy in it. It is for my grandfather, she answered with a heavy blush. Why would the elder think that Victor was her boyfriend? Did he see the kiss? Oh, okay then, whatever you say. It's none of my business anyway, the elder said as he gave the stone back to her, making her want to cry out of shame. Bastard grandfather. Victor didn't wait for the elder to call for him as he placed the treasure he got carefully on the table, as if he was placing a child. Why would you choose this between all the things in there? The elder asked him as he looked at it with a strange look. It was a scroll painting of a naked woman, semicolon. The smiling lady F. The man looking at it would be fascinated for a blink of an eye. This thing was pretty much useless, and only perverts would want it. And it was placed there on the wall as a joke, not for the keeping. Some people said that it was here for ages. Yes, I felt my heart beat when I looked at it, he said, making the elder want to spit at him. What's wrong with those three? Don't they know how to select normal treasures? Are the three of them really elite heirs? When did the family's standards for selecting elites degrade so much? Whatever, the elder said as he threw the scroll at Victor after registering it. You can leave, he sighed as he said, nearly throwing them away. He had more important things to attend to. When they left the building, Rita turned around and looked at Victor stubbornly. We will never meet again, probably, as I may have to get married. So forget whatever happened inside, she told him. Take care, she said as she turned to leave. Now that she was no longer required to be a virgin, her grandfather would probably ship her off to Levi. Take this, Victor replied, as he grabbed her hand and pulled her back, then put a ring on her finger, making not only her but also Zoe blush. What is he doing? A confession? He only met her yesterday. Was what that idiot Luke said about him being a pervert true? Don't get me wrong. This is just a normal gift, he said casually. We will meet again anyway. Don't forget your status. I will go get you later, he rebuked as he spelled maid, with his lips, then put his arm around Zoe's neck and dragged her home as he waved goodbye with his other hand, trying to act as cool as possible. Rita just stood there frozen. She slowly raised her hand and looked at the ancient-looking ring with shock. What was going on here? Was he proposing? Was this the reward promised by the system? Semicolon. Proposing? Get yourself together, Beach, and know your place. He is your master. Ding. He seems to really care about you. Look inside the ring. Inside? What? This thing was a storage ring and not a small one. Hell, this one was bigger than her grandfather's. Did he really give it to her? She sighed as she looked at it, not knowing what to think. Was he really in love with her? She didn't know. But this gift was too precious to give to someone at random. Maybe he is not that bad after all. Semicolon. Look inside it. The system repeated, making her look inside to find a stack of talismans. What are those for? Semicolon. Replacement talisman. Mark it with your blood, then give this to another girl and let her serve Levi in your place. The system made Rita realize why Victor gave her those. He really cared about her. Would he really come for her? Victor and Zoe didn't return to the mansion but headed directly to the helipad, where Theodore, Iris, and Falcon were waiting for them. They were going to head back to the residential island. As their work was over, Iris and Theodore's relationship seemed to have grown better, as she was treating him more like a father now. Where did he take her? When they reached the residential island, it was slightly afternoon. Victor left them saying that he should return to his own mansion as many girls were waiting for him there. Theodore sighed, then reminded him that he was returning to Vane tomorrow in the afternoon and that Victor should go with him. While Zoe gave him a strange look. He was acting like a pervert, but she had a feeling that he was not. Strange. Victor nodded, then left them and walked home. The sun was hot, but he felt nothing. He was too excited to return home and sort through his new toys. There were no accidents on the way, no foolish women this time. When he reached his mansion, he was welcomed by Lily, who jumped onto him and hugged him, then initiated a kiss, making him freeze a little in shock. This girl is getting bolder, especially after he confessed to her. He didn't mind. Let's go inside. I didn't forget your punishment for telling mother about my bad habits, he told her as he walked inside while holding her waist. Arya was talking to the girls in the living room while watching TV. She seemed much better. So did the girls. They had some color on their faces. They didn't look bad. Should probably test them as pillows. He thought. Ah, you are here. How was your trip? Did you eat up any new girls? She asked sarcastically, as the assassin girls stood up and saluted respectfully. They couldn't afford to be disrespectful like Arya. Yes, I got a new one, stolen goods. She is a little hard to swallow, but with some processing, she will get better, he said, giving Lily, who was beside him, the urge to step on his foot. Pervert young master. Why did he have the smell of more than one girl? 2? No, 3. Wasn't he only with Iris and Zoe? Who was the third one? Bad young master. Have you eaten yet? He asked them, ignoring the sulking girl by his side. Not yet, been waiting for you, Arya answered, making him look around. Where is Kai? He asked. I am here, young master. Kai materialized out of nowhere. Oh, you are still alive. Anyway, we will head to Vane City tomorrow at noon. So prepare some IDs for the girls. Victor said, and I have something to do at the study. For now, you prepare some lunch with the girls, we will eat together later, he said as he dragged Lily to the study and then firmly closed the door. The study here was mostly empty, containing only a desk and a couple of leather couches. He really needs to furnish this place. Is there anything wrong, young master? Lily asked him. He had a weird smile on his face. First things first, how was your mission? He asked, as the young master predicted. There was a bug in your mother's bedroom. I left it alone as you told me, but I told her about it. Lara's room was clear. She said, good. He said with a sigh. And about John and Luke? I couldn't enter their room because Adele kept an eye on me. It is as if she could smell my intentions. Lily said. It's okay, I didn't expect you to succeed anyway. He said. But I did succeed. She said. What? How? He asked. That idiot Rex brought them new weighted training swords. So I applied it to the handle. She said. Young master, wouldn't applying an aphrodisiac to them dangerous? We can get discovered. She added worriedly. It is a diluted solution. Its effect would be gradual and help them awaken their bloodline as they abstain themselves. He said. I thought you wanted to harm them. She asked. Awakening our family's bloodline on a teenager is more efficient than 1,000 aphrodisiacs. He said with a smile. Didn't you notice how all the adults in the family have many wives? It is because of the bloodline. He said with a smile. Ah, but what if they manage to keep their virginity until the ceremony? She asked. That would be unfortunate. But do you think abstaining for a full year while on an aphrodisiac is easy? At the very least they would not be able to train and would have to suffer a little. That would get them off Lara's back at the very least. As for the ceremony, I might have other plans. He said with a smirk. Ah, okay. She said but sounded unconvinced. Now to the other matter. We are rich now, dear Lily, he said as couldn't contain his laughter any longer and began to laugh loudly. What? Wasn't the young master already rich? She asked him as she cocked her head. Not this rich, he said as he waved his hand, and the table in front of him was filled with gems and skill books. Did you steal the vault? She yelled, then quickly put her hand on her mouth and looked around. Yup, he said proudly, making her speechless. But she wanted to say, don't worry, there is a hidden room inside the vault. That's where I got those. No one knows about it, he said, making her a little relieved and a little scared. Her young master was really terrific. Today when Victor kissed Rita, he activated his disguise as he knocked her off, then quickly used his shadow shift ring to transport himself, not up to where the better things were placed, but down to the hidden vault. This was where the family kept the really precious stuff, and only the patriarch and the great elder had the key. It was dark, but it perfectly suited Victor, as he avoided the detection formations using the ring and a bunch of talismans. Victor was careful not to let the elder notice anything. He even went out of his way to disguise a dirty show with Rita, which the elder has definitely watched with great interest. One does not become a great wizard without being a little perverted. After a few moments, he reached the place where the treasures were. First, he headed where the nether stones were placed and took a big one. He can't take too much. Just what he needs. The family only had 30 or so that they collected from dungeons through the ages. He walked around collecting 1 or 2 of every material he liked. Some of those he needed for his various plans. Some of them were blood vials that he believed Alpha would be interested in. After that, he went to the skills section where only a handful was placed. All of those were A or S ranked. The Dragon Fist, S. Fire Breath, S. Evil Sword Art, A. Winter Call, A. Black Steps, A. Frozen Tears, Part 3, S. He didn't care about those, as they were one-time use items, and the family would suspect him if someone from his subordinates used them after they went missing. What he was looking for was something else. Something is hidden behind the skill book's shelf, behind the wall itself. He quickly shifted into the shadows again to reach inside the hidden chamber on the back. This place was hidden using a very sophisticated formation that even the family had no idea existed. It was dim, but Victor could make out a skeleton of a man who was sitting on a jade slab and seemed to have been reading a book. The family's ancestors, Nicholas von Wise. This was his secret retreat. He must have died here in retreat and no one knew. In his past life, Victor only found this place thanks to the destroyed formations. It was buried under tons of rubble. Victor bowed respectfully, then stored the bones, the slab, and the book in his storage ring. Those bones were the same ones he used to extend his life in his past life. But now, he had other uses for them. They were not normal bones, but have some strange dragon properties to them which led Victor to believe that the legend of the ancestor finding the orb was a lie. This man was definitely not from this world. Too bad the blood was all dried up. The book was a bodybuilding skill that he couldn't practice in his past life because he lacked a suitable bloodline. Maybe he should make a copy and then trade it with Grandma for some benefits. But he must make sure that the family was clean before revealing it. As for the ring, it was full of weapons, artifacts, skill books, and gems. Those were mostly B2A, and some S-ranked. With this, he can equip his army. The signs of the reckoning would begin soon, and he must be ready to steal the chances as they arise, so he needs a well-equipped team. After getting everything and photographing the formation, he went back and woke Rita with another kiss, making her think that she was stunned by his technique. As for the scroll of the naked woman, this thing contained a secret. He didn't expect to find it in his family's vault. In his previous life, he heard of it in the news. It was probably stolen when the family was ransacked. Take this, Victor said, taking the shocked Lily's hand and putting a silvery ring in it, making her blush. The Protector's Storage Ring S. Effect, Energy Shield A. This is for your own protection, and it would make things easier. He said, I will get you a better wedding ring when I find one. He whispered, making her nod in embarrassment. After that, he began to sort through the treasures. Sadly, the artifacts were mostly offensive, not much defensive, support, and intrigue stuff. As for the skill books, those were the really good things. Look through those and choose some suitable ones. He said, don't we need to clear a dungeon for them to activate? Why the hurry? She asked as she began to look around. Yes, there will be a chance soon. Father has invited me to a raid. It would be next month, he said, making her nod as she skimmed through the skill books. Some of them really caught her eyes. I want this one, she said, Major lie detection, A. That's fine, he said with a smirk. She wanted to use it on him. But sadly for her, those types of skills are authority-based and didn't work on him at all. What about this? She asked, Voice changer, B. I think it would be useful. She said, yes, probably. He thought they needed to develop strategies for using those. I will take this one, he said, taking a skill that he had in his past life, eidetic memory. With that, Victor and Lily began to sort through the skills, especially the weapons proficiency ones, choosing not only for them but also for Arya, Alex, Margaret, and the twins. As for Alpha, she was already a bucket of skills, so he didn't want to waste any on her. After some time there was a knock on the door. "Come on in," Victor said as he hid the stuff. They were already finished here. "Young master, you should see this. They are airing it live on the TV." Kai, who opened the door, said with a pale face. Victor quickly went to the living room where the girls were frozen, their eyes glued to the 80 TV hanging on the wall. It showed a terrified anchor who was pointing somewhere to a faraway street, where a giant mantis about the height of a 2-story building was fighting a kid who held a spear. He had a mask on, but Victor recognized him. Sebastian. The kid kept slashing at the mantis while throwing fireballs at it. They seemed somewhat effective, but the destruction of the city buildings around them was great. "Wait, this is the Silver Lightning City, the one near the Thunder Sect." He recognized it from the high pointy skyscraper in the background. What the hell is going on in there? Victor didn't know, but the appearance of monsters was the first sign that the world fabric was getting weaker. This was the first sign of the reckoning getting near. Chapter 118. A mess. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The blood trickled from Sebastian's forehead as he retreated behind the fallen building, avoiding another deadly stick from the mantis's raptorial arms. Damn it. How did he end like this? Yesterday morning he sneaked out of this sect and headed to the Thunder Sect with his big apprentice sister, intending to get revenge on that bastard Alex. He couldn't forget what he did to him. But who knew that the entire sect was closed by some kind of a formation that forbade entry? He couldn't even see what was going on inside. There was not even one guard outside. He didn't understand what was going on. Did that bastard see him coming? No, impossible. Something fishy was happening here. After waiting for 3 days, no one came in or out, so Sebastian and his sister decided to enter and have a look. They used a talisman that was given to them by their master to break a hole in the formation wall. Just a small hole. But who knew that the next moment the entire formation broke like shattered glass, and all hell broke loose. Inside, he could see the ruins of what appeared to be a major sect with creatures looking like mantises feasting on a mountain of corpses. At that moment Sebastian realized what he had done. Dungeon creation failed. Mantis dungeon was broken. Warning. Emergency mission to all players in the peripheral. Kill the mantises. 0651. Kill the mantis king. Time 9 days 23 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds. Failure punishment. Death. What? A dungeon can break out? Did he do it? Why did a dungeon break out here of all places? He didn't know, but now he was bound by his mission. After hesitating for a moment he sent a message to his master, then quickly began to fight the mantises with his sister using the Arachne Slayer's spear. This thing was super effective against insects. That day when he regained his consciousness he was already outside of the dungeon. Thankfully he marked the spear with his blood, so the system threw it beside him when exiting the dungeon. Little Sebi, target the heads, and watch out for the arms. She warned him. His big apprentice sister, despite being younger than him, always knew better. They hoped help would come soon. If those things reached civilization it would be their responsibility. Sadly for them, after fighting for one night, the mantises seemed to have realized that they were not his opponents, so a few of them decided to leave the area. "I will stay here, you follow them," his sister told him sternly as she ripped off the head of another mantis with her hands. So he quickly followed the escaping monsters. He discovered that they were following the commands of a giant mantis that seemed to have some camouflage skill. This was the king, it was leading them. So after finishing the small fries off, he began to attack it. This thing was a boss-leveled character. Thankfully it couldn't fly, so the fight was somewhat possible. The bad news is that it reached Silver Lightning City, and began to fight Sebastian using the buildings as covers, and civilians as tonics. It kept regenerating as it attacked and devoured some poor souls. Many police officers tried to engage it but ended up losing their lives. Bullets were ineffective against its metallic exoskeleton. This is going to be a mess. He cursed, "No degree of media blackout can cover it. The Players' Council would surely punish whoever was responsible, so he should finish this mission quickly and escape." At this moment the Mantis King struck him again from behind, so Sebastian used the spear to defend. But that thing spat a ball of a slimy green substance at him. Sebastian stepped to the side, making the slime hit a building behind him, where it began to melt the concrete and release brown fumes. Damn it, this thing was strong. But there's hope. Sebastian could see that his spear was leaving visible damage, so he pressed on. The fight lasted another hour, in which more buildings were flattened to the ground until the King Mantis was slain at last after its stamina ran out. All the people seemed to have fled, so it had no more materials to regenerate. Sebastian quickly used his storage ring to take the corpse, then escaped to meet with his big sister. Hopefully, she was fine. They must finish the rest of those guys before the time runs out. Reporting from Silver Lightning City. As you can see, there was extensive damage to the buildings. As for the casualties, about 150 were reported dead, while 900 were injured. We still do not have the full image here. Do we know what that thing was? No data yet, but a spokesperson of the government has stated that it might have something to do with the biolab in the mountains. They said that they would send an investigation team. And the kid who was fighting it, we don't know, as the footage showed he was wearing a mask. Why is he fighting it? Maybe he has some insect fetish. We are not clear yet. He was shooting fireballs from his hands. Yes, we believe that it has to be some kind of a new biothermal weapon. Are you shitting me? Do you think I am blind? This was definitely a fireball like the one in video games. What thermal weapons nonsense. My mother was killed yesterday, and you still order us to hide the DRPEEPP. We are experiencing some technical error. Our broadcast will return shortly. Theodore frowned as he turned off the TV on the plane. The Thunder sect would be investigated after this. He told Victor, who was sitting opposed to him. I will tell Alex to cooperate. Victor responded. No need. Only George and I knew about him, so just let him stay low for now. But I expect you to interrogate him about this, and I want you to report everything to me. He said. Understood, Victor replied with a sigh. Theodore sighed too, as he looked at Victor, then at Iris and Aria, who was sitting nervously in the back. What happens now? Lily, who was sitting with Victor in the same seat, asked with concern. It's a mess. The council has ordered a blackout, but no one knows how to implement it. Too many people died, and there is a lot of footage of those things. We don't even know what happened. This is the first time those things have been spotted outside a dungeon. Theodore said. I guess they would fabricate some crazy story that no one would believe at first, then keep bombarding the media with experts one after another until it is old news, Victor said. Exactly, but we have more trouble. Apparently there were some people who managed to kill a small mantis. One of them managed to awaken and began to tell his friends about the system. This is far from over, Theodore said, then frowned and began to contemplate. Victor knew exactly what his father was thinking about. Can this be used as an awakening method? What if a similar incident happened later again? Victor said. He clearly knew that this was the beginning, but he felt strange. Where did the mantis come from? This incident did not happen in his past life. In fact, it was a similar incident that would happen about 2 months later when goblins would attack a tourist spot. It was the case of a dungeon that remained undiscovered for years bursting open. Let's hope nothing like that happens, Theodore said, not realizing that Victor was secretly informing him about what was going to happen in the future. All dead? An old man asked a masked woman with a curvy body. Yes. Little Sebby went chasing after the king. He should have killed it by now. She said. Good. Now you answer me. Why did you defy my command and helped Sebastian come here? Didn't I warn you not to? He asked sternly. You saw how devastated he was. He refused to tell me what that young master, Alex, did to him. But I was sure it was really nasty, as he would wake up in the middle of the night screaming and cursing. So I had to do something, she said while keeping her head down. He should be a man and get over it. The old man said, just as a system notification appears in front of his eyes. Mission success. The enemy has been eliminated. All participants would gain an EXP depending on their contribution. Level up. Authority +1. STR +3. INT +1. Agi +2. New skill. Mantis Fist. B. Oh, this is the first time I heard of a level up outside of a dungeon. The master said with a frown as he checked his new status. Really? The girl also said in surprise. Did your family have any information about this? He asked her. Not a lot. Something like this happened 300 years ago. But not much information was available then due to the limited number of players. She said with a frown. Well, whatever this is, things will change. Maybe it's time for us to get ready. If the prophecy was correct, the day the world changes are nearing, he said before looking at his disciples searching the grounds and collecting the corpses. Hurry up, we will have to leave in 1 hour. He yelled. Those guys in the council should be on their way, and he didn't want to meet them. Chapter 119. An appointment. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor looked at his worried father and shook his head. Things were going to get messed up sooner or later, but as a major family, they didn't need to worry. On the contrary, they would be the ones who benefited the most. I heard you hit Morris? Theodore suddenly asked him. Who is Morris? Victor turned his head and asked with a frown. He really didn't remember. Idiot, you must know the names of the people you hit. It is your cousin, the one that was planning on taking Arya. Theodore scolded. Ah, that one. Yes, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and grab her, so I followed the rules and taught him a lesson. Would there be any problem? Victor asked. No, serve him right for being a pervert. How dare he touch Arya after knowing that she was under my protection? However, you have to be careful. Although his father, the head of the punishment hall, follows the rules to the letter, he might try to find faults with you in the future. So make sure not to fall into his hands. Theodore warned. Hearing that, Victor nodded. He didn't care about that idiot. Now that he had ransacked the hidden vault, he had enough capital to build his own power. A power that would rival the Von Weiss family. Now it's time for a nap, he thought as he yawned, then put his head on Lily's shoulder and closed his eyes. He didn't get much sleep last night as he had to spend the night explaining to the assassin girls what it meant to be players. They were pretty shocked, especially when Lily showed them her skills. Oh, he learned their names by the way. They were Isla, Sky, Nora, Ivy, Gwen, Cora, and Eve. And to their dismay, Victor didn't even try to memorize their names and kept calling them Assassin Girl 1 or Assassin Girl 2. After that, he went to sleep with Arya again despite Lily's protests. This girl needed to be punished for being a snitch after all, and he didn't want to spank her in front of her sister. So just resorted to sleeping with someone else to make her jealous. And poor Arya was his only choice, as he didn't want to touch the assassin girls yet. He wanted them to make the decision to surrender to him on their own accord and then offer themselves to be eaten after that. His choice was a mistake, a big mistake, that he had to pay a heavy price for. Arya was not suitable to be a sleeping pillow, not at all. He should have known better. She moves too much. Yesterday she kicked him in the balls while sleeping. Next time he would have to tie her up. Anyway, after a sleepless night, in the morning, he had a quick breakfast and then hurried to say goodbye to his mother and sister before leaving with his father and Iris. His mother whispered some words in Lily's ear before they left, while his stepmothers and half-brothers didn't even say a word to him. They just respectfully saluted his father. Zoe and Falcon seemed to have been allocated another mansion on the island. They were staying there until Zoe got assigned a mission by the family. On the return trip, Victor took Arya with Lily and her sisters with him. As for Kai, he decided to leave him in the island's mansion. He could do all his missions remotely anyway, and the mansion needs renovations. Victor didn't want him anywhere near the girls in Vane City. Now, he just wanted to get some sleep, while thinking about his next plans. For the next period of time, he should consolidate his power and wait for the dungeon raid with his father. Oh, and he had to attend the academy. There was more than one person he wished to kill there. He should probably castrate them first. As for Linda's trouble, it had to wait until after that. With those happy thoughts, Victor drowned in his dreams. Lily smiled as she felt her young master's head on her shoulder. Serves you right for abandoning me for Arya, she thought as she smiled while remembering his scream last night. He had to put a bag of ice on his crotch until the morning. Maybe this was retribution for all the nut-cracking he did. Did Victor give you that ring? Theodore asked her suddenly while looking at her hand. Ah, yes, she said as she looked fondly at the silvery storage ring on her finger. Theodore nodded and said nothing. He clearly saw that this ring was an artifact. Victor was getting more and more mysterious lately, not bad at all. Hopefully, his other sons would surprise him too. When the plane reached Vane City, Victor quickly said goodbye to his father, Iris, and George, then took Lily, Arya, and the assassin's girls to the company's limousine which was waiting for them at the runway. Leo had learned his lesson. I hope you had a nice trip, young master. Leo, who opened the door, greeted respectfully with a smile, then began to drool as he saw the girls, one after another, enter the car until it was completely full. What are you doing? Go do your job. Arya, who regained her casual boss's secretary's bravado, scolded him as she entered the car and closed the door. Leo cursed silently as he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Why did this bossy girl return? He must find a chance to please the young master. Maybe he would let him have some time with those girls. Victor, who was surrounded by girls, didn't care about Leo or his thoughts. He just relaxed in his seat, feeling the girls who deliberately pushed themselves at him. Should I live with you from now on? Arya asked with some embarrassment while looking at her perverted brother who was fondly surrounded by girls. Lily was sitting on his lap. Ah, yes, Victor said absent-mindedly, your mission has not changed. You are my exclusive secretary, and you will be responsible for all my normal businesses and finances. And be sure to investigate the company when you return. I don't know if that idiot Susan messed anything up. He added casually as if no pretty girls were busy teasing him. It seems they made some bet with Lily to seduce their young master. And of course, Lily would win. Understood. Arya replied while sighing. Oh. And my mother's. Carla's funeral is tomorrow. I will be attending it with Iris. Do you want to come? She asked him. No, I will not go. I didn't like her. And that beach would turn in her grave if I went there anyway. I have to go hunt for pretty girls. Victor replied, making Arya wish to kick him. Can't he say something nice about Carla? She was his stepmother anyway. And she was already dead. Young master, our car is being followed. One of the assassin girls who was hugging his arm suddenly said, what was her name again? Ah, yes, Nora, aka Assassin Girl 3. Victor looked at the rusty car following them with a frown, then used his appraisal skill on its two passengers. Jane Armstrong, STR 10, INT 19, Luck 19, Charm 17, Fate, B decreasing. John Smith, STR 16, INT 4, Luck 5, Charm 11, Fate, E decreasing. Victor didn't recognize them. Are they other assassins? Should he use his bazooka? He had one ready in his ring. That woman looks pretty though. It would be a waste. Ignore them for now, but keep an eye on them if they make any suspicious movements. He said casually, young master, I think I know that woman's identity, Leo said from the front as he checked the car in the mirror. Oh, is there a pretty woman in the city whom you don't know? Victor asked sarcastically. No, maybe. Anyway, I believe that woman should be Jane Armstrong, a well-known investigative journalist. He said, making Victor frown more. Was there anyone by that name in his memory? No, she was probably not important enough in his past life. What does she want? He wondered as he gestured to Leo to park on the side of the road. Soon the car stopped, followed by the one behind it. A woman and a man stepped down from it. The woman quickly approached Victor's car and knocked on the rear tinted window. Victor gestured to Arya, who quickly opened the door. A pretty woman in her 30s, Jane, stood there shocked, wondering what was going on here. It seems this young master is more perverted than rumored. Can I help you? Victor casually asked as he tilted his head to look past Lily, who was nested in his lap. You are young Master Victor White, I presume? She inquired, just to be sure. Yup, the one and only. He said proudly. Can we find a place to talk in private? she asked him while looking at the girls. They didn't seem to be some kind of cheap girls. Although they looked docile, her journalist instinct told her that they were dangerous, especially that veiled girl. Not now. I am busy, as you see. What is this about? If you want to be a model in my company, I can give you some time tonight though. He asked her as he checked her body. Not bad. I am Jane Armstrong. I work at the Vane City Times. I want to inquire about your brother Nick and cousin Titus, she said sternly, making Victor realize that this one was probably investigating his relative's shady deals. And that explains why he never heard of her before. She must have ended up in the belly of some fish. He can use her. Oh, too bad. You should really work as a model. But, I will talk to you. Maybe. Arya, is my schedule clear the day after tomorrow? He casually asked, making Arya silently curse at him. What schedule? Do you do anything other than messing around with girls? She thought, but she had to act her role, so she took out her phone and feigned tapping on it. Yes, there is some time between your urologist and dermatologist appointments, she cheekily said, making Victor want to smack her. He was not short of bad rumors. Ah, okay then. Set an appointment for Miss Armstrong at the company headquarters in the afternoon, about 3:00 p.m. he said casually. Jane frowned a little then nodded. It was not unexpected that he would do the interview on his own turf. But she will not back down. She didn't get her position by being a coward. And this case is really important for her. I will be there, she said as she gestured to her assistant and returned to her car as Lily closed the door. Young master, why would you need to see a urologist? Leo asked timidly as he started the car. Fuck you, Victor replied as he kicked Leo's seat from the back, making the girls chuckle. All of them including Leo had realized that this was Arya's revenge on him for insulting her mother. Tom looked around making sure that no one was following him before entering a back alley where a shady store existed. We are closed, a menacing bald man at the door said. I have extra goods, Tom said. The man nodded and opened the door letting Tom enter. Oh, Tom. When was the last time I saw you? 3 months ago. Do you have something for me? The shopkeeper who wore a blue shirt and black shorts asked casually as he put down his cigarette and puffed some smoke. Yes, some good things, Tom said as he took out a vase wrapped in a cloth from his backpack. This was the treasure he got from the spider's dungeon. Oh, an illusion vase. It is E-rank it seems, the man said as he appraised the vase using a golden magnifying glass. It was an artifact too. Yes, how much would you offer me? Tom asked. 15,000 coins. The man said. Too little. I heard there is an auction. Tom replied, flashing his confident smile. Do you want this to be auctioned though? That's fine. But I will take an introduction fee, he said. Tom nodded. It will happen the day after tomorrow at midnight, in the basement of the Solaris Hotel, the man said as he took the vase and offered Tom a bronze ticket. This is an entrance ticket, don't lose it. And be there on time, the man said sternly as he packed the vase inside a metal box. Oh, and remember, tell no one, he added. Tom nodded, then left the store not realizing that Victor was watching everything through his eyes. Chapter 120. 100 Beauties. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alpha sighed as she watched the girl clean the mansion. This place was a remote abandoned village in the mountains. It used to be a base for her family before they fell. Now she is going to build a hidden organization here. But those girls need a lot of work, and she must find others. Too bad this place was abandoned 20 years ago. So it had no modern computers. She needed to get new devices and equipment. Too much work. Mistress, we cleaned everything here. The young girl, Ruby, bowed and said respectfully as she shivered a little. This mistress was pure evil. Good. From now on you guys will live here. No one should be able to find you. You, Alpha said as she stood up. Let's go give your sisters a lecture, she said while wondering if she should ask Victor to find her some experts to train the girls. It was already nighttime when Victor reached the mansion. He was greeted by everyone in the hallway, including the grumpy Margaret who kept making threatening gestures at Alex who seemed a little nervous. Victor, knowing what this was about, couldn't help but chuckle. Margaret at this time was about 99% sure that Alex was a girl, She even texted Victor asking for confirmation. Victor only replied with a lazy "I don't want to know," confirming her conclusion. "Lily, go with Hilda and arrange a place for Arya and the girls," Victor said. "Shall I take them to the separate building?" She asked. "No, they will live with others at the servants' dormitory, while Arya will stay with me at the main building," he said, winking at Arya, making her blush a little. Hilda nodded, then gestured to Lily and the girls to follow her. Another 7 girls. Would the young master bring others later? He is more perverted than his father, she thought. "Do you want to have dinner, young master?" Mana asked. "No, I ate on the plane, just prepare a meal for yourselves," Victor said, knowing that the girls must have not eaten anything waiting for him. "Young master, big sister Alpha has not returned yet. Do you know anything?" Beto asked suddenly after some hesitation. "Don't worry, her mission is a little bit troublesome, but she should be fine. If my guess is correct, she should return in a couple of days," Victor replied casually, making Beto nod, but she was still unconvinced. "Alex, follow me." "Oh, and Margaret too," he said as he headed toward the study, which was now filled with a collection of antique books. "Hilda works fast." "Is there anything wrong, young master?" After entering the study, Alex asked nervously, while looking at Margaret. "Did she tell him? Did you watch the news lately?" Victor asked, as he sat down and invited Alex and Margaret to be seated on the opposing couch. "No, we were busy getting rid of the Lotus gang. Aunt Hilda should have already told you," Alex replied. "Yes, those vermin got what they deserved." "It's not about that, just watch," said Victor as he turned on the projector in the study and set it to a random news channel that was still playing the events at Silver Lightning City. Victor waited as Alex's expression turned from nervous to serious, then ash-white, as he watched the news. Margaret was surprised too. After a while, Victor turned off the projector and looked at Alex. "Speak," he commanded. Alex swallowed, then after a deep breath she spoke. "This was my fault," she said with a sigh while keeping her head down, not daring to look Victor in the eyes. "How so? Explain," Victor asked, while Margaret, who got really scared seeing the corpses being excavated from the ruins in the news, looked at Alex. The Thunder Sect has a secret. We didn't have an awakening artifact," Alex said nervously, making Victor squint his eyes. "Then open them wide." "No, it can't be. It is a half-opened dungeon, isn't it?" he asked Alex, who was surprised that Victor knew about this. She quickly nodded. "The Thunder Sect was created when the Ancestor, a normal martial artist who was traveling and witnessed a bolt of grand lightning that hit a mountainside, created an upward-traveling silver lightning that returned back into the sky. So the Ancestor quickly headed to the place where the lightning struck and there he found a dungeon opening," Alex said. "He went in bravely, and soon discovered something. The door disappeared and he was stuck inside where the screen indicated that he had become a player. So he began to travel inside and soon encountered a mantis monster. He could defeat it but was hurt badly, so he made a tactical retreat, and during this, he discovered another door leading outside, and to his surprise, it was the same door," she explained. "After that, he hid the opening, then began to meet other players and learned about the hidden rules of the world, and discovered that he had something others coveted, a way to turn normal people into players. It seemed that the thunder that struck the mountain hit a weak point in the dungeon and that made it have a crack. So he created the Thunder Sect in front of it," Victor said. Alex nodded. "Yes," Alex said. "And?" Victor urged him to continue. "The dungeon's gate was not stable, it was shrinking. So the Ancestor found a formation master who created a locking formation that stopped the closing of the gate. But that made it so it could only be opened once every year, when the elites and apprentices who are deemed loyal would be able to go inside it, where they would be thrown to random locations. Only 10% made it out, as they needed to find the door inside to leave and enjoy their new status. It was not easy," Alex said. "What?" Margaret was surprised. "Does that mean you can get a lot of exp for free?" she asked. "Yes and no," Alex replied. "The dungeon was never cleared, so there were no rewards in it. But the elite apprentice could go inside and harvest the weak mantises, then participate in a raid outside to exchange their exp," she said. "And what does this have to do with you?" Margaret asked. I was the young master of the Thunder sect, and in addition to my father, the patriarch, we were the only ones who knew how to disable the locking formation. She said. The elders and the Thunder sect must have tried to break in, didn't they? Victor said. Alex nodded. That is what seems to be the case. They must have used too much energy and broke the dungeon in the process. She said. I see. Victor said with a sigh, we have to do something to hide you, as many powers would be searching for the remaining members of the Thunder sect. He added. Will the young master help me? Alex asked in surprise. She expected that he would sell her or throw her out now that she had become a hot commodity. Yes, I will not give up on you. Victor said, so we have two choices. He added as he began to inspect Alex, making her nervous. What? She asked. The first one is to lock you someplace dark and never let you see the daylight ever again, Victor said. What about the second choice? She asked nervously. You would have to act like a girl from now on. Victor said. Margaret, it would be your mission from now on to train him. I mean her. Make her act like a lady. And if she doesn't do well, just tell me, I will castrate him to make her more feminine. Victor said, making Alex shocked. Don't worry, I will do it myself if needed, it would be quick, Victor said casually as Alex was left speechless. Margaret was having a hard time holding her laughter. The young master is so bad. But why was he teasing Alex like this? She didn't care. Understood, young master, leave it to me. She said, but can I be a little rough? She asked as she liked her cherry lips, making Alex feel a shiver in her spine. Yeah, do whatever is needed, I just want nobody to realize that Alex is a man, Victor said with a smirk that Alex didn't like at all. She wondered if she should tell him the truth. No. She promised her father, and she was worried that he would do that to her. Maybe. At this moment Hilda returned with Lily after settling Arya and the girls. Young master, I settled the girls. And I want to inform you that I installed new security cameras throughout the mansion. We are just missing a few guards. She said. Oh, I will go get a few pretty girls tomorrow to act as guards, Victor said, making Lily and Margaret shoot him a glare. Pervert young master. Where did you put the magazines which were here? He asked. Ah, they are in the basement. Alpha told me that you wanted a change, so I did that. Does the young master need them? Hilda asked with uncertainty. Depends, who bought them originally? He asked. It was Baron, Hilda answered. Then it's okay, bag them for me, I will be using them the day after tomorrow. He said with a smile. For what? Margaret wanted to ask but chose not to. It's not polite to ask about her young master's perverted hobbies unless she was involved. Ah, that reminds me. Alex suddenly exclaimed, young master, we got the things you wanted from the brothel. She said as she ran out of the study. Hilda sighed as she looked at Alex leaving. She really didn't like this young man, and she couldn't understand why the young master let him live in the main mansion. I will take my leave then, Hilda said respectfully and left. She doesn't want to see what dirty things they got from the brothel. Alex returned quickly with the loot bag and placed it on the table with a grin. Victor smiled and gestured to Lily to close the door, then sat at the desk, and began to take the items one by one under the girl's curious eyes. First, it was Baron's ID. After taking a look at it he stored it in his ring. This should be useful soon. After that a black ink pen. Victor quickly used a series of moves to convert the normal-looking pen into a USB stick, which he threw at Lily. He got this thing in this past life too when he investigated Baron. It was a treasure trove of blackmailing materials. I want you to inspect everything here. It should contain some good data in addition to a ledger of Baron's black deals. He said as he took the hard drive out of the bag. This is? He asked. Ah, Alpha said you might need it. It contains the security recordings of the brothel. Margaret said. Good, Victor said as he also handed it to Lily. Inspecting this should be a good first mission for the girls. Next was a golden dagger. Alpha told me that Baron intended to use this on her before she killed him and he seemed hesitant, and she didn't recognize it. Margaret interjected. Victor frowned and appraised it. Golden sacrificial dagger SS19, sacrifice one life for a 1/10th chance of certain death attack. Cheat. This thing was crazy strong. but it's too costly to activate. No wonder Baron didn't use it in the end, as he was the only one present there and would not sacrifice himself for just a 1/10th chance. Wait, it says 1/9, what if he collected all of those? Like that would ever happen. After that was the leather book. This was a low-grade appraisal artifact and Victor wanted to sell this, as he knew someone that would be very interested, semicolon. The Book of Blood S. Reveal the bloodline talent of the target. Can reveal the hidden information in the bloodline. Requires having bigger authority than the blood originator to be able to decode the data. What? This thing is very interesting. He will use it later on. Lily and himself. Victor resisted the urge to try it immediately and proceeded to inspect the last item. It is an ancient book that had a drawing of a woman with an erotic posture on it. Not only Victor but also Lily and Alex were surprised at the sight of it. It was in Baron's office. I thought you might like it, so I took it. Margaret cheekily said. Victor chuckled, then just as he was about to put it away he activated his appraisal skill on it out of habit. Semicolon. The Book of Wished Knowledge X. The book takes the form and reveals the information that its master desire. Require X rank class to activate. Require authority depending on the subject. Cost. Order point per activation. Depends on the information. Cooldown time. Depends on the information's rank. Last activation target. The 100 most beautiful women in their favorite exotic poses. Cheat. What is this? What the fuck is this? This thing was an X-ranked treasure. It was of the same rank as the time book he used to return to the past. X-ranked treasures had powers that defied reality, but also very steep costs. Should he try it? But what would he need to ask about? Would it be costly? Save it for later. It seems the last owner of this thing was a big pervert, Victor thought as he flipped through the book to look at those 100 beauties. The women were really beautiful, about 80% to 95% on the Lily scale. Suddenly he stopped when he saw a girl there. This book must have been owned recently. No, wrong. It was her. After a frown, he quickly closed the book, just as Margaret got curious about the way Victor changed his expressions rapidly, and sneaked around wanting to look at the girl he liked. She didn't browse through this earlier, as she was not interested. Victor stood up, then turned around and grabbed Margaret, who was behind him. Then, to everyone's surprise, kissed her hard on the mouth. This book was the most amazing gift anyone could give me. Thank you, Margaret, he said in a cool posture and a dashing smile, making Margaret blush heavily for the first time since she met Victor. She completely lost her confident composure, as she never expected this kiss. Lily and Alex were a little jealous, and could only think of one word. Pervert. Was a porn book really this great? Should I go to the market and buy a stack of porn magazines for this perverted young master? Maybe he prefers vintage collections. Chapter 121. Who is she? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Charlotte was sitting on her leather chair as she watched some men with naked chests move chests inside a vault. Young mistress, the von Weiss family has eradicated the Lotus Gang. An old butler said. My stupid little brother would have never thought that I would use our enemies to erase the traitors he brought up. She said with a smirk. Shall we send someone else to assassinate Victor? He asked. No need. That gut might be a pervert, but he is well protected, and I don't want to get in trouble with his family yet. She said. Send him an invitation to the auction, but make sure that he arrives late. I want to humiliate him a little, she said with a look of hatred in her eyes. Understood, the old man said as he bowed deeply. Any news about Baron? She asked as she watched the guards bring in 3 girls in chains. Those are what's left of her goods. Damn you, Titus, you idiot. No, we don't even know if he was alive. The old man said. That guy will not die this easily. Just keep searching for him. He will pop up sooner or later, he always does. She said. At the very least we need to retrieve the bloodline checking book. She added. After kicking the clingy Margaret and Alex out of the study and then locking the door, Victor smiled as he looked at the pouting Lily. These things are really great, you know. Sit down and wait for your turn. he said with a smile as he set the blood book on the desk, then pricked his finger and marked the cover with his essence blood. The book shone a little, indicating that it has recognized a new master. Now using this is very easy, he just had to drop his blood in the groove on the cover. The book reacted and began to turn its pages until it reached an already existing silvery purple page. It was mostly empty, just 2 lines, semicolon. Blood ID 12548004125135432154657767771. Rank AAA, and the word von Wise was written in elegant handwriting in the corner. Probably Baron's doing, semicolon. Authority condition met, 15541. Do you want to reveal blood encoded data? Yes, no. He pressed yes, and the page changed in front of his eyes, semicolon. Blood ID 125480041251354321546577771. Rank AAA. Data status complete. Originator species Elder Dragon. Special blood effects: immortality, enhanced healing, enhanced libido, enhanced strength, enhanced magic power, enhanced charm, enhanced luck, enhanced poison resistance, enhanced fire resistance. Bloodline skills: dragonification, SS, regeneration, SS, dragon breath, S, dragon claw, S, limitless flight, S, limitless dive, S, hiding, S, devouring, A, draconic howl. A, camouflage, A, charm, B, weakness, netherstone, restrains powers, sunstone, reveal in hiding. Whoa, he never knew his bloodline was this overpowered. What would happen if he succeeded in upgrading it? What would it turn into? He knew a few things about this. The blood features just rely on purity, while the skills would be granted one awakening and they are limited by the purity too. The purer the better. Usually, not all skills are granted, 1 or 2 mostly. That's unless he was 100% pure and fully awakened. What is this young master? Lily, who sat quietly beside him, asked. This artifact reveals the secrets of the bloodline. Those should be the von Wees blood, he said. Can you read those symbols? Lily asked with astonishment, making him realize that the book was written in rune writing. This type of thing was still unreadable, and only a few symbols could be recognized by trial and error, as the AAA rank. That's how Baron used it. Yes, I can read this. It just needs some effort to learn, he said with a smile that made Lily's eyes sparkle. The young master is really amazing, she thought, not realizing how amazing reading runes truly was. In his past life, Victor was one of the few who truly read this thing. No, put a drop of your blood in this groove, he said as he handed Lily a sterilized needle. He didn't want the cut to leave a scar. She nodded and did as he told her. Just as the blood entered the groove, the book shone, then flipped open to an empty space, and out of thin air, a golden page with raven ornaments began to materialize. No record of her bloodline was registered in the book before this. Semicolon. Blood ID 1407484161264796003984000542155. Rank SS. Semicolon. Authority condition met, 240,137. Do you want to reveal blood encoded data? Yes, no. Wow, much more authority was needed for hers. Is it because of the SS rank? He quickly pressed yes, semicolon. Blood ID 1407484161264796003984000542155. Rank SS. Data status complete. Originator species Crown Crow. Special blood effects: immortality, enhanced healing, enhanced strength, enhanced magic power, enhanced agility, enhanced intelligence, enhanced fire resistance, enhanced cold resistance, super enhanced memory, super enhanced charm. Bloodline skills: Misfortune Bringer X, Shadowkin SSS, Soul Suck SSS, Croaklaw SS, Death Shrill SS, Limitless Flight S, Charm S, Hiding S, Survival Instinct S, Devouring A, Memory Song A, Camouflage A, Regeneration B, Mocking C, Weakness Sunstone, Reveal in Hiding, Elven Metal, Disables Powers. What? Victor stood up and yelled, making Lily shrink a little bit as he looked at her as if he wanted to eat her. Is everything okay, young master? She asked timidly with a blush. The way he looked at her made her feel strange. Dear Lily, come sit on my lap, he said as he sat down and patted his lap. Lily nodded timidly and sat down, to feel his arms hug her. I thought that my bloodline was overpowered, but after looking at yours, I found out that I am pathetic, he said, making her a little shocked. Was it really like that? She thought as she looked at the incomprehensible runes in the book. But, I have some good, and bad news for you, he said with a complex expression. What? She asked nervously. The bad news is that we may have to split up, he said with a sigh while feeling a little guilty for having to manipulate Lily's feelings. What? She yelled as tears began to fill her eyes. Does the young master not need me anymore, or does it have something to do with my bloodline? Is it better than yours? Can't you just take it? I don't mind, she said in shock. Idiot, that's not it, he said as he hugged her harder. It has something to do with the good news. Your bloodline. Let me confirm who your parents are, he said, deciding to tell her the truth about her origin. The truth would come out sooner or later, and it would be better if he was the one who would deliver the news. My parents? She asked in shock. But I remember them. They were farmers. They sold me to a brothel when I was 5, and no matter how much I pleaded, they didn't listen, she said with a sad voice. If my guess was correct, those guys were not your real parents, he said as he grabbed the Book of Wished Knowledge and opened it to a page showing a pretty naked woman in a dirty pose. Lily wanted to look away in embarrassment but stopped when she realized that the woman looked about 99% similar to her, if it weren't for the slightly slanted eyes and the beauty mark on her cheek. Victor also inspected the picture. This woman had a mature charm that the young Lily could never rival. Not yet anyway. Who is she, and why is she in this dirty pose? Lily asked in shock as her face was painted red with a blush. She wouldn't mind making this pose for her young master, but she wouldn't like it if it was featured in a porn book. This book is an artifact that was set to show the most pretty women in the world about 120 years ago. Victor said he discovered the age by trying to ask the same question about the women, and the book told him that it would cost him 120,000 order points and 10 years cold down time, or 120 order points and 120 years cold down time. And since the book was usable now, that much time has probably elapsed. Ah, who is she? Lily asked. Look at the name at the bottom, he said. Lily looked to see 3 words written in ethereal handwritten runes that she couldn't read. What does it say? She asked with embarrassment while wishing to pinch the young master for teasing her. Venus von Kroner, probably your grandmother, he said, making Lily frown. She had never heard of that name before. She inspected the picture again but quickly looked away. The pose was very dirty. But, maybe I just look like them, she said. Not with your crown claw bloodline. It's unique to them, he said. The von Kroner was the strongest family in the world. They went into hiding about 21 years ago, Victor added, making Lily gasp. But, what does it matter? She asked. If you belonged to that family, that would be a problem, as they would never approve of a son-in-law like me. Not easily anyway, as my bloodline rank is too low for them, he said with a shallow smile that made Lily shocked as she realized why he told her that they may not be able to stay together. I will just hide. They don't know about me, she said timidly. She was curious about her real family, but she didn't want to leave her young master. No, they don't, but they will. You must know better than me how big family spy networks work, he said. I know. But they didn't look for me until now, she said in a depressed voice. I have information that the von Kroner had some kind of an internal power struggle that would end very soon. Maybe your situation was related to it, he said. We don't know if they will look for you for sure, but you have to be ready just in case." He lied. He clearly met her brother when he came to the archipelago to look for her trace back then. At that time Victor hid the fact that he was of unwise, just posing as a history researcher, and together with that guy he found out through the records what happened to Lily. He could not have imagined that the random girl who was killed at the day of his ceremony would have been such an important character. And he would have never believed that he would fall in love with her. His initial purpose when he saved her was to send her to her family. Her brother was his best friend after all, and that guy did confess to Victor that he wished they were brothers-in-law when they got drunk once. No matter what, I want to stay with the young master," she said stubbornly with a blush bringing him to the present. "I want that too. But you would have to face your parents sooner or later. So we have to get married before they find you," he said as he hugged her tighter. "I would have to face my in-laws after all," he said sniffing her hair, making her smile a little. He really had several solutions. The best one was to upgrade his bloodline. If he has an S-ranked bloodline things would be much easier. "Did the young master know about that before and made me wear a veil for that purpose?" she asked him after sitting on his lap and feeling his warm hug for a while, making him freeze. Cheat. This girl was too smart for her own good. "Of course not, I just didn't want anyone else to look at your beauty with dirty eyes," he lied. Lily nodded in embarrassment. "Don't worry, I just need to get rid of Linda, and we will marry," he said. The Von Kroner would take another 3 years to sort out their trouble, then it would take her brother another 3 years to track her here. That's if nothing was changed. Chapter 122. Bloodlines Test. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After calming Lily down, Victor told her to go get the girls. He needed to test their bloodlines. Watching her leave the study he sighed, wondering what would be her reaction when she hears his plan for her family. Well, that would be for the future. Now he had to get rid of Linda. His plan for her was already underway, and that idiot was acting just as he expected. It was a good thing that she lives in Vane City, where the Von Wise family controls everything. Soon, Lily returned with the girls. "Young master, do you need anything?" Beto asked as Lily didn't explain why the young master requested them. "Come on, one by one drop your blood onto this book," Victor said. "We already did that when Master Bar Pig took us to the mansion." Beto said. "Yeah, I know. Now do it again." Victor gestured to her. Beto nodded and then did as he said. The book quickly flipped to a page with an ID 154 on its header. This was Baron's handwriting. Blood ID 4154432112661613421343214321430. Rank B. Data status incomplete, unable to show more data, 35%. Her bloodline was not pure it seems, so the data was not complete. It seemed that to complete the data of a bloodline he would need to get samples from more people. But this was enough for him to know its originator. He quietly wrote it in his notebook. After that the girls, one by one tested their blood types as Victor wrote some notes down. He especially licked his lips when Theta tested her blood. "All done, good job," he said, with a chuckle as he looked at the data, making the girl pout a little because he told them nothing. They didn't dare complain though. "Good, Lily. Go get your sisters," Victor said, as he gestured to Margaret and Alex, who was now wearing a maid dress, to enter the room. Beto and her sisters gave Alex a strange look, especially Gamma, who was a little interested in Alex before. She never thought he had such hobbies. Really, all men are perverts. Alex, Margaret, and the twins were tested after that. They didn't have any bloodlines. But the book's reaction to Alex's case was strange. It was as if it was having a hard time deciding, which made Victor think of a possibility as he began to look at her. Maybe her bloodline was locked, like the curse that locked her experience before. "Is everything okay, young master?" Alex asked with a blush as she felt her eyes crawl all over her body. She wasn't used to wearing a dress. "Just sit here," he said, pointing to a couch nearby as he hurried the other girls to go out. Margaret giggled, making Gamma ask her what was going on. Oh, Alex has discovered that he was not comfortable being a man, and the young master decided to help him find his direction in life, she said, making the girls blush. "I am a girl." Alex wanted to shout while wishing to strangle that slut. Margaret, can't you find a better way to explain things? After Margaret winked then closed the door, Victor looked at Alex and asked, You already told me that you had no idea who your mother was, right? Victor asked, making Alex frown a little. She nodded. She had already told him about her family when she met him. Do you have any mementos from her? Victor asked. Alex hesitated for a moment. Yes, not with me. There was a pendant that my father always wore. He told me that it was from my mother, but that traitor took it when he imprisoned me. Alex said with hatred, forgetting her embarrassment. Your fiancé? Victor asked. Yes. No, my best friend. Don't forget that I am a male, young master. Alex said with sweat dripping from her forehead. She almost revealed herself. Oh, that would be a big problem then. Victor said with a sigh. Why? Is everything okay, young master? Alex asked. Your bloodline is strange. It is as if there was something hiding or locking it. Even this book, an S-ranked artifact, couldn't detect it. It may have something to do with your mother. Victor said, making Alex surprised. We have to get that pendant. I believe it holds a secret. Victor added. Shall we go to the Thunder Sect? I don't know if that guy survived, Alex asked with determination. Yes, maybe it is there on his corpse. Perhaps he survived, maybe someone took it during the battle. There are too many variables. We will have to go there to investigate the place anyway. But not now. Victor said while pondering. Next month I will have to go on a dungeon raid with my father near New York City. That place is close to the Thunder Sect, so we would head there on our way back. I already promised you that I will help you get revenge. And although someone beat us to the Thunder Sect, I still have to help you retrieve your things and regain your honor. Victor said, acting as if he really cared about her, while in truth he only wanted to know what happened to the Thunder Sect's vault. If it was still hidden, he wouldn't mind ransacking it. As for the pendant, if it really mattered, it would find its way to Alex sooner or later. That's how science and fate worked. Alex nodded with gratefulness in her eyes. The young master really cares for her. Just then Lily returned with her assassin girls who quickly saluted Victor respectfully while giving Alex a strange look. Is this guy a male or a female? Wasn't he dressed in a butler uniform earlier? If it were not for his short hair, they would have truly mistaken him for a girl. Is he a pervert? Or is this just a hobby? Come on, everyone. Drop your blood on this book's cover, Victor said with a smile as if he understood the girls' dirty thoughts. The girls nodded and then began to test their blood one by one. Sadly, they were all except one, normal humans. Well, finding someone with a bloodline was never easy. Anyway, he will keep this book with him in case he meets an interesting girl. Or boy. He quickly kicked the girl back to their room to get some sleep, then sat down, and relaxed as Lily stood behind him massaging his shoulders. Any good results? She asked curiously, making Victor hand her the notebook. Beta, Silver Wolf bloodline, B rank, 35%, Gamma, Golden Duck bloodline, C rank, 41%, Delta, Diamond Dog bloodline, E rank, 54%, Epsilon, Bronze Dog bloodline, D rank, 61%, Zeta, Three-tailed Fox bloodline, D rank, 70%, Eta, Sleepy Porcupine bloodline, F rank, 61%, Theta, Twin-tailed Lucky Cat bloodline, S rank, 12%, Nora, Horned Bat bloodline, E rank, 10%. Victor sighed. The girls didn't have pure blood, but that's to be expected as most likely they were just some random common girls who had really bad luck, except Theta. Was it her luck that brought her to him? He really wanted to know her skills, but her blood purity was too low for the book to analyze. Lily, I want you to check the data we got from Baron. See if there's anything about the girl's origin, he said. Lily nodded as she watched her young master close his eyes and enjoy her delicate hands. She didn't know, but he was checking on Alpha's situation. She was still training the brothel girls. She was going to use them to create a spy network using some of the resources that were hidden by her family. That girl was a pure sadist. She could act as an evil mistress very easily. He remembers how savage she was when he first met her. But now, dominating her felt quite good. Anyway, He needed her to return fast, as she had Dahara's jewel which he needed to create a protection and hiding formation around the mansion. He wants to awaken all the girls. If he was discovered by the family or the other powers, it would raise too many questions, as he can't just say it was a coincidence, like the dungeon incident. And he might need to leave the mansion in the future, and he didn't want them to be helpless. That reminded him that he never got the formation materials he asked the alchemist about. Victor quickly searched his storage ring and took out the card that the old man gave him. It has a store address. He should go there tomorrow before heading out to search for the 41 Death Warriors Nick hid. "What are you thinking about, young master?" Lily asked him with a frown after she saw the lewd smile on his face. She didn't like it at all. "Tomorrow you will accompany me to get about 40 new girls," he said lazily, making Lily, just for a moment, consider if it was okay to strangle this pervert young master's neck. Martin von Zwei looked coldly at his son's body as the candlelight illuminated the dog sheet covering it. It leaked out of the casket onto the expensive wool carpet that covered the grand hall. The elders around him chose to remain silent, observing and wondering. It seemed fresh. "How many dogs do you need to create such a masterpiece? Patriarch, let me go and kill that bastard Cassius. How dare he do this to young Master Carlos?" an elder from the Patriarch's faction said with anger, as the other elders around him also clamored for revenge. "No," Martin said, making the hall go silent again as he pondered for a second. "What do you think, Levi?" he asked his second son without showing any expression. "This is a trap. The enemy must have been doubting Cassius. They want to expose the force behind him. Even Carlos's death might not be a coincidence." "We must not react rashly," Levi said, making the elders nod in approval. "Amazing, young master, we have not thought of that," many elders said, trying hard to kiss his ass. "Silence," Martin commanded in a chilling voice, making them quickly hold their tongues. They didn't want to lose them. "The question is it one of us?" he asked, looking at the nervous elders. "Someone from the other family?" he added, looking at his son, "or the von Wise?" he concluded with hatred leaking through his cold facade. "I may add that it may be some unknown faction in the von Wise family," Levi added, making his father give him an approving look. "What do you propose?" he asked majestically. "Rita should have finished her ceremony, so I think it is a good time for her to join us, just for a few days before attending the academy. I might need to take her on a tour to the graveyard lab," he said, making the elders in the hall shiver. "She is your fiancée? Do you really want to put her through that?" Martin asked coldly. "We must," Levi said. "She is a pawn anyway. And her death would serve a purpose at least," he added. "Master, that would expose Cassius," an elder said to Martin. "It's okay, that faction is disposable, as Cassius was probably exposed. And we still have the von Rosen, we just need to tell them to hasten their infiltration." Killing Anne would make a perfect opportunity because all the competing factions would need to strengthen themselves fast, and marriage with another family is a sure way. Levi explained. "Master, but Anne is already poisoned, no need to make Rita kill her." Another elder who was of an opposing faction interjected. "She was cured." "We still don't know who and how," Levi replied, making the elder frown. He didn't like the fact that he was not informed of this new information. "Fine, make sure to do it perfectly. It's time to get rid of the von Wise anyway, as many worms are already eyeing them. If they were not annihilated after this, they would have to go into hiding for a long time to recover from the internal dispute that will ensue," Martin said as he coldly looked at Carlos's corpse. "Understood, esteemed father," Levi answered. Chapter 123, Another Dog. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor woke up at the ringing of his phone, and as usual, he was not in a mood to answer. He didn't even bother to open his eyes as he enjoyed the feeling of being hugged by more than one girl. He knew that someone would pick it up sooner or later. "This is the phone of young Master Victor." Lily answered the phone after a few seconds. "No, he is busy." Her tone got less polite. "Ah, when?" "Yes, I will tell him, I know." With that, she hung up the phone rudely. "Good morning, young master, it is Kai. He wanted to tell you that you got invited to an auction tomorrow night." Lily said. "Oh, where and at what time?" he asked lazily. "About 9:00 p.m., They will send someone with the invitation later. It is in the White Hotel. She replied, 9.00? That beach, Charlotte, wants me to arrive late it seems. He thought as he opened his eyes and looked at the girls hugging him. They were Mina and Mana, who have sneaked into his bed in the middle of the night. They seemed to have been awake all this time. Good morning, young master. They said at the same time. Good morning? Don't you two have duties to attend to? He asked them as he yawned. It was already 10.00 a.m. Those girls are getting lazy. We didn't want to wake you. And hugging the young master was very comfortable, so we didn't want to let go. Mana said cheekily with a blush. She has been learning from Margaret it seems. Oh, where is that slut? Where is Margaret? He asked. That pervert should have been with them. Ah, do you miss her, young master? Mina asked, trying to tease her young master but failing miserably. Maybe, she has a nice texture. He said, making the girls feel a little jealous. What does he mean by texture? They wondered. She said that she will sleep with her new toy, Mana answered after some hesitation. She was worried that the young master would get angry about Margaret sleeping with Alex. Oh, if it is Alex then it's okay. He is the one we should be worried about. You can try sleeping with him too if you want, Victor said, making the girls feel strange. But on second thought, it's true that Alex didn't act like a man at all. He was a wimp. Now go wash up then prepare some breakfast for me, Victor said, making the girls reluctantly get up. Last night, Lily let them hug the young master with her. And without that annoying Margaret, they enjoyed a blissful night. They didn't know why, but being near their young master made them feel a strange sense of security. The twins quickly returned to their room and took a shower, then headed to the kitchen after getting dressed in their maid's uniforms. Margaret and Alex, who was still in a maid uniform, were already there helping Hilda, who seemed to have already prepared most of the dishes, so the twins only had to make the final touches. How was your night? Hilda asked them while raising her eyebrow. She didn't expect them to jump to the young master's bed this willingly. But it's not bad. It was good, Mina said with a blush before turning to Margaret and asking to change the subject. How was your night, Margaret? She asked curiously. What did they do all night? That Alex was a little pale. It was fine, we just played a little game, Margaret chuckled, making Alex shiver. She should have never tied Margaret up that night. This girl seeks revenge for the slightest grievances. Thankfully it didn't involve anything sexually, or her secret would have been revealed. Alex swore that she should never let Margaret know her true gender. Just thinking about what would happen sent shivers down her spine. Oh. Mana nodded with a blushed face, imagining some wild scenarios. Let's get things ready, Hilda said after a chuckle. She never thought that this much drama would happen in this mansion. Young Master Victor was really great. She could tell from the smiles of the girls. She has served under other masters in the family, and most of them are pieces of shit. They would never give their servants this much freedom and they would punish them for every little thing. After having his breakfast hand-fed to him by Lily, Victor asked about the other girls in the mansion and Hilda told him that they had already eaten early in the morning. Beta and her sisters were studying, while the assassin girls were doing their morning training. I have some business outside, do you want to come with me, or would you prefer to go shopping with your sisters? Victor asked Lily. I will go with you, Lily said naturally as she wiped his mouth with a napkin. Will you give me a ride? I want to go to my apartment and get my clothes. Aria, who just went downstairs, asked. That's fine, Victor replied. He totally forgot that she was living with him now. What about me? Margaret asked. You stay here with Alex, he should stay low for a while. And you have to teach him how to flirt with men, Victor said, making Alex bite her lip. This is for your own good, Victor told her after noticing her sour expression. The strange thing about Alex is that even if she was wearing the maid uniform, she would still give the air of a boy. It was the gender-changing artifacts effect. Only Victor, who was not affected due to his high authority, could enjoy the sight of Alex's camouflaged curvy figure. Hilda, call Theta for me, I want her to accompany us, Victor ordered before he stood up and headed out to check on his car. He didn't have a chance to really inspect it since he bought it. This time he can't take Leo as he might need to drive while following the ring signal. Finding Nick's hideout would require some luck. After an hour, Victor drove out of the mansion with Lily, Arya, and the jubilant Theta. This was her first time going out like this, and despite Alpha's repeated warnings, she really liked the young master. First, they headed to the store where Victor intended to buy the materials for the formation. It was an antique store built inside a warehouse in an inconspicuous industrial zone, as if the owner intended to be low-key. There was not much traffic, just some lorries or trucks passing by. "All of you stay here," he told the girls as he got down. He didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble because of the girl's beauty. "Young master, can I come?" the curious Theta asked, making Victor, who wanted to refuse her, freeze. His instinct told him that he should never refuse this girl's requests. "Okay," he said, as he stretched his hand, making her hold it with a slight blush. When she was at Titus's mansion, she was never treated this kindly by the men there. "And the young master's hand is so soft." Arya could only utter pervert in a low voice, while Lily looked at them with some jealousy. But she had seen the bloodline notes Victor took yesterday, and she had an idea why Victor would take Theta with him. "Don't let go of my hand," Victor said to Theta, who nodded in response. Entering the store, Victor looked around and quickly found that this store specialized in antiques, fake antiques to be specific. It was filled with all kinds of things. "Don't touch anything, if you break it you will pay for it." A bossy sales girl who was dusting the antique sparked at him. "Do you need anything?" she asked after that. Camellia. Abnormal status, slave, weak. STR 14. INT 22. Luck 11. Charm 24. Fate, E. Bloodline. Victor quickly appraised her and discovered that this girl was just a servant. Her master probably belonged to some hidden power. "Where is your master?" "This young master wants to meet him," Victor asked arrogantly, making the girl squint her eyes. "You mean the boss? He only meets important people," she said proudly. "Tell him the old alchemist sent me." "Go." "This young master has no time to waste," he said, giving her the card he got from the shopkeeper. The girl frowned a little as she took the card and then headed to the back of the store. "Wait a second, and touch nothing," she rudely said. "Many people come here to meet her master, and he usually just kicks them out." As they waited, Theta began to look around the store, looking at all the paintings and vases. "Do you like anything?" he asked her, just in case. "I don't know," she said as she shook her head, making her ponytail swing. "I think that painting is pretty," she said, pointing to an obvious knockoff, palm-sized painting of a penguin smoking a pipe. Victor said nothing. He just approached it and began to inspect it. His appraisal skill showed nothing, and his impression was that this thing was not even a real painting. It was made using some printer, then plastered with some opaque watercolors over the ink to appear authentic for some idiot to buy it. The one who did this didn't even bother to use some inexpensive oil paints. This young master has a keen eye. This painting was the last product of an aspiring artist, someone said from behind him. It was an old man with a snow-white pointy beard and thick eyebrows. He came from the back of the shop and was followed by that bossy salesgirl. Name, Huang Shan. Level, 99. Class, Merchant. Abnormal status, Cursed, SS. Authority, 9. Strength, 245. Agility, 229. Intelligence, 261. Luck, 53. Charm, 57. Order, 80. Skills, Killer Fist S. Appraisal A. Formation Arts A. Haggling A. Money Grubber A. Suspicion A. Speech A. Charm B. Scheming B. Cooking B. Brewing B. Survivor C. Knife Arts D. Surveying D. Shield D. Chess E. Sword Arts F. Cleaning F. System Store Access, Level 7. Player Market Access, Level 2. Equipment, Defensive Talisman S. Charm Enhancing Ring B. Aura Hiding Pendant B. Storage Ring D. Ring of the Master F. Fate's Status. Fate's Power, C. Fate's Direction, Neutral. Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, See, another hidden master. Those guys are popping out everywhere recently. No wonder that after the reckoning the world changed so fast. Those guys were waiting for their chance. Are you the boss here? Victor asked arrogantly. Yes, did Neil send you? The man asked as he looked at the card in his hand. If you mean that grumpy alchemist, then yes. He didn't have the materials I needed, so he sent me here. He even told me that you would give me a discount, Victor said, making the girl behind a smirk. The boss had never given anyone discounts before. This idiot young master would be lucky if he didn't lose his pants on his way out. Oh, what do you need? The old man said, not caring for Victor's rude language. He just looked at Theta, then returned his vision to Victor. The girl is normal, but this guy is strange. Why can't I see anything? He must be from a powerful family that gave him some protection artifacts. But is he a big fish or just another shrimp? The man wondered without making it show on his face. These materials, Victor said as he gave the man the list. Huang Shan quickly took a look at it with a frown. I have those materials. Payment is in coins. The man said seriously. This is a good business deal. How much? Asked Victor. 3 million coins. The man said while flashing 3 of his fingers in Victor's face. He was not sure if Victor would run when he heard that number. Many people underestimate the cost of those materials. Too much, Victor said while wanting to smack this guy's face. He was charging him more than double the normal price. Too bad he didn't want anyone to know he got those, otherwise he would have just bought them from the family. But that would expose too many things. Too much? Not at all. This Mirage Stone is not easily found, you know. And I am already giving you a discount because Neil sent you. Huang replied dismissively, making Victor frown for a second before looking at Huang again. I can accept, but I need 2 things from your shop with it, Victor said, making Huang surprised. This is a big fish. He will get an 83% profit margin from those. What? Huang asked. He really wants this deal to work now. First, this painting, Victor said while observing the penguin painting, making Huang look at it with interest too. Does this thing have any real value? Both of them wondered. But Huang, who got curious, would never let go of this painting now. That can't be. This painting is too precious. My late mother used to love it, so it is not for sale, Huang said, making Camellia behind him curse at him. Didn't he punish her a few days ago for failing to get rid of it? And what late mother? Didn't you scam this thing a month ago out of the hands of that lousy wandering painter? Victor frowned, then looked at Theta, who only shook her head. It's okay, I don't like it much anyway. It was just interesting, she said in a soft voice. She didn't want the young master to get in trouble because of her. It was enough that he wanted to buy her the painting. Fine, then I will take a random thing in addition to that girl, Victor said, pointing at Camellia, who opened her mouth in shock. Did this guy really want her? Does he want revenge? Would her master sell her just like that? Oh, she would be an extra 1,000 coins, Huang said immediately. He got this girl a few months ago and only for 100 coins. But if this pervert wanted her, he didn't mind giving her to him. He wanted to get a new one anyway. He can't keep someone by his side for too long. That's a lot. I can buy 10 beauties for that much money, Victor said while sneaking peeks at Camellia. Then how about I give you this painting with her? It is for the same artist who drew the penguin, the man said as he rampaged a little before taking another lousy painting of a cat with 2 tails. This thing was even uglier than the penguin, as the artist didn't even bother to use a brush. He must have done it with his finger. But despite that, it made Victor want to yell in shock. Isn't this Theta's bloodline originator, the 2-tailed lucky cat? He professionally hid his expression as he looked at the painting. What the fuck was going on here? Are you perhaps scamming this young master? He asked the shopkeeper, hiding his true feelings. As Theta squeezed his hand, she really wanted this painting. Not at all, Huang replied professionally. Victor looked at Camellia and embarrassingly scratched his nose as if he was thinking while trying hard to hide his lip-slicking tongue. This gesture wasn't hidden from Huang's expert eyes. Another pervert. Lately, he has been selling girls more than anything else. Well, it's all business. Victor gave the penguin painting one more reluctant look and then pointed to a random hair ornament. I agree, I will take that too then, he said. This would look good on Lily, he thought. Is it a deal then? Huang said, after giving the hairpin a dismissive glance. Nothing special. He had a dozen of those in the back. Yes, when can I get my materials? Victor said, regaining his arrogant appearance. Just a second. Huang quickly went to the back as Camellia looked nervously at Victor. She has been a little rude to him earlier. Would he punish her? After a few minutes, Huang returned with a bag of materials. After that, he wrapped the cat picture and gave it to Victor with the hairpin. That would be 3,001,000 coins, Huang said. Victor quickly operated his system menu and paid him from Alpha's account. Then put the stuff in his ring. Good. Does the young master need anything else? Huang said politely. A big fish must be treated respectfully before and after chopping it. The girl, Victor said, making Huang smack his head. Sorry, I forgot. He said as he operated the ring on his finger. I have nothing to do with her now. The man said he dispelled the ring's effect. All good, Victor said as he ordered Camellia not to resist and then marked her with his master ring, taking one of the last two remaining slots. Only one left. Huang looked with interest at the ring in Victor's hand but said nothing. This young master was definitely from a big family, and he must be occupying an important position. Huang thought. Victor ignored him and left the store followed by an aggrieved girl who kept looking back with tears in her eyes, not knowing how she ended up changing hands. Just as they left the store, Huang smacked his head again. Cheat. I forgot to ask him for the price of the clothes Camellia was wearing. Never mind, I got enough milk out of him today, he complained. Victor led Theta and the nervous Camellia back to the car, where Lily was leaning to the car as she stared at him and Camellia behind him. Next to the car, two burly men were squirming on the ground holding their crotches, suffering from the mysterious cracked nut syndrome. You drive, Victor told Oreo as he returned to the car and sat in the back with Lily and Camellia. Name? Asked Victor. As Arya started the car. Camellia, young master. She said timidly. He must be really angry. Lily, you test her, Victor said, giving Lily, who was sitting next to Camellia, the blood book from his ring, making her squint her eyes. Another bloodline holder. The young master can really pick out those. Prick your finger and drop your blood here, Lily ordered coldly. Camellia quickly complied, making a new page appear in the book. Hell Guardian Dog. A rank. Data incomplete 91%. Another dog. Well, this one is interesting. She did have the personality of a cocky guard, and was barking when she saw strangers. But this is good. That idiot Huang would have never thought that he lost big. An rank bloodline holder costs at least 5 million coins. Tell me about yourself, Victor ordered as he watched the road. Arya was driving to her apartment. Wait, is he forgetting something here? Yes, he didn't test Arya's bloodline. That purple hair can't be natural. I am nothing special. I come from a village near Vane City. My family was poor, so they sold me to a gang. I changed hands many times and was purchased by Master Huang 2 months ago. She said timidly. How old are you? Are you a virgin? Lily asked her. I am 22 years old, and no. Camellia shook her head, making Victor curse. He really wanted to upgrade this one's bloodline. What are you good at? He asked her. I can do cleaning, cooking, and accounting. I can also fight a little, she said nervously. Her previous masters tried to teach her how to sing and dance, but they failed miserably. Do you know anything about this painting? He asked again as he took out the cat painting from his ring and looked at it. It has only one signature on the back, a strange symbol that Victor didn't recognize. A wandering artist sold it to Master Huang about 5 weeks ago, with 2 other paintings of a penguin and a butterfly. She said, the butterfly painting was sold to a hot girl who drove a red sports car a week ago. She added, making Victor frown. Then give the painting to Theta. With this girl's luck, this thing can't be a coincidence. This is yours, he said, explaining nothing. Just as Theta took the painting, just for a split second, Victor saw a white thread connect between the painting and her. As if this was fated. Theta, who noticed nothing strange, smiled as she took the painting and began to look at it. This was the first gift from the young master and she really liked it. Tell me if you felt anything strange about it, he told Theta as he decided to keep an eye on this girl. After that, He looked back at Camellia. "From now on, she is yours," he told Lily, who was surprised. "For me, young master?" she asked. "You need a maid or an assistant, as I want you to run my assassin's force," he said, making Lily, who got his point, nod. She really needed an assistant. It would make it easier to stay at her young master's side. Chapter 124, Flirting. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The car soon reached a luxurious apartment complex. This place was managed by the company to house their actors and VIPs. Arya lived here after Carla kicked her out of her villa. It made sense now why Arya was treated badly by her mother for all these years. She was not her real daughter after all. Victor told Lily to stay with her new dog and Theta in the car as he left with Arya. "You should go do your job. Arranging my belongings would take a while, and I will take a company moving truck to go back," Arya told him. "I know that. I am here for other purposes," he said as a young guard quickly opened the door when he saw Arya. "Good morning, Miss Arya. How was your trip?" he said respectfully with a smile. Victor told Susan to tell the employees that Arya was on a business trip. "Good morning, Jerry. It was good," Arya said after some hesitation, ignoring the flirting smile on his face. "What are you doing here blocking the road?" Victor, who was in the back, pushed the guard, Jerry, away. How dare he try to flirt with Arya? "What are you doing?" "Let the man do his job," Arya told him, failing to realize that he was courting her. This girl was too thick for common approaches. If he really wanted her, he should go forward and get rejected like a real man. "You are?" the young man asked him with vigilance. "This is the CEO of the company. You better not anger him or he would get you fired," Arya warned after she felt the hostility between them. Why would Victor pick a fight with this poor guard? She didn't understand this fake young brother of her at all. "Ah, sorry, sir," the young man said as he bowed deeply and cursed in silence. "Damn, Miss Arya has probably fallen for this rich young man. No, I must expose his true colors to her. Those guys are always traitors." The guard made his resolve for the new year. "It's okay, just thou know your place," Victor said arrogantly, making Jerry hate him more. Arya nodded and headed to the elevator that had just reached the ground floor. And when the door opened, two women stepped out. "Ah, young master, you are here." Myra, who saw Victor, exclaimed. The women were Myra and her agent. "Myra, I missed you the last couple of days. Come here and give me a kiss," Victor commanded, making the agent frown and then open her mouth in shock with the guard who was getting ready to save Miss Myra from this pervert. Myra, who was supposed to be a shy innocent woman, went to Victor directly and after some hesitation quickly pecked him on his cheek. HSSSSSS. Everyone was shocked except Arya. Just shook her head and entered the elevator. Nothing strange about this. Theodore has already slept with half of the company's actresses, so it was natural that Victor takes the rest. Pervert. A family of perverts. They didn't know that after Myra was claimed by Victor at the party, she called her father, who worked at the family's intelligence hall, and informed him of what had happened. He only told her one thing, that no matter what, she should do as Victor commands. He proceeded to tell her that Victor was granted an elite position in the family and that he could punish or kill them both with just a word, making her really scared. But her father assured her that the rumors about Victor's were all lies and that this might be her chance. So when Victor commanded her to kiss him, she forced herself to obey. "This is?" the agent, a tall pretty woman with thick glasses, asked as she gave Victor a nasty look. How dare he do that to Myra? Did he brainwash her? Is he blackmailing her? "I am Myra's owner," Victor said while slapping Myra's butt, making Myra blush harder and cover her face with her hands. Jerry clenches his fist hard in anger as he glanced at Arya, who only sighed as the elevator door closed. Why didn't Miss Arya react? And why would Miss Myra, who was as pure as water, fall into the hands of this arrogant young master? Are all women like that? Dirty money worshippers? Was his life and dreams a lie? "Owner?" the agent asked. Her mind had flown to a faraway place. She could not imagine what the word meant. Was this some kind of a perverted play? Should she call the police? "I am Victor White." "Perhaps you heard of my name," he said casually. "Victor White? Ah, the CEO. Nice to meet you, sir. I am Minerva, an agent at your company. the agent said as her expression changed and she began to shoot flirting gazes toward Victor. I wouldn't mind him being my owner too, she thought. Jerry, who was watching her expression, lost his soul at this moment. The agent made him confirm his guess. Why are you here? Myra asked him. Did he want her for something? I was driving Aria here to get her stuff. She is moving in with me. And I thought about you, he said, making her frown. Wasn't Miss Aria his sister? Her father did warn her that the family was full of perverts. I will tell you about it later. Victor, who read her mind, said, you will have to move in too when your current movie ends, he said, making her nod with a sigh. She didn't know what to think. Was the young master really good to her or another pervert? Now, do you have something private? I need to ask you something, he said, making Myra blush. Would he do that to her? Young master, you can use the reception room. Minerva, who adjusted both her glasses and her view on Victor, said with a knowing smile. If Myra could satisfy this young master, he would surely grant her good roles in the company, and as her agent, she would gain a lot. Victor nodded as under the guard's desperate gaze, he took Myra's delicate hand and dragged her into the reception room, and closed the doors. He didn't like this agent, but such opportunistic women are of great use for perverted young masters like him. Like now, how that woman followed after him and stood outside the door as a guard. The reception room was made with the highest standards to receive VIPs and important media representatives if needed. It was furnished with brown leather couches and delicate wooden coffee tables. Victor sat on a wide couch and invited the blushing Myra to sit beside him. She was nervous. What did he want to ask? Doesn't he already know everything about her? How is work lately? Victor asked her. It's a little tiring, but thanks to the young master I got the role of the heroine in Mr. Silverberg's new movie. The project is complete on paper, it was only missing financing, so now the shooting will begin next month, she said politely. I see. That's good, he said as he took out the blood book from behind his back, not letting her see that he used the storage ring. Prick your finger and let one drop of your blood drip on its cover, he said, making her frown a little. Myra hesitated, not understanding what was his purpose. So Victor had to take her hand himself and use a sharp needle to prick it, then bring it to touch the cover. She didn't dare to resist. Nothing happened, or that's what Myra saw. Victor saw a whole different scene as a silver page appeared in the book. Blood ID 511548811545790002321524433244490. Rank AA. Data status, complete. Originator species, lower aqua spirit. Female only bloodline. Special blood effects, all or nothing. Enhanced magic power, enhanced intelligence, enhanced fire resistance, enhanced cold resistance, enhanced poison resistance, enhanced shock resistance, enhanced memory, super enhanced charm, super enhanced self-healing. Bloodline skills: healing kiss S, healing touch A, regeneration A, diving A, hiding A, survival instinct A, charm A, enchanting song A, mimic B, reflect C. Blood curses: death when giving birth to a bloodline heir, weakness, truth ORB, reveal true form. Deathful flowers, disables powers. Interesting, Victor said, as he looked at Myra. Who is your mother? He asked. She never told him in his past life. My late mother was also a servant. She served in the logistics hall, she replied. I never met her. My father said that she passed away while giving birth to me, she added. Seeing her skills, Victor realized why this girl had a full bloodline. It's her bloodline power and curse. It seems that only one can inherit it. Was it always like that? Probably not. This was a curse after all. Is everything okay, young master? She timidly asked when she saw the worried look on his face. Yes, I just confirmed that I really liked you, he said, making her both shy and confused. How did he confirm that? Do you have anything now? He asked her as he texted Kai to get him Myra's father and mother's files. Yes, I have a photo shoot at the company, she said. Oh, too bad I am busy today. I really wanted to watch, he said, making her nod with a blush. Well, I will call you in a few days. We can have a nice meal then, Victor added as he stood up, making Myra surprised. Is that all? She wondered. What? Do you want me to do anything more? Victor, who could read her thoughts, asked, making her stand up and head to the door in shame, but she didn't expect Victor, who was still holding her hand, to pull her into his chest and kiss her lips. Ah! She was shocked. Never forget to give your young master a goodbye kiss, he said, as he left her hand and headed to the door. Take care of yourself. See you later, he said to the frozen girl as he left the room, under the surprised eyes of Minerva and Jerry who were waiting outside. Done already? Minerva asked unconsciously. Yes, but she would need about a minute to pull herself together and go out, so don't disturb her, he said as he gave the guard a threatening look and left the building. Jerry, who misunderstood the whole situation as intended by Victor, cursed silently as he looked at the arrogant young master's back. One day I will trample on all of you and have all the pretty women for myself, he swore. Oliver was sitting on his hospital bed, watching a show that made him forget his pains. A crazy woman entered the ward and started to hit that poor guy Abe. Apparently, she was his mother, and from her screaming, he made out the whole story. This Shetty family has sold their cousin to some young master for a lot of money, and that piece of shit Abe took the money and ran to a brothel, and it just so happened that the place was raided. The money was gone. What a Shetty family, they deserved what happened. Oliver. He heard a familiar voice call his name. Lulu. He asked in surprise. Wasn't this his high school crush Lulu? In the end, he chose his betraying girlfriend over her. How blind was he? What are you doing here? She asked him as she twirled her flowing hair. I had an accident, he said with some embarrassment. I heard that Keisha left you. She said, I am sorry. She added in a compassionate voice while smirking on the inside. He deserves this, just a poor bum who wants to jump out of a sheet pool and marry a swan. It's okay, I am over it. He lied, trying to act like a gentleman. What are you doing here? He asked to change the subject. My brother had an accident, so I came to visit and spotted you. She said flirtingly. Lulu, stop flirting with that guy. You can't milk anything from him. He was castrated? Abe yelled at his sister, making her look at Abe with disgust before turning around and leaving him saying nothing. She was intending to make use of him to rape Margaret, then film it and blackmail her. But now this guy turned out to be useless. Oliver was surprised, then furious. Was she Abe's sister? Damn, a family of snakes. He didn't have to ask anything. He realized that this beachwax going to use him. He could read her eyes. Why? Because he is a player now. Normal human emotions were clear to him as daylight. His intelligence and strength have tripled after the awakening. Soon, he will get his revenge on his girlfriend, on Lulu, and on that beach that. The pain made him stop thinking. He took a deep breath and recollected his thoughts. He would have never thought where life would bring him after he left that mountain village. But life was really full of surprises. Who would have thought that his grandfather's relic he hanged on his neck for all these years was an awakening talisman? He has already searched the web for this player thing, and after a day's work, he found a website that he had to do an interview to enter. He passed it and entered the Players Network to realize the hidden world he had never known about. There was a lot of information there and many encyclopedias. He even found hope for a cure. Soon, he thought, after being discharged he will be on his way to greatness. Chapter 125. Got the Chicks. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Doctor, when can the operation be performed? Linda asked as she lowered her sleeve after the doctor finished taking a blood sample. How about tomorrow? The old perverted doctor asked. No, let's do it 3 days later. And this must be a secret, or I swear my father would kill you, she said, making the doctor nod. Don't worry, miss. This is not my first time doing this. But about the payment, he said as he licked his lips. Don't worry, I will pay you before the operation. But you better not mess this up, she said with a worried voice that perfectly hid her murderous thought. This pervert would disappear from the face of the earth as soon as the operation was over. Victor left the apartment building and returned to the car while whistling a stupid song in a good mood. Thankfully, no bodies were on the ground this time. He got into the driver's seat, as Lily jumped from the back to his side. Let's go. he said. Lily nodded in response, then frowned. Why does the young master have the smell of a different woman? She smelled this one before. Pervert young master. Can't he go somewhere alone without having some slut rub into him? Victor, who saw her expression, chuckled as he drove off and began to navigate using the mast rings tracking feature as Lily watched the road silently. In the back seat, Theta was telling Camellia about her sisters, her cool new home, and how there was a big pool there. The tracking was not easy, as it was basically a hot and cold game where Victor had to follow the ring's target signal. After a while, they left Vane City and began to travel along the highway. After an hour, Victor had to exit it and began to travel along an old mountain road that ended up on a dirt trail. After having to go back 5 times because of dead ends, and after asking no less than 10 extremely helpful village aunts on the road, he seemed to have found the right road near sunset. Isn't it getting late? Lily asked. It's okay, I would have a lot of girls to warm me up later, he said with a smirk, making her a little jealous. She knew that she can't monopolize him and that nothing would really happen. But for some reason, the way he said it really annoyed her. Did he intend to make more than 40 girls warm his bed at the same time? Bad young master. Pervert young master. Is the young master always like this? Camellia whispered to Theta nervously. Yes, isn't he great? Everyone likes him, Theta said, making Camellia and even Lily shake their heads. This girl was hopeless. But it can't be helped. Being raised by perverts like Baron and Titus would surely corrupt a young maiden's perspectives. Soon they reached their destination, an off-grid abandoned factory. According to the villagers he asked on the road, this place was once a project made by some gang to launder money using it as a front. They chose this faraway place to build it to make it hard for anyone to investigate it. The operation was a success for a few years, but it fell when the gang's boss's brother-in-law told the police about him because of some family feud. So they were arrested, and this place has been closed ever since. The ring signal got very strong here, and Victor was sure that Nick used this place as his secret base. It was both uphill and had perfect hidden and defensive positions. Maybe he should buy this entire mountain and then build a fortress here. There would be a lot of chaos when the reckoning comes, and it's best to have a place far away from society. It was already dark when the car approached the gate of the factory. It was stopped by a masked guard, who had a machine gun in his hand. This is private property, the guard said in a soft voice as he pointed the machine gun at the car. Victor didn't hesitate and used his ring. This one was one of his slaves. He felt it. The guard scrambled to the ground in pain as Victor left the car with the rest. Victor didn't mess around. He quickly headed to the guard and removed the mask, to reveal a pretty face with long flowy hair. He will have to appreciate her beauty later in a better light. What's your name? He asked, but the guard didn't answer, just looked at him with vigilance. Victor didn't hesitate and hit her again with the ring's punishment as he spoke. Nick is dead. I am your new young master, he said, making the guard shocked after seeing the ring in Victor's hand. Go get the others and let them line up to welcome me, Victor said as the guard nodded, then quickly stood up and ran inside the factory. Victor didn't hesitate and activated the ring's light punishment on all of the slaves inside. It would make them listen to the guard faster. Victor waited for 5 minutes before leisurely heading inside the factory, followed by the girls. He was welcomed by a big, well-lit courtyard filled with training equipment, in addition to 41 death warriors standing neatly in line with anxious looks on their faces. Each one of them had a clean-shaven tattooed head and burly muscles that were thicker than a tree log. This must be the effect of intensive training. Where are the girls? Victor asked the guard. What girls, young master? There are no girls here, only us, 41 grown men. No, he said. You are a male too? Victor asked without an expression, making the guard nod after some hesitation. After inspecting the guards with his skill, Victor stood there stunned for the next 10 minutes as the 41 men stood there with uncertainty. Only after that, when Lily began to laugh out loud while holding her stomach, did Victor begin to curse. Fuck you all, he yelled. Where are my girls? He asked again, making the warriors not certain how to answer. Ha ha, young master, go ahead and enjoy your blissful night. Lily could not help mocking him, earning herself a dangerous glare from his eyes. But she didn't care. She was in a really good mood right now. He deserves this. Pervert young master. What are your names? Victor sighed after a few minutes and asked. He had to work with what he got. Ah, we are called by our numbers, young master. The guard said. I am 17, he added. Okay, from now on you will be called Chick 17, Victor said. I came here to get 41 chicks, and I am going to get them one way or another. He said unreasonably, making the men. No chicks nod in approval. That's the only reasonable thing they could do as a response. Tell me about yourselves, Victor asked as he found himself a random broken chair and sat on it. Young master. We all come from orphanages that had shady deals with the mafia. Chick 71 said. Young master, Nick bought us and began training us 3 years ago, he added. Don't call that piece of shit Nick a young master in front of me. What can you do? Victor asked. We are trained in martial arts and infiltration techniques, basic military arts. We can use both fire and cold weapons in addition to bombs, and we can also drive many kinds of civilian and combat vehicles, he said. Can you do logistics or data analysis? Victor asked. Only basic tasks, young master, 17 replied, making Victor sigh. He was wrong to expect better from that idiot Nick. Those guys could only do grunt work, nothing else. Fine then, from now on you will be mine, he said. Lily, castrate all those men. Victor gave his order, making Lily frown as the men turned pale and covered their crotches. Young master, please don't do that. We will be very obedient, 17 begged anxiously. What is wrong with this crazy young master? I want to take you to my mansion, and I can't let you attack my girls, Victor said. Can't the young master use your ring? Another death warrior interjected as sweat dripped from his bald head. He reminded Victor that there is a function in the ring that would make them lose their abilities as men temporarily. Yes. Fine then. But if any of you tried to do anything to any of my girls, he would make him wish for a quick death, Victor said, making the chicks nod. Tell me about this place then, Victor asked. Yes, young master, this is an old factory that was transformed into a combat base. It has 2 stories above ground and 2 below. We have an electricity generation system and freshwater well. We usually restock food and supplies from the villages down the mountain once or twice every 6 months, 17 explained. We use this yard and the first basement for training, and we all live on the ground floor. He added. Who is your leader? What's your command structure? Victor asked. None, young master. We were supposed to be led by the young brothers, but they didn't return after leaving with young master Nick. 17, who was acting as their representative, replied. Young? Never heard of them. Could it be the 2 idiots who were kicked in the nuts by Lily in the mansion back then? Those guys had already become shish kebab. From now on you would be their leader, Victor said to 17. This guy seemed well respected by the others. Now, do you have a transportation tool, communication equipment? He asked. Yes, young master, we have a few cars and some encrypted long-range communication devices, he replied. Then get 10 men to follow me. They would act as guards for my mansion, and the rest would stay here and begin expanding this place. I will send you some plans in a couple of days. We will be acting as construction chicks, Victor said. Understood, young master, but it is already night. The way down the mountain is very dangerous, 17 interjected, making Victor frown. This chick was right. Fine, let's have some dinner. I will sleep here tonight then, Victor said, then sat down as the Death Warriors proceeded to set a grand feast for their new master. Those guys worked very efficiently, and after 15 minutes the meal was ready. It was not fancy at all, but Victor didn't mind. He ate the worst in his previous life. The girls didn't mind too, especially Theta, who was interested in this new kind of food. Why do you have long hair, while the others are bald? Victor asked 17 curiously as he ate. It was Master Nick's command. He wanted me to start acting like a girl for some infiltration mission, that's all I know, Chick 17 said, making Victor frown. What was Nick planning? He will have to look into that later. Get me 2 rooms, Victor said after he finished eating and stood up as Lily wiped his mouth. 17 bowed respectfully, then quickly guided him upstairs to the rooms usually used by Nick. There were a few bedrooms with a simple office. After inspecting the place, Victor turned to Lily. "You go to sleep with Camellia in the other room. I will hug Theta tonight," he said, making Lily a little deflated. "I will have my blissful night," he said as he dragged the shocked Theta into his room and then shut the door with a smirk that made Lily open her mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Her young master really holds grudges. She didn't argue though, knowing that this must be her punishment for laughing earlier. She was a little jealous. It was worth it. He. She couldn't help giggling as she remembered Victor's expression earlier. She was no longer concerned about him leaving her after he confessed that he would marry her. And she was getting increasingly familiar with his stupid punishment tactics. He wants to make her jealous. But she was not feeling much as she was sure that Victor would do nothing to Theta. She would miss him a little though. Pervert young master, she thought as she dragged Camellia into the other room and then closed the door. She could only vent on this dog. 17 watched the drama silently, then returned to his brothers. Whatever happens, it's not their business. At least this young master was a little nicer than the previous one. "Young master, I am not ready yet," Theta said in a mosquito voice as she stood up shyly near the bed. She was not against the idea. "Just a little bit shy." "Don't worry, didn't Alpha tell you? I will only make you warm my bed," he said as he dusted the bed, then laid on it and invited her to his side. She could only nod, then to his surprise, took out all her clothes and jumped into his embrace, making him open his mouth in shock. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I can only sleep like this," she shyly said as she closed her eyes and began to snort cutely. Titus had weird habits and he taught the girls that they can't sleep in their clothes. "The young master smells really nice," she thought as he looked at her clinging to him. Victor could only shake his head as he hugged the stupid girl who was pretending to have fallen asleep. He should tell Hilda to fix their bad habits. It would be bad if they did that outside. At about 12:00 a.m. Victor opened his eyes as he felt something hot moving in his embrace. It was Theta, who was glowing red as a strange object was flowing above her. It was the painting they got in the morning, hovering in midair while sending waves of energy into Theta's delicate body. He quickly stepped back in shock, then quickly activated his appraisal, but still, he could see nothing. What should he do? Intervene or let it proceed? That girl is lucky though. Can this be bad for her? He felt threatened by just looking at this thing. Should he leave her to her fate? No, her fate was already intertwined with his, and he never let his fate be controlled by others ever again. The problem was that he couldn't see what was going on. He could only activate his eyes of destiny and have a look. Targets: human female, +1. Soul artifact, +10. Cost: 11 order point /21 remains. Revealing. The world around him changed while a shiver ran down Victor's spine as he saw what was truly happening. He made a mistake. Or did he not? Chapter 126. Deathly Choice. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The fate threads came from the place where the painting was floating. In his vision, there was a hole in the void in its place. They were crawling toward Theta's delicate body as if to devour her. It took Victor a couple of seconds to understand what was going on here. Those were destiny lines connecting her to another world. Some were bad, some were good. Does this girl have another story? Reading the words, soul artifact, in the description log, he realized that this was not happening in the material world but in the sprite one. No wonder his appraisal skill failed. In the real world what he saw was just that the painting was sending many bursts of energy. But in the fate world, Victor could not see those, they were fate neutral. What he saw was something else. In addition to the fate threads, a dark red worm made of many entangled black and crimson threads was materializing. It came out of the void hole and was making its way toward Theta's mouth. Victor was not sure, but he knew what this was. He had heard of it in his previous life. A soul transfer. Something in another world was trying to enter this world through Theta, and it was probably using some kind of energy as camouflage to fool the world's defense system. Once it takes its target body, it will gain its ID and would no longer be discovered by this world as it was now a part of it. In the future, they would call those demon agents. They were agents that the major forces in the other world planted in this world using various techniques just before the reckoning. But why Theta? And how did they send the painting to this world? Too many questions that he couldn't answer. He had some theories, but this was not the time to think about other things. He had to act. After some thought, he took out a bottle of the soul poison, then after opening it, he used his disguise skill to hide Theta and replace her with a pillow, making sure that the poison bottle was in the place of her mouth. It didn't work. The worm kept heading toward Theta. This thing operates on the soul and seems to ignore the illusions of the material world. Victor watched as more energy poured from the painting, and as Theta's body was getting hotter, she even began to moan in pain. Victor cursed himself for being useless. If she was his blood slave, things would have been much simpler, but he had no more slots in the skill. Should he leave Theta to her fate? Victor realized that getting the painting was not luck, but fate. Something in the other world has used fate to tie this artifact to Theta, and the luckiest thing that happened to her was meeting him. There should be a way. Victor looked at the worm. It was crawling through the air as if it was battling a strong tide, and was only supported by the other energy. It was weak. Void travel was a very dangerous thing, it seems. He had read about the souls when he was studying the Book of Time, as what was transferred to this timeline was his soul that merged with the one from this world. So his soul must be much stronger. This was also the reason why the Book of Time could only be used once, as in the second transfer the soul would be too big to be sent in time without a big sacrifice. After some thought, Victor decided to do something crazy, too crazy even for him. But this was a gamble, and if it succeeded he was sure to gain a lot. He had to do it fast though. He used his disguise skill to change his name to ./System11C54H/first, then made all his attributes including his authority into ones, then after one last thought, he opened his mouth and ate the illusory worm. The Grand Elder was busy carefully trimming the hairs inside his nose when a fat servant barged into his private room. Grand Master. The man stopped to catch his breath. Ah! The Grand Master yelled as the man's shout made him insert the scissors a little too deep. He quickly pulled it out and touched his nose to feel the red blood dripping. He quickly used his handkerchief to cover his nose and took his sword and put it at the servant's neck. You better have a good excuse, he said angrily. The orb. It broke. The servant said, not caring about the sword. What orb? The elder asked with a frown. The awakening artifact. The servant said, making the elder blink twice, then throw the sword and hurry into the ceremony room, where the orb that was the key to creating the Von Weiss family lay shattered into 100 pieces. Victor would get in a coma. How long do you want it to last? DPMB equals yes. Labeled DPMB equals yes. 1 hour / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. 1 day / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. 1 week / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. 3 months / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. 1 year / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Until the reckoning / label. Results are only viewable after voting. You must be logged in to vote. Input type equals hidden value equals 7410. Input type equals hidden value equals 1. Oops. We ran into some problems. View results. Victor would get in a coma. How long do you want it to last? Chapter 127. Fateful Encounters. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Wendy could only hug her knees as she sat in despair. She still remembers the night her village was attacked by that evil gang. They killed her parents and everyone else in cold blood. They found her hiding inside a closet. She still remembers that man's delicate voice as he told his men to take her to the city to sell her. She had never been to the city before. Her clan forbade any interaction with the outside world, but as a curious young lady, she always knew when to ask, as the elders who sometimes left to get supplies would have looser tongues when they were drunk. It was her fault. All of it was her fault. She remembered as tears dripped from her eyes. She found him almost dead by the river bank and decided to help him. She kept him a secret from her tribe, or they would have killed him. But who knew that he was a wolf? who after getting better got some men together. He attacked the village to plunder all its treasures. They never expected the villagers to resist, so they killed them all after raping the women. They called themselves the Dark Chamber. She only survived because of that man. He said that she saved his life so he would save hers, and now they were equal. What kind of twisted logic is that? In the end, she ended up here after changing hands a dozen times, until that evil woman bought her, after making that mouse bite her. She said something about a noble bloodline. Did she need to whip her like that, just because she refused to obey? She could only sigh as she looked at the two poor girls who were with her sleeping. Those two were orphans who had bad luck too. They seemed to have been given some sleeping pills, but strangely they didn't affect her. She just pretended to be asleep, waiting for a chance to escape. But even after chaining her, they still closed the vault's doors, locking her in. Why is that woman so careful? It was as if she had been robbed before. Looking at the room around her full of treasures, she felt her heart bleed. Many of those things belonged to her family. She had never understood how precious they were. Are they really precious? She asked herself. At first, that was what she thought. But after seeing that stupid penguin painting that the old man brought a few hours ago, she began to doubt her judgment and aesthetics. The man said that he didn't know what this was, but that he felt it was worth something. He asked that nasty woman to try auctioning it for him. She realized that this thing was probably garbage, yet somehow she liked it. Suddenly, her eyes fell on an ugly vase in the corner. Did it just move? No, impossible. It moved again. Could it be haunted? The girl wanted to retreat to a corner but couldn't because of the chains that tied her to the wall. The vase moved a third time, and this time a boy came out of it. How did he fit in? He was wearing black stockings on his head, so she couldn't clearly make out his face. But maybe, just maybe, this guy might be her Prince Charming who would save her from this nightmare. Tom slowly sneaked out of the vase artifact to be faced with the beautiful eyes of a girl that was looking at him. She was not very pretty but had a noble air around her. At first, he panicked, but after seeing the chain around her beautiful ankle he knew that she was part of the merchandise. Two other girls were sleeping beside her. He slowly put his hand on his mouth indicating that she should stay silent. She nodded in response. What a good girl. Looking around, he couldn't easily appraise the treasures here. So he asked the system for help, but it didn't respond. So he called again. Still nothing. What the fook? Didn't it say that it would give him further instructions later? This stupid system was truly whimsical. What to do now? Well, he had come prepared. The greedy vase that hid him had a huge storage space, so he would only need to get all that stuff and then run away. Do you want help? He asked the girl who was looking at him with expecting eyes. She nodded with a smile. Then get to work, he said as he began to store the treasures of the vault in the vase under the shocked eyes of the girl. The process was a little slow as he had to sacrifice a drop of blood to the vase, then keep holding the treasure for a few minutes for the vase to swallow it. Some help here? Tom asked the girl. She quickly nodded and stood up, then began to hand him the treasures. She also contributed a few drops of blood after seeing that Tom was losing too much. That is, until her hands touched the penguin painting, smearing its edge with her blood. A light shone from the painting as it was lit with a blue flame. Then sparks of light began to leave it and hit the girl, who moaned in pain. Tom, who didn't know what to do, stood in shock as he watched how the cheap tribal cloth pouch that the girl was wearing reacted to the light and swallowed a part of it as the girl collapsed on the ground as the painting turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. What the fook? He wondered. He quickly checked on the girl. She was still alive, just unconscious. He frowned, and after making sure no other strange things happened, he continued to pack the things here, making sure that his blood touched nothing besides the vase. Then after he finished, he took the girl inside the vase. He can't leave her after all. Then after looking at the two other girls he did the same. They were pretty. This vase was an S-ranked treasure that could store and restore all things at the cost of a drop of blood. The most amazing thing is the fact that it can change its appearance and its information. After giving it to that merchant, under the instructions of the system, he sneaked into the store and went inside of it, then waited. Too bad he could not see what was going on outside. so he had to wait until after midnight to make sure that there were no enemies. Now, he stood with the vase in his hand looking around the empty vault. Mission accomplished. Too bad the system was still ignoring him. He took out an escape talisman from his pocket and activated it. Hopefully, he would not end up somewhere dangerous. When Victor woke up, he was in a hospital bed. He could clearly smell the distinct disinfectant smell in the air and feel the tube going from his nose to his throat. He tried to sit up but couldn't. It was as if his body was not responding correctly. Ah! He grimaced in pain. "Oh, young master, you're awake." A hot nurse yelped and ran to his side. Victor, who was lying in bed, could clearly appreciate her bust as she leaned over him to take out the medical tube in his throat. He tried to speak but his mouth was a little dry. But after a few tries he could speak. "You want to ask how you got here?" It was some maid. She said, "No." Can you give me a kiss?" he asked lecherously as he licked his lips. The nurse was startled, but after she pondered for a second, she smiled. Then, after looking to the back making sure nobody was watching, she shyly got near and pecked him on the cheek, then retreated briskly. "Ah! One more, on the other side, for the symmetry," he said bashfully, making the nurse freeze a second, and then with a shy look on her face, she leaned over him so that her lips could reach his other cheek, expecting him to use the chance to steal a kiss from her lips. She was not that naive. But to her surprise, the moment her lips touched his cheek, he used his teeth to bite her throat that was right across his mouth. The nurse tried hard to let go but couldn't. She tried again, but Victor's jaws were as if they were made of steel. He was mumbling something. In the end, she was able to retreat, leaving a chunk of meat in Victor's mouth as the world distorted around them. Victor was now standing while chewing in front of a demoness that was holding her throat in pain. "Trying to play those stupid soul games with me, are you an idiot? Did you really think I would surrender my soul to you with only a nurse cosplay?" Victor asked casually as he inspected his ethereal body. This was his soul and he was now inside his soul realm. After that, he looked at the demoness facing him. She had the appearance of a woman with a cat head. And no, she was cute at all. Not of the sexy type you read about in novels, but the nightmare-fueled breed you might encounter in a horror story or a Lovecraftian novel. She had red glowing eyes and wild fangs that protruded randomly from her wide mouth. Her body was long and slender, too slender. He could see her bones through her grey skin. Her claws were bony, long and sharp, ready to pounce on her prey. "How could you move? Why did you know?" the demoness asked in a hoarse voice as she frowned. She was not speaking using a language. In the world of the souls there are no languages. But they could strangely understand each other. "Why would I tell you? Now, how should I eat you?" he asked as chains began to rise from the void and constrict the demon. "Ah, how do you know these soul defense techniques? Who are you?" the demon shouted, touching her aching throat again, to feel a hot crest was burned in it. It must be when he bit her. "Damn you, you cursed me, you piece of shit. How can you?" she screamed as the chains constricting her got tighter. "This is my domain. Although you used some of your energy to fool me, it is still my home," he answered as he floated there inspecting her. "You are crazy, you can't kill me. I already have your body. If I die, your body would die too. You better surrender," the demon said. "Ah, you guys are really good at lying. I almost believed you. As long as this body has a soul, it would not die." "Where are you from, Volan or Lisva?" "No, I heard there are dirty cats in Turval." "Are you one of Kivar's minions?" Victor asked lazily, not expecting an answer as those demons were usually very tight-lipped. He didn't need one anyway. He would have all her memories when he devours her soul. "How do you know about this?" "Who are you?" the demoness asked. I am just a friendly young master," he said arrogantly. "Then let this lady go." "I will not bother you," the demoness said as she felt the chains getting hotter. "Would you think I would let you escape after entering this dragon's den? I want to eat you." "It is very rare to get a higher demon soul readily served," he said. "Damn you." The demoness screamed as the chain around her body began to glow red hot, making her realize that he was going to burn her. How does he know this? The unconnected world didn't have extensive knowledge in the arts of the souls. Do you think I would let you win this easily? I just have to reveal myself to the world, and now that I have your body you would be sent into a dungeon for eternity or get destroyed with me, she said with anger. You can't do that. You will just be eaten obediently. Now be a good demoness and get fried quietly, he said dismissively as a chair materialized out of thin air and he sat on it with his legs crossed as if he was waiting for the barbecue to finish. You will pay for this. Do you know who I am? The demoness shouted. Just another pussy. Why would I want to know your name? He asked with a smirk. Damn you, the demoness shouted as she sent a burst of energy into the depth of the darkness. The system detected an anomaly. Foreign object found. ID was compromised. Elimination initiated. Constructing dungeon. Constructing dungeon failed. Target is not alive. Eliminating ID holder. Target eliminated. Now you're dead. Now, any second. Why are you not dead? Ugh. The demoness screamed as the chains around her burst into flames. Nice to meet you and goodbye. You will make a good fertilizer for my soul, Victor said as he watched her unwillingly turn into a cloud of sparkling dust that floated toward him and then integrated with his ethereal body. The next moment Victor felt a pain going through his entire being. Oops. He seemed to have eaten too much. That demoness was stronger than he thought. What do you want to see in the rewrite? Multiple choices are allowed. Old DPMB equals yes. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Remove Linda's cheating alt Agatha / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Flush out how Victor fell in love with Lily / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Fix the twins' relationship with Tom and Victor. The lover stealing thing / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Reduce Victor's skills / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Increase Victor's skills / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Reduce family horniness / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Increase family horniness / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Add a male friend for Victor / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Start the school arc earlier / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Slow down the pace by making more time pass in the story between events / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Bring his old wife early / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Add more signs / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Add other enemies / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Make Victor a little more relatable / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Make Victor more evil / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Make Alpha a virgin / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Keep the story of Alpha getting raped / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Get rid of Margaret / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Create a Margaret arc / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Flush out his relationship with Arya / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Remove the Ritu arc / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Remove how he treated Linda in the party / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Make Victor less arrogant / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Make Victor more arrogant / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Add less slice of life content / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Add more slice of life content / label. Labeled DPMB equals yes. Give more screen time to the twins / label. Results are only viewable after voting. You must be logged in to vote. Input type equals hidden value equals 7454. Input type equals hidden value equals 0. Oops. We ran into some problems. View results. What do you want to see in the rewrite? Multiple choices are allowed. Chapter 128. What to do. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Lily heard the sound of something falling to the ground in the next room, she smiled first, thinking that Theta had done the same as Arya, and kicked the perverted young master out of bed. But when she heard Theta's scream after that, she jumped out of bed and ran to the other room while taking out her dagger. Victor was unconscious on the floor, while the naked Theta was crying to his side, trying to wake him up. No enemies were in sight. What happened? Lily said as she took the bedsheet and threw it to Theta to cover herself. Ah, the young master. He took the shot for me, she said while crying. Speak clearly, Lily said as she checked Victor's breathing. It was normal, as if he was sleeping, but he seemed to be not waking up. A few minutes ago, the painting that the young master bought for me, or it is my fault. Theta cried more. Drink this, Lily said, giving Theta a glass of water that the smart camellia brought, then helped Lily carry Victor to the bed after that. And no matter how much they called him or pushed him, he didn't wake up. Can you speak now? Lily asked Theta as she brushed Victor's hair with her fingers, trying hard to remain calm. Ah, the painting. The one the young master bought today. It suddenly grew hot and then began to shoot light into me. I couldn't move. Then, there was a screen with some words on it, Theta said as she frowned while trying hard to remember. What screen? Lily asked with a frown. It said players registered. Then after that, when I opened my eyes, the young master, he was looking at something in the air. When I looked at it, I realized that it was the painting, hovering in midair, and the cat in it felt bad, as if it wanted to eat me. Then, a light shot from it. The young master pushed me aside at that moment and swallowed the red light, Theta said as tears kept pouring from her eyes. It is all my fault, she said as she buried her head in the sleeping Victor's chest. Where is the painting now? Lily asked. I don't know, maybe it burnt into nothing, Theta answered while pointing to a place near the bed. Lily quickly looked there and noticed some brown ash on the ground. It smelt like burnt paper. She quickly collected them in a plastic bag. What should she do now? This was probably not a medical problem, but a magical one. She didn't know what to do. Could it be poison? She quickly took out a detoxification pill and a healing pill and then tried to feed them to Victor, but he couldn't chew them. So she had to crush them in her mouth and feed them to his mouth with hers, making Theta blush as she watched. After waiting for half an hour, she concluded that they didn't work. What now? Too bad she couldn't figure out what was wrong with the young master. She just looked at the sleeping Victor and thought about what he would do in such situations. Should she call the family? Probably not, as she knew that Victor didn't trust them. First, she should take him back to the mansion. Maybe Hilda knows something. And maybe she should try to get a healer. That Anna girl. Camellia, get the men and the car, see if they have a van or a truck. Then find me a stretcher, we are returning home now. Lily said, yes mistress, Camellia replied, then ran outside. This was a chance to prove her worth. Theta, Lily said after a few minutes. She was now a little calmer and thought of something. Yes, Theta answered nervously, wondering if Lily would punish her. Say the words. Open status menu in your mind, Lily said. Theta frowned then nodded. What? Theta said as she stepped back, letting go of the bedsheet she covered herself with. You are now a player, keep it a secret. Lily said, what is your authority? She asked after a few minutes. Ah, authority, 5. Theta answered, making Lily a little shocked. How about class? Ah, class. What does a divine gambler mean and why is there a SSS next to it? She asked. Lily didn't answer, didn't know how to answer, didn't want to answer. This girl is a monster. Theta didn't know how to answer. Are my status bad? Theta asked timidly. Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone? Why did you tell me? Lily asked as she turned back to Theta. On the contrary, they are super strong. But if people knew about them, they would take you away, Lily said, making Theta freeze, then nod. Miss Lily, please don't tell anyone, she said timidly. Don't worry. Now go get dressed, then help me transport the young master downstairs, Lily said. Oh, and be careful, you should have more strength now, Lily warned her, but was a little late, as Theta, who wanted to put on her skirt, pulled it too strong and got it tripped. They reached the mansion at sunrise. Night travel in the mountains was very dangerous, but with Lily's enhanced vision she could drive the van easily. They left the SUV up there as 17 would drive it to the mansion later. Hilda was the first to welcome them with a smile when the car stopped next to the mansion. The girls were being given a lesson by the twins. While Margaret was busy flirting with Alex, she couldn't understand why the young master tolerated such behaviors. But it's not her business. Her smile turned to a frown when she saw the unconscious Victor. Miss Hilda, we will talk about the young master later. Those 5 men chicks are at your disposal. Arrange rooms at the separate building and use them to guard the mansion. They were chosen by the young master, Lily said, pointing to the 5 muscular men who were chosen by 17 to serve as guards. She wanted to bring 10 men, but with Victor laying there it could only fit 5 men. I will take the young master upstairs to his room. Please wake Margaret up and let her join me, Lily said as she carried Victor with Theta, who was much stronger now. Camelia bowed politely to Hilda. Camelia, fill Hilda in about what happened yesterday, Lily shouted at her as she entered the mansion. Lily was wiping Victor's mouth with a napkin when Margaret and Alex entered the room. This young master was drooling as if he had just eaten a juicy steak. What happened? Alex, who was dressed as a slutty maid, asked nervously as Margaret went to Victor's side and held his hand with concern. This was the man she chose. Would he leave her so soon? We don't know yet, Lily said. Margaret, I want you to call Anna. Wasn't she a healer? Lily asked. Ah, yes. Margaret jumped to her feet and then ran to her room to get her phone just as Arya and the twins entered the room and went to Victor's side. What happened? Is he okay? Arya asked with concern. We don't know, we will speak later, Lily answered. The young master has an appointment with that journalist today, and an auction later at night, Arya said with a frown. Then turned to Lily as she was the one Victor trusted the most. Ah. We will wait for Anna, Lily said anxiously. She was not brave enough to decide as she was afraid to ruin one of her young master's plans. Hilda, who heard the story from Camelia, entered the room after that with a medical device. This was a very advanced family-issued instrument. It was an all-in-one diagnostic device. This thing was like the phones the family used, 20 years ahead of its time. After taking a blood sample and connecting Victor's wrist to the device, it began its analysis, and after 15 minutes it gave the results. No anomaly was detected. Please replace the calibration sample with a valid patient. The device found no problems except the fact that Victor was too healthy to be a normal human. This thing was not made for players after all. With a frown, Lily looked at everyone, then began to tell them about what happened. The room was silent for the next hour, as no one knew what to do. The rest of the girls in the house also came to take a look at Victor but was kicked out by Hilda as the room got too crowded. Soon Margaret hurried inside with Anna, who was shocked by the luxuriant mansion. It made her wonder whether she should throw herself at Victor, as Margaret did. But she changed her mind when she saw all the pretty girls who were anxiously sitting in Victor's room. Wait, that one is a guy, right? Why is he dressed in a maid uniform? Why is the dress so revealing? Is he acting in some avenue? Is this even legal? They did say that Victor was a pervert. Anna, can you see what is wrong with the young master? Mina, who was holding Victor's hand tenderly, asked her. Let me try, she said as she approached the sleeping Victor. Last week she was doing as Victor advised her, and she began to study medicine intending to apply to a medical school. Apparently, players didn't need any exams, just an appraisal test. She silently put her hands on Victor and then began to use her healing skill. Still, nothing happened. Why isn't it working? Margaret asked when she saw the frown on Anna's face. I don't know, my skill is not working at all. It is as if he is perfectly healthy, she said as she stood up. I am sorry, she said. It's okay, Margaret said, reassuring her friend with a sigh. Lily frowned, not knowing what to do. Leave us alone, Hilda told everyone, who was a little startled, but quickly nodded after seeing her serious face. One by one, they left the room, including Alex, who was very concerned, but didn't dare to show it affectionately like the other girls. As for Margaret, she went out with Anna. She intended to escort her out. She was a smart girl. She knew that being here didn't help at all. It would be better to do something useful rather than wait here endlessly. Lily was left alone with Hilda and the unconscious Victor. Call Kai, she said in a calm voice. The others didn't notice, but she did. Lily was on the verge of losing her mind. But Lily didn't know what to say. Do it. As Victor's butler, he would not reveal anything. Hilda said. Lily nodded, then called Kai. Kai, this is Lily. The young master had an accident. Lily said. What happened? Kai, who usually didn't like to have a lengthy conversation with Lily, asked seriously. Lily proceeded to tell him what happened last night. Can the family help? She asked after that while biting her lip. If the healing pill didn't work, then this would be tricky. But since the young master's state is stable, it would be better to wait for a few days. There is big trouble in the family now, and if something really did happen to the young master last night, some people would make some unreasonable conclusions. I can't tell you more, but hide the young master's condition for a few days at least. Kai said, making Lily surprised. Is the situation really that bad? She asked. More than anything you could imagine. I will call you if anything changes. Kai said, then hung up the phone. If Lily was not concerned about Victor, she would have called Kai again to scold him. But she was not in the mood. She just wanted her young master to wake up. He can't help. Hilda asked. Something wrong in the family. Should we contact Master Theodore? Lily asked, making Hilda frown and nod after hesitating a little and then calling George's phone. His answer was the same as Kai's. What should we do now? Lily asked, but no one could answer. Who did it? Charlotte asked the kneeling men in a cold voice. We don't know. We didn't have cameras inside. The man said, not realizing that his head was already separated from his body. Who did it? She asked. The second man. Please spare me. He said as his head was separated too. After killing the 11 vault guards and the manager, Charlotte looked around the empty vault in anger as she began to bite her nails. She lost a lot. This time, her brother was sure to use this against her. Young mistress, shall we cancel the auction? An old butler asked. Never. Number. I already took the small goods and put them in my ring. They will be enough for now. Just find some player stores and buy some treasures from them. Those guys always have some secret stashes. She said coldly, knowing well that no matter what treasures she gets they would be garbage if compared with the things that were stolen. Understood, he said as he bowed respectfully. Just find out who took my stuff, then burn him and his entire family. You have 1 week. She said to the old butler, who stood there shivering as she left the room. Tom looked at the unconscious girl with a frown. What happened to her? And what was that? After inspecting her from head to toe he realized one thing. This girl was not pretty. She was not ugly either. Just plain, like a brick in a wall. Completely unremarkable. Sir, thank you for helping us. The 2 other girls who woke up thanked him. It's okay, he said with a fresh smile. Those 2 were cute. He wouldn't mind adding them to his harem. Do you have a place to stay? He asked with concern. No. We were sold from an orphanage. The older of the 2 said. Then stay here. But you can't come out. They would surely be looking for you. He said if those girls insisted on leaving he would have to lock them in. They have seen his face. He shouldn't have brought them along. But they were too cute to be left alone. But we can't pay you. The other girl said, with a blush on her face. Tom was not really handsome, but he had this manly aura around him that made her feel strange, but she didn't hate the feeling. Don't worry, I have a lot of friends, girlfriends, living here, and they might need some help around the house. He said, making the girls frown a little, then nodded. They have already seen this place. They couldn't believe that this casual young man owned an entire apartment building. How about I take you on a tour? He asked the girls. I will introduce you to the others. He added. Yes. They responded at the same time. But what about this older sister? One of them asked. Don't worry. This room is secure. We will check on her later. Tom said, making sure not to alert the girls to the hidden cameras. After 30 minutes Windy opened her eyes, then sat up and looked around with a frown. Where am I? She began to inspect the room she was in. It was a bedroom but was quite bare. Only a bed and a desk. Last night. Yes, she remembers. That thief. She quickly inspected her body. It was intact. After that, she took out the cloth pouch that hung from her neck and opened it, and took a damaged white coin from it. She couldn't believe it, but this thing had saved her life. That thing, she didn't know why it attacked her. But thanks to the attack, she managed to activate the coin and inherit her family's legacy. Her mind was now full of memories and information about all sorts of things. A long time ago, her family was a strong family of players, an existence that could rule the world. But one day, their awakening treasure got stolen by an unknown thief. They tried hard to get it back, or at least get another awakening artifact, but they failed. And after the death of the last player in the family, the elders decided to retreat into the mountains with what was left of their treasures, hoping that the prophesied day of reckoning would come, so that they would be able to rise again using all the things they hid away. This coin was one of several treasures her ancestors kept. It would activate when the holder becomes a player. It was like a memory capsule that also had a strong protection charm. She didn't know how and why, but that penguin painting seemed to have turned her into a player seconds before that thing attacked. And that was enough for her to inherit all the memories and skills in the coin, which self-destructed with the attacker. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked at the coin. This thing was given to her by her grandmother. What should she do now? At this moment, the door of the room opened and the man who saved her came in. He didn't have the stocking on his head, but she could recognize him after hearing his voice. "You are awake," he said. "Yes, thank you for saving me," she said in a quiet voice. "It's okay." He said, "I am Tom." "What's your name?" he asked. "Windy," she answered. "What happened there?" he asked. "I don't remember." She lied. She would never trust a man again. "I see. Do you have a place to go?" "Those guys are probably searching the city for you now," he said. "No." She shook her head. "Then stay here," he said with a refreshing smile that made her heart skip a beat. "Okay," she said, "I already saw your face. You would probably kill me if I didn't accept." She said, Never," he said, stuttering. This girl was not as naive as the others. "Whatever," she said, "it is better to stay with this guy, and maybe she can try to get her family's treasure that fell in his hands." Chapter 129, What the? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Rita didn't understand what was going on. The pain in her body was intolerable. That bastard Levi didn't even try to be nice. The moment she entered the mansion, she was arrested by two guards who took her to some underground lab, where Levi was waiting. It was full of glass containers with hideous creatures inside, and many people were chained to the wall. Many of them seemed to be rotting. As some scientists took samples, Levi didn't even look at her when they brought her in and stripped her of all her clothes. Then, after strapping her to a metal table, after that, he ordered his men to begin the operation without even batting an eye for her. They started to inject her with all kinds of nasty medicines, making her feel many kinds of pain she had never experienced before. No matter how she begged him, he didn't respond. He just kept looking at her with cold eyes, as if she was some insect. She kept screaming until Levi gagged her mouth himself, ignoring her pleading eyes. He didn't even talk to her, just giving commands to the people in lab coats around him to hurry up. Wasn't he supposed to be nice? Wasn't he supposed to be her future husband? Didn't her father tell her that Levi would take care of her and treat her like a princess? She didn't know what was going on. Why? She was obedient all her life. She did what her grandfather told her to do. So why treat her like this? The last thing she thought of before passing out was Victor's smug face. Did they know that she was kissed by him? Did they know that she was unfaithful? Would he save her? She felt despair as she fell into darkness while wondering why she was abandoned. Even the system didn't respond to her anymore. Levi entered the grand office after politely knocking on the door and hearing his father's response. "All finished?" Martin von Zwy asked his son, who sat on an opposing chair. "Yes, the initial state was complete," Levi answered. "What rank did you use?" "The SS ranked 1. It would need to cultivate the corpse's energy for the next 2 months. When do you plan to send it back?" Martin asked. "Anne's birthday is in 4 months. It would be a good date for a funeral," Levi answered in an evil tone, just as a man materialized out of thin air. "Master, young master," he greeted, "I have very important news," he said. "Speak," Martin said coldly. The Von Wise family. A few days ago a rumor had spread that an accident happened in the Awakening Hall. After a thorough investigation and after confirming the news from all of our sources, we concluded that their awakening artifact, the blue orb, was destroyed. What? Levi, who was surprised, stood up from his chair. Martin was also surprised, but he didn't show it. Is the news credible, or is it a trap? Martin asked while squinting his eyes. Our spy had seen the broken orb. He said that it had a long crack across it as if she was split with a sword. The spy said, "What do you think, Levi?" Martin asked his son, "If it is a trap, what would be their purpose? To make the spies act? It doesn't make any sense." But if this was true, then the Von Wise family would start to do two things. He said, first, they would start fighting for dungeons like crazy, wanting to find another awakening artifact. Second, they would try to make as many marriages with the other families as possible to gain allies and maybe try to steal another artifact. He added, "But it doesn't matter, as our plan had already started. We just have to time our attack well." He concluded. Wendy felt strange when she sat at the table surrounded by all the pretty girls who claimed to be Tom's girlfriends. Just how many girls did this Tom have? She wondered as a girl handed her a dish. "Did you get used to living here?" Tom is really the best," she said, making Wendy frown. "Why does it seem like those girls are brainwashed?" Even the two who were rescued with her were now all over Tom. Yesterday she heard them whispering that they did it in turns all night the day before. She had been here for 2 weeks now, and although they were very nice to her, she felt very strange. She was from a very conservative family. It was forbidden to marry more than one wife in her village. In fact, she was even forbidden from touching a man. As in her village, women were the leaders while men were of a lower status. Tom was nice, really nice, and she liked his smile. She might even be falling in love with him, but she kept having this strange feeling that something was wrong. She tried to ask him about the treasures he got, but he refused to tell her anything, saying that a young girl shouldn't concern herself with random stuff. What young girl? She was older than him. Should she tell him about her being a player number? She would never trust a man ever again, not after what that bastard did. Should she leave this place and try finding a dungeon to conquer to become stronger? She wondered while looking at her stats screen that felt wrong. Why does it differ from the memories she inherited from her family? When Linda entered the house, she was greeted by a smiling maid. "Young mistress," she greeted as she bowed. "How was your vacation?" she asked politely. "Great," Linda said. "Where is my mother?" she asked. Yesterday the mistress got a call then hurried somewhere," the maid replied. "And the one downstairs?" Linda asked. The medicines are not working efficiently anymore. We had to increase the doses," the maid answered. "Oh, too bad," Linda said with a sad expression. But the maid didn't feel sadness in her voice. Suddenly the door behind them opened. "What are the two of you doing here blocking the hallway?" Amelia, who had just arrived, said. Mother, welcome back," Linda said as she greeted her mother with the maid who moved to the side. "You're back? Good. Follow me to the study," Amelia said, heading inside as Linda followed while wondering if her mother found something out. "No, impossible. The doctor is already sleeping with the fish with all of his staff." "Is everything fine?" Linda asked after she closed the study door and watched her mother relax on her leather chair. "Our plans must be hastened. The family has ordered that you must marry Victor as soon as possible," she said. But Bill is waiting for me," Linda wanted to say. "No excuses. Remember your position," Amelia said, making Linda shut up and nod. "School will start the day after tomorrow. Make sure to use it as a chance to propose. If you ruin our plans you would be punished, not only by me, but also by the family," Amelia said, making Linda shiver in fear. Jane Armstrong was furious. That bastard Victor stood her up. When she went to his company to meet him, that crazy secretary Susan ordered the guard to kick her out. But she was going to do her report with or without his help. She has already discovered that Nick had bought an old factory out of town using a fake name. But he could not escape her nose. So she sent her partner to keep an eye on the mansion while she came here. Some might call her reckless, But that's the way she always worked. She didn't become a famous journalist by being a coward. When she reached the factory, she was expecting some illegal stuff, sex trafficking, or drug manufacturing. But what she discovered that didn't make sense at all. Peeking through a break in the fence, she saw more than 30 sweaty naked men, doing push-ups with boulders on their back, as their leader, who had long hair, screamed at them. "Tell me what's our name?" he asked loudly. "We are the Chicks." They yelled back. "What do? We act as chicks." They yelled back. "Who is our master?" "The Lord of Chicks." They yelled back. Jane was losing her mind. What was going on? She wanted to go forward and take a picture, but she happened to step on a plastic bottle that made some noise. That startled her and made her yelp in surprise. The next moment she was surrounded by those men. Chicks. Damn, they even had the name Chick tattooed on their chests with a number. What kind of sick cult is this? Charlotte was biting her fingernails while looking at the disgraceful auction results. The auction was an utter failure. Her father had just called and yelled at her for being incompetent. Thankfully she was given one more chance. She must prove her power or she would be kicked out of the competition to be the next patriarch, and end up getting married off to some other family. Just as Charlotte was planning to call for some servants to vent her anger, an old woman knocked on the door, then entered and saluted respectfully. She was her new servant. Hopefully, this one would be more useful than that old man. "Is there anything?" Charlotte asked with an annoyed voice. "We have news," the old woman reported. "What?" "Apparently, most of the world's countries are creating special units in their army to face incidents like the dungeon outbreak. The family has ordered us to supply them with dungeon monsters' blood. Someone had leaked to them the recipe of the lower power enhancing serum. They plan to create super soldiers with it." The old woman said. "Oh, we do have some blood barrels in stock. See to it." Charlotte said. "Anything else?" "The Von Wise family seems to be in some kind of trouble, but we don't know what's wrong yet. But their recent actions are strange," she said as he handed Charlotte a report. Mentioning the Von Wise family made her remember that hateful guy, Victor. He didn't attend the auction, and that made her annoyed as she was prepared to disgrace him. "But, let's see," Charlotte replied, who hesitated a little, then opened it and read what was inside. The report was about how they were sending their men to conquer dungeons all over the world. They were even preparing to raid a very dangerous dungeon that had been left untouched for many years. In addition to that, Marcos, the patriarch of the Von Wise family, was asking all interested families if they could offer brides to the elites of his family, saying that he wanted to diversify the family's bloodline and form new alliances. What kind of bullshit is this? He was clearly trying to make ties with as many families as possible. Those lower powers who had some girls laying around would throw them to be married. Getting to marry someone from a high noble family like the Von Wise was not something they were going to miss, even if the girl ended up being mistreated. The appeal of power was very tempting, especially to those fallen families. "Mistress, there is something else," the old woman said hesitantly. "What?" Charlotte, who was full of thoughts, asked. "There was a man that came with some treasures to sell," she said. "And?" Charlotte asked dismissively. "We investigated him and found out that all of the things he brought were bought from stalls. He seemed to have some kind of a unique identification skill." The old woman said. "Ah, who is he?" Charlotte asked as she looked at the old woman. She was interested. "He used to be some delivery man, but after an accident, he became a eunuch. And that seemed to have awakened something in him. So he became a player." The old woman answered. "Oh, interesting. Let's go meet him." Charlotte said. A new player would not say no to a sponsor, especially one with a disability. "Those guys are easier to control if you promise to kill them," she said. "Yes, mistress." "What was his name again?" Charlotte asked. "Oliver. His name is Oliver. Jerry chose to resign. He no longer wanted to be a simple door guard. He felt that he must do some important things in his life, but being born in a poor family and being a school dropout, he didn't have many choices. He joined the army. He didn't know if this was due to his good luck or bad luck, but he was drafted into a new unit that the army has created, the Monsters Elimination Unit. He had heard of those, the news was full of them, apparently, A secret army biolab to produce super soldiers was infiltrated by a terrorist, who released the test subjects there. Those damn terrorists keep ruining everyone's life. The army sent a super soldier to hunt them. And that was what the recordings showed. Jerry was scared, but after remembering how that guy battled the giant mantis, he renewed his resolve. He too wants to be like that, to hunt monsters and woo all the girls. And apparently, the pay for this unit was quite high. He will be the strongest and show all those slutty women who mocked him who is the real boss. He will return and claim that slut Myra and Arya to be his bed-warming maids after snapping that arrogant Victor's neck. Move on, men. Come on, you pussies. My grandmother could run faster than you. The sergeant yelled as the platoon moved. Alpha was away for about 2 weeks now. When she parked her car next to the mansion, she was surprised by the 2 bald men at the door. The girls she got at the brothel were now settled, more obedient, and they knew what to do. So she decided to return to ask Victor to send some instructors to help with their training. She was planning to use them to start an information gathering network. Alpha introduced herself to the men, who let her in after calling Hilda. When she entered through the front door, she was surprised by the gloomy atmosphere. The twins were busy sweeping the floor with gloomy faces. She wanted to ask what happened but was interrupted by Beta, who hugged her hard as soon as she entered, saying that she missed her. After asking what was wrong in the mansion, she was informed of what happened. So she asked Beta to get Theta to meet her at Victor's room, then hurried upstairs to check on him. That bastard was her blood master. If he died, she would perish with him. In the room, Victor was lying unconscious on his bed with an 4 saline bag connected to his wrist, while the haggard Lily was lying to his side looking at his face. "Ah, Alpha, nice to meet you again," Lily said as she sat up when she noticed the arrival of Alpha, who was stunned for a moment. This is the first time she saw Lily's face without a veil. She was surprised by Lily's beauty, but more importantly, there was a person in her memory that looked exactly like that. Could it be? This is not the time for that conversation. How is he? Alpha asked after a few seconds. Stable. We don't know what happened to him. His body is completely healthy, Lily said, not noticing anything strange, as she wiped the tear marks on her puffed cheeks. Let me see, Alpha said as she approached him and began to look at his body. Nothing strange. Did you try any healing pills and skills? She asked. Yes. Lily told her the proceeds to inform her of the many things they tried this past week. Ah, big sister Alpha, I missed you. Theta, who entered the room, ran to Alpha and hugged her, then began to weep. Big sister, the young master. Can you heal him? It is all my fault, she said as tears filled her swollen eyes. She must have been crying a lot. Tell me exactly what happened, Alpha replied as she patted Theta's silky hair. She didn't expect that Victor's clutches would reach her little sister so fast. Theta nodded, then repeated what happened to Alpha, bit by bit, answering every question Alpha raised. If my guess was correct, this should be a soul attack, Alpha said with a grim face. Soul attack? Lily and Theta asked. Yes. I don't know why it happened, but if what you told me was true, and the fact that Victor took the attack willingly, then he should have been assured of his survival, Alpha said. She didn't know Victor for a long time, but from what she observed, this guy would never take a loss. His action might appear random, but every move he makes seems calculated. Probably, Lily replied. Her young master was not that stupid. Then why did Theta become a player? Lily suddenly asked. I don't know either, she said as she observed her downcast little sister. Did you get familiar with being a player? Alpha asked her with a sigh. Ah yes, Aunt Hilda explained many things. She knows a lot. And Miss Lily gave me a book that had everything explained, she said, making Alpha become a little jealous. She wanted to show off in front of her little sister. But, Theta suddenly said. But what? Alpha asked eagerly. She wanted to answer her little sister's tough question and show her knowledge. What is this mana bar on my status screen? It was not mentioned in the book, she asked with a frown. What mana bar? Lily and Alpha asked at the same time. The blue one beneath the health and stamina bars, she answered innocently, making Alpha and Lily look at each other in shock. What the fook? Chapter 130. A slut. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This one looks pretty on you, sister," Mia said as she looked at the pretty emerald dress her sister was trying. "Yeah, let's buy it too." "I will take two," Iris said as she handed her credit card to the saleswoman, who was glaring with disgust at the two sisters who had already tried 20 dresses. If it were not for her training, she would have kicked them out already. "Wow, a black golden card. Is this real?" the saleswoman thought as she looked at the card and then ran to the cashier. "Sister, those dresses are very expensive," Mia said embarrassingly. She has already bought 3 super pretty dresses for herself. "Don't worry, I have a lot of money," Iris replied as the saleswoman handed her back her card with respect and then headed to wrap the dresses for her. "Who is the second dress for?" Mia asked as she wore different size clothes. "A friend I met on my trip. I thought the emerald dress would suit her well. She will come here in 2 days to attend school," Iris answered. "Will she live with us in your new villa?" Mia asked. "That's the plan. I think you would also like her," Iris said as her sister looked at her curiously. "I wish father would stop being stubborn and come to live with us too." "The villa is huge," Mia said with a sigh. "It's okay. The most important thing is the fact that he is healthy again, so we don't have to worry about him. He wants to keep tending to his shop too," Iris said. Her adoptive father still had feelings for her late adoptive mother, so he didn't want to leave the house they built together. "Yeah. The doctor had said that it was a miracle that he was cured." "What was that pill you fed him?" "I told you to stop asking." "I will not tell you anything. It is a new top-secret medicine developed by my real family," Iris said as she took the bags from the buying saleswoman's hands. "I am sorry, boss. I didn't know it was you." The saleswoman apologized. She was hoping not to get fired, as she had realized her mistake. "Don't worry about it. But be careful next time and don't give the customers nasty looks ever again," Iris said as she dragged her sister out of the store. "Sister, why did that nasty woman call you boss?" Mia asked. Didn't I tell you that the family had given me some properties to try my hand at? This entire mall is a part of it," Iris said casually as her sister stood in shock. Should she search for her real family too? "Did you really get accepted?" Georgie asked with some envy in his voice. "Yup. School will start in 2 days," Margaret replied with a smile as she leafed through the song catalogue. She was now in a gathering with her high school friends. They decided to meet and spend the night at a karaoke lounge. "Wow, I can't believe that." "Not only the smart Mina and Mana got into the academy, but also you and Tom," Sarah said with a sigh, as their other friends looked at Margaret with envious eyes. "Why did those two not come?" she asked. "They have a part-time job," Margaret responded casually, keeping the twins' secret. "What did you do to get accepted?" a friend asked her. "I slept with the right guy," Margaret said proudly while wondering when he would wake up from his coma. "It has already been 2 weeks. Can you introduce me to him?" a slutty girl asked. "Not now. Maybe when you get prettier. His standards are too high," Margaret replied casually, making the girl glared at her. "I heard Tom was accepted too." "How did he do it?" a boy with thick glasses asked, wanting to defuse the situation. "I heard that he sold his kidney," a sporty guy who used to bully Tom said, making the girls nod. They heard that rumor too. Tom was too poor to afford such a school. Just then the room's door opened, and Tom entered with Peter. "Peter, Margaret just told us that she got into the academy," the slutty girl said as she threw herself at Peter, not caring about Tom. She still considered him a poor guy, unworthy of her noble attention. If it were not for his relationship with rich Peter or the fact that he was accepted at the elite academy, she would have convinced her friends to kick him out of here. "I got in too," Peter said casually as he sat down, dragging the girl to sit in his lap and making everyone look at him with a shocked expression while Tom silently got a seat in the back while looking at his classmates' faces. Most of those guys used to make fun of him. Just you wait, he thought. "How? Did you also sleep with some guy?" Georgie asked mockingly. If it were only Margaret, it could be possible. But how could Peter, who could only pass his exams and graduate after bribing the school? "Well, not just one guy," Peter said with a smile, making his former classmates give him a strange look, especially the girl that was coquettishly sitting in his lap. "It's not what you think, let me explain," Do you remember that day we went hiking in the mountains, when you left with Sarah early? Peter began to explain. Ah, yes. Sorry about that, Georgie said, not intending to elaborate on what he did with Sarah, who was blushing on his side as her girlfriends giggled. Yeah, well, we fell into a deep cave and had to spend the night there, as we couldn't get any help and it was getting dark. So I technically did sleep with the two other guys there. Tom was one of them. You can ask him, Peter clarified with a smile, as Tom nodded, making the slutty girl who sat on Peter's lap sigh in relief. Thankfully her target for the night was still straight. Ah, sorry, I shouldn't have left you at that time, Georgie apologized. He felt guilty because he left early that day, about leaving his friends to be stranded in the wilds, as he enjoyed the best night of his life. It's okay, because in the depths of that cave, we found an ancient historical site. So after that, in the morning, we climbed our way back to the surface, then reported our discovery. They decided to grant us seats at the academy for our accomplishment. Peter lied. This was something they agreed upon earlier as an excuse. They can't tell their friends about the dungeon. Tom used this excuse too when his girlfriends asked. You mean the one at the Cloudy Mountain? A friend asked with envy. Yes, Peter said, making Georgie get a little regretful. If he went with them he would have gotten into the academy too. But feeling Sarah's hand grasping his, he changed his mind. He got the girl of his dreams, and that was enough for him. With that thought in his mind, he smiled at her. Cloudy Mountain? Ah, I heard about that one. The entire area was closed off a few weeks ago, even the movie crew that was shooting a film that had to change location. Another gossip-loving girl said. Yes, that's the one, he said. Then, Anna, are you going to study at the academy too? Sarah asked. I don't have enough money for that. Even after getting an acceptance letter, you need to pay a hefty fee, you know. Anna said. I also got a scholarship for medical school. I will go the next month. Anna added. Ah, I see. So Peter, did your father pay your tuition for you? The slutty girl asked with a charming voice. Who else would? I am not like Margaret. No young master would be willing to sponsor me, Peter answered jokingly, as the girl who was clinging to him giggled. Should she try to seduce his father? She didn't like old men. Then Tom, how did you get in? Did you offer your ass to some young master too, or sell one of your kidneys? A mean-looking girl asked mockingly, as her classmates looked at Tom for an answer, waiting for a chance to mock him. Tom is very rich, you know. He found some treasure at a stall a while back, then sold it in an auction. He owns an entire apartment building out of town, the one with the big T letter. Margaret interjected before Tom could organize his words, making all of her classmates look at Tom, who was sitting in the corner in shock. They know that building. It is visible from the highway. Really? The slutty girl asked. Yeah, I was lucky, Tom said casually while glaring at Margaret hatefully. She ruined his plans. He was waiting for his classmates to mock him before slapping their faces and leaving the gathering using his new sports car, which he parked outside. Ah! The girls were shocked, not knowing what to say, while the guys who used to mock Tom for being poor lowered their heads in shame. Suddenly, Margaret's phone rang. Yes? She answered. What? I will be right back, she said, then hung up and got her back. What happened? Sarah asked. My young master has just woken up. He is waiting for me to perform my nightly duty, Margaret said as she bolted out of the room under her friend's shocked eyes. Slut. They all thought. Chapter 131, An Upgrade. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor sighed in relief. The pain in his head had subsided at last after that soul was fully digested. Looking at his system, he noticed a few notifications waiting for him. A system update had been spotted. Applying update error, not sufficient authority. System notification. A system update is pending. Do you want to update? Yes. An update. Ah, this must be the effect of him being exposed to that awakening talisman which was disguised as a painting. He knew perfectly well what this was about. The system that the orb gave the players was severely outdated, as the orb was created thousands of years ago. It was basically like an installation disk, that installed an operating system for the players after testing their compatibility. Its OS was too old and only supported basic system functions. The painting was very recent and continued the modern version of the system, with all the new shiny features. It was used by those invaders to hide their souls and then let them enter a target body undetected, like a pirated operating system containing a virus. After the reckoning, all players, old and new, would get the new system. While he was tempted to refuse the update as the old version may have some unexplored bugs that he may be able to exploit, the temptation of the new version was huge. He had already got enough benefits anyway. He pressed yes after some hesitation, semicolon. Player ID /B48984894898489848128489618748361156874898484D000/ Name, Victor Von Wise. The system has been updated. Reassessing data. Skills have been reconfigured. Error found. Illegal data. Fixing initiated. Fixing failed. Retrying. Fixing failed. Retrying. Fixing failed. Retrying. Timed out. Warning. 401 unauthorized access was encountered. Data error correction failed. System command. Deleting user. Failed. Reverting to older version. Failed. Error. Fixing routine timed out. Restarting interface, semicolon. Welcome player. A new title was acquired. 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 Killed one demon. A new title was acquired. Calculating EXP. Ungranted EXP found. Level up. Level up. Dot. 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 Level up. Skills upgraded. Admin appraisal, +3. Appraise lies, Master Seal, +4, added 1 slot, can activate skills through the Blood Slave, cost relative to distance. Unlimited disguise, +3, can disguise aura. Dagger throw C, B. Class upgraded, fate upgraded to C++. Eyes of Destiny, +2, automatic alert on S-ranked fates. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Reduce cooldown to 15 days. Fate Tracker, X, +1, 2 threads can be tracked. Fate Instinct, X, +1, increase trigger chance, semicolon. Name, Victor Von Wise. Level, 119. Titles, Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon static maps would be revealed automatically. Dungeon Conqueror X2. Triggered a dungeon clear event. Damage to dungeon monsters +1% X2. Savior, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Health +10%. Avenger, killed an stigma title holder. Gains the ability to trigger stigma curses, 1 time per day. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. All attacks against demons are critical. Demonic skills are 90% ineffective against you. Status. Authority, Health 4644 4644, Stamina 3470 3470, Mana 3912 3912, Strength 331, Agility 297, Intelligence 370, Luck 46, Charm 55. Order points, 121, plus. For every monster killed. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, none. Class skills, Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills, Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, E. Silky Tongue, E. Orme, E. Acting, F. Sleeping, F. Lying, F. System skills, Admin Appraisal, SSS, +3. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +3, 4-5. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +3. Eidetic Memory, A. Dagger Throw, B. Magic Affinity, none. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA. Equipment, none. At long last, he was able to get rid of that old useless system. With that, he began to inspect his new system with interest. With this, he could get titles more frequently, and he no longer needed to wait for a dungeon to clear to get his reward and exp points for missions and accomplishments. It meant he could level up anywhere. In addition to that, now, he could learn skills instantly. Looking at it, Victor smiled. His attributes were really good, especially after killing that demon. He got a ton of EXP and a crazy title. He could now rival those elders in his family. But he must not get cocky, he reminded himself, as he still had too many weaknesses. He still remembers clearly how the ones who ruled this world after the reckoning were not the strongest forces, but the ones who bode their time and survived until all the others were exhausted. He must stay hidden and bide his time. The 3 new bars, which were newly added, were health, stamina, and mana. Health is dependent on many factors like his strength and bloodline among others. It represents how much damage he would absorb while keeping his body intact. And when it reaches 0, the system would delete his account, and he would die. Stamina and mana represent his energy to perform skills. Even if they were depleted, he would feel nothing, as it was not connected to his human body, but a system-infused energy. All of those would regenerate depending on his attributes. The recognized skills are the ones that the world recognizes him as having. He would be able to spend mana or stamina to perform them in the future, to perform them effortlessly and so that he would not get tired. For example, if he played the piano for some time, the world would add piano skill to the list. As for the rank, it would depend on the system's evaluation. And the next time he plays using the system stamina points, he will not make any mistakes, and the play will go flawlessly. It was a kind of system assistance. For now, the list only contained useless stuff that the system watched him perform, so he would have to show the world what he can do to fill it. But he wondered whether the face-slapping skill was literally or figuratively. No matter what, using it without expending much energy would be cool. System skills are different. Those are the ones granted by the skill books and mission rewards, and most of them are supernatural. Magic affinity is required to use certain skills, which required elemental affinity. Like how Sebastian had a fireball skill, he must have had fire affinity. Or as a scion, he probably had the very rare 5 or 7 elements affinity. Victor didn't care, because after awakening his bloodline, he would get some magic affinity as a dragon bloodline holder. In addition to that, he could learn and use magic skills anyway due to his authority. But they would cost him a lot of mana to activate. Order points can now be harvested by killing monsters, like after the reckoning. He was very desperate about them getting depleted. And now he could use his fate skills and that information book more liberally. Wait, why was the equipment set to none? Wasn't he wearing his storage ring, a defensive talisman, and a levitating necklace? Opening his eyes, Victor found himself in his room, laying on his bed. He was naked, and a pretty girl with swollen eyes was laying on his side. Chapter 132. Punishment. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Opening his eyes, Victor looked at Lily, who was looking back at him with her haggard eyes. It took her a moment to realize the fact that her young master was awake. Young master. What? She said as she hugged him hard and began to sob on his chest. He smiled as he hugged her back and kissed her head. He could tell how much she cared about him. After a while, seeing that she calmed down, Victor cleared his throat. Why? He asked while raising his eyebrow. Young master, you were in a coma. And what? She cried more. The last 2 weeks were very hard on her. I know about that. I am asking you why I am naked? He asked, making her freeze. She just realized that she was burying her face in his muscular naked chest. He smelled good. She slowly backed away with a blushing face. Did you want to take advantage of this young master while he was asleep? He asked while looking at Lily with a smirk. It was Margaret's idea. She said you might get better if we removed your clothes, as you may wake up if you felt cold down there. She said embarrassingly as she lowered her head. And you agreed, didn't you? Who agreed to this brilliant plan too? He asked. Everyone. She said after some hesitation. Including Alex? He asked. Margaret made him take off your underwear by himself, as we were too embarrassed to do it, Lily answered in a mosquito voice as she kept her blushing face down. "Oh. I didn't know that I was raising a pack of dirty girls. I will punish you later." "How long have I been unconscious?" he asked. "2 weeks." She answered while wondering whether she should be happy or afraid about her young master's punishment. "That long? What time is it now?" he asked with a frown. "Many things must have happened." "It is 7:15 p.m. she answered. "Good. I will go take a shower. And after that, you will report what happened to me," he said as he pulled out the medical tubes and needles connected to his arm and then stood up while using the bedsheet to cover his body below the waist. At this moment, the door was opened by Mana, who was carrying a food tray. "Probably Lily's dinner." "Miss Lily, this is—" "Ah, young master, you are awake," she said as she threw the tray onto a side table and ran to hug Victor. "What's wrong with you girls? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before?" he said smugly as he patted Mana's head, which was stuck to his chest too. "Ah." Mana quickly backed off embarrassingly, then looked at Victor. "Did he get more handsome?" "I will go get a shower, prepare my clothes and tell the others to meet me in the dining room." "Ah. And prepare some dinner for me too." "This young master is starving," he said as he entered the bathroom. After getting dressed, he went downstairs, where all the girls except Margaret and Arya were waiting. They hugged him one by one, especially Theta, who cried a lot as she clung to him, making Alpha frown a little. Alex, who was still in a maid dress, didn't want the hug, and neither did Alpha, but was forced by Victor, who opened his arms wide for them. Sitting down, Alpha was the first one to ask. "Young master, what happened that day?" she asked. "Nothing, I was just stunned by Theta's beauty." "Now tell me what happened while I was in a coma," he said, making Theta blush, and Lily realized that he didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask any further. It's not that Victor didn't want to tell them, but the girls, including Lily, were not ready to hear what he knew. They would not be able to return to their daily lives if they knew that their world was on the verge of being invaded. He would tell them eventually, but they must be stronger first. Seeing her young master's worried eyes, Lily frowned a little and then began to speak. "Well, after we found the young master collapsed." Lily first told him what they did after he lost consciousness, which made him frown. He wanted to scold them for being too careless but decided not to because the girls were still amateurs and it was his fault for not leaving an emergency protocol for them. "Kai was right, and you must have kept my coma a secret," he said, making the girls lower their heads. "I am not scolding you, so don't worry." "Where is Margaret?" he asked. "She went to a school friend's gathering," Mina answered, hesitantly. She was afraid that the young master would scold Margaret for being inconsiderate. "And why aren't you there? Weren't you attending the same school?" he asked, surprising the twins. "We thought it was inappropriate to go to a party while the young master was in a coma," Mana answered as she placed a dish in front of her young master. "Well, you were mistaken. Margaret did the right thing. You should go and act normally, as you must never let the people watching this place discover any abnormalities," Victor said, making the girls nod while lowering their heads. "They should learn how to act better after this." "And where is Arya?" he asked after taking a few bites from his dish. "She is at the company," Lily said, making Victor nod. "That girl was a workaholic." "I see. Did you investigate the painting?" he asked Lily. "Yes, I sent Alex with Theta to that annoying merchant shop. They were told that the last painting was sent to be auctioned by him, so we decided to go buy it," she said. "We also managed to get the footage of the security cameras from the surrounding warehouses and were able to identify the unknown artist and the buyer of the first painting, thanks to Camellia recognizing them," she answered. "Do you know who they were?" he asked again while stuffing his mouth. He was really hungry. "Yes, I met the girl in the mall before. She is the daughter of an influential politician. We didn't approach her yet as she was on a vacation out of town," she said. "The artist took some work to find, but we managed to locate him after 2 days. Unfortunately, he was dead in his rented flat. He seemed to have suffered from a heart attack. But we managed to retrieve 2 paintings from his shop. They are now locked in the basement with everything we found with him," she explained. "Did you investigate the artist's background?" he asked. Yes, he was an unafflicted semi-player who awakened in a dungeon 3 years ago. We couldn't find anything else suspicious. He used to be a normal high school teacher, but quit after becoming awakened. She said. Oh, anything else? Victor asked as he signaled Mana to fill his dish again. After that, Margaret went with Arya to the auction. It was the same one the young master was invited to. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it as it was not put for sale, and after asking around we discovered that the auction warehouse was raided the night prior. So we have no idea about the location of the last painting. That's all concerning the paintings. Lily explained. I understand. We will talk about it later, Victor said, after noticing Theta wanting to ask him something. Probably about the status screen. Young master, the family seemed to have encountered some problem, as there was a lot of activity recently, and you were summoned to the island a few times. But thanks to George, we were able to delay it, Lily said, making Victor remember about the orb that was probably destroyed. He could bet also that all hell had broken loose in his family. This might be a good thing for them anyway, as a lot of spies would be discovered when the family launches a thorough investigation to attempt to pinpoint who broke the orb. But he had no other choice, as he figured that invading soul would resort to some desperate measures when it knew that it was not the hunter but the prey. So Victor had to use the only other ID he knew as a substitute, the Awakening Orbs system ID. He used it just in case something wrong happened. He wouldn't be able to control the system while fighting that soul, as it would also be able to access it. Something bad really did happen after all. That demoness was smarter than he expected. Well, it seems like he would need to get the family a new awakening artifact. He had already set his eyes on one but didn't expect that he would need to get it this fast. Your esteemed father had requested that you must go visit him if you wake up, Lily added. Oh, call him and inform him that I had woken up. Then ask where we should meet. Is there a car ready in the garage? He asked. Yes, young master. Margaret took Arya shopping last week and they bought some cars, as they needed one to go to the auction. And Margaret might have gone a little crazy shopping, Lily answered as she took out her phone to text George. It's okay. You did the same before, so don't criticize others, Victor said while standing up, making Lily a little embarrassed. Fine then. I will go visit father after a light discussion with Alpha, he said as he gestured to Alpha to follow him as he headed to the study. Can I come too, young master? Lily, who was feeling a little jealous, and a little curious, asked. No, you are punished. Go do the dishes with Alex, then prepare yourself. You will be heading out with me, as I am too sleepy to drive, he said, making both Lily and Alex show aggravated faces. Why am I being punished too? Alex asked herself absent-mindedly. Oh, and Theta, go get me the 2 paintings you retrieved from the artist's shop. Make sure that no one but you touches them, he added as he left the room. Chapter 133, The Paintings. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Entering the lavish study, Victor sat at his chair and gestured to Alpha, who followed him in to sit down on the opposing couch. What was that painting? Alpha asked as soon as she sat down. We should wait for Theta for that. How was your work? He asked. I got the girls from the brothel into an old base that belonged to my family. I planned to establish a spy network using them and some of the properties that my family left for me, she answered. But I want some resources. Some money, she added. Didn't you take the money I left in the storage? He asked. He got a lot of money from Nick back then. Yeah, but I would need more, she said. Give me a kiss, and I will give you more money, he said. Is this an order? She asked. As his blood slave, she can't refuse his orders. No, it's a trade, he said with a smirk. Then forget it, she answered, looking to the side, with some embarrassment. When did Victor get this handsome? She asked herself. I don't want your finances to have anything to do with the family, so you would have to search for some other way, he said, seeing that she was not planning to kiss him. This girl needed some extra work to make her fall for him. Fine. Do you know Lily's origin? She asked, changing the subject. Yes, the woman in your memories should be her grandmother, Victor explained. That's why you make her wear a veil? She asked. Yes, don't speak about this to anyone, he answered. Alpha wanted to know more, but at that moment, Theta entered the room with 2 rolled paintings. So she decided to say nothing and just watched as Victor took the paintings and gestured to Theta to sit down. "Did you try to investigate those?" he asked Alpha. "Lily was really stingy, not allowing us to touch them, fearing something bad would happen. But I managed to get my hands on them after some convincing. From my observation, the paint on the paintings seems to be covering some kind of a talisman that I didn't recognize. I didn't dare to look further," she answered as Victor unrolled them and then inspected them. They were paintings of a falcon and a centipede. They also had 2 symbols on the back. Appraising them, yielded no reaction. This must be the effect of the soul symbol. Victor took out the bottle of the soul poison and using a needle he dropped 1 drop on each painting, right on the symbol. After a while, there was a hissing sound, and Alpha could swear she heard a muffled scream in it. "What the hell is this?" Victor nodded, then looked at the talismans again with a smile. Awakening talismans. He had just killed the souls hiding in those 2. He could eat them, but he preferred not to destroy the awakening talismans. Those things are more important. Too bad the system didn't recognize destroying souls as valid kills. "They are safe now," he said as he stored them in his ring. "Those things are too precious." Alpha wanted to ask what was that for, but fearing that he would make unreasonable demands, she decided to throw a curveball and ask about the incident first. "Can you tell us now what happened back then?" Alpha asked Victor, as she gave Theta a worried look. The painting was just a front. What really mattered was something else they carried. "The talisman and a symbol," he said. "A symbol?" Alpha asked with uncertainty. "Yes, it was a soul transfer rune. It contained a soul from the outer world. The thing that Theta saw was the soul trying to enter her body to occupy it," he said, making Alpha gasp. Then look at Theta again. This is the first time she heard of something like that. "But how can the soul enter from the outer worlds? Didn't the world destroy it? And was it the thing you swallowed?" she asked as she looked at him. "Yes, don't worry, occupying a body does not work on players as it would create a mismatched checksum in the system data, that might lead to the player's ID being deleted if it succeeded," Victor said. "I employed a soul defense technique, so I was the one who ate it," he added. "Ate?" she asked. Her family didn't have soul techniques, so she had no idea what that meant. "Yes. That thing wanted to occupy my body and eat my soul. So I ate it first and inherited all its knowledge. And that's the reason I fell into a coma. Digesting another soul is not easy." "That one was too greasy," he said, making Theta swallow her saliva. "Then, what did it want? How was it able to infiltrate this world?" she asked. "It was a really smart method. The paintings here are awakening talismans that were sent from the other world," he said, making Alpha look at him with interest. She heard of those, but her ancestor never saw one, as they were usually used as soon as they were found to avoid them being stolen. They were one-use items anyway. "I am not sure about the rest, but from the memories of the soul I have some assumptions. You see, those guys in the outer world wanted to send some of their disciples into this world to create some forces for the invasion," he said, making Theta, who was sitting silently by the side, gasp. "Invasion?" she asked. Victor looked at Alpha, who answered her little sister. "Don't tell anyone. But this world is suffering an attack from other worlds. It is still holding now, but the barrier would break eventually. We just don't know when. At that time demons and creatures from other worlds would probably flood our world to occupy it," she explained. Her family had some records about such things. "Ah!" Theta opened her eyes wide in fear. Victor knew well that her fear was justified. Those souls that crossed had many goals in this world. But the most important one was to build a spy network and create a connection array that would open a gate to their world for the armies to start their attack once the world's defenses were broken after the reckoning. It happened in his past life, and the casualties were in the millions. And the reason he chose to tell Alpha and Theta about them was because he wanted to form a unit to hunt those guys. With Theta's luck, things might be a little easier. "Don't worry, as long as you stay by my side no one can hurt you," Victor said, reassuring Theta before continuing his story. "Anyway, those guys in the other world were approached by a mysterious man who claimed that he found a way to make a soul survive in our world, and after they tried it, the forces began to pay him to send their agents here. he said. The talisman? Alpha asked. Yes, they found a bug in the system. If the soul was able to occupy the body of a target during the awakening, the system would not be able to find it. So they packaged the souls of their agents in an awakening talismans and sent them here. The world does not reject artifacts. Victor explained. Oh, so they sent the souls here. Alpha said. Exactly, those talismans would be painted a drawing representing the bloodline originator of the soul owner, so that they may attract mortals with similar bloodlines, and they would activate when they find a suitable target. Victor said, making Alpha sigh in relief. Lily made the right decision to forbid anyone besides her from touching those things. But who was that artist? She asked after thinking a little. I don't know, but I have a theory. The artist should be that mysterious man's avatar. He should have wandered into this world and was stuck inside a dungeon where he was able to get a new body during an awakening. He said, with a frown. An avatar? Alpha asked. Yes, some bloodlines have such skill. It's like a part of your soul that you can send to explore the world. It seemed like that guy belonged to some sort of a sect that specializes in soul techniques, and that was why he was able to send the souls of those guys here, by setting his avatar as a target, or making him create a summoning array on this side. Victor explained. Then why did he die? Alpha asked. Well, this probably has something to do with me, as the Soliet belonged to a princess, a very high-ranking one, with a lot of lovers. The guys on the other side must have realized that she died. Someone must have taken the liberty to take revenge. But who knows, this might all be a coincidence. Victor said, I see. Alpha said, those guys must have been sending agents here for a while now. She said, yes, and it is nearly impossible to discover them. So we must be careful, especially of people who have awakened during the last 3 years. He said, I will tell Kai to investigate this, then it will be your mission to do the dirt work on the ground. He added, making Alpha frown a little then nod. This would be a good long-term mission for the brothel girls. I wanted to ask you about something else, Alpha said. About? What is wrong with Theta's system? Why does it have so much extra stuff? She asked. About that. Victor smiled as he looked at Theta, who was a little worried. Well, the paintings contained an updated system. Where do you think the world got its system from? It copied it from other worlds. He said, making Alpha frown. Is it dangerous? She asked with concern. Not at all, on the contrary, this system has many features that make leveling up easier. For example, she doesn't need to clear a dungeon to level up or learn skills. Victor said, making the surprised Alpha look at Theta with envy. What a lucky girl. I will find some time to write an explanation for those things later. And when I use the other 2 talisman, I want you to be there, as you might get a system upgrade, as I did. He added, making Alpha look at him with bright eyes. She was really tempted. All right, Theta, did you regain your memories? He asked as he stood up intending to leave the room. He already knew the answer. Yes. Theta answered while lowering her head. After awakening, she remembered her past, the memories that Titus erased. Alpha looked at Theta with shock. She never told her. What secrets does her little sister hold? Do you want to return to your family or remain with me? I might need you to dress like a guy to hide you if you stayed with me. He asked, not intending to pressure her. After reading her name with his appraisal skill, he had a clear idea about her true identity. Theta, Robin Bloodflint. Level, 0. Class, Divine Gambler, SSS. Authority, 5. Health, 270. Stamina, 280. Mana, 310. Strength, 27. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 27. Luck, 70. Charm, 30. Order, 10. Recognized skills, Cooking D. Swimming D. Charming Men F. Bedroom Arts D. Spotless Cleaning F. Staff Arts F. Pistol Arts F. System Skills, Lucky Chance, S. Charm, D. Fireball, E. Class Skills, Healthy Gamble, S. Money Gamble, S. Betting Agreement, S. Magic Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, Twin-Tailed Lucky Cat, S. Fate's Status, Fate's Power, C. Fate's Direction, Rising fast. Fate's design, undefined. Total, C++. I want to stay with the young master, she said with determination. She was a little surprised that Victor seemed to know her true identity. But no matter what, she would never return there. She liked it here, although she had to work as a maid. She had many loving sisters and a kind young master. She never felt mistreated. While there, she would probably be killed sooner or later. In her heart, she felt that no matter what, the young master would keep her safe. He knows everything after all. And he stood in the face of that thing that wanted to hurt her. Fine then. Go pester Alex and let him teach you how to act like a guy. I expect to see a handsome theater warming my bed tomorrow, Victor said, making her blush as he exited the room while wondering if meeting her was his or her lucky chance. He must increase her blood purity. At 12% it was too low. She was probably some concubine's daughter. And he would wait until she was ready to tell him to be herself. Maybe he could secure some benefits from her family. After leaving the study, Victor quickly headed to the garage where Lily was alone waiting. The car is ready, young master. I already called George, and Master Theodore is in his villa in the suburbs, she said in an aggrieved voice, making Victor realize that he went too hard on her. Looking at her sorry appearance, he suddenly pushed her to the wall. Then without speaking anything he planted his lips on hers, making her involuntarily hug his head and kiss back hard. She was really worried that he would never wake up. Victor's thoughts were different. He was thinking of how Lily was a lousy kisser. He needed to find some time to educate her well. After a while, Victor stepped back and looked at the blushing Lily looking back at him with some anticipation. It has been hard on you, he whispered in her ear softly. Any further action would have to wait until we awaken our bloodlines, he added, making her lower her head in shame as she nodded. Smiling slightly, he turned around and began to inspect the 20 luxurious cars parked there. Those vehicles ranged from sporty to professional, from small to big. No matter what he might need, they got it. They even got a big bus. Not bad, he said as a black convertible sports car made its way loudly into the garage. Margaret had returned. She jumped right out of the car into Victor's arms. Then under Lily's jealous eyes, she kissed his lips for no less than 5 minutes. Being a really good kisser comes with the slut package. I missed you, young master, she said while catching her breath after her lips parted from his. She never expected him to be a better kisser than her. Was he really a virgin? And why did his lips have an extra flavor? I know. Now go grab Alex, then scrub the dining room's floor. I want it to be shining like a mirror when I return, he said as he took the car she was driving, then gestured to Lily to sit in the driver's seat. Why? The shocked Margaret asked. Do you think that the privilege of looking at this young master's perfect body comes cheaply? He answered as the car zipped out of the mansion. Lily, who was driving, was glad to see Margaret get punished. That slut was the one who instigated them. I will take a nap. Tell me when we arrive, Victor softly told her, making her frown. Wasn't he just in a coma? Didn't he finish sleeping? Victor ignored her as he closed his eyes and began to look at what did his blood slaves do while he was asleep. Oh, Rita was in a deep sheet. This went beyond his wildest imagination. What to do? Well, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, of course. Chapter 134. Rita's Goal. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Rita was floating in pitch-black darkness while weeping in pain. She didn't know how long it was, a week, a month, a year. She had no energy to think as the pain assaulted her very soul. Suddenly the pain stopped. She opened her eyes and looked around. She was still in the dark void. You have been punished enough, and it's time for you to act, the system's voice told her. Ah, you're back, she said as tears fell from her eyes. Yup, the voice said as a shadow floated toward her from the foggy distance. You are the system? She asked in a shaking voice. Yes, sorry about acting like a system, but I had to make sure that you are trustworthy, the voice said as it slowly changed from the mechanical voice to a familiar one as the figure's face became clear. It was Victor, who was dressed in a white robe like an immortal figure. Is this a dream? She asked. No, he replied, making her frown. How did you get here? Where are we? she asked as she looked around in fear, not understanding what was going on. This is your soul realm. Every human has one. And the reason I am here is that I branded you as my blood salve that day at the ceremony. When I let you drink my blood. Since then, everything you have belonged to me, even your soul. He said, making her look at him with shock. She was both shocked and angry. She always felt that something was wrong with the system, but she didn't dare to resist. Now, she figured it out. You bastard. You fooled me, she said in an aggrieved voice as she pointed at Victor and then proceeded to hammer him with her fist. Yes, he replied after a while, noticing that her fists were losing strength, and she was also losing hope. I fooled you as your father and grandfather did to the family. You guys have been fooling everyone, he said, making her feel guilty. Now look where that led you. He added, I am sorry. Did you tell the patriarch about my grandfather's secret? She asked with concern. Of course not, he replied. Why? She asked as she looked at him with some hope in her eyes. Because of many factors. But most importantly, I didn't want anything to happen to you. The family would kill you if they knew about your betrayal. And I would lose my pretty maid. He lied while looking at her with clear eyes. She didn't know what to say as she lowered her head with embarrassment. Her anger was subdued a lot. Then why did you only come to see me only now? She asked. I told you, you were a bad girl. This was your punishment, he said casually. He can't show weakness. I am not bad, she said pouting. All she wanted was to marry and have a good family. She never cared about politics. Did you figure out your situation? He asked. No, Levi is probably punishing me for being unfaithful, she said, earning herself a slap at her butt. When did he appear behind her? I told you that you are an idiot before, but I may have been overestimating your mental capacity, he said as she turned to look at him angrily. Her father also called her an idiot, but she didn't like to hear it from Victor. Don't look at me like that. You have always been disposable for the Von Zwy family. Just another pawn, he said, making her freeze for a second before nodding. Seeing her current situation, that would be the only explanation. Don't they want my father's help? Even if they planned to backstab us or gain full control of the family, they would need my grandfather's cooperation. They promised him the patriarch's position, she said unconvinced. Who said that? They only want to destroy us completely and steal our legacy, Victor said, making Rita look at him with a strange look. That's impossible. Our family is too strong to fall that easily. They would never dare to attack us, she said. Strong indeed. But what if we destroyed ourselves with our own hands? What if every faction started killing the others? What if we aroused public anger by creating a massacre or exposing the secret of players like the von Richter family? He asked, making her pause and think. Everyone knew the von Richter family's demise story. That would be impossible. We have a lot of allies, she said, unconvinced. Not at all. A well-timed and well-placed attack can make the strongest empires crumble, let alone a simple aristocratic family, he said while looking at her doubting eyes. Now, if my guess is correct, Levi must be filling your body with corpse energy. The pain was caused by it as it corroded your soul, Victor said, making her frown. She did hear Levi talk about something like that with the men in white coats, but she didn't get it at that time. How did you fix it? She asked. I didn't. I just blocked your pain receptors. Your soul is still being corroded, he said, making her open her eyes in shock. Do you want to feel the pain back? He asked, activating her pain receptors by 5%. No please, she begged as she curled her body in pain. Well, you are my maid anyway. I can't be too hard on you, he said casually, as he blocked the pain again, making her look at him with some relief and resentment. Levi probably wants to convert you to a death bomb, and according to the accumulation of the corpse energy in your body, you would die in 5 months. He would want to blow you up when your energy is at its peak, when the shattering of your soul would turn all of this corpse energy into death rays. That would be either at the Firebird tournament or Grandma's birthday party. They would be suitable times. I believe it will be the latter, he said with a frown as Rita shivered unwillingly. She didn't understand what death rays meant, but it sounded really bad. But they would have a defensive formation and talismans at the birthday party. She mumbled. That won't work. Death rays cannot be stopped. Not by a mortal artifact anyway. While Grandma Ann would survive, she would probably be hurt a lot. And half of the elders and party participants would probably perish in an instant. He explained. Are you speaking the truth? She asked him, unwilling to believe. Yes. Why would I lie to you? You are dead anyway if I don't help you. He said, making her lower her head as tears fell from her eyes. Do you want to live? He suddenly asked her after a few minutes. Ah, yes. She said as she looked up at him. Will you be an obedient maid from now on? He asked her. Yes. She said, lowering her head again in shame. Then kiss me. He said. Ah. She hesitated, but after remembering what they did in the vault, she got her wits together and approached him wanting to kiss him on his cheek, but before she could do anything, his lips stole hers, sending a massive shock through her very soul. They were now in the realm of the souls and every sensation would be doubled 10 times. Don't forget who is your master from now on, he said after his lips left hers. This was his 3rd kiss today. Would he get a skill? He liked Lily's clumsy kiss the most, though. Rita froze for a second, then lowered her head and nodded in embarrassment. Let's go. Follow me, he said as he floated in the void in a certain direction. Rita quickly followed him with a blushed face. Floating was hard at first, but she quickly got used to it. After a while she noticed something moving in the distance in front of them. It was a monster that had 9 heads and about 30 hands. It was as if someone took a group of people and then fused them together in a pot. It didn't notice them and seemed to be busy absorbing some kind of energy. What is this? She asked as she hid behind him. This thing was too grotesque for her. It is what they injected into you. A demon ghost. Victor replied. Seems to be a high-ranked one too. He added. Why does it look like that? She asked. I am not really an expert about those things, but according to my information, the demon is like a core that uses broken souls to build its body. It is now growing in you like an egg by absorbing the souls trapped with the corpse energy that is filling you. The death explosion is one of its skills when it wants to change hosts. It would turn the entire family's archipelago into a death zone when it's time. I wonder what was the deal they gave to sign a contract with them. Contract? Yes, all demons that enter this world normally need a contract, or the world system would destroy it. I am curious about what they gave to work for them. Food and shelter, or an open buffet on the archipelago? Victor wondered while Rita wondered why he knew so much. Can we kill it? She asked with some fear. The only reason it is not attacking us is that I hid our presence. But my skills are very limited here, so I can't approach it a lot. Victor said, it is very strong, but you can kill it. I will teach you how. He added. His soul here was only a fraction of his real one, and this was not his domain. What should I do? I don't have a weapon here, she said as she looked around. They were stranded in the void and she had no weapons and no clothes. Ah! She screamed as she covered her naked body. She had just realized that she was wearing nothing all this time. Did you notice at last? He asked with a smirk. Why? How? Why did you not tell me? She said with an aggrieved voice while trying hard to cover her private parts with her little hands. I was enjoying the scene. And you would end up in my bed eventually? He stated. Bastard, how can I get some clothes in this place? She asked with an aggrieved face, looking around at the infinite darkness as if she was searching for a wardrobe. This is your soul space. You can control everything here. Just imagine them. Victor said. Rita frowned, then closed her eyes and tried to imagine a white frilled dress. Nothing happened. She couldn't do it. Can you give me yours? She asked embarrassingly after trying a few times and failing. No, you must learn to get dressed by yourself, or you will grow up to be a bad girl. He said while nodding as if he was some parent teaching his bad child how to behave. Bastard. She muttered silently. What was that? He asked. Nothing. She said, bitterly. Why is this guy so unreasonable? Well, learning to control your soul is not easy, Victor said as he approached her, making her shrink her body nervously. But to her surprise he only touched his forehead with hers. Suddenly she felt a piercing pain, followed by a flow of information entering her mind rapidly. I just transferred some techniques for you. The simplest would help you create some clothes, while the most advanced one would help you eat that thing. Victor said as he stepped back and watched her hold her head, trying to comprehend the information he gave her. Eat? She asked after wondering for a moment. There were indeed a few techniques in her memory now. Soul techniques. Yes, although this place is your soul realm, you are too weak to expel or kill it casually. And if you did that, the men watching over you would notice something. You must use the bloodline reflection art to turn into a dragon and then eat that thing. Dragons are immortal, you know, so death energy is not very effective against them. But you must be in dragon form for that protection to work. He explained. Dragon? She asked. Yes, yes. Don't tell anyone, but our bloodline originator is an elder dragon. He said casually. What? How do you know? She asked in surprise. Her father once said that the family has been researching their bloodline for ages, and until now, they didn't know what bloodline it was. That is not something a little bed-warming maid like you needs to know. He replied, making her a little resentful. Does he need to keep reminding her of being his maid? Now, you need time to comprehend those things. Just stay away from that thing and train well. He said. Wouldn't all this corpse energy hurt my body? She asked him. Of course, it would, but that can be solved easily. You just have to eat it and gain its memories. He must have a way to control this energy. It is very rare for a demon to offer itself on a plate. You must not let it run away. He said, making her frown a little. Wouldn't I end up an abomination like it? She asked. Probably, but that's up to you. This is an uncharted territory. But I will be with you, guiding you along the way. He replied, making her a little fearful. Unfortunately, this is the only way you could survive this. He added with a sigh while thinking about how he could help her. I need you to perform another service though. He said after a while with a smirk, making her look back at him. What service? I am already yours, you can do whatever you want with me, she said sarcastically, earning herself another butt slap. He was practicing his skill. Not for me, but for the family. The awakening orb was destroyed 2 weeks ago, and the family is in distress now. He said. When? Who did it? She asked. I don't know yet. He lied. But if you get another one, wouldn't you be able to take an important position in the family? Your grandfather would not be able to control you after that. You might even be able to get an elder position. He said, making her open her eyes wide. Her father and mother would be very proud of her if such a thing happened. Where would I get an awakening artifact from? Even the lousiest one would cause a battle between all the powers, let alone a high-ranked one like the broken one. She asked, what if you could steal another awakening artifact? The one's Y has a spare lying around. It is of a very high rank. But that would have to wait until you get out of your current predicament. He added. That's impossible. Their awakening artifact must definitely be guarded heavily. She said, I have a plan. I will tell you about it later, he said, making her look at him for a second. Did you plan this from the start? She suddenly asked him. Wow, my little bed-warming maid has grown smarter. Yes, I wanted to use you to steal their artifact from the start. He confessed. You bastard. You could have told me earlier. She said in a low voice. To tell the truth, I didn't expect that Levi would be this crazy and do this to you. He said seriously. Don't worry, I will help you get revenge. Now focus on training in the techniques I taught you, and forget everything else. He added as he began to fade. You are leaving? She asked in a scared tone. Don't worry, I will visit you daily, so if you have questions I will answer them later. He said, this young master has too many girls to satisfy, you know. He added as he faded, not forgetting to spank her naked butt again before he had completely disappeared. Just trying my new skill, consider it a punishment for calling this young master a bastard. His voice trailed off. Chapter 135, Family's Decision. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After finishing with Rita, Victor intended to look at what that pervert Tom did before his coma. He gave Tom a mission to raid Charlotte's auction. Too bad he didn't get the chance to see her angry face. Young master, we reached our destination. Lily's melodic voice alerted Victor, so he opened his eyes and looked out of the window with a slight frown. He must have spent a lot of time with Rita. But being in the soul realm makes someone lose track of time. The car was parked next to the gate which led to a grandiose villa, standing at a mountain top. This place was not as big as his mansion, but definitely more luxurious and had a true history to it that no superficial architectural decorations could fake. "May I inquire about your identity?" a guard at the villa's gilded iron gate asked. "This is young Master Victor. We are here to meet Master Theodore." Lily coldly replied. "Please come right in. The master is waiting for you," the guard said respectfully as he lowered the gate, allowing the car to enter. Lily drove to the villa's door, then, after parking, she stepped down and opened the door to Victor respectfully. Victor stepped down and then put his hand around her waist like a perverted young master before dragging her toward the door where George was waiting. "It's good to see that you are well, young master. I was really glad when Miss Lily informed me of your recovery," George said with a smile as he led Victor inside. "It's nice to meet you too, Uncle George. I seemed to have overexerted myself a little with all the girls. I must learn to constrain myself a little bit in the future," he said, making George nearly stumble after missing a step. "If you don't want to tell the truth, at least offer a reasonable excuse." Why did this young master's character take a 180-degree shift after the ceremony? Didn't he have a weak and introverted personality before? Was it all a front? Well, an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Entering a lavish living room, they could see Theodore sitting on a leather couch, scolding a punk girl who was dressed in a leather jacket and had earrings all over her face. "I don't care what style this is. I expect you to dress like a lady," he said coldly. "I don't want to marry. I am free to dress the way I want." She said, "Okay then. I should return you to live with your mother. Maybe you would grow up to be a hooker like her." He said angrily, "You are supposed to be my father. Why do you want to get me to marry a guy that I have never met?" She said angrily with tears dripping from her eyes, causing the heavy mascara on her eyes to leave black smears on her cheeks. "The family has been taking care of you your entire life. It is time to make some sacrifices. And this is the family's order. Think about it, and give me your answer in the morning," he said, gesturing for her to leave. She seemed to want to say more but didn't dare. She turned around to leave and just happened to bump into Victor. She froze. This is the most handsome guy she ever met. Was he the fiancé her father told her about? She wouldn't mind if it was him. "Hi, I am Juju," she said to Victor with twinkling eyes, making Lily frown. "I am Victor, your younger brother," he said, making the smile on her face freeze. He didn't know her, but from her conversation with his father and by using his appraisal, he realized that she was his half-sister. One of his numerous illegitimate half-siblings who didn't have bloodline or talent. The family must be really desperate to resort to marrying their illegitimate children to cast a big network with the other families. "Ah, nice to meet you," she said embarrassingly, seemingly vexed by him being her brother. Did she just fall for her brother? "Don't worry, esteemed father would never choose a bad fiancé for you. While he won't be as handsome as me, he won't be bad," he reassured her as he entered the room. He knew his father well, and what he just said was the truth. Although Theodore appeared cold, he really cared for his offspring and would never wrong them. Juju gave Victor a last look and then left the room while thinking about his words. What a narcissistic brother. He is handsome though. "The family's situation must be really bad to order you to marry your daughters," Victor told his father just as he sat down on an opposing couch. Lily stood respectfully behind him. "Yeah, it's a mess. If she was as gifted as Aria, I would have sent her to supervise some business instead," Theodore said absent-mindedly before looking at Victor then frowning. "Is this how you were taught to greet your elders?" he scolded lightly. "No, but you didn't seem in the mood for formalities," Victor said casually, making Theodore glared at him before sighing. His son was getting more arrogant each time he met him. "Well, the situation is bad," Theodore said. "George informed me that you were in a coma. What happened?" he asked while trying hard to hide the concern in his voice. "It was an artifact that I bought. It was cursed," Victor lied as he gestured to Lily to massage his shoulders. "Are you okay now?" Theodore asked. Mostly. Victor replied as he enjoyed Lily's delicate fingers. Can you participate in the raid next week? Theodore asked, not intending to ask about the artifact. He always respected his son's privacy. Wasn't the raid a month later? Victor asked. The date was brought forward due to the situation in the family. You must be ready when the time comes. Theodore replied, understood. But I might have to attend school. The academy's classes start in 2 days. Victor said, you are an elite heir, you can skip. Like you weren't planning to do that anyway. Theodore smirked. Yeah, what exactly is going on in the family? Lily told me that something was amiss. Victor asked as if he didn't know. I can't tell you about it, it's the Patriarch's order. Theodore said, but I can tell you that something went wrong, and the entire family's existence is in danger. Theodore explained. That's serious? Victor asked. Yes, Theodore replied with a sigh. Is this why you asked me to come here? Victor asked. Well, the family has been taking care of you, your entire life. It is time to make some sacrifices. Theodore replied, making Victor raise an eyebrow. Wasn't this line exactly the one he used on Juju? Do you want to marry me off too? Victor asked, feeling Lily's hands freeze and then squeeze a little harder. Yes, Theodore said. The Patriarch had ordered that you must propose to Linda in the coming days, Theodore added, making Victor frown a little. This time frame is too short for his plan. Can it be delayed until after the raid? Victor asked. No, the Patriarch was really upset about your behavior when you met her at the party, so they told me that you would be punished severely if anything went wrong. This alliance is very important for the family. He said, but you can delay the wedding a little, as long as you set a near date. Theodore added after some thinking. Fine, I will do that, Victor answered while thinking about how he should make his next move. Then you have to be ready to receive your new concubine. You will go get her before the raid. She resides in New Leo City. Theodore said. Understood. What new concubine? Victor asked with a surprise. He had never heard of this. Ah, didn't they tell you? Theodore asked, then looked at George. Master, I chose to keep this a secret until the young master wakes up, George said. Oh. Theodore frowned then looked at his son. Be ready. Your grandmother got you a new concubine? He said with a knowing smile that Victor didn't understand what it meant. Who is she? Victor asked as he felt Lily's fingers dig into his shoulders. Ouch. Well, do you remember the pendant you gave your grandmother? Theodore asked. Yeah? Victor said as he grabbed Lily's delicate hands from behind. She was about to pierce through his bones with her angry fingers. Well, that guy from the sword sect, what was his name again? Never mind. He had an engagement agreement before, but that girl slept with some other guy and that created a lot of problems and made his father, the Patriarch, lose face. Theodore said, your grandmother, after trading the pendant with some benefits from them, and because that guy would not be able to marry anymore, she proposed that the fiancé should be a part of the trade. This would benefit all the parties. The sword sect Patriarch would wash his shame, and we would gain a powerful family as a new ally. Theodore said, making Victor frown. He never expected that his little trade set into motion this much drama. And what does it have to do with me? Couldn't one of my brothers or cousins marry that cheater girl? Victor asked. No, this is a little troublesome, but that girl is George's niece. So her family wanted her to be near him. So you were the only suitable candidate. Theodore answered. George's niece? Victor asked as he looked at George. He remembered something about George being a castaway from his family. His father helped him and saved his life when they were young. Yes, George used to be part of the von Estrom family, but due to their internal struggles and his identity as an illegitimate son, he was cast out. I met him after that and he became my butler. Theodore said while looking at George with grateful eyes. He still remembers how his life was saved by him many times. After George became all powerful they wanted to get him back, but he declined and decided to stay with me. So, they want their daughter to get to know him, maybe convince him to return or learn some useful things. Theodore said as George nodded with a sigh. What? Von Estrom? What is the girl's name? Victor asked quickly. Nova von Estrom. Theodore replied after some thinking. Chapter 136. A discovery. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sheet Victor cursed as he sat in the car, making Lily, who sat in the driver's seat, feel strange. "Is there a problem, young master?" she asked with concern. She didn't like the fact that he had a new concubine, but she didn't expect her young master to be this upset about it. He even declined his father's invitation for a meal. "A big problem, my dear Lily," he replied. "Drive slowly, I need to think," he told her, and closed his eyes as the car started moving. He remembers hearing the name Nova von Estrom. Wasn't she the girl Tom asked him about when he started acting as a system? Too bad he does remember who Tom dated in his past life. This guy was a womanizer. If she was the same person, that means, the person whom she cheated on her fiancé with was Tom. And the situation would be really troublesome. Taking her would not be as easy as taking the twins, who only had a crush on Tom back then. Taking her was like grabbing food not from Tom's mouth but from his stomach. It was both troublesome and disgusting. Maybe he should find a method to get rid of her. Was it fate? Probably. This may also be a kind of a world backlash, as this engagement is really troublesome. If Tom knew about it, and Victor tried to stop him from meeting Nova, the world would probably find a way to help him out of his enslavement, if that was even possible. But desperate scions do crazy things. He heard of many impossible stories about them in his previous life. The other problem was Nova. As Tom's lover, would she approve of Victor? Probably not. What should he do? For now, he should make sure this was the same girl. Victor quickly contacted Tom. Cheat. He quickly cancelled the connection. That pervert was spending the time of his life with two wild girls. That piece of shit was enjoying himself while his lover was being stolen. Victor didn't like to watch. It was not good for his health, nor his sanity. Victor dejectedly decided to postpone Tom's conversation to a later time. It would be a long conversation, as he also needed Tom to explain what happened when he was in a coma. He should focus on his other main problem now, Linda. Hopefully, the plan he left for Kai was executed, or his plans would become really messy. After taking out his phone, he quickly dialed Kai's number. "This is Kai, is it you, young master?" Kai replied with a question. "Yes," Victor said. "Miss Hilda has informed me of your recovery." "Congratulations, young master," Kai said respectfully. "Yeah, whatever. What is going on in the family?" Victor asked. I don't have the full picture, but something wrong happened in the awakening hall. That's all I can say. The entire family is on a spy hunt. So the young master should not do anything out of order, as some people might try to use it against you," Kai said nervously, as if he was saying something taboo. "I see," Victor replied. Kai, telling him this much, proved that he was really loyal. "Did you complete the mission concerning Miss Linda?" Kai asked. "Yes, it went all according to plan. But we had to use her blood due to the time constraints. The doctor was able to inject the fertilized egg, but she killed him with his assistant after the operation, so we don't have a complete report," Kai replied. This was Victor's plan to get rid of Linda. He would make her pregnant with Titus's son artificially. This would make a perfect excuse to change the groom. The family could force him to marry a cheating wife, but marrying someone with his cousin's baby was going overboard. Even his father would not keep silent. "Did the family suspect anything?" Victor asked. "Not at all. It was all done in secret." Titus's semen was easily collected after gifting him a movie featuring the new star Kiwiko to watch in his confinement. The lab operation was done using false data, and the doctor was paid using untraceable money, Kai replied, making Victor nod in approval. The problem now was how to make the family discover Linda's pregnancy without his interference. The time frame was too short, and the fetus's age would be a problem if it were examined thoroughly. Should he knock Linda out and make her go into pregnancy in a coma? That might work. "But, young master, I found something strange," Kai suddenly said. "What?" Victor asked absent-mindedly. "Miss Linda's blood sample. When we ran it in the family's database, it didn't match any samples we had from the von Rosen family," he said, making Victor frown and go silent for a few minutes. "Yeah. What? Are you sure?" Victor asked. "I repeated the test 3 times," Kai replied. "Impossible. Do you know what that means?" Victor asked as he opened his eyes wide in shock. "I know, it could be a coincidence, or the samples might have got corrupted. But we need new DNA samples from her and Amelie just to be sure. I heard the young master has a new assassins team. They may be able to get a hair or something that he could use to sample the DNA from. Kai said. I will send someone tonight, Victor said as he hung up while thinking deeply. This changes everything. Could it be that Linda was not Amelia's daughter? No, impossible. The von Rosen is a matriarchal family and they pay great attention to their daughter's lineage. But remembering Linda's name when he appraised her, it had a question mark next to it. Lily, I will leave for a bit. You drive to the mansion and forbid anyone from leaving tonight, he said, and to Lily's surprise, he jumped from the convertible car into the night. Young master. She screamed and looked back, to find that her young master had already disappeared. What's wrong with him? Scrubbing the floor was not very hard for Margaret and Alex, who were players. But despite that, they were still on their knees scrubbing. The problem was with Victor's request. He wanted it to shine like a mirror. They didn't know how to do it. Neither did Theta, who was watching with interest. Use polish then wax. Hilda scolded them when she passed by and saw what they were doing, then went to get them the stuff they needed. Those two had never done such a thing before. Margaret and Alex were trying to figure out how to start when Lily entered the mansion. Where is the young master? Theta, who was cutely dressed as a boy and was trying hard to learn how to be a man like Alex, asked. Went on a mission, Lily said dejectedly as she sat down on a couch beside Theta. You seem upset? Margaret asked as she looked at Lily. They have gotten to know each other better during the last 2 weeks. Yeah, the young master is getting married in a couple of days, Lily said as she raised her legs and then buried her face in her knees. She was really upset. Hearing the news, the girls looked at each other in surprise. Is it that Linda? Margaret asked while Alex, who acted as if she didn't care, listened carefully. Yes, and another slutty girl whom her family wanted to get rid of. They seem to think that our young master is some kind of breeding sted, Lily said with annoyance. Don't worry. The last time Victor met Linda at the party, he humiliated her in public. So even if he married her, he would probably lock her up in the basement, Margaret said, reassuring Lily. Maybe, but Lily didn't know what to say. Didn't you tell me that the young master can't touch women? Margaret interrupted. Yes, not until he awakens his bloodline anyway, Lily replied as Theta listened carefully. So that's why he didn't touch her that day. Then there is nothing to fear. We just need to get rid of her before that. Maybe we should bully her a little, Margaret proposed. If the young master knew about this, he would punish us for sure, Alex said. And what does this have anything to do with you? As if the young master would marry you someday, Margaret scolded, making Alex quickly turn around to hide her blushed face. What's wrong with her? Why would she care about Victor's marriage? She was just his butler. Victor used the cover of the night to head to the Cross Mansion, where Linda and her mother Amelia lived. The assassin girls would never be able to infiltrate that place, as Victor knew how scary Amelia was. She was a master summoner, and must have placed some crazy things to guard her mansion. So he had to do this by himself. He had nothing to fear now with his level. If it were not for concerns about his family, he might kill this beach and finish his troubles. After an hour, he reached the Cross Mansion. It was big, yet simple, hidden in a lush forest and surrounded by a tall fence with a lot of security. This was the governor's mansion after all. After giving the parameter an initial scan and then hiding himself, he used the levitation necklace to fly over the fence and head toward the main building. He was here in his previous life, where he was humiliated and then kicked out like a dog by Linda. Looking at the mansion with complex eyes, he soon found a suitable point of entry in an upper floor window. He also noticed several shadows floating around. Guardian demons. Those things were mostly formless and harmless, but they would alert their master if they spotted an intruder. Maybe some other crazy things were hiding around. So Victor wanted to finish this quickly. After scanning what appeared to be an empty guest room, he floated right in. The mansion was very clean, as if the servants here were scared if one speck of dust left uncleaned. Victor moved silently from one move to another, but this damn place was too clean. He couldn't find a single strand of hair. Going downstairs, he spotted some servants, but they were busy doing their jobs and didn't notice him. He really wanted to ask about Linda's or Amelia's location though. but couldn't. After some searching, he was able to eavesdrop on some servants who were secretly talking about Amelia. She was not in the mansion at the moment and seemed to be going out a lot these days. Was it because they were preparing to attack his family? Probably. Without Amelia here, he decided that he could move more freely. So he began to explore the mansion and soon found Amelia's office. It was locked and the servants seemed to be avoiding the room. They didn't even dare to look at the door. Victor used his shadow shift ring to go inside. It was dark, but being a player, Victor didn't need much light to see. So he proceeded to carefully check the office and take pictures of any documents he found interesting. He even found a few strands of hair on the chair and desk. He wanted to search the drawers and the safe too but didn't dare to, as they may have alarms. After finishing with the office, he returned upstairs to search Linda's room for some of her strands. When he entered her room, Linda was not asleep. She was dressed in her nightgown and sitting on her dresser combing her hair while sighing. She seemed really distressed. He had the urge to snap her neck at that very moment, but he was able to hold himself back. This beach can't be killed yet. Victor was going to wait for her to sleep, before taking the liberty to search around and take some samples. But the beach had other thoughts. First, she called her friends one by one and began to rant about how her family was going to make her marry a serial rapist, and then begged them not to tell anyone, like they would ever keep a secret. After hanging up, she was still angry it seemed. So she left the room and headed downstairs, scolding some poor maids in the way. Victor was tempted to use the opportunity to search the room, but looking around at the pink-decorated princess bedroom, he decided to follow Linda instead. This room probably had nothing of importance. Linda headed to the ground floor first, where she headed to the kitchen and drank a glass of high-quality bottled water. After that, using an obscure stair, she headed to the basement as Victor followed her silently while wondering where the hell was she going. Chapter 137, Unnecessary Plans. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After going downstairs, Linda crossed a dimly lit corridor as Victor followed closely. This place's walls were full of sound isolation foam. As if they didn't want a sound to escape this place, Linda was headed to a room at the end of the corridor, where she entered quickly and closed the door behind her as Victor slipped in behind her. The room was mostly empty, besides a tattered bed placed in the center with the monster chained to it surrounded by piles of bones, and a maid sitting on a chair to the side. Looking closely, Victor quickly realized that the monster was in fact a girl that was covered with black hair and her face had a wide jaw full of sharp, protruding teeth. Her body was shivered like a mummy in some places while others were muscular, but he could easily tell that she was a girl. She was dressed in some kind of a straitjacket that constrained her hands that had sharp bones protruding from their joints. She was very lively. Her eyes, which glowed red, were full of anger and savagery. When Linda entered the basement, the girl looked at her and growled like a feral beast. She even tried to attack Linda but was constrained by the chains. "You are lively today," Linda mocked, then looked at a maid that was sitting on a wooden chair to the side, seemingly monitoring the girl. "The medications are not that effective anymore. And we didn't dare to give her anything stronger, fearing for her life. The doctor thinks that she is nearing her limit." The maid said. "Was she a nurse?" "Oh, leave us," Linda said coldly, making the maid bow respectfully and then leave the room as Linda sat on the chair with a mocking smile. "What shall we talk about today?" "Ah yes. Today I went shopping with my friend QQ, the one from school. We were choosing a dress for my wedding," Linda said, making that monster girl look at her angrily, then try to attack her again before retreating in pain. Victor could see blood dripping from her. It looked like her skin was breaking up in some places and then healing again. "Oh, don't be angry. Are you that upset that I am going to marry your fiancé?" Linda mocked, making the girl who was withering in pain look at her angrily again. "Don't worry, I will not." "Well, seeing how much you are bleeding, the demonification should be reaching its last stages. Since you will not live longer, I will tell you a little secret," Linda said, looking back and making sure that the door was closed, then stepped forward till she reached a line drawn on the ground. "This was the limit of that girl's chains. The reason you failed the ritual at that time was not your incompetence as everyone thought. she whispered. In fact, I changed the offering in your bowl. I added some sludge from one of Mother's discarded vials. I only expected the ritual to fail, but didn't expect you to be possessed by some demon," Linda said, chuckling as that girl froze in shock and her mouth split wide while rows of demonic teeth sprung forward trying to bite Linda, who just stood proudly at a safe distance. "Who would have thought that the engagement was so important that Mother chose to give me, the lowly maid who used to follow you, your name and status?" Linda added as she laughed. "It was because I always followed you, so it was easy for her to tell everyone that you were the maid. I became the bride while the genius Miss Linda became the slave. I can't stop my laughter every time I remember how you begged your mother for me to attend the ritual too, not realizing I was plotting against you." She laughed hard while holding her stomach, as the girls screeched loudly and Victor stood behind her in shock. Was this girl the real Linda? He met Linda for the first time when he was 10 years old at the family's archipelago. Her mother brought her then to meet her fiancé. The switch must have happened a little earlier, and this girl must have been here since then. The von Rosen ritual, the way they turn their heirs into players, was different from the other families. Their awakening artifact acts as an intermediary. Every heir would attempt a demon summoning ritual. They would fight the demon that got summoned. If the summoning fails, then they would lose the right to be heirs. If they win, they would gain the demon's powers. If they lose, they might die, or worse, lose their body to demonic possession. Although that rarely happened. Sometimes though, a demon that is more powerful than expected appears, making the heir face mortal danger. By winning, he would gain immense power. By losing, no one can save him. This girl must be in the latest possession stages, and when the possession finishes, the world would kick the demon to its original dimension and kill this girl. Victor wondered why they let her live until now. The pain of being possessed by a demon was not something a young girl can tolerate, like how Rita was weathering in pain earlier. Couldn't they just kill her and relieve her of her misery? Was Amelia really that indifferent to her daughter's suffering? Not likely. Let's see, Victor thought as he activated his appraisal skill. Lynn? DA? Cross, von Rosen. Level, 0. Class, Ace Summoner, AAA. Authority, 5. Abnormal state. Demonized by Demon Devourer Kaza. Strong 97%. Cursed SSS. Parasitic possession. If killed, the demon would possess the killer or the one WHO instigated him. Drugged S. Suppressed SS. Strength, 23, 980. Intelligence, 23. 997, Agility, 10, 983, Luck, 1, Charm, 135, Order, 10, Skills, Devouring SS, Deathblade S, Self-Heal S, Death Shrill A, Resistance Building C, Enhanced Senses C, Poison Resistance A, Drug Resistance A, Summoning Art B, Demonic Command D, Drug Brewing D, Staff Arts D, Alchemy E, Charm F, Sleeping F, Equipment, Demon Suppressing Color SS, Fate's Status, Fate's Power, F, Fate's Direction, Slightly Negative Changing, Fate's Design, Painful Death, Total, F-. So that's it. They couldn't kill her, or the curse would transfer to them. Victor frowned as he watched Linda mock that girl. Is this how she relieves her anger? What a beach. I wonder what Mother would say if she knew I was mocking you. Hee. Let me tell you. She probably knows. She just doesn't care, Linda said, making the girls try to attack her again. Don't be angry. Do you know why I am telling you all of this? I probably won't meet you again, you know. In a few days, Mother would send me to the family for some kind of a before-marriage class. But let me tell you another secret. I will not go, the Linda whispered so faintly that even Victor had difficulty hearing her. Hee. His name is Bill. He is 100 times better than your fiancé. He will come and take me away. He already told me that he would not let me marry any other man. I will be enjoying myself as a princess, while you rot here like a cockroach, Linda said proudly, enjoying the feeling of superiority and ignoring the girl's angry look. As she thought about how she would dump this beach's pervert fiancé for the better man. At that moment, there was a knock at the door that made Linda flinch and jump back in fright. Did anyone hear what she said? coming," she said. The maid who left earlier returned, making Linda frown. "The mistress is back. She wants you to go meet her," she said, making Linda nod, then turn and give the girl a smirk before heading upstairs after making a strange sign with her hand. Victor thought for a moment, then followed Linda after giving the pitiful girl and the pitiful nurse a last look. Linda quickly headed to her mother's study, where Victor entered behind her. Amelia, who was sitting at her office, looked up with a frown as if she felt something wrong when Linda entered the room. She moved her fingers in a strange rhythm, making a shimmering demon, that Linda didn't see, enter the room and look around, then disappear after finding nothing. Victor was surprised. This woman was more dangerous than he anticipated. Name, Amelia von Rosen, Cross. Level, 75. Class, Ace Summoner. Authority, 7. Strength, 215. Agility, 188. Intelligence, 221. Luck, 31. Charm, 37. Order, 30. Skills: Demonic Instinct A, Summoning Art A, Sex Arts A, Energy Drain A, Demonic Command B, Drug Brewing B, Needle Arts C, Quick Steps C, Charm C, Sword Art D, Accounting D, Alchemy D, Surveying E, Cooking F, Poetry F, Poison Resistance F, Equipment, Defense Talisman A, Demon Repelling Necklace B, Summoner Grimoire D, Storage Ring E. Fate's Status, Fate's Power, C. Fate's Direction, Neutral, Fate's Design, Unspecified. Total, C. Do you want anything, Mother? Linda asked respectfully after bowing. I just got some news that Victor has visited his father, where he was ordered to propose to you as planned. He should come here in a few days. So make sure to dress perfectly and don't do anything stupid, Amelia said, making Victor frown. There were some spies in his father's mansion, it seemed. But Bill will be here on the weekend, Linda said. Didn't I order you to stop contacting him? Amelia asked angrily. I did, but he kept sending me messages. I can't ignore him, Linda said. Well, I will be streaming the proposal live to Anne, so even if he showed up it would be useless, Amelia said with a frown, making Linda squeeze her fist hard behind her back. As Victor watched the drama in amusement, this situation was trickier than he anticipated, and all of his plans were now thrown out of the window. He never expected that all of his plans were for nothing. This beach was going to destroy her family's scheme by herself. What should he do? Simple, he would delay the engagement for a few days until Bill comes and takes Linda. They would not try to find a new Von Rosen wife for him before finding out where Linda ran off to. Maybe in a week or two, someone would tip his grandmother about Bill's affair. And maybe, just maybe, what if Bill discovered the truth about Linda's baby? Wouldn't he try to kill Titus, bringing both of their factions into a war? Wouldn't that be good for him and his brother, who was like Bill, a patriarch candidate? There are a lot of ifs in this plan, but it's not that bad at all. All he has to do now is wait, and maybe facilitate Linda's escape. Victor had the urge to kiss this beach at that moment. This girl was really great. Chapter 138, Her Name. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. She wanted to cry, but no tears came from her demonic eyes. And her misery only intensified the pain in her body. A body that she could barely control nowadays. She gave PY everything. She even begged her mother to let her attend the ceremony with the family heirs so that they could always stay together. All this time she thought that PY really cared for her, as she came here every other night to check on her and maybe brag a little. She hoped that she just wanted to entertain her. Not even in her worst nightmares, she could have thought that her best friend would betray her like this. PY was the maid given to her by her mother. She never treated her as a maid but as a friend. They grew up together after all, and they should have trusted each other. She even gave her the name PY, as she reminded her of a cat. She didn't know what it meant when she was young. Was this the reason she betrayed her? She was feeling desperate, when the nurse who was taking care of her today suddenly stood up from her chair and approached her with an absent-minded look. The nurse couldn't see it, but the girl could. The tiny demon that was floating on top of the woman's head guided her toward the bed. It's PY's familiar. She recognized it. Did she send it here? Was she afraid that the nurse heard something and wanted to get rid of her? Was PY always this vengeful? She wanted to warn the nurse to stay away from her, but she couldn't speak. She could only growl. The nurse ignored her as she approached and crossed the red line drawn on the ground, making the demon control the girl's body and use her mouth to bite the unsuspecting nurse's neck, killing her in an instant. She wanted to stop, but her instincts were too strong. The hunger was too strong. She didn't want to eat, but something in her body pushed her to devour the meat of the nurse. She didn't feel remorse. She just was a little sad for the nurse. She was new here. Her mother usually brought them to take care of her and read books to her. She really liked listening to books. It calmed her down and made her learn about the world outside. That demon possessing her seemed to be listening to what for? She didn't know, but that behavior made her mother keep sending her servants to read in the room and subdue the demon. Sadly, sooner or later those nurses would make a mistake and either end up dead by her mother, or as a meal on her plate. "You seem to be enjoying your meal." A nice voice startled her, making her look up as blood dripped from her lips. It was a young man. He was handsome, too handsome to be human. She wanted to ask who he was, and what was he doing here, but again, she could only growl. "Is this how you treat your fiancé? Where are your manners? Wouldn't you even ask me to sit down, little Linda?" he asked, making her open her eyes wide in shock. No one used the name Linda on her for a long time. Not even her mother. They would just call her that thing. Or simply the girl. Wait. Fiancé, Victor? The one PY was bragging about? The one she wants to cheat on? Let me introduce myself. I am Victor von Wise, the one and the only," he said arrogantly as he bowed down elegantly, confirming her thoughts. "He is just too handsome, SHHSSHSSHSSH. She wanted to speak but couldn't. That demon was opposing her. "You don't need to speak. I know that you want to introduce yourself, and I have already heard your conversation with that idiot earlier. I already know your story, little Linda. Your demonification is already at 97%. No, 98%. Did that beach's instigation make your case worse?" he wondered, making her frown. "Demonification? Yes, her case can be described as such. But the family just called it a cursed possession. We don't have much time," he said as he looked her in the eye and smiled softly. Was he not disgusted by her? She couldn't even dare to look at herself in a mirror. "Let's see," he said, as began to walk around the bed inspecting her, making her feel very embarrassed. "You might not be aware, but your family is trying to destroy my family," he said with a sigh, making her feel shocked. She didn't know about that. Impossible. But again, she was young when she turned into this abomination. "I will give you a choice. The first one, I would kill you and end your misery. Don't worry, the possession would not harm me. I am immune to curses," he said, making her look at him with interest. The demon was too. "The second choice, I would free you from that guy possessing you, but you would be my slave from now on, and I might use you to destroy your family," he said, making her frown. Was he serious? Impossible. The possession was permanent as the demon was of the SS rank. That's what her grandmother said when she took a look at her. And he would use her to destroy her family. She didn't care about them. They only came to see her once, then told her mother to lock her up and throw the key. But her mother really cared. After waiting 5 minutes in silence, he spoke again. "You seem reluctant. Well, how about this? I will give you a concubine position and I could help you keep the lives of a few chosen ones from your family. How about that? I would have wanted you to be the matriarch, but that's impossible, as you were out of the loop for too long. And after that Beach's plan succeeds, your mother would be in a very embracing position," he said, making her frown further. He was right, and she really wanted to be his wife, but she could accept being a concubine. What was she thinking? After some time she decided to accept his proposal. She had nothing to lose anyway. She wanted to nod, but her body started acting strangely as if it wanted to attack Victor. It was the demon feeling the danger. She growled, warning him, "Don't come near." But he didn't listen. Seemingly knowing what was on her mind, he stepped inside the line, and to her horror, the demon used her body to attack him. But just as she jumped to bite his head off, He caught her from the back of her neck like a kitten. His hands were so strong that she couldn't even move. She could hear the demon inside of her curse about the shackles and the necklace that was suppressing it. It couldn't display its full power. It wanted to break free. But Victor's hands were like a steel vice grip, not letting go at all. "I will drop my blood into your mouth. If you really accept my proposal, don't spit it and let it integrate with your soul," he said, dripping a drop of his purplish blood into her mouth. The demon didn't let her open her mouth, but Victor forced it open with his hand. It wanted to struggle, but couldn't. And when the blood touched her tongue she had the urge to spit it. But using the last of her will she swallowed it. She knew that if this failed, the possession would be complete. As she had no more strength to fight, she felt the blood reach her throat where the demon forced her to cough. But she resisted as the tears fell from her eyes. It felt like an eternity had passed when the blood reached her stomach. The demon's will attacked again, forcing her to throw up, but she resisted. Then the feeling of relief came. It was as if every part of her body was alive. The blood had magically dissolved and integrated into her very essence. She felt that she could stop it. The demon commanded her to stop it. The demon requested that she stop it. The demon begged her to stop it. She didn't. She heard a scream. It was her own. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Victor was pressing a talisman on her forehead. The talisman burned as she stopped screaming. But the screaming didn't stop. It was not hers anymore. It was a grotesque lion-like demon that seemed to have come out of her body. It was twitching in pain. Then, suddenly, it turned around and attacked the bed and began to sink its teeth into it with its split mouth. "What's wrong with it?" Victor moved his finger unbinding the straitjacket as a silver needle appeared out of nowhere in his hand. He placed the needle between her fingers and then pushed her hand and the needle into the demon's head. She didn't have the strength to move her arm, but the needle was so sharp that it penetrated the demon's skin easily. It let out one last scream and then dissolved into a sludge of green material under her astonished eyes. Was it this simple? Demon Kaza has been slain by the player candidate. Player Linda has completed the ritual. Welcome player. Demon Kaza's attributes and skills have been added to your base. Warning. Attributes cap reached. Any additional attributes would not be usable. Congratulations on finishing your ritual. How long was it? 7, 8 years? Victor asked. 8. She replied with a harsh voice as she just froze there, unable to believe what happened. And then involuntarily she began to cry as she hugged Victor, who quickly collected the needle in her hand with a frightened expression. "Thank you," she said with some difficulty as she buried her head in his chest. Was this a dream? If it was, she wanted it to last forever. "It's okay," he said after he collected the green sludge in his ring. He patted her head for a while then spoke. "Now let me bind you again," he said. "What? Why?" she asked as she looked up facing him. Was this a nightmare after all? Your mother must not discover that someone helped you. You must display signs of recovery slowly by yourself, he replied, making her nod after thinking for a while. That made sense. Just claim that after eating this nurse you felt as if the demon was weakened somehow and that you used the opportunity to wrestle control out of it, he said after some thinking. Would they believe that? She asked. Yes and no. Every player has his secret, and strange things happen all the time. Who knows? Just play dumb and insist on your story, Victor said, making her wonder. What was he plotting? What was his secret? Okay, she said. Talking was a little hard for her. Now I will use my power to return you to the demonized state, he said, making her feel strange, then looking at her legs to realize that they were no longer hairy and bloated. They were smooth and shiny. She was practically naked if not for the straitjacket. Why? She asked with some embarrassment, as she closed her legs a little. You must not reveal anything until that beach escapes with Bill, or I would have to marry her. Your mother wouldn't reveal you that easy, as that would put her in an awkward position, he replied, making her nod again. A few days will not make a difference. Her name is Pussy, she said with a blush. She shouldn't have named her that. Who, the fake Linda? Victor asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, she answered, keeping her head down. No wonder she didn't want to remember her name. Don't worry, I plan to take revenge on her too. Just don't startle her, he said, making her nod. Should I call you Linda then? He asked as he put his hand on her head, brushing her tangled hair. After all, You are my concubine from now on. He added, making her blush. Just call me Lin. I don't want to use that name ever again. She answered while enjoying the feeling of his hand patting her head. Chapter 139, Trouble in the Company. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After taking care of Lin's problem, Victor silently left the Cross Mansion and headed back home. What happened was a big surprise for him. He didn't expect that Linda was fake. No wonder her family didn't give her any important role and didn't tell her about the parasite beforehand. They never truly trusted her. Lin, on the other hand, surprised him more. He never expected her to be that cooperative. But considering her situation, it could be understood. That girl is too smart and didn't need convincing. He was her knight in shining armor after all. But with Lin's powers, she is one of the strongest players before the reckoning. He must use her well. He really didn't care about Amelia. He didn't mind leaving her. Sooner or later the Von Rosen would suffer that catastrophe, and he would be able to make use of the mother and daughter after he kills all of the elders to take control of the family and all its assets. Putting this problem at the back of his mind, he tried to contact Tom again on the road. But that piece of it hasn't finished yet. He was abusing his powers as a player to the limit. Victor sighed, quickening his steps. When he entered the mansion it was already 12:00 a.m. He was surprised by the shiny floor. It seemed like Alex and Margaret really put their hearts into it. Welcome back, young master. Mina, who seemed to be waiting for him, greeted. Where are the girls? He asked. They went to sleep. Chick something. 17. Arrived an hour ago. Lily escorted her to the study. She said, oh. She is a he. Now go get some sleep. I will take you shopping tomorrow. He said as he approached her and then kissed her forehead before heading to the study. Mina, who didn't expect the sudden kiss, blushed a little, then bowed and ran to his room to brag in front of her sister who was also there. Entering the study, Victor gave Lily a nod and then gestured to Chick 17 who stood up in respect to sit back down. He sat on his chair behind the desk with Lily's help and then patted his lap for her to sit on it before looking at Chick 17. Is everything okay? He asked. Congratulations on your recovery, young master. Chick 17 said respectfully. And as I have been telling Miss Lily, we might have a problem. He added as he avoided looking at Lily who relaxed on her young master's lap. What problem? Victor asked. We caught a rat a few days ago, and another one yesterday. They were journalists. Jane Armstrong and her assistant John Smith. They have been sniffing around the factory. He said. Oh, it was probably my fault for missing the appointment with her. Did any of you meet her? He turned to Lily and asked. I told Arya to take care of the problem, but we didn't know what to tell her. So she must have found a way to delay the interview. She said with a frown. Did Arya return yet? He asked. Not yet. There seemed to be some trouble in the company, so she was staying late. She should be on her way back. Lily answered. I see. Where did you keep them? He asked Chick 17. At the factory. We have a holding room there. Master Nick used to keep kidnapped girls. Chick 17 answered. Ah, don't call him master. Victor scolded. I will go see them tomorrow. Treat them well. He said. Understood, Chick 17 replied. Did you do anything regarding the construction I asked you about? He asked. Not on the ground. But we were able to purchase the entire mountain. The seller needed some convincing. But Miss Lily and Miss Margaret somehow did it. He replied, then looked at Lily with a questioning gaze. Margaret did it. I don't know how. I spend most of my time next to the young master. Lily said, puffing her cheek. She seemed a little jealous that Margaret was more useful than her. Ah, that's good. Victor said while wondering what Margaret did. Her charming ability is very useful in such situations. Start buying construction material. And do it silently. I want you to dig into the mountain to build a base there. He said. But that would require some more hands. And equipment. Chick 17 said. I will get you the equipment. As for the hands. Recruit some people from faraway villages. Pay them well, but scare them a little so that they would never talk and transport them blindfolded. Keep the location a secret as much as possible. Victor said, knowing well that no secret could be kept forever, especially regarding such a grand project, but he could delay people finding out about it. Understood. Chick 17 replied. If there is nothing else you can leave, Victor said. That's all, young master. Chick 17 said as he stood up and bowed, then left the room while giving Lily, who was putting her head peacefully on Victor's shoulder, a weird look. Is this the same demon girl who grilled them for 3 days because one of them asked her what was behind the veil? After Chick 17 left, Victor put his head on Lily's head, brushing her hair. You seem upset, he said. I feel useless. Everyone has a mission to do, except me, and when the young master needs something to be done, you are doing it yourself, she complained. Did your sisters recover? He asked. Yes, they regained their health, and are ready for any mission, she replied firmly. Good. I want you to send them to find suitable children to be trained as assassins. I want them to create an assassination organization, he said. Lily opened her eyes in excitement. She was getting jealous of Alpha, who was building her own team lately. I understand, but I need a base, and the families have already taken all the promising children from the orphanages around the country. If we found any, they would be useless. Lily said. I don't want those, and my idea is different. You won't create a fixed organization, but think of it more like an assassin's guild. It has base members and outside members who would take missions to build the base team, search shantytowns and juvenile prisons for suitable candidates. It doesn't matter if they were a little weak or a little evil, I have ways to strengthen and fix them. But they must have a loyal character, have good management skills, and they must agree to this by themselves. I don't want to force anyone who might betray me down the line, he said, copying the formula of many guilds that would rise after the reckoning. Understood. But even so, how can we be sure of their loyalty? She asked. Does he want to use the slavery ring on them? I can't be sure. But they wouldn't know who their real boss is. They shouldn't even know about you. I will leave it to you how to implement this, he said. In addition to that, I will implement nanochips in their body. I have a good design that I will give to Kyle later. He should be able to manufacture some of them silently, he added. The nanotechnology he knew of was just a little more advanced than the current one used by the family, but not by much, so Kai should be able to manufacture them. Although they would be useless after the reckoning, but by that time he should have got some good control artifacts. Lily nodded as her eyes shone with determination. At last, something for her to do. I would prefer that you just stay by my side and be my hug pillow though, Victor said suddenly as he hugged her tightly and buried his nose in her hair, making the blush on her face reach her ears just as the studies room opened, and Aria walked in. Victor, am I interrupting something? She asked with a blush after seeing Lily's ambiguous position on her young master's lap. No, not at all. Sit down, Victor said as he caught Lily, who wanted to run away. Are you feeling okay now? What happened? Why were you in a coma? Arya asked him while trying hard to ignore Lily on his lap. Yes, I just overexerted myself a little with all the girls around, Ha answered, making her want to kick him. At least tell a good lie. That's good then. Make sure to take care of your health, she mumbled as she gave Lily a jealous look. I wanted to ask you, what did you tell Jane Armstrong that day? He asked. I didn't speak with her, I just told Susan to schedule another appointment for her. But I didn't ask what she did after that. We have some trouble in the company and I was really busy, Arya said. What's wrong? Victor asked. With the money his family was pumping into their companies, it was rare for something like this to happen. I don't know. Suddenly all of our contracted actors stopped working with us. They even paid their contractual fines with a smile. And I can't find any A-list or B-list actors who were willing to work with us lately, she said with a sigh. Thankfully Mr. Silverberg and John Sigma are still on board. They told me someone approached them with a few million, asking them to leave the company. She added, oh, it must be that slut Charlotte. I will allow you to use all the family resources and money. First, we must teach those sheetheads what it means to betray us. Call Kai and tell him their names. I will make them get arrested. I bet most of them did some stupid mistakes in the past. Make sure that they would spend a few months in prison at least. It might fix their character, he said, making Arya look at him with a frown. That would raise public anger, and no one would work for us after that, she said. No, they would, if we paid them well. And I will not accept most of them anyway, he said arrogantly. Create a new recruitment campaign. We will also start a movie star competition, and do some recruitment and audition in film schools. He said, if they don't want to work for us, we will get new ones. He said coldly, but we would need good actors. Arya protested. Not really. Just 1 or 2 stars in a movie are sufficient. We just need good scripts and directors. I will write you the names of a few obscure writers later, you go recruit them, he said while thinking about a few names in his past life. He could write the scripts of future blockbusters from memory. But he was too lazy to do that. He can just hire the original writer and director. Fine, Arya said, sounding unconvinced. When you do the auditions, make sure to invite me. I want to look at all the pretty promising actresses there, he added with a grin. I will, she said with a sigh while brushing her purple hair with her fingers. It had a strange shimmer that made Victor open his eyes wide. If there is nothing else, I will go to sleep, she said. She was now a little relieved after Victor's recovery. Tonight, she could sleep without worrying about him. Wait, Victor yelled suddenly with a strange look on his face, that made Arya and Lily frown. Come here and drop your blood on this book. Victor, who took out the blood book from his ring, told Arya, as he wondered why the hell did he forget about her. Even now, he almost forgot again. Could it be that her purple hair is the result of her having some strange bloodline? Wait, why didn't he think of that earlier? Arya frowned when she looked at the strange leather-bound book, but she quickly used a pin to cut her finger and marked the book with her blood. Semicolon. Blood ID 1524879441115467198994546411124. Rank, SS. Authority condition met, 200,244. Do you want to reveal blood encoded data? Yes, no. Semicolon. Blood ID 1524879441115467198999546411124. Rank, SS. Data status, complete. Originator species, death spirit. Special blood effects, all or nothing. Forget about me. Hidden. Super death energy resistance. Super enhanced memory. Enhanced magic power. Enhanced intelligence. Enhanced poison resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Enhanced memory. Enhanced charm. Bloodline skills. Death Touch SSS. Spirit Hunter SS. Inverted Healing SS. Death Shrill S. Blood Mark S. Hiding S. Charm A. Survival Instinct S. Searching A. Weakness. Truth ORB. Reveal True Form. Life Flowers. Mortal Danger. Disabled powers. Warning. Bloodline contains hidden constraints and memories. Victor frowned. This one was also a spirit like Myra. But Arya was of a higher rank. They must have come from the same world. And what is a spirit hunter? And why does her bloodline contain memories and constraints? Would she be an enemy? He should find a way to control her before he awakens her bloodline. And he should probably search for her parents. Should he try using the Book of Wished Knowledge? Maybe later tonight. He never expected that there were these many otherworldly bloodlines in this world. Is it really just a coincidence? From the memories of the demon he devoured, he only got that this world was really rich in energy, and many otherworldly beings coveted it. But was it really this tempting, or was there something else? Is everything okay? Arya asked nervously, as she and Lily looked at the book, not being able to understand even one character. Yes, you are very special, Victor said casually, making her blush a little. That's good. What does it say? She inquired. That you are very special, he repeated. You already told me that, she said with a pout. I know, he said with a wide grin, making her understand that he didn't want to talk about it. Fine then, I will go get some sleep, she said, turning around with annoyance and heading to the door. I will tell you when the time is right, he suddenly told her as she was about to close the door. You better do, she said as she shut the door. Victor chuckled, then looked at Lily. Go sleep in your room. I have something to do, he said. I will wait for you in your room," she said timidly. "Margaret and the girls would be there, and I want to be alone with you tonight," he said with a smile that made Lily blink in surprise and then blush as she jumped from his lap. "I might be a little late though," he said. "I will be waiting," she said as she left the room while wondering who the new girl was. The smell on Victor's clothes was very distinct. Victor sighed as he relaxed in his chair and closed his eyes. It was time to see what that pervert Tom did in his absence. Chapter 140. Windy. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Tom was grinning in satisfaction. He was laying in bed with the two exhausted girls. They were the ones he got from the auction house. And those two were super wild. But they couldn't contend with the stamina of a player. The whimsical system update had finished. A message alerted him. Is the system back? He wondered. This whimsical system is back. This whimsical system has been updated. This whimsical system has new features added. Tom was surprised. So that's why the system was not responding. But what does the update mean? Security patches, and a surprise new feature. Players can now have limited access to the merchant's system store. When the whimsical system feels like IT error, due to the critical system update, the last mission status was interrupted. Fill the system on what happened in detail for your reward of 1,000 coins. Awaiting player report. What happened in the last 2 weeks? The system responded. Tom frowned, then after some thought, he remembered the unfinished mission about the auction raid. So he began to tell the system what happened in detail, how he hid in the vase and then raided the auction house before running away with the girls. There were some irrelevant events too, such as how he met a few new girls and how he went shopping. Is that all? The system asked, making Tom quickly remember and tell the system about Windy too. How the painting burst into flames and how she fell into a coma. Assessing data. Mission complete. Reward 1,000 coins. The system reported, making Tom smile in satisfaction. This system was really good. Not only did it guide him to gain a lot of treasures, it rewarded him on top of it. It was as if someone was giving you $1 million and then giving you another $1,000 for taking them. I want to access the Play Store, Tom said. He was really looking forward to it. Those merchant players are hogging all the good stuff for themselves. Due to the whimsical nature of the whimsical system, the player would only be able to purchase health and stamina pills. Bottle of minor healing pills, 6,500. Bottle of major healing pills, 21,000. Bottle of minor stamina pills, 6,500. Bottle of major stamina pills, 21,000. Bottle of weak antidote pills, 29,500. Bottle of medium antidote pills, 60,000. Purchase is limited to 1 bottle of each per week. Tom smiled when he saw the list. This is cheaper than what the merchants outside sell them for. Minor healing pills go around 2,000 coins each on the street and the bottle contains 5, so they are 1,300 each here. Too bad there is a purchase limit, or he could really abuse this system to get rich. Urgent mission. Potential danger spotted. Lock the girl named Windy up and search all of her belongings. Reward 100 coins. Punishment, will lose your ability as a man for 1 week. Suddenly the system told him, making him frown. Windy? She is already locked up, and I already searched her stuff, Tom said, making the system surprised. Mission accomplished 50%. The system is amazed by your speed. Reward, pending. How did you know that SHE was possessed by a demon? Now go question her. Be careful. What do you mean? Possessed by a demon? She was only trying to steal my things and run away, so I knocked her out and then locked her up, Tom said. Thankfully he hasn't decided what to do with her yet, as he can't just let her go as she has already seen his face, and those auction guys would surely find her if he let her go. Now it turned out that she was possessed by a demon. No wonder he didn't like that girl at all. She seemed to be always asking unnecessary questions, as if she had never lived in a modern civilization. She didn't even know how to use a phone. Sitting up from his bed, he appeased the two girls who protested a little, wanting him to keep them company. He told them that he would return later for another round. After that, he left the room and headed to the makeshift cell he built on the upper floor, where he kept Windy. There, after opening the door, he could swear he heard the system gasp. It must be the air. Victor, who was sitting in the study, stood up in jerk, pushing the chair and tumbling to the floor. Thankfully, no one was in the room to see the astonished look on his face. The girl who was chained to a pole in the middle of the room was Windy. Tom already told him her name, but he could have never imagined that it was this slut Windy. Windy last daughter. Level 0. Class Ice Witch. S. Authority 5. Health 260. Stamina 260. Mana 350. Strength 26. Intelligence 35. Agility 24. Luck 11. Charm 26. Order 10. Recognized skills: Herbal medicine C. Cooking D. Swimming D. Spotless cleaning F. Staff arts F. Bow arts F. System skills: Flying A. Charm D. Flexible joints E. Class skills: Ice ball A. Ice wall A. Cold resistant S. Magic attribute: Ice, water. Bloodline: Fate's status: Fate's power A. Fate's direction: Rising. Fate's design: Lover of Arthur Wolf. Total: AA+. Windy last daughter, also known as Windy the Ice Queen, Windy the Men Guild, and Windy the Heartless Matriarch of the Ice Soul Sect. One of the huge powers both now and in the future. That place was a sect only for women. Any man who approaches them would be killed on sight. It was located in the far north of the continent, in an inhabitant tundra. So it was able to keep its distance from all of the chaos that the world faced after the reckoning. Windy was heartless from all the previous matriarchs, as she forbade all of her disciples from approaching men or even talking to them, declaring to the world that men were insects that should be crushed. Victor had no idea that she was also Arthur Wolf's lover, but destiny never lies. Arthur Wolf was the enemy of the world. A man who was so strong and arrogant that despite being a scion, everyone tried to kill him and everyone failed repeatedly. That man showed up whenever a treasure or an SSS dungeon appeared, and he always left with his hands full, either from the treasures or from the artifacts he collected from his enemies' corpses. So naturally, no one liked him. Except it's Windy, it seems. This speech was a big hypocrite. She hid it well enough. Victor cursed, remembering many events in the past that made sense now, as she was always the first one to pursue after Arthur as if to kill him. But she must be the one hiding him. No wonder Tom hated Windy. The obscure feeling of repulsion toward her that Tom is showing was a result of her, is destined to be eaten by someone higher on the food chain. A scion with a stronger fate. What should he do now? Victor had no grudge against Arthur. On the contrary, he wants to use him as the guy who murdered his family was one of Arthur's enemies. Maybe he should just make Tom let her go. Wait, what if she was the demon? Suddenly Victor noticed something wrong. Windy seemed to have broken free of her binding. Tom felt strange because of the system's long silence. Is everything okay? He asked as he looked at Windy. She had many hit marks and scratches. This was not his work, but his wife's, who got very angry when she called Tom a pervert. Caution. This girl is a player. Caution. This girl is already out of Unbound and would attack you with an ice ball at any moment. Defend against the attack, then subdue her. The series of system messages surprised Tom, who quickly looked at the girl, but it was too late. She was already in front of him using an ice ball aimed directly at his face. He quickly dodged, then used his leg to kick her, but she dodged and slipped by him heading to the door. She was too flexible. Tom quickly ran after her but slipped and fell on his ass. The floor was all frozen. What the hell? He jumped quickly to go after her, but slipped again. Damn it! He roared as he crawled on the icy floor. By the time he reached the door, she was nowhere to be seen. Tom stood up and looked left and right to the corridor's ends but saw no shadow. He listened carefully for footsteps, but none could be heard. The window. The system reminded him, So he quickly ran to an open window where he spotted Windy, who was floating in midair with difficulty. This should be her first time flying. After a while, she landed behind an adjacent building. Seemingly her energy was drained. Although he knew that by the time he reached she would be long gone, Tom still wanted to follow her. But at the next moment, he suddenly felt his eyes bleed and was struck by exhaustion that made him collapse to the ground. Mission failed. Your energy would be drained. You will lose your ability as a man for 1 week. No. A scream rocked the building. Victor frowned as he stood up. He never expected Tom to collapse after using the destiny tracking through him. It seemed the effect of the X-ranked class skills can't be withstood easily by others. Luckily, the skill activation was a success, and Windy was marked. From her status, Victor could see that she had an enhanced system, so she must awaken using a painting as Tom described. But was she possessed? She seems not, as her name was not changed. A demon would have a couple of question marks at the very least. So now, he needed to go after her to investigate her situation. If she was a demon, he would kill her. If not, he must make her serve him, or at least do his bidding. Leaving the room, he bumped into Hilda, who was getting ready to go to bed. "Do you need anything, young master?" she asked. "Inform Lily and the girls that I have to go on a mission. I might return late," he said as he headed to the door, then stopped and turned to face Hilda. "Do you have a whistle?" he asked. "I have a few. I use them when I train the girls," she said as she reached into a drawer and took out a metallic sports whistle and handed it to Victor, who put it in his pocket and then left the mansion in a hurry. "I bet you $100 it is another girl," Margaret, who was watching him leave from Lily's room window, said. "You don't need to bet, I already know," Lily said with some annoyance. This was supposed to be her night alone with her young master. But this slut Margaret, who felt something was wrong, discovered the young master plot and came to sleep in her room. "Let's go after him. We would stay far enough away," Margaret proposed, making Lily look at her with surprise. She wanted to say no, but after some thinking, she opened the window and jumped. Margaret chuckled and after some hesitation jumped after her. They would surely be punished after this, but she wouldn't mind. Chapter 141, Scamming a Girl. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Lily and Margaret thought that following Victor would be easy, but it wasn't. He left the mansion using one of the new cars, a minivan that was bought by Arya for emergencies. It was the least conspicuous one in the garage. After some deliberation, and after ordering Camellia to hide their absence, they took an SUV and used to follow him from afar. Lily took the driver's seat as Margaret was not a good driver. She got her license only 2 months ago. They caught up with him pretty quickly as he seemed to be taking his time and had to stop at a traffic light down the mountain. They kept their distance, moving as far away from him as possible to avoid detection. "Why does he keep changing lanes? Does he really know how to drive?" Margaret, who was watching, asked with a frown. She noticed his bizarre behavior as soon as they reached the highway. "It is a maneuvering tactic. It is used to lose any potential pursuers," Lily replied as she focused on driving. Lily had to confess that Victor was simply amazing. Despite her training as an assassin, she had a very hard time following his car. His car movement pattern made following him very tiresome, and she was on the verge of giving up. But strangled, after a while, his car slowed down and began to move more regularly, and that allowed her to follow him more easily. They quickly reached a dark corner of the city, where there were no pedestrians. This place seemed to be set for demolition as the buildings were very old, and there were only a few lit apartments. Victor parked the car near a dark alleyway, then went in. Margaret and Lily used this chance to park their car too, and just when they were about to step down and follow Victor, a nasty-looking man walked arrogantly out of the alleyway. He was a young gangster with red hair and a face full of scars. Watching the man leave, Margaret intended to go into the alley, but her arm was caught by a frowning Lily whose eyes were on that man. "It's the young master in disguise," she whispered, then stepped out of the car and followed that guy. Margaret opened her eyes wide in astonishment, then, after giving the alley one last look, She nimbly followed after Lily. This young master was more skillful than she expected. They followed him for a while until he reached another alley where he entered after spotting something. Margaret was getting curious when they heard a shout from inside. "It's her! The girl who ran away from the auction." Following it was a whistling sound. A girl dashed out of the alley and headed in Lily and Margaret's direction. So Lily quickly grabbed Margaret and jumped up a tree as she activated her shadow cloak skill. The girl passed them and headed toward another street as a man ran after her. He was not the previous one, but a fat one with a stained shirt one this time. "Is this the young master too?" Margaret asked with a frown after that man got far enough. "Yes," Lily said. Although he was in disguise, he always had a certain air around him that allowed her to discover him. "Why is he pursuing that girl?" "Maybe we should grab her for him," Margaret suggested. "I don't know, but it would be better to stay out of this. Didn't you notice the way he ran after her? It was like he was taking his time chasing a mouse." "He is not serious," Lily responded. "You're right. Maybe he likes to play with his food." "Let's go after them," Margaret said as Lily nodded. After that, they watched an amazing drama as the girl kept running away from different gangsters who kept popping out of nowhere. They ranged from short mean men to huge muscular bikers. The girl tried to fly a few times, surprising both Lily and Margaret. But she quickly returned to the ground after hearing gunshots and men screaming. "Shoot her, she's up there." The air was not a viable escape route. "She is a player," Margaret, who was watching with Lily from behind a corner, said. "I was surprised." "Yes," Lily responded as she watched the girl enter another alleyway. She didn't seem to notice the sign that indicated a dead end. After that, the street became silent as the girl hid in a dark corner, not daring to peek as a gangster kept moving at the alley entrance while yelling using different voices. "Did you find her?" "No, the boss would punish us." "Keep searching." "I will punish her well when I find her. I will do it with her 10 times in a row." "I will not do that. I am not into girls." "You shut up and do your job, and stay away from me." "Search well. .. Margaret wanted to chuckle but used her hands to hold her mouth after Lily shot her a glare. The young master was acting very strange. Did he lose his mind after the coma? Suddenly the gangster who was shouting started changing his shape, and under their surprised eyes, he turned into a pitch-black demon with 2 long horns and a pointy tail. "Are you sure he is the young master?" the scared Margaret asked. "Positive," Lily replied as she kept her eyes on him. He entered the alley. There was a scream. There was silence. Margaret and Lily looked at each other, then quickly climbed onto the roof of a nearby building to have a look at what was happening. The girl, who was cornered, seemed to be arguing with the demon, who waved his skeletal hand in midair, making some kind of contract appear. Margaret wanted to hear, but couldn't. It was as if some kind of barrier was stopping any sounds. Lily knew it was Victor's skill. The girl kept arguing and seemed hesitant, but after some talking with the demon, she seemed to have agreed and marked the contract with her blood. After some more talking, the demon gave the girls a ring and some money, then disintegrated into a smoke. The girl hesitated and then left the alley while looking around like a scared mouse. But after some time she seemed to have some confidence. She used a paper that appeared magically in her hand, and her shape suddenly changed into that of an ugly girl with a pimple on her nose. With that, she walked a little, then found a taxi and went away. "Should we follow her?" Margaret asked. "Follow who?" Victor asked. "The girl." "A young master." Lily, who was absent-minded, turned around to see her young master standing there, making Margaret also turn to look in astonishment. "When did you notice us?" Lily asked as she looked down at her feet. "What? He noticed us before?" Margaret asked as she looked at him. "On the highway, my driving technique was not only to lose pursuers, it can also be used to uncover them. But good job following me to that point," he said with a smirk. "Ah. Then that's why you slowed down," Lily said as she looked back at him. "Yes, I wanted to test your sneaking capabilities, and if you would disturb my plan, you passed," he said with a nod, making Lily sigh in relief. "How did you know that the gangster was me?" he asked them suddenly. "I just felt it." Lily blushed as she said it, making Victor look at her with wonder. "Who was that girl?" Margaret asked as she approached Victor and began to move her hands indecently around. "A little girl who needed to be scammed." he said as he grabbed her dishonest hands. "What did you promise her? The same as me? A boyfriend and an allowance?" she asked, trying to break free to no avail. "When did he become this strong?" "No. I promised her that she would be able to be one of the strongest people in the world. She had to sell her soul for that though," Victor said, not letting them know if he was joking or telling the truth. "Don't worry, she will not be eaten by me, probably," he said, noticing the jealous look in Lily's eyes. "Probably?" Margaret asked, raising one eyebrow as she stuck her body to him. "Yes, destiny is a strange thing. If she suddenly chose to offer herself to this young master, I would not refuse," he replied arrogantly, earning himself a nasty glare. "Shall we return home now?" Lily asked, with a sigh. At least they would not get a new sister tonight. She needs some time to remember the names of the ones she has already got. "Not yet. I need to punish some naughty girls first," he said, letting go of Margaret's hands. "Who?" Margaret asked as Lily took a step back. "If you want to know, put your hands on the ledge and bend to peek down into the alleyway," Victor said with a smirk as he spited on his palm. That night, in a certain alley in the middle of the city, there were two new rumors. The first was about a demon that made pretty girls ugly, and the second was about ghosts wailing all night begging for mercy. Chapter 142, Changed My Mind. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Except for Victor's joyful whistling, the car was silent, as Margaret and Lily, who were in the back, were having difficulty sitting down after the punishment. They were not in a mood to talk. "Take these," Victor said, throwing them two healing pills. He may have gone a little bit overboard, but he was enjoying himself and failed to remember that he was now a lot stronger after he leveled up. Lily and Margaret quickly took the pills and began to feel better. "Don't do it again. One mistake and you might have compromised my entire mission," he warned. "Understood," they said, pouting. "Margaret, Lily told me that you convinced those mountain owners to sell it." "How did you do it?" "As far as I know, those villagers tend to be very stubborn," he asked, intending to lighten the atmosphere. "Well," Margaret hesitated a little. She was embarrassed. "You see, the mountain belongs to some villagers. They seem to have gotten it as compensation from the country because some of their lands got flooded after the building of a dam about 50 years ago. I met with the mayor and asked him nicely first, but they refused no matter how much money we offered him. He seemed to be under the impression that we want to build some kind of a big resort and he wants to keep the mountain and benefit from it later when the land price rises. Another company tried to scam him before, so he was very sensitive," she said. "So what did you do?" he asked. "I tried to seduce them, but he called me a slut and then threw stones at me with the rest of the villagers. Those guys are very conservative," she said, puffing her cheeks. "And?" he asked in surprise. "Resisting Margaret's charm skills is very hard. I invited the mayor and the village elders for a drink under the premise of an apology. I intended to drug them," she said, "and maybe film a short clip to use it to blackmail them," she added. "Oh, that would work. Did you say intending?" "What happened?" he asked. "Well, they refused to drink from the bottles I prepared, bringing their own home-brewed ones. So I used the drug you gave Alpha when we raided the brothel. I put it in the air conditioner," she said, making Victor frown. "That thing is very potent," he said. "Although the soul poison he gave Alpha was very diluted, it was still very dangerous. I know that Alpha told me at the brothel, so I diluted one drop of it before using." She protested. She was not stupid. "Oh. Did it work?" he asked. "Not as intended. I think it had something to do with their local wine. They didn't sleep," she said. "I was confused at first as they suddenly started acting strangely, but later I noticed that they became very gullible and did whatever I told them to. So I tried to convince them to sign the selling contract and they did it with a smiling face. They put their names and their signatures on the contract one by one," she said, making Victor press the brakes and look back at Margaret. "Really? Didn't they go after you with pitchforks the next day?" he asked as he thought. "They completely forgot about that night, so when Arya sent the lawyers to complete the paperwork they protested, so we sent the chicks to scare them. It seemed like it was all the mayor and his gang's plan. But after he signed the contract, the villagers no longer trusted him or the elders, and after seeing the money they were not reluctant anymore. She said, "Are you sure it was their wine?" He asked. He never expected that a soul poison could have such an effect. Theoretically, it was possible, as its effect was on weakening the soul. But it has never been done before. Yes, it was the only factor, and when we used the poison in the brothel no such effect happened despite all the guests being a little drunk. Even Arya was very surprised. She said as she nodded, "I thought that you would be interested. Do you want to use this on someone?" I tried to get some more wine from the villagers but they kicked me out. They even refused to tell me what it was made of, saying things about some kind of sacred oath. So I sneaked into the village's warehouse and took one of the bottles. I put it in the mansion's cellar. I wanted to try it on someone, but Lily stopped me, saying that it was very dangerous. She added, "I see. This thing might be very useful." Victor said, frowning in thought. He needed to test it on players. If this thing really works, killing a scion would not be impossible, and maybe that village had some kind of secret. He needs to check it. He sighed, intending to start the car again, but was stopped by a police siren as a police car parked behind him, and a police officer that was too proud for her own good stepped out. "Lee, Office Lee, we meet again," Victor said as she approached his window. "License and register." Victor. She was surprised. "Is this your car?" she asked. "One of them," he said arrogantly while thinking about how to get rid of her. "Why are you parked in the middle of the road?" she asked, looking at the back seat while wondering who the girls were. Wasn't he gay? "I just got my license and was having trouble driving, so I parked to catch my breath," he said. "Oh, I wanted to ask you. Did you have anything to do with the car explosion about 2 weeks ago?" she asked. The chief ordered her to drop the case, but she couldn't. "Yes, a man was trying to assassinate me and threw a grenade at my car, so my bodyguard threw it back." Victor lied, making Lee frown. "His description fits what the witness saw. As long as you are fine," she said. "Who are the girls?" "I thought you were only interested in guys." "And I heard you took a girl with you to the gala?" she asked with some jealousy as she looked at Margaret. She knew that Victor was at the gala after being ordered to investigate the pervert who assaulted Linda, and she saw the photos of him hugging Margaret. "Yes, I was only interested in men, but after spending a night with Margaret here, I changed my mind," he said, making Lily shoot him a glare from the back. "Ah, really? Can that happen?" Lee asked, looking at him and then at Margaret, who blushed a little while twirling her red hair. Lee had investigated this Margaret, and all of her reports repeated the same words: slut and gold digger. Lee was annoyed a little because he chose this slut over her, but a moment later she changed her mind. No, I should save him from her evil clutches. She must have used some dirty means to trick him. She told herself, "I would need her to go with me to the station. I need her witness report on the gala accident," she said, intending to have some private time with this slut Margaret, and maybe lock her up. She would definitely have some dirty past. Everyone does. That won't work. She needs to accompany me tonight. If it is necessary, contact my lawyer," Victor said, rendering Lee speechless. He is defending her. He has already fallen, she thought. I will see what I can do," Lee said while wondering what should she do. No, wait. What if she sends the reports of Margaret's past to him? Wouldn't he hate her then? But what if that caused him to revert to being gay? It doesn't matter. That would be better than sleeping with this slut, and maybe she would be able to flip his preferences again later. It has already been proven possible. "I will send you some documents to look at later. See you later," she said and turned around, returning to her car after giving Victor and Margaret one last look. "Just wait for me. Who is that crazy woman? Why did she seem to be in love with you? Wasn't she the police woman who arrested you that day?" Margaret asked, a little worried. "The one and the same dot as you said. She is crazy. Be careful around her though, and if you ever feel the need to use force to get rid of her, make sure to do it easily and don't hurt her," he said as he started the car. "Why?" Margaret asked as Lily looked curiously at him. "Well, don't tell anyone, she is my half-sister," Victor whispered, making the girls open their mouths wide. "She doesn't know?" Margaret asked. "But my father really likes her mother. So if anything were to happen to her he would be very angry." Victor replied, remembering the past. How many half-sisters do you have? She asked again, her interest piqued. My father has never spent a night alone since his ceremony. He is 49 years old this year. You do the math, he said, making both Margaret and Lily astonished. Would the young master be the same? Returning to the mansion, it was 3:00 a.m. So Victor decided to postpone checking the soul poison until tomorrow and spend the night in Lily's room. Margaret slept with them too. The bed was not very wide, but no one minded, except Lily, who kept giving Margaret threatening looks which the latter completely ignored. Victor hugged the two girls firmly and closed his eyes, then connected with Tom. Due to the trouble with Windy, he had completely forgotten to ask him about Nova. The whimsical system feels sorry for you, so he will grant you a chance for redemption. Answer this question. Who is Nova von Astrom? The system asked, surprising Tom, who was sleeping alone to hide his constitution from the girls. Does the system know about Nova? He asked about her before, but the system ignored him. She is my wife, Tom replied proudly after some thoughts. Clarify. The system told him. Tom quickly told the system his story of how he met Nova in a desolate mountain, how he slept with her because of the aphrodisiac, and how they grew in love as they hid, and how she taught him how to be a player. Then, how her brother took her away from him, and how she saved his life with that escape talisman. Answer accepted. Reward. You are a man again. Where is Nova now? Tom asked as he felt the life returning to his crotch. The system paused a little, seemingly thinking. Nova von Astrom is doing great. She was engaged to a new young master as a concubine. She will live a happy life satisfying her husband. The system reported, making Tom stand up from his bed and shout, no. System, find a solution, he shouted. The whimsical system is analyzing the situation. Please wait. The system would delay her marriage for 1 year. The system would monitor her situation and report to you when IT finds a chance for you to take her back. Be warned though, she might never want you back. The system reported, making Tom sigh in relief. Nova would never abandon me, he said confidently while thinking that he should raid a new dungeon to get stronger. Victor frowned after hearing Tom's story. The situation is worse than he anticipated. Nova should be his first love. Very troublesome. After some thinking, he decided to go see Nova first. If she really wanted to go back to Tom, he wouldn't mind letting her go. Maybe that would make the family stop finding wives for him if they kept running away. Now, he should focus on what to do about Linda. Pussy. Tomorrow he plans to go shopping for some gifts, to appear as if he was really planning to propose in a few days. Chapter 143, He Likes Men. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The next morning Victor woke up to find that the bed had 2 extra girls. The twins had sneaked in during the night, but the bed was too small to fit 5 people, so they ended up hugging Victor and the other girls very tightly, and making him remember that his body was still that of a young man. He should find a way to unlock his bloodline soon, or this situation would start to affect his health and his sanity. After waking everyone up and walking downstairs, he gave Hilda the DNA samples he acquired from the Cross Mansion last night and told her to deliver them to Kai. Although they were no longer needed for his plans, he doesn't mind having extra cards in hand. Calling Kai, he told him about the samples and instructed him to keep an eye on Bill's and Linda's movements. After that, he sat for breakfast with the girls. Young master, yesterday you told us that you want to go shopping. When would we be leaving? Mina, who filled his dish, asked. In the afternoon. I have some work in the basement before that, he said. Ah, can I go too? Margaret asked as Lily looked at him. She wanted to go too. Fine, I will take Margaret, Mina, and Mana, he said, turning to the aggrieved Lily. Lily, don't forget the mission I gave you yesterday. You need to secure a suitable base for your mission, he said, making her remember and nod. She really wanted to spend more time with him though. Young master, can I go too? Alex asked. No, you should still keep a low profile. Don't worry, I need you to accompany me to New Lure City next week, so you will get your chance to shine. Victor said with an ambiguous smile that Alex didn't like. "What about me, young master?" Theta, who was still dressed as a boy, asked. "Don't you have lessons with Beto and the others?" he asked, making Theta look down in embarrassment. She really did. "Don't worry, after a while, I will find some time to take you all camping," he said. The girls needed a vacation. After finishing breakfast, he instructed them not to disturb, and went down to the basement. This place was getting filled up with all kinds of materials. But thanks to Hilda's arrangement, it was not messy. First, he quickly found the unmarked glass wine bottle Margaret told him about. Analyzing it with his skill returned nothing, so he opened it and tasted its content. It tasted unique, strange. He had never tasted anything like this before. What is it made of? He wondered for a second before taking out the knowledge book. It's time for him to test its usage. And this thing is a good target. Looking at it, he hesitated for a second, then ran upstairs to the study and scanned the entire book before returning to the basement. He didn't want all of the illustrations it contained to be lost. Such a fine work of art. Putting his hand on the book, he asked a question. "What is this bottle made of?" Nothing happened. How should he activate this thing? Does he need to mark it? Victor bit his finger and marked its cover with his blood, and the next moment he felt his connection to it. "What is this bottle made of?" he asked again. Table border equals 1, cost 1 order point. Cool down time 120 minutes. Yes, no. An interface appears on the book's cover. Victor pressed yes while wondering if it really contained anything important, because the answer was very cheap. The book suddenly shone and changed into a one-page booklet. The only page contained only a few lines. Components: sand, soda ash, limestone, sand CO2 extracted from Miller Desert, soda ash Natuco3 base materials extracted from the North Mountain and processed, limestone Carco3 extracted from the White Mountain. Victor froze for a moment after reading the ingredients, then cursed. The book had given him the ingredients of the glass bottle, not its content. It answered him literally. Damn it, he should phrase his question more carefully next time. Now he has to wait for 2 hours for it to cool down. Victor decided to attend to another objective as the book cooled down. He wanted to create a protection array around the mansion. He had delayed this matter long enough. Thankfully he had collected all the materials before his Kuma. And as arrays needed a core and those things were expensive, so he decided to use the one he got from the spider's dungeon, as the Horror's Jewel would act as its core, so he only needed to draw the array lines. Victor quickly headed to an empty room in the basement and used the material he got from that crazy merchant and the alchemist. He began to engrave on the ground according to the pictures he took from the spider's dungeon abandoned temple. Victor was quite proficient in array buildings, because he needed to study them in order to activate the Book of Time back then. He really acquired a lot of useful skills working at the Royal Library. What he was doing was engraving the drawing in the stone and then filling it with a mix of the materials he got with crushed gems powder that he prepared on the spot. He finished the engravings in 3 hours and looked at his work with satisfaction. Now he only needed to arrange the range flags and place the Horror's Jewel, which was with Alpha in the core, for this thing to be complete. Victor wanted to call Alpha over but decided to test the knowledge book again as its cooldown was over. This time he phrased his question more carefully. "The wine contained in this bottle, what is it made out of?" he asked clearly. Table border equals 1, cost 10 order point. Cool down time 7 days. Yes, no, that's more like it. He pressed yes, Components: alcohol made of black grape juice from the Riverside Vineyard, lower soul relaxing grass from the parameters of the Withered Snake's Dungeon Gate, fish grass that you can find it anywhere in Vane City suburbs, black seeds that you can find it anywhere in Vane City suburbs. What is that? Lower soul relaxing grass, Withered Snake's Dungeon? He had never heard of this dungeon before. Could it be a closed dungeon? Having some plants from a dungeon appear on the surface is not unheard of. He had to investigate this. Now he should try the poison. He quickly put a diluted drop of the soul poison in the bottle and watched for any changes. but nothing happened. He should try it. Many poisons do not have system info like the one he used on Tom in the dungeon. He learned this the hard way in his previous life. Now he needed a player who would not tell him the truth usually to test this on them. Putting the book aside, he quickly went upstairs and asked about Camellia. Hilda quickly informed him that Lily took her and the assassin sisters out on a mission. So Victor resorted to his second choice, Alex. He quickly went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass, then headed to the balcony where Alex was training her spear arts while wearing a short skirt. "How is your training?" Victor asked as he reached behind her in silence, surprising Alex. "Ah, young master, it's fine," she said as she adjusted her skirt. "That damned Margaret made her wear this thing. Did you get used to living here?" he asked her, sneaking a peek at her pretty legs. "Yes, it's peaceful here," she said with some complex feelings. "Drink this," he said, presenting her with a glass and then filling it with wine from the poison bottle. "This is..." Alex hesitated. She didn't like the way he told her to drink, and her instinct screamed at her not to. "It doesn't matter. Drink it. It's an order," he said, making her nod as she grabbed the glass. "Drink," he commanded. Alex closed her eyes and emptied the glass into her mouth. "Do you feel anything different?" he asked her. "No," she said. "Am I supposed to feel anything?" she asked. "How do you feel in girls' clothes?" he asked. "Natural," she said unconsciously, then put her hands on her mouth as if to stop it from talking. "I wanted to ask, are you hiding anything from me?" he asked while squinting his eyes. "Yes. No," she said as she shook her head and began to bang it on the wall, realizing what was in the drink. "Are you okay?" he asked with concern. "No, yes, no," she kept saying. "Do you like me?" he asked. "Yes, no, I need to go to the ladies' room," she said, jumping from the balcony to the ground and running away as this was the best solution. "Interesting," Victor said as he thought. This thing worked, but its effect was too small on Alex, who could still control herself. He really wanted to try higher concentrations but didn't dare to do so on Alex, as they might be lethal. He should find a few guinea pigs later. Victor nodded and hurried downstairs to find Alpha and complete the array. He quickly found her tutoring her sisters about the arts of dagger usage. "Alpha, come with me," he said, signaling her. Alpha frowned, then followed him after telling the girls to train on their own. "Do you need anything?" she asked. "The Jewel of Horrors. Do you have it?" he asked casually. "Yes," she said, taking it out of her inner pocket. "What do you need it for?" she asked. She really liked having this thing. "Come with me," he said, dragging her to the array room in the basement. "Isn't this the array in the spider dungeon?" she asked as she saw the lines engraved on the walls and ground. "Yes, this is an illusion array. Its range is about 2 miles, so it encompasses the mansion and the surrounding forests. The jewel would act as its core," he said, placing the jewel on a pedestal in the center. A soft hum sounded in the room. Then nothing happened. "How is this supposed to work?" she asked. Her family was not that proficient in arrays. "It is already working, but its range is very small now. We will need to bury these plates outside to act as flags." "You can do it later. Just distribute them randomly through the mansion," he said, pointing to 20 metal plates on the ground. "I understand," she said with a frown. "Now drop your blood on the plate at the pedestal. You, Lily, and Hilda would be the secondary controllers of this thing," he said, pointing to a gold plate right under the jewel. Alpha nodded, then marked the plate with her blood, making her feel the array. "Wow, this thing is amazing," she said in astonishment. She felt the array connect to her. "Exactly," Victor said with a nod. This array exceeded even his expectations. It would allow its user to create illusions and hide or mask the presence of the mansion's residents. An attacker would not know how his throat was split. This thing costs 1 gem a day in passive aura hiding mode and 20 gems per hour in active illusions mode. So make sure to fill it up regularly, Victor said, pointing to a mountain of low-quality monster gems in one corner of the room. "Understood," Alpha said as she liked her cherry lips. "I have some work to do now. Study this array well, and don't forget to bury the plates later." "It's all yours," he said as he went to the study. Now he can be more at ease going to New Leo City and leaving the girls here. Entering the study, He quickly went to his computer and began to compose a list for Aria, containing the names of writers, actors, directors, and even musicians who would be famous in the future. If his company could sign those guys early, they would reap a lot of benefits. This took him about 15 minutes thanks to his enhanced memories. Looking at the time, it was still 11:30 a.m., so he decided to do something else he was postponing. Using the computer, he began to draw a plan for the massive base he wanted to build in place of Nick's old hidden base. That place would be his spare stronghold, just in case Vane City was compromised, especially after the reckoning when the major cities would be targeted by the invading forces. At about 3 o'clock he heard a knock on the door. It was Mina. "Young master, would you like to have lunch here or shall we go shopping and eat outside?" she asked. "Oh, let's go downtown," he said, saving the file and emailing it to Kai with the instructions to find a suitable architect to do some proper plans according to his drawings. "Where are Margaret and your sister?" he asked as he noticed that Mina was already dressed in hot casual jeans and a red t-shirt. "They are waiting for the young master in the garage," Mina said, making Victor realize that the girl had already guessed what he wanted to do. "Let's go then," he said, heading to the garage where Margaret and Mana were waiting in a convertible car. "Margaret, you drive," he said, sitting in the back and gesturing to the twins to sit by his sides. Margaret gave him a hateful look, then headed to the driver's seat. "I tried your wine recipe on Alex," he said as she started the car. "Ah, what happened?" She opened her eyes wide as she turned to face him. "He likes men," Victor said, making Margaret chuckle and the twins nod. They expected that much. Alex never looked at them like a man would. Chapter 144, Victor's Day Out. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Do you have any place in mind? Margaret, who was driving the car through the highway, asked. "Not really. I just want to pretend to be buying a gift for my fiancé while spending some time with you girls," he said. "Pretend?" Mana, who was sticking very close to him, asked hesitatingly. "Yeah, don't worry, I won't marry soon. The bride would probably run away sooner or later. I just need to play my part and wait for that," he said casually, making the girls frown. "You mean Miss Linda would leave you and marry someone else?" Mina asked in surprise. "Yes," he said. "Is he the one she slept with?" Margaret asked, remembering the video Victor showed her. "Someone else. My other cousin," Victor said. "What a slut," the girls said at the same time, including Margaret. That Linda had just hit rock bottom in their opinions. "I knew a good luxury mall downtown. It has many gift stores and an excellent restaurant on the top floor. How about we spend the day there?" Margaret asked casually, changing the subject. "That would be great," Victor said as he hugged the twins. It's time for him to relax at last. Reaching the mall, Margaret parked the car in the underground parking lot and then escorted Victor upstairs while ignoring the shopper's disdainful looks. They decided to eat something first before shopping, so they headed to the restaurant on the top floor. It had a great panoramic view of the city. "Sir, this restaurant has a dress code." A waiter stepped in their way just as they entered the restaurant. Victor was dressed very casually, while the girls were in jeans and colorful t-shirts. A bit too casual for a place like this where top politicians and VIPs usually eat. "And, do you have a reservation?" the waiter added, trying hard not to sound snobbish as he kicked them out. "Give me your best private room," Victor said casually, throwing his family token at the waiter, who looked at it with a frown. "Please wait a moment," he said, gesturing to a security guard to keep an eye on them as he went to find the manager. He didn't recognize the token, but the coat of arms etched on it was the same one that was hanging on the wall behind the boss's desk. "Sorry, I didn't know that this place required reservations or a dressing code," Margaret whispered embarrassingly as she noticed a couple of people giving them stares as they entered the restaurant proudly. Entering this place was a privilege even for important people. "Those are for normal people, not us." "Don't worry, my family owns half of the city, including this restaurant," he said, making Margaret remember how rich and influential her young master's family was. Just then the waiter returned, running in panic with a forehead full of sweat, and because of that he stumbled and fell at Victor's feet. "Young master, please forgive me, I didn't know it was you," he said, as he knelt and presented the token back to Victor in both hands, making the guard who wanted to help him and the guests who were waiting for their tables freeze in shock. "Who the hell is this young master?" "It's okay," Victor said, taking the token back. "Now guide us to our room," he said. He didn't care about a random waiter doing his job. "Young master, the boss is having lunch with some guests here. She instructed me to guide you to her room," the waiter said as he slowly stood up while bowing. "The boss?" "Fine then, guide us," Victor said, wondering who this mysterious boss was. "Please, this way," the waiter said respectfully as he guided them between the tables and the envious looks of the guests until they reached a room with a gilded door. "Who is it, sister?" Mia asked Iris as she stuffed her mouth with a big lobster. She was really enjoying her sister's treats. "It's my half-brother," Iris said, making Mia, who never liked rich people, frown. "You mean Victor?" Zoe, who was eating with them, asked with some anticipation. "Yes, he is the only one in town who has the elite badge beside you," Iris told Zoe. "Is he one of those bad rich people?" Mia asked. In the past, she had a bad experience with a rich young master, who toyed with her feelings. So she was really cautious around those people. She didn't like Zoe at first, but after getting to know her and how she grew up in a mountainous village, they became best friends. "Don't call him bad. He is a nice person," Iris said, remembering how he saved her life. Just as the door opened and Victor glided in while hugging three girls, Iris was caught off guard. The waiter said nothing about the girls. "Not bad, huh?" Mia whispered as she inspected Victor with disgust. "Iris, it's nice to meet you again." "Ah, nice to meet you again, Zoe," he said, flashing a smile at Zoe, who blushed a little. She didn't know why, but he always seemed nice to her. "Those are?" Iris asked as she looked at the girls. They were pretty, very pretty. Twins? She knew that her brother was a womanizer, but wasn't he accompanied by that veiled girl Lillian Doria back then? "Those are Margaret, Mina and Mana. They are my girlfriends," he said, making the girls around him blush a little and hug him tighter as Zoe and Mia glared at them. "Oh, well, nice to meet you. This is Mia, my adoptive sister," Iris said, introducing Mia, who was inspecting Victor thoroughly. She didn't like him one bit. Sure, he was handsome, but she hated womanizers the most. "Nice to meet you, Mia," Victor said as he sat on an empty couch and then gestured to his girlfriends to sit beside him. It was a little crowded, but none of them seemed to be minding that. "Perverts, what are you doing here?" "Just having a date," Iris asked him as she wondered why she was feeling jealous. She was his sister, damn it. Somehow, she kept remembering that day when she woke in his bed. She must bury that memory forever. "Not really. I don't know if Dad told you, but I am getting married," he said, making both Iris and Zoe look at him in surprise. "Really? You don't look the part," Mia said as she looked at him, then at the girls, especially that Margaret. She didn't like her at all. The way she was sitting on his lap reminded her of a certain slut friend of hers. "Mia, don't be rude," Iris scolded, then turned to Victor. "Congratulations," she said with some sourness in her mouth. "You don't have to. I really hate the beach bride, but it's the family's decision. I need to bring some gifts when I go to propose, so I am here shopping with the girls," he said, surprising everyone. "Ah, I see," Iris said, not knowing what to think. At least he hates the bride. What was she thinking? Iris shook her head as Zoe did the same thing. "I heard that you would also be attending the academy," Zoe said, intending to change the subject. "Yeah, you too?" Victor asked in surprise. But Mia felt that his expression was forced. "Yes. And Mia would too. She would be attending the normal class," Zoe said. "We are here with Iris to buy some supplies," she said. "Let's go shopping together then." "The girls here are attending with us," Victor said, making Iris, Zoe, and Mia look at them with surprise. "Did you pay for their tuition?" Mia asked rudely. Her sister was the one who arranged for her to attend the academy. But she was her sister. She didn't need to sleep with her for that to happen. "Yes. He did pay for everything," Margaret, who couldn't take Mia's provocation anymore, said as she stuck her body to Victor, who didn't mind at all. A slut and a pervert, Mia thought. She never liked those young masters before, and she liked them much less now. Then they would be attending the normal class with Mia, Iris said, intending to make them friends. Her sister tends to be a little rude sometimes, but she is an honest girl. They would be attending the special class with Zoe and me, Victor said, making them look at him and then the girls with surprise. Zoe and Iris were surprised because they never expected that those pretty girls were also players. They didn't need Victor to pay for their tuition. Why are they so close to him then? Weren't players supposed to be strong and independent? Mia was shocked for another reason. She wanted to attend the special class though, but even her sister could let her do that. The requirements for the special class are very secretive. How did he get them in? Was being a slut a prerequisite for the special class? No, it can't be. Zoe was very nice and she got accepted too. She wanted to ask how, but knowing that she would not get an answer and not wanting to ask those perverts about anything, she chose to refrain. Let's go shopping together then, Iris said with a sigh. After a delicious meal, they left the restaurant in a relaxed manner. Mia kept looking at Victor with disgust. Did he have to make the girls feed him with their hands? What a pervert. The group went downstairs to the mall and began to choose some dresses for school. Unlike many aristocratic schools, this one didn't require a uniform. On the contrary, the students were encouraged to show their wealth and status in order to teach them the truth about life. It is not fair. They didn't face any problems this time as everyone in the mall already knew that Iris was the owner. So their shopping went on extra smoothly. Victor didn't choose anything for himself. The twins chose a few pieces for him which he refused to try on, saying that he trusted their choice. Making the jealous Margaret chose some other pieces for him. Would he really dress in something like that? It would make him look very vulgar. Or like a pimp. He was just enjoying the sight of the girls trying different things on though. He kept inspecting them with a perverted smile on his face. Mia kept a close eye on him. She even noticed when he secretly sneaked into a changing booth with that slut Margaret. She expected him to take a long time and she was prepared to call the security. But it only lasted 5 minutes, and when they left, Margaret was blushing heavily and out of breath. She was even walking a bit funny. What did they do in just 5 minutes? Was it long enough for that? She didn't know. She had no experience. Why was she thinking about such things? It must be that pervert's influence. After a while, the girls showed their new dresses to Victor one by one, including Zoe, who asked shyly for his opinion. Sister Zoe, don't fall for him, Mia screamed in her mind. She must warn Zoe when they return to the villa tonight. Rich young masters like that pervert Victor can't be trusted. Should she teach him a lesson? Yes. Pretending that she was going to the ladies' room, Mia quickly followed Victor, who left the girls saying he would just go choose a suitable gift for his fiancée and then meet again with them. The girls didn't mind as they were shopping for underwear and he was not allowed into the store. Following Victor, she first saw him go into a florist store where he pointed to some big flowering cacti. He told the shopkeeper to send them somewhere before flashing his token and leaving. Are those for his proposal? Sure, their flowers are pretty, but he seemed to really hate the bride. After that, he went buying some random things and trinkets here and there and flashing his token each time instead of paying. Her sister had a token too, but it was a silver one, not purple. Zoe had a purple one. Her sister told her that this was very important and represented her status in the family and that it should never be lost. Mia smiled evilly. What would he do if his token was lost? She found a good chance to take after she watched Victor store the token in white velvet and then put it in his left pocket after buying some earrings. Let's borrow it a little, she thought as she approached him while making sure to stay out of the security cameras. Her mother taught her well. Just as Victor was busy drooling at some magazines that featured the actress Mara in a bikini, she took the opportunity to snatch the token from his pocket, throwing it in the shopping bag in her hand and then quickly leaving the crime scene. She quickly hid and inspected her surroundings to make sure no one was following her after turning a few corners. A success. She quickly ran to the ladies' room, then after making sure that no one was watching, she opened her bag and looked at her spoils. It was a white ripped fabric, with the letter I engraved on it. There was no token. This Wasn't this her sister Iris's panties? She clearly knew the letter I which her sister sewed on her underwear after she kept stealing them from her. Why does Victor have this? Could it be? No. But her sister was looking at him strangely. No, impossible. They're brother and sister. But the way this thing was ripped. Looking at Mia, who sneaked away proudly, Victor chuckled. Let her learn a lesson the hard way. She should never pick the pocket of a young master enjoying his time. She can never guess what she would get. He thought as he took one magazine and then paid for it. His Myra was really pretty here. He should invite her to a private photo shoot with the other girls. He, sir. You are drooling, a shopkeeper warned him. Victor nodded to the man as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, then decided to return to the girls. They must have finished shopping by now. As he made his way to their meeting place, he spotted Margaret with her crimson red hair. She was standing next to the stairs in a corner arguing with some persistent guy. Frowning, he headed in her direction stealthily. Come on, Margot. I will pay you handsomely. The guys want someone to like you. A man who was wearing a business suit that failed miserably to hide his belly was cornering Margaret and asking her to come with him. I told you, I don't do that anymore. She spat at him. But your uncle was out, pal, he said as he inspected her. You used to call me uncle too. Not anymore. Go fook. My uncle. He would gladly accept the money. What does that have to do with me? She said coldly. Listen, if you don't do as I tell you, The man didn't continue as his head was kicked by Victor, making him hit the wall and then collapse on the floor. Are you okay? Victor, who appeared from the shadows, asked. Victor. Yes, thanks. That man. Margaret stuttered. I know. You don't need to tell me, Victor said, hesitating for a moment before he took out his phone and then gave it to Margaret after opening a document. He decided to confront her and remove the shadow in her heart once and for all. Looking at the data displayed on the phone's screen, Margaret's face turned white. They were all the dirty things her uncle made her do back then. Some of them she did on her own accord. Everything was explained in detail with photos and testimonies. She didn't want anyone to know about these. Especially Victor. I already know everything about you, so don't act like a stranger, he said after a few minutes as he watched her panic. Those were her dirtiest secrets. When did? She wanted to ask, but her shaking lips didn't move. Well, Officer Lee, she really didn't like you, so she sent those files to me in the morning, he said before putting his hand on her hair and brushing her hair with his fingers. You don't need to worry about it. Didn't I tell you that you are already mine? So, I don't care about your past, he said, suddenly pulling her over and hugging her to his chest. She said, hugging him back as tears uncontrollably dripped from her eyes, staining his shirt again. Isn't there a skill in the system for that? You motherfucker, how dare you hit me? Who the hell are you? Do you know who am I? The man who was knocked out regained consciousness and slowly stood up, shouting after a few moments, destroying Margaret's romantic moment. I am her pimp, and no matter who you are, how dare you touch my merchandise? Victor asked as he kicked the man back to the ground while hugging Margaret. I can pay, the man wanted to say but was stopped by Victor's repeated kicking. You can't afford her. Only I can afford her, Victor said as he kicked the man again. Security, security. A bastard is assaulting me. I am the head of the trust bank. The man's yelling stopped after realizing that no one looked at him. Victor had already disguised everything around here with his skill, so no one saw or heard anything. Letting go of the chuckling Margaret, Victor smiled as he took a wine bottle and a glass. Then, after filling it in front of the confused man's eyes, he grabbed the man's mouth and emptied the glass completely into it. The man wanted to resist but he couldn't. Victor's grasp was very strong. He even kicked his couch, forcing him to swallow. Suddenly he felt strange. The pain disappeared and the man in front of him was his best buddy. Go to the police station and tell them about every bad thing you did. Then find a sharp object and castrate yourself as an apology, Victor said, making the man frown. Then nod and leave them all as if he was a man on a mission. It seems like the drug's effect was very strong on non-players but very weak on the awakened. Thank you, Margaret said in a whisper. That's what every aspiring pimp should do, he said. Let's go find the others, he added, grabbing her hand and pulling her, making her smile and nod. As long as she was with him, the past does not matter. No, not all of it. She wouldn't mind trying some techniques she learned back then on him. "Can I have a kiss?" she asked him as they were walking. "Wasn't the one in the dressing room enough for you?" he asked as he stopped, suddenly taking her in his arms and kissing her lips hard and letting go before she realized what had just happened. "Let's go," he said, dragging her again. "That's not fair, I wasn't ready," she protested as he ignored her. When they regrouped with the other, Zoe was lively talking with the twins. They seemed to have become friends, while Mia kept shooting her unaware sister strange looks. "Is everything okay?" Iris asked as she noticed Victor walking with Margaret, whose eyes and cheeks were slightly red. "Yeah? Just some drunk man tried to assault Margaret, so I took care of him," Victor said. "Did you get everything you needed?" Iris asked. "Yeah," Victor nodded. "Where should we go now?" Zoe asked, wanting to spend more time with Victor and the girls. "I know a good karaoke bar near here," Margaret, who regained her spirit, suggested. "Let's go," Victor said, heading to the exit without asking for the girls' opinion. Zoe and Iris didn't argue, they just quickly followed him. Mia didn't want to go, but seeing how Zoe and her sister were interested, she decided to hop on. She wouldn't dare to leave them alone with a pervert like Victor. And just like that, Victor ended up taking the girls partying all night around town and teaching Zoe about city life. The night did not go smoothly as some thugs tried to assault the girls but were beaten by Zoe before Victor could make a move. This girl knew how to spell the word violence. In the end, Iris had to drag Zoe back home, saying that they had to go to school tomorrow to finalize the paperwork before the opening day. Victor only returned home at 1:00 a.m. to face grumpy Lily, who, after making sure that he was fine, kicked Margaret and the twins outside of her room, then locked the door and jumped into bed with the chuckling Victor. This is what he wanted, as he didn't dare to spend the night with an emotionally unstable Margaret. He was afraid that he might not be able to control himself if that girl did anything stupid. "You seem to have enjoyed your day," Lily asked him, pouting as she hugged him and rested her head on his chest. "Yes. Next time I will take you too," he said with a smile. "I want to go on a date with you alone," she said in a low, embarrassed voice. Oh, well, that could be arranged. "In fact, I have a plan, but I will leave it as a surprise," he mysteriously said as he hugged her back and went to sleep while thinking about what he should do about that crazy journalist tomorrow. Chapter 145, Secret Confession. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor woke up to Lily stumbling away from him in embarrassment. She had just tried to stealthily kiss his forehead but ended up waking him up. "Good morning, Lily," he said as he opened his eyes and realized that she was dressed and ready to go. He didn't feel her movements at all. This girl's sneaking skills are being put to good use. "Good morning, young master. I am sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up," she said with a blushing face. "It's still 5:00 am. Where are you going this early?" he asked, looking at his phone. I forgot to report. Yesterday, my sisters and I found a good location for a secret base. It is a smuggler's hideout by the coast. We'll be raiding that place in a few hours," she said, making Victor frown. Vane City was not a coastal city. "Where is the hideout? Do you need any help?" he asked. "In a fishing village next to Termia City to the south of here. It is about 5 hours by car. So I have to head out straight away to make it in time. And those guys are amateurs. If we don't make use of them now, some other group will do that sooner or later," she said with confidence. "Then go and be careful," he said, hiding his concern. He considered accompanying her, but he should let her do her own missions. "She needs to grow stronger by herself." "Understood," she said as she turned around to leave but was pulled back by Victor, who grabbed her arm, then pinned her to the bed and kissed her lips. "If you want to kiss this young master, you just need to ask for it. Don't steal it like a thief," he said after letting her go. Understood," the blushing Lily said, catching her breath as she ran out of the room. After that, Victor returned to his beauty sleep. That was until some piece of sheet called his phone, waking him up. "Dear Kai, this better is important," Victor responded with difficulty. He didn't get enough sleep last night. Young master. It's Bill. He left his post at Remal City and is heading west toward Vane City. He made sure no one knew. But thanks to your early warning we discovered him sneaking in the train station a few hours ago. Kai said, making Victor wake up instantly. Are you using private men or family agents? Victor asked. Family agents. The range of the stakeout was too big for a private team, Kai responded. Then stop following him. I don't want the family to know about this. We already know his destination anyway. Victor said with a frown. Too bad he hasn't built his own team yet. Lilai's sisters were busy with the Assassin's Guild creation, while the girls Alpha was training were still rookies. I understand, Kai replied. Is that all? Victor suddenly asked, feeling as if Kai had something else to report. Young master, there is something not right in the family. The atmosphere is wrong. Yesterday, Elder Sam was killed by another elder while they were arguing about succession in the family. Kai said. Is he important? Victor asked. As far as he knows, that Elder Sam was just some useless bootlicker. Wasn't he the one the Dark Chamber wanted Duke to kill? He is not important at all. But the one who killed him was one of the Patriarch's main assistants. So the situation is tricky now that the Punishment Hall is interfering while the Patriarch is protecting his man. Victor frowned. The situation was deteriorating faster than he expected. Those guys are advancing their plans rapidly. But he was still too weak right now. He could only try his best to dodge bullets as they came. Maybe he should shake things a little. But what he wanted to do can't be traced back to him. How was it done? Victor asked. I am sorry, young master, I don't know. Kai replied. Then spread a rumor that this is a setup, and the real killer was Sam's daughter-in-law. It was her definitely. Victor said. How does the young master know? Kai asked with some doubt. Just do as I tell you. Victor scolded, then hung up the phone as Mina was knocking on his door. It was time for breakfast. Sitting at the table with the girls, as usual, Victor looked at Alex, who was adjusting her skirt while avoiding looking at him. Alex, you must know that it's okay to be gay, and I really appreciate your feeling. But you must understand that it is impossible for anything to happen between us, Victor told her with a sigh, making Alex look at him strangely with a surprised look. Young master, I am not. Alex said, then stopped after realizing that Victor misunderstood his confession yesterday. Wouldn't it be better this way? It's not that I don't like you. I don't discriminate after all. And you are very pretty. But I have an image to keep. Victor said with a sigh, making Alex blush as she lowered her head. The girls looked at Alex with their eyes wide open. They finally figured out why Victor cared about Alex and why Alex didn't look at them as other men did. It seemed that he didn't like girls at all, and probably only had the super handsome Victor in his eyes. Margaret on the side was having a hard time muffling her laughter. The young master is so bad. But why is he always bullying Alex? Her instinct was telling her this was not for fun, as Victor never did unreasonable things. Now, today I am planning to go on a field trip to the villages around the secret base. I am sure most of you have already heard about it from Theta. He said, smirking as Theta lowered her head in embarrassment. When Victor was in a coma, the girls forced her to tell them the entire story of the secret base and the chicks. I will be going there today. So, Margaret, Alpha, and Alex would accompany me. He said. Can I not go? I have some things to do. Alpha said. She didn't explain clearly to the girls what she was doing. All right. Theta would go instead. Victor said. But, young master, she had lessons. Hilda said. It's okay. I really need her this time. Victor said. He needs a lot of luck as he intended to locate the dungeon the knowledge book informed him about. Hopefully, it is still closed. Did you learn from Alpha about the array? He asked Hilda. Young master. I have already been informed. Hilda said, making him nod. Be sure to be familiar with its usage, he said as he continued to eat. His instinct was telling him that the current peace was the silence before the storm. But he didn't know how and from where it would blow. Young master, can I change back to a man's cloth? Alex asked. Getting out of the mansion with this is a little bit embarrassing. No, Victor said sternly, making Margaret chuckle again. After finishing his meal, Victor got dressed by the twins who wanted to also go with him but had cleaning duties in the mansion. Hilda was never tolerant of tasks negligence. "I will take you to another time," Victor said after seeing the yearning look in their eyes. He really had fun with them yesterday and wanted to go on a special date with them. The car left the mansion at 10:00 a.m. with Alex acting as the driver while Victor enjoyed his time with Margaret and Theta in the back, making Alex really jealous every time she heard their laughter. "Young master, why do you always bully Alex? I think he is really nice." After some time Theta naively asked the question that Margaret and poor Alex were dying to ask. "Ah, well, don't tell anyone," Victor whispered, making Theta nod. "The truth is, I really like him, but I am afraid that if I treat him nicely he will really love me too, and we would end up doing dirty things. Then my family would have to kill him to erase the shame. I am doing this to keep him by my side without problems. It is for his own good." Victor whispered in a soft whisper that Margaret couldn't hear despite her being literally stuck to Victor. "I see," Theta said with a blush, not realizing that Alex, who was driving, was blushing too. She heard everything thanks to her super high attributes. "So he was doing this for me," she thought as her eyes became dreamy. "Focus on the road, you idiot." Victor's voice came from the back alerting her. She almost hit a rock. They reached the mountain base at 1:00 p.m. where Chick 17 was waiting for him with the others. "Young master." The chicks saluted in respect as a fanatic light shone in their eyes. "How is everything here?" Victor asked as he saw a few mounds of dirt around the base. "We have started digging through the mountain. We found a good engineer who agreed to work for us without knowing the specification. We had to pay him handsomely though, and we recruited many workers from some faraway villages. We locked them inside the mountain. They would work in 2 weeks shifts. Some of them tried to make trouble, but after some threats they became obedient." Chick 17 said. "You seem troubled," Victor asked. "Yes, young master. The costs are increasing. We would need more money soon." Chick 17 replied. Victor frowned. He would need some private finances for this as he wanted his activities here to stay out of the family's books. Maybe he should raid some targets or sell some system treasure. "I will find a way," Victor asked. "Does the young master want to see the reporter?" Chick 17 asked. "No, I want you to tie her up and make sure that there is an escape route. I plan to play the hero who saves the beauty with her," Victor said. "But, young master, she doesn't look like the easy-to-fool type," Chick 17 said. "Don't worry about her, I have my methods," Victor said as he continued to check the base and give instructions on what to add. Her partner drugged him heavily, Victor added. "Understood. I will send you some detailed plans in a few days. For now, continue with what you are doing. I will return here at dawn. Make sure that the security appears tight. I want this to be a good show," Victor said, leaving the base. "Is that it?" Margaret asked Victor when they returned to the car. "Yes, let's go to the village," he said. "Understood. I will guide the way," Margaret said as Alex started the car. The village was about 30 minutes away driving on dirt roads. It was a very depleted farming village. Getting out of the car, Margaret was greeted by glares from the villagers. Although they agreed to sell her the mountain in the end, they didn't like her at all. "She is a witch." Victor didn't care about them. He just left the car with the girls and Alex, who was really embraced and had difficulty walking with high heels, while Theta, who was dressed in boys' clothes that didn't hide her gender at all, was more comfortable. Under the villagers' scrutinizing eyes, Victor with his charming entourage, headed to the mayor's house. It was burnt to the ground. "What happened here?" Margaret asked. The mayor took all the money and ran away. So the villagers vented on his house," an old man hatefully said as the villagers looked at Margaret with hate. "The mayor conspired with the village treasurer and stole everything. It was all because of this witch. They really wanted to demand more money. But the last time they did that, Margaret brought those burly men who taught them a good lesson. So they didn't dare make trouble." "I want to ask about your village's wine. What is it made of?" Victor asked, not really expecting an answer. "It's a secret," the old man replied sternly. "How much is the price of this secret?" Victor asked. "It's not for sale," The man replied, "Even if I paid you $1 million? Victor asked, making the man open his eyes wide and then shake his head. "Don't tempt me, a secret is a secret. This man's honor is not for sale." The old man said proudly as the villagers around him nodded, not noticing the signal the old man was giving Victor. He was flashing his 10 fingers. He wanted 10 million. "I understand. Our trip was useless." Victor said, "Then I guess I will just go out of the village to enjoy the rural atmosphere. Maybe take some pictures near the intersection. There is a big old oak there," he said, returning to the car and telling Margaret to head out of the village and then stop at the oak near the first intersection. Uncle Black, you did the right thing. That young man told us not to tell anyone about the magical grass. He said that he would pay us handsomely once he found a buyer. A young villager said. He said that he would pay each villager 1 million. This young master is a fool if he thought we would agree to take only 1 million and split it between all of us. He added, "I know." The old man said, "I will go fishing to clear my mind." That bastard mayor taking the money was a real shock. What a traitor. Yes, the villagers who were watching nodded in agreement. "You fools, I will sell the secret then escape with the money as the mayor did. He. I heard there is a pretty widow with a lot of debt in my son-in-law's native village. I will go there and enjoy life." Uncle Black thought as he left the village. When Uncle Black reached the oak tree out of town 30 minutes later, the place that was usually desolate was crowded with his fellow villagers. And that young master was nowhere to be seen. "Why are all of you here?" Uncle Black asked around as his face turned black. We just came here to chase that young master out." "Yes, we can't trust that bastard." "Yes, no matter how much he pays us, for the village. I am here to enjoy the views through cold beverages. A bottle for $2. Then, how long should we be waiting here?" "Wait, is there anyone missing here?" "No, wait a minute. I will count the villagers." "Everyone is here, boss." "I feel someone is missing." "No, everyone is here. I checked twice." "Where is L?" Chapter 146. L. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After Victor's car left the village and made a left turn heading to the designated meeting place, Victor suddenly heard a banging noise from the back trunk. At first, he ignored it. "Alex, stop the car," Victor said after a few minutes. After getting out of the car, with Margaret and the sacred theater, he slowly opened the trunk. Whoever hid inside seemed to have gotten himself locked up. A black creature crawled on all four from the trunk, then jumped and stood on 2 feet. It made Theta yelp and hide behind Victor. "What took you so long to stop the car? It was too cramped there. And you stopped screaming. My ears hurt." It yelled at Theta. It was a bigger child, so dirty that Victor was having difficulty making sure that he was human. He was barefooted and dressed in rags. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Margaret asked as she stepped away. "This kid smelled bad." "No, bad should be what he smelled a month ago." Now, she had no word for it. As for the rags he was wearing, they were covered in some sort of black mud that, as a city girl, didn't like at all. "Is that really mud?" It didn't smell like mud to her. "Ah, I am L. I heard that you were asking about the village's wine ingredients." The beggar, L said, stuttering but with confidence as he put his hands on his waist. "Do you know anything about that wine?" Victor asked, raising one of his eyebrows. "This kid is interesting. I know everything about it." L replied proudly. "And, I heard that you will pay for the information." L said, making a money gesture with his little hand. "How much do you want?" "I can give you 1 million. Victor said. He needed to save on expenses. Untraceable money doesn't grow on trees. "And what should I do with all of that money?" "Wipe my ass with it." "I would end up dead in 3 days if not by your hands, by one of those idiots in the village." L said wisely, making Victor nod. This kid was not stupid, but he is too vulgar. "Then what do you want?" Victor asked. "I want you to become my husband," L replied straight away, making the girls look at him with a frown. "Ah, you are a girl?" Margaret suddenly yelled in shock as she pointed at L. "Stop screaming, Beach, my ears hurt." "Yes, I am a girl. Did your little mind take too long to process that?" L replied vulgarly. "No. Margaret replied. Did this little piece of sheet just call her a beach? Being insulted by children was a new low, even for her. How old are you again? Victor asked as he grabbed Margaret's hand, calming her down. 9.5. Elle responded proudly. Then marriage is impossible. You are too young and this young master has a life to live out of prison. Victor replied coldly. Ah, I see. I didn't think of it from your perspective. Elle said as she nodded, pondering. Then how about you make me your little sister? She asked with stars in her eyes. Why me? Look at that pretty boy. Isn't he a better choice? Victor said, pointing at the male dressed Theta. That's a girl, Elle said. I don't like girls. Then how about Alex there? He is good too. Although he is dressed in a skirt, he is a man. I can even let you marry him. He was in prison once and wouldn't mind going there again. Victor said. I can see that, but also no. He is too wimpy. I can see it from the way he walks. In contrast, you are more handsome and most importantly, rich. You would surely pamper a new little sister. Elle replied, trying to act cute. It didn't work. She smelled too foul for that. I can take the info and kill you. Victor commented with some amusement, and I was intending to fool you at first. But since you came clean and didn't try to take advantage of me. No, I shall call myself a young miss from now on. Since you didn't take advantage of this young miss, I will tell you what that wine is made out of. Do you accept my proposal? She asked Victor, making him use his appraisal skill on her. Eleanor, STR 15, INT 39, Luck 7, Charm 31, Abnormal Status, Soul Mutation, Fate, _A+. Fine. I will be your big brother. But Victor replied after seeing her fate. That is the most amazing fate he saw below Scions. Can this kid become a Scion? He didn't know. She may be just the main wife of some very strong Scion. Either way, he would benefit from having her as a little sister. Despite her somewhat naive hidden agenda, she had some interesting stats too. But first, some things needed to be said. Victor's face became serious as he went down on his knee and looked Elle in the eyes. I can take you in. But if you ever betray me, I will make sure your worst nightmare comes true. Victor threatened, making Elle swallow and nod repeatedly. I understand. I don't want to eat that disgusting broccoli thing ever again, she said after a few seconds, making Victor have the urge to smack her head. Looking at her clear eyes and smile, he realized that she was playing with him. However, she seemed to have gotten the message. What has she been through to develop such an attitude? Get in the car, Victor said, sitting in the back as Elle jumped and sat beside him and began to look around in excitement as Alex started the engine. Margaret wanted to sit on his other side, but the smell was too much for her, so after hesitating for a moment, she and Theta sat on the same seat in the front. Now can you tell me about the wine? Victor, who used the disguise skill to hide Elle's smell, asked. The wine is made of. Elle began to tell them the ingredients. I know that. I want to know where the grass you used in it came from. Ah, the magic grass. Elle was surprised. I can show you, go that way until you reach the cliff. Elle told Alex, then relaxed in her seat. What does the wine do anyway? Victor asked, wanting to know the effect the villagers observed. It makes people smart. Uncle Black once told me that I fell into a wine barrel when I was a baby, that's why I am too smart, she said proudly. Really? The villagers didn't seem that smart, he said. It only makes them smart for a few hours. They usually take it with them to important meetings, she said. I see. Where are your parents? Victor asked after he secretly sent a message to Kai to investigate anything about this child. I only had a mother, but not anymore, Elle replied, looking away as her eyes became wet. Sorry, Victor said as he decided to sacrifice his new suit and hug Elle a little. She didn't seem to mind. It's okay. 6 months ago, she passed away after helping someone, Elle said stubbornly as she wiped her tears with his suit. Helping someone? Victor asked. Yes. That's what she did for a living. Uncle Black told me she got a disease from a man she was helping. Elle said. Ah. She was a doctor? Victor asked. No, the villagers called her a hooker. Every man in the village told me that she was great, Elle said proudly, making Alex almost lose control of the car. You know what a hooker does, don't you? Margaret, who couldn't stay silent anymore, asked. Yes, Uncle Black told me that she helps men. I will also become a great hooker in the future. Elle repeated as she angrily glared at Margaret, who was having difficulty containing her laugh. I see. I hope you don't regret that, Margaret said as she quickly turned around, seeing Victor's warning eyes. I won't, Elle replied stubbornly. Then where do you live? Who is taking care of you, and why are you covered with dirt? That's dirt, right? Victor asked, looking at his spoiled suit. I don't know, they use this thing in the fields. They call it fertilizers. Yes, fertilizers, that's it. Elle replied as she nodded, trying to act smart and making Victor look at his new suit with sorrow. Then why are you covered in it? He asked. Well, the villagers around here are not known for their generosity, you see. They didn't want to take care of me, so I live on my own, she replied. And, you see, this young miss was still too young to work, so I had to beg for food to live. But they would not give me what I want, so I just covered myself with this and sat in front of their houses, she replied with a cheeky smile. So they gave you food to get rid of you? Margaret turned around again and asked. Yup. When did you grow so smart? Elle said, making Margaret turn again and gush her teeth. This little hooker was getting on her nerves. Stop there, she suddenly yelled at Alex. We reached our destination. Getting out of the car followed by the girls, Victor noticed that they were standing on top of a steep cliff. Are you sure this is the right place? Victor asked. Yes, the villagers would scale down this place and find the grass growing on the cliff face, she replied, making Victor nod and prepared to investigate the cliff when he heard a voice. Stop right the kid. A man with a drawn knife walked out of the bushes. He was a tall burly man with a scar right across his face. Little Elle, you know well what we do with snitches, he said. Big John, when did you arrive here? The terrified Elle asked as she stepped back behind Victor, where she poked her head from behind him. Just now, the boss called me and said that you were missing. Did you want to betray the village? Mr. Klein will not like this, he asked. I would never dare to betray Mr. Klein. I was just showing this young master the scenery, she said as she pulled Victor's shirt from the back, warning him. Ah really? Big John said as he put his hand behind his back. Then I would have to ask the pretty girls here about their opinion on the view, Big John said as he looked at the girls while licking his lips. Wait, that one is a guy. Why is he in a skirt? Big John didn't get the chance to know why. Because the next moment Victor took out a gun and shot Big John, who was about to use a throwing knife, in the head, making the girls a little shocked. And making the terrified Elle step back in horror. She made a mistake. This was a big miscalculation. This young master was not easy prey, but a hidden predator. Stop, Victor shouted at her, but she didn't listen. That was a mistake because right behind her was a cliff. With a loud scream, she fell into the abyss. Is this my end? She thought as she fell into someone's embrace. Opening her eyes, she saw that it was Victor who was embracing her as he sighed in relief. He was flying in midair. Chapter 147, The Truth. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. You are really troublesome, Victor said to the astonished Elle as he floated near to the cliff's face, inspecting it. Fly. You can fly, Elle shouted as she looked around in amazement. Yeah, so what? Victor answered nonchalantly as he watched her turn from scared to excited. She was terrified at first, but she quickly forgot all about that and began to enjoy her time being carried like a princess. How do you do that? Are you a superhero? She asked him. You killed the bad Big John and can fly, she added as her eyes sparkled. No, I am not. I am more like the villain. The final boss probably, he said, thinking about his crazy authority. If it were to be utilized fully. Especially after the reckoning, he would be a real final boss. That's better, she said as she breathed in relief. Better? How? He didn't want to ask. This girl was probably not a good thing. Well, nothing Hilda can't fix. Can you teach me? She asked. Maybe, he said as he took her on a tour around the cliff, surveying it for the dungeon that the knowledge book told him about. Look there, that's the magic flower, Elle said, pointing to a strange place on the cliff that seemed to have a lot of blue flowers with thin long petals. Withered Snake's dungeon. E rank not opened. Warning, Unlocks naturally Indiana 82344 4 hours 41 minutes. Found it. The entrance was a strange boulder that had a different color on the cliff. This should be the seal. If this boulder was damaged, the dungeons would open. This would be a good place to make all the girls players. As for the chicks, he doesn't trust them enough yet. And if they became a player, that would disable the mastering's effect on them. That place is strange. Elle suddenly said. How so? Victor asked. I didn't notice it from the top, but the magic flowers are very plentiful here, she said, as if they were spilling out of something inside the cliff. Does it have some kind of a treasure? She asked with sparkling eyes. Yes, probably. Do you want to know what? He asked. Yes, I want to learn how to fly too, she said as her eyes sparkled more. Then be a good girl for the next few weeks, and when I uncover the secret here I will take you with me, and I may teach you how to fly. He said. Do you promise? She asked while thinking some other thoughts. Yes. He said. He should let the girls keep an eye on her. Then I will be a good girl, Elle said as she nodded, keeping her eyes on the cliff as if she was memorizing this location. Would she be a good girl? Probably not. Let's go back, he said, flying up to the top of the cliff. Even if this idiot wanted to return, the dungeon entrance was not something a little girl could break. It required knowledge about how formations worked. Is everything okay? Theta asked with concern as Vector landed on the ground. Yes, don't worry, Victor said as he put the excited Elle down. Be sure not to fall down again. I will not help you a second time, he warned. She nodded. Who is that Mr. Klein? Victor asked her. Big John, whose corpse was still bleeding, mentioned him before. Ah, he is a very strong young man. He has magical powers too. He came to our village a while ago. He was exploring urban legends and he heard about our wine. So he came and tested it, then told the villagers that it was very precious. So after taking some bottles he left, saying that he would find an investor. An investor? Victor corrected. Ah, yes. That's it. He called 2 weeks ago, saying that he found a big one and that he would come here to sign a contract in a month. He also warned the villagers not to tell anyone if they want to see any money and to keep the mountain deed safe. This area was part of it, she said, making Vector look at Margaret, who took part in this place's purchase. Yes, this area now belongs to you, young master. That was probably the reason they refused to sell it in the first place, Margaret said after browsing with her phone and checking their location. You said that Mr. Klein has magical powers? Victor asked Elle. Yes, he could easily heal Big John and a few other villagers who fell mysteriously ill just by flicking his hand. So they swore to follow him forever as his younger brothers, she said proudly, making Vector look at her with a smirk. You also followed him, didn't you? He asked. Now he has a good idea of what this brat was really thinking. Of course not, she said, stuttering. And you were planning to follow me then steal the deed? Victor asked with a smirk, exposing her genius plan. No, I just wanted to be your younger sister. You are so cool and can fly too, she stuttered, making Victor frown. Was she ordered to fool him? Probably not. This girl can't be acting on anyone's order because Big John was suspecting her. This must be her bright idea, but she underestimated him. Well, he can use someone smart like her after some education. Then what can this Mr. Klein do too? Victor asked. He can heal people just by touching them. And he can also lift a huge boulder with just his finger, she said as she moved her hands around as if she was breaking a big boulder. You really like him, don't you? Victor asked. Yeah? No, I am just amazed by his powers, she said. Oh good. Then I will believe you for now. But if you ever betray me, he said, then went to Big John's corpse and kicked it down the cliff. Elle swallowed then nodded, not knowing what to think. Let's go back then, Victor said as he approached Elle and put his hand on her little head. The next moment she fell unconscious in his hands. Young master, what should we do with her? Margaret asked as she inspected Elle with a nasty look. She really didn't like this little hooker. She was clearly fooling the young master. I want her to work for me, but she needs some training. Victor said as he took out the master ring and used it on her. It had an empty slot now that Theta became a player. It took 15 minutes to successfully activate because the girl was asleep and she didn't give her consent, so Victor had to forcefully use it. "Let's see now how smart you are now," Victor thought with a smirk as he put away the ring. Would that Klein be a player? He didn't know, but another player appearing so soon in this exact city was not something very probable. It would only happen in a cheap cheesy novel whose author was out of new ideas. So probably not, but no matter what, he can use him too. "Alex, return to the mansion with the girls and take this little hooker with you. I have some things to do," Victor said as he sent a message to Kai instructing him to find anything he can about a Klein who might be interested in buying this mountain. "Understood," Alex said as he grabbed the unconvinced Helen and threw her in the car. Like Margaret, she didn't like this little beach one bit. "Margaret, tell Hilda that I want to see a clean girl when I return. Both from the outside and the inside." Victor said, "I will make sure of that," Margaret said, giving Victor a knowing look as she sat beside Alex, then glancing at Elle with a smirk. "Where are you going, young master?" Theta asked. "Don't worry, I have to go plant a seed that would change the entire world," he said as he flew up under the girl's astonished looks. Jane Armstrong was in a really bad mood. She has been chained to a column for an entire day after she tried to escape. Her unconscious partner was tied to a chair in front of her. Hopefully, he was still alive. She never expected that they would catch her sniffing around this abandoned factory. Would she die like this? She was on the verge of discovering the root of this evil gang that kidnapped girls and sold them. This place must have been used to keep the abductees. But strangely enough, it was empty. Did they transport them somewhere else, or did Nick's death force them to stop their operations? And who the fuck is the Chicks master? Why do they call themselves Chicks? Many similar questions filled her mind. Suddenly, she heard a soft noise. Looking up, she saw that the cell's only window, which was 7 feet above the room's door, was getting kicked by someone. 1 time, 2 times. It broke down. Before the steel frame came crashing to the ground, a slender hand reached in for it and nimbly caught it. Then from the window, someone threw a rope. Then a pretty girl climbed down. She was very pretty. Like a movie star. And she was young, about 17 years old. After reaching the floor, the girl looked around the room and then smiled at Jane as she put her slender finger on her mouth, indicating that she should remain silent. The girl went to her partner first, checking his pulse and then nodding as she unbound him. Then she went to Jane and unbound her too. "Follow me," the girl whispered in an ethereal voice as she grabbed John and dragged him out of the window, making Jane wonder how can this slender woman be this strong. She carried John under her arm and climbed out. Was she in the army? But her arms are very slender. Jane climbed up with some difficulty, reaching the factory's backyard. Looking around, she noticed that the girl was sneaking through a hole in the fence while carrying John. Jane quickly followed behind her until they walked into the forest. The girl kept walking but slowed down on purpose because Jane was not in a state to walk. She kept gesturing for Jane to follow as she worriedly looked toward the factory. Yes, they should get away from here. They should get as far as possible. An hour later, that girl stopped at a clearing. "We are safe here," she said as she laid the unconscious John down and took a water bottle and a wrapped package from somewhere and threw it to Jane. "Eat and drink. We have some very important things to talk about," she said. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Jane asked. "Catch your breath, we will talk later," the girl said as she checked on the still unconscious John Smith. "How is John?" Jane asked again. "He was drugged. He will probably wake up in the morning," she said. Jane nodded and then began to eat. She was really hungry. "What is your name?" Jane asked after she finished eating. The woman looked hesitant at first, then as if she got herself together she looked at Jane, who finished eating. "My name is Vivi, the maid of the late young Master Alex of the Thunder Sect," she said with some tears in her eyes. "A maid? What Thunder Sect? And why did you save me?" Jane asked. "I need your help. I have a secret that would probably get us both killed. But the truth must be revealed. The young master's death must not be for nothing. They are coming, and the world must know." "Those idiots still insist on hiding the truth," Vivi said, making Jane frown. "Is this girl crazy?" Do you remember the chaos in Silver Lightning City, the mantis monsters? Vivi asked, making Jane look at her with interest. No one was allowed to talk about this, but she really wanted to know the truth. I was there. My young master died there, Vivi said. More of those monsters would be appearing from now on. She added with a resolved look. Do you want to hear about the truth of this world? About everything from the monster mantis and about the awakened powers, the families and the sects. I can tell you everything, be warned though what I am going to tell you might cause your death. So make sure you are ready, Vivi said, making Jane frown, think, then nodded. I will warn you again. This knowledge can really get you killed. Vivi repeated with a serious tone. I only came to you because I read your articles before and I heard your reputation. I knew that you would not betray me. She added. Jane nodded. I don't know if I can believe everything you might tell me, but I will investigate it. She said, but how did you find me here? Jane asked. I was following you, but I could only act tonight after drugging those guys. Vivi said, making Jane frown a little. But she quickly forgot that when Vivi took out a table and 2 chairs from thin air and then sat down under Jane's astonished gaze. Let's talk then. I will tell you the truth about the world that you never truly knew, Vivi said with a smile. It was late at night when Elle woke up. She was sleeping on a very soft bed. Very, very soft. Where am I? She wondered as she looked around. Ah yes, I was with that big sheep that I wanted to fleece. Why did I fall asleep? Looking at her body, she realized that she was clean. And she was dressed in a silky dress. Did someone wash her? This dress looked expensive. Would Uncle Long buy it? Getting out of bed and looking out of a nearby window, she could see the setting sun and she could see that she was in a building surrounded by forests. Is this his house? Looking at a clock on the wall, she could see that it was 10:00 p.m. She must have slept a lot. Was she really that tired, or did someone knock her off? Did they really discover her plot? So you are awake. A woman's voice startled her. Looking behind, she saw a middle-aged woman with a strong aura and maid clothing standing behind her. When did she get there? Yes. Are you the one who bathed this little miss? Elle asked arrogantly. Yes. My name is Hilda. I have been instructed by the young master to take care of you, the woman said as she raised one eyebrow. Ah, now, this young miss is hungry. Go get me some food. Elle ordered. Ask politely, Hilda ordered sternly. Fuck you, old woman. How dare you order me? I am your young master's little sister. Elle said arrogantly. She wanted to prove herself strong. She can't let others look down on her. That's what her mother taught her. Oh, Hilda said as a smile appeared on her face. The thing she loved most in this life is educating disobedient little girls. She learned of this pleasure after educating the twins. Elle frowned a little. She didn't like that smile on Hilda's face at all. Did she make another mistake? Chapter 148, Propose. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Lily quietly wiped the bloody dagger with a white cloth, dyeing it red. That's the last of them? She said to her sister. Yup. Too bad they fought to the last breath, Isla replied cheerfully as she dragged the corpse to the other room, where it would be dealt with using acid. Did you find anything interesting? Lily asked another sister. A lot. Those guys are not from around here. And they were smuggling drugs. We can use those to hunt for some potential candidates. Nora said with an evil smile. Yes. Any money? Lily asked. Not a lot. We should have left one of them for interrogation. She replied, don't worry, there will be others. We just have to wait. I don't believe those are the only members of the gang. Another assassin girl replied as she played with the phone. Look, this one has already asked for help. Shall we prepare a reception party? She asked. Let's do it, Lily said with a sigh, before sending a message to her young master telling him that she would not be home anytime soon. She really missed him. The sudden jerk woke John Smith up. It was almost morning, and he was laying on the back seat of a moving car. Isn't this his car, Jane? How did we get here? Did they let us go? He sat up and asked his partner who was driving the car. Oh, you are awake. Someone saved us, she said absent-mindedly. That's not like her. Is everything okay? He asked as he checked his body. I don't know, she replied with a sigh. What happened? he asked. John. She said with concern as she parked the car on the side and then turned back to look him in the eye. I can't do this alone, but if you want in, it's very dangerous. She added. What are you talking about? He asked. I have a new story, a big story, but this time it's very dangerous. We might get killed. If you want in, I will tell you everything. If you don't want to be involved, we will go separate ways. She said. More dangerous than the scam rocket investigation, or President's affair? He asked jokingly. They almost lost their lives on those reports. Much more dangerous. I wouldn't dare even use my real name this time, not until everything was published anyway. At that time they would not dare to hurt me. She said without smiling. He replied. I am in. We have been through a lot before, and I trust you. He added, making Jane smile. But what about the Nick investigation? He interjected. Forget about it, it's a dead end anyway. Didn't you see how their cells were empty? They probably stopped their operations after Nick's demise. She said with a sigh. She still has some questions, but they are not as important as her new case. Well, what is your new case about? He asked, making her hesitate for a second and then look him in the eyes. What if everything you knew was a lie? She asked as she threw him her phone. Watch, she said. John frowned, then took the phone and started the recording. It was some kind of a dim cave. And is that a spider? No, an arachne. Is this some kind of cosplay? What is this guy doing? He asked as he looked weirdly at his partner. He never knew she had this fetish. Are they investigating the porn industry now? Look at Mail. Doesn't he look familiar? Jane, who understood his twisted thought, said. She was not in the mood to be shy. The Mail. He is a bit rough. Totally unprofessional. Wait, that isn't he the one who killed that giant mantis? John asked in astonishment. Is this some kind of a fan production? No, it is legitimate. Jane said. The guy's name is Sebastian Silva. She said. How did you know that? John asked. Someone told me. She replied. Oh, why is he doing this cosplay thing? Was the mantis also a scam? Is this some kind of government propaganda scheme? He asked. On the contrary, I am sorry to inform you, but the mantis was real and the arachne in the recording is not a cosplay. She is really too. It comes from the same origin as the mantis in Silver Lightning City. Jane said. What? He exclaimed. This goes against everything he knew. Someone might be scamming you. How can you believe them? He asked. He showed me some other things. But you have to trust me on this. Anyway, I am going to publish this movie online. She stated with resolve. It would make a good bait for our investigation. She added, making him frown. Has his partner gone crazy? Vivi stood atop a tall tree watching as Jane left. Then the air shimmered, turning her into Victor. The world is not ready for reckoning. Although most people would not believe what Jane would say, some of them would. And that's enough. Especially when things began to unravel. At least some people would not be clueless when it all happens. That's why he told her things, some of which even the world powers had no idea about. Hopefully, she would not be killed. Closing his eyes, he connected with Lynn. She has been trying to reach out to him. He didn't really want to talk to her, as when he connected to her yesterday he discovered that this girl had a big problem. She talked a lot. It seemed like being trapped for too long made her want to vent. But he ordered her to keep an eye on fake Linda. So maybe she had some news. Is everything okay? Victor asked. Yes, last night, Pussy escaped through a window after Mother left for a meeting. Lynn answered quickly. Due to her very high attributes, she could feel what was going on inside the entire Cross Mansion despite her still faking being a demon. Good, I will be coming to propose in a few hours. Start displaying some struggling behavior now, then after I leave, act as if that beach angered you so much that you were able to break the curse. He said. Understood. She said. I will be waiting for you. She added, making Victor sigh. Lynn, despite everything she has been through, still dreams like a little girl. We shall meet again, but not now. I will need you for something very soon, but now be a good girl and do your role. He replied as he served the connection and took his phone to call the florist, telling him to send the cacti to the Cross Mansion with a card, to my little beach Linda. then told him to choose the best rose he had and send it with another card, to Lynn. After that Victor sent a message to his father telling him that he was going to propose this morning. With that, he made his way back to his mansion. He needs to have some breakfast before taking a bath and getting dressed. Reaching the mansion at about 8:00 a.m., Victor was greeted by a stern man sitting in the dining room eating some breakfast, while the twins, Hilda, Alex, Margaret, and an aggrieved Elle stood respectfully to the side. Alpha and her sisters seemed to have been using the formation to hide their presence. "Father, I didn't expect you to come to visit," Victor said. "Your grandmother can't supervise this, she is very busy. So I was ordered by the family to go with you. We can't make any mistakes." Theodore said, "I already contacted the Cross family, they would be expecting us at noon." Theodore stated, making Victor frown and then nod. "I will have some breakfast then," Victor said as he sat beside his father. Mina quickly prepared a dish for him. "Where did you go so early in the morning?" Theodore asked. "Doing business," Victor briefly replied, making Theodore chuckle. He didn't mind his son keeping some secrets. That's how a von Wise should be, always doing shady things and always proud about it. "Your girls are increasing." "That's good," Theodore said after a few minutes, looking at Margaret and then at Elle. "But isn't she too young for you?" "Not that I mind. But do you have to involve me by making her your little sister?" Theodore added, making Victor chuckle as he looked at Elle, who was now clean and shiny. "Not bad at all." She was standing obediently to the side, glancing at Hilda with scared eyes every once in a while. "What has she been through last night?" "It doesn't matter, this girl can't be fixed this easily. She must be scheming something." "Nothing really between us. I just liked her very much and took pity on her, so I took her as a little sister," Victor said casually. "Really? No matter what? Keep your perverted plays to yourself," Theodore said as he inspected Elle. She didn't look impressive at all. "Pretty, sure. But for him, she looked like a sneaky brat." "Understood," Victor said as he ate a bite from his dish. It seemed like Elle tried to scam Theodore and failed miserably. "Where is Lily?" Theodore asked. He was expecting her to be sticking to his son like she usually did on the island. "She is doing business outside," Victor replied. "She sent him a message on the road saying she would stay there for a while. She was really working hard for him." "Well, that's good," Theodore said. "It's good for that girl to go out for a while. Even though he doesn't like sticky girls, he really likes Lily. She was just that pretty." "I have to inform you, the raid was delayed for a week or two, so you would have time to go to the academy now," Theodore said. "Why? Is everything okay?" Victor asked with a frown. "Raid schedules are always very strict because it involves other powers and players need to buy many supplies. So the plan usually gets announced weeks prior. Delaying without a set time means trouble. He should prepare some cards, just in case. The truth is, I don't know either. The family is preparing for something, but I am being kept out. The situation there is very tense," Theodore said with a frown. "Now go get ready," he added. "Yes, Father," Victor said as he headed upstairs followed by Mana, who had a proud look. She had the privilege of dressing him now that Lily was not at home. They wagered it on Victor's arrival time yesterday, and she won. When the white limousine car reached the Cross mansion it was already 12:30 p.m. The car stopped at the driveway as the driver hurried to open the door for Theodore, who stepped down followed by Victor. Amelia was there waiting for them. She didn't look good at all, especially with all the tall cacti surrounding her. There were even some spines on her expensive dress. Did she bump into one of them? Her husband was nowhere in sight. That guy must really hate the fake Linda. Victor didn't understand the way he looked at her in his previous life, but now he knew why. She was not his real daughter. Theodore scowled at his son a little, then headed to Amelia, avoiding getting near the cacti. They can't injure him, but touching one of those thorns would hurt. "Mrs. Cross, I am happy to meet you again. I brought my son here to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage," Theodore said respectfully. Yes, nice to meet you too. Please, let's go inside," Amelia said. She didn't sound good. Entering the reception room, there were already 2 men and an old woman sitting there. Victor greeted respectfully and then sat next to his father after, who also greeted them. They were from the von Rosen family, and the woman was a player. Name, Martha von Rosen. Level, 90. Abnormal status, soul-eating parasite. Former host. Class, Ace Summoner. Authority, 9. Strength, 239. Agility, 192. Intelligence, 271. Luck, 21. Charm, 27. Order, 37. Skills, Demonic Instinct AAA, Summoning Art AAA, Sex Arts AA, Energy Drain AA, Demonic Command B, Drug Brewing A, Needle Arts B, Quick Steps B, Kissing C, Charm C, Spear Arts C, Alchemy C, Tea Ceremony C, Surveying E, Poison Resistance C, Pottery F, Equipment, Defense Talisman S, Demon Repelling Necklace A, Summoner Grimoire A, Storage Ring C. Fate's status, Fate's power, C. Fate's direction, going negative, Fate's design, heading for a disaster, total, C. From her attributes, Victor quickly realized that she should be an elder. A disaster fate? It must be related to that thing. I must find a way to intervene, Victor thought. If he played his cards right, he could gain a lot. Hopefully, he can get the catalyst before them. Amelia slowly sat down after giving one of her maids a stern look as Theodore exchanged pleasantries with the von Rosen family representatives. Where is the bride? I can't wait to see her again. When I looked at her exquisite figure at the party, I couldn't help but dream of her all night. Victor asked arrogantly, gaining himself a nudge from his father as one of the von Rosen men chuckled. Ah! She should be here any moment now. Amelia said. A maid ran into the room and whispered something in Amelia's ear, making her frown. My daughter seemed to have gone somewhere with her friends. Let's get on with the procedures for now. She will be back in a while, Amelia said, making Theodore frown. What? I can't take this anymore. Victor suddenly stood up and shouted, making his father and the elder frown. I know that Linda is very pretty, and I am already doing you a favor by accepting to marry a cheating wife. But is she also making me wait for her? This young master is not a plaything. Before his father could scold him, he added, What do you mean cheating wife? Elder Martha asked. Before Amelia could talk, do you pretend that you don't know? Victor asked as he took a stack of photos from his jacket's pocket and threw them angrily on the floor. One of the men quickly jumped from his seat and took one of the photos and brought it to Martha respectfully. Who looked at the photo and then gasped. It was a photo of Linda with Titus in bed. Look. We already know that. And we don't mind. Let's get on with it, Theodore said, trying to mitigate the situation as he gave his son a stern gaze. Martha didn't reply. She just looked at the photo with anger, then looked at Amelia, who stood there in shock as she also looked at the photos. That beach lied to her. Where is Linda? She asked Amelia. Bring her here at once, she ordered sternly. I don't know where she is, Amelia said nervously. What do you mean? Martha asked. We can't find her anywhere, and her phone is in her room, Amelia said. And? Martha asked, just as a maid ran into the room with a pink envelope. My lady, this was left by Miss Linda, she said. Amelia wanted to take it, but Martha beat her to it. She opened it and read the letter inside of it, then threw it on the floor. Good, very good. Just wait for the family's punishment, Martha said angrily as she stood up and bolted out of the room, not even bothering to greet the shocked Theodore, who silently took the letter and read it. I can't marry Victor. He is a pervert. I hate him. I am already with my love, Bill. Don't look for me, Linda. Chapter 149, Main Wife. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Who is Bill? My nephew? Theodore coldly asked Amelia, who was pale white, making Martha, who just stepped out of the room, stop and look back, causing her to bump into a cactus that was strategically placed near the door. Ouch! Amelia ignored her as she thought for a good answer to Theodore's question. Probably. Linda told me that she was texting Bill lately. They met by chance about a year ago, Amelia said nervously as she watched Theodore take his phone and send a message. probably to the family. What? It told you, father, that I don't like her. How many men was she cheating on me with? Victor asked loudly as he pointed his finger at Amelia. She didn't know how to answer that. She was indeed the one who instigated Linda to find other candidates in the first place. But she never expected that Beach to be so lawless. She even slept with Titus. Martha, who was very angry, and a little hurt by the cactus, seemed to have thought of something. Then cursed silently after she remembered that Linda was not a virgin anymore. Taking a deep breath, she entered the room again as she dusted the spines of her expensive shawl. Mr. Theodore, I hope we can work this somehow, she told Theodore, causing Victor to look at her with an inspecting look. This snake wants to use this incident to create discord within the family. I already let the family know about this. The elders should decide. Theodore spat angrily as he dragged his son out. He had never been humiliated like this in his entire life. With that, Theodore got out of the Cross mansion and then ordered the driver to go back after throwing Victor in the back seat and sitting beside him. Sorry, I never expected this Linda to be like this. Don't worry, I will find you a better wife. Someone from a bigger family. Theodore said after a few minutes, making Victor speechless. Father, I already have Lily. And there is that girl Nova too. Victor said. Lily's position must not be affected. It's crucial for his plan. Lily is a maid. Although you can consider her your main wife, the family would never approve. And Nova is just a concubine. Her family just wanted to get rid of her. That won't do. You need a main wife with a good background. Theodore said. But father, as far as I know, you don't seem to have such a wife. Victor interjected. I had. Theodore said but didn't continue, making Victor frown. He had never heard of this. This was not in the family archive. Who was she? Victor asked solemnly. This seemed to be a sensitive subject for his father. Theodore sighed. Her name was Rosette. She came from the heavenly sect. Theodore said briefly as his face turned to the street, hiding the longing in his eyes. Victor gasped. No wonder they destroyed the files about her. It must be an order from those guys. The heavenly sect was the strongest force in the world. They had the most powerful players with the most authority and levels. It is said that 7 out of 10 of the artifacts that existed belonged to them. Not only that, they also collected the most gifted players from all over the world as disciples, teaching them skills and techniques. That place has more than 5 scions. Thankfully, they didn't care about mortal affairs. However, if one day they decided to take over the world, no power could rival them, except maybe the von Kroner, Lily's real family. They only intervene when some power tries to disturb world peace. They were the reason the von Richter, Alpha's family, lost very quickly. In his previous life, that sect remained neutral after the reckoning, until they were wiped out by the von Kroner who ruled the world for 100 years by then. They wanted to stage a coup. They failed miserably. As far as Victor knows, his elder sister, Alice von Wise, was a disciple there. Too bad the sect didn't want to anger that scion back then. Some elders acted on their own accord and killed her to appease him. That was the official narrative anyway. Now, most importantly, Victor wanted to inquire about his father's mysterious main wife. But looking at his father's face, he decided not to. His father didn't look good. Soon, they reached Victor's mansion where his father silently kicked him out of the car. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. I will report to the family and Bill would be severely punished, he said, and that Alex looks ridiculous in a maid uniform. His disguise is not working at all. So find another solution. Theodore added before he left. Emily, this time I can't help you, Martha said with a sigh. The matriarch would really be pissed about this. She added as she shook her head and hit the maid who was trying hard to take out some cactus spines from her arm. Be careful. But Aunt, can't we use Linda's relationship with Bill somehow? The terrified Amelia asked. Maybe. But the only trouble would be Linda getting killed. Your little Beach had already slept with Titus. If Bill found out, he would slit her throat by himself. That pervert Victor would not cause any trouble. He loathes her, and Titus is still serving his punishment for offending Anne. All we can do now is hope that Bill gets angry enough and tries to kill Titus. That might cause some internal strife. But we can't expose the info by ourselves. or they might suspect something. I have to consult the family about this. She said with a sigh. That's what happens when we use someone unreliable like a maid. Thankfully we didn't tell her any family secrets, Martha added. Suddenly, the entire house shook as they heard a scream coming from the basement and then the sound of metal breaking. Amelia looked at Martha, who kicked away the maid that fell onto her. Then the two of them hurried downstairs to where the real Linda was being kept. There, in the last room in the corridor, in the center, a very pretty girl was sitting on the bed as a nurse checked her vitals. Linda? Amelia asked in shock when she entered the room with the astonished Martha. Mother, grand aunt. My ceremony has finished. I have succeeded. Lynn said with a bright smile. How? Amelia asked. They were now sitting in her study with Martha. Lynn had already taken a bath and was dressed in a white flowing dress. She looked ethereal as she quietly smelled a rose that she got from somewhere. You see, yesterday, Pussy came and told me that she was escaping. And she also told me that she was the one who messed up my ceremony back then. Lynn said with hatred. What? Amelia shouted in shock as she stood up from her seat. And how did you defeat that demon? Martha asked. I got very desperate and decided to bet all the strength I have left on one last attempt. It was a very close call, but the demon seems to have been affected by the medication you have been giving me and the demon-suppressing collar. He seemed a little weak, so I took the chance and wrestled control of my body and won. Lynn lied with a smile. Can that happen? Amelia asked with some doubt. Yes. Martha said. You see, demons come in all kinds and have different weaknesses. It is not unheard of, though it is rare. Did you change her medication lately? She asked. Yes. The old ones were not working anymore. Amelia said as she nodded. It all made sense now. That must be it, Martha said as she took a white rectangular piece of jade from her bag. Come here, Linda. Put your hand on this appraisal stone. She said. Call me Lynn. I don't want to be called by the same name that Beach used to mess around. She told me everything. Lena said with hatred as she put her hand on the stone. Level, 0. Class, Ace Summoner, AAA. Authority, 5. Strength, 98. Intelligence, 98. Agility, 99. Luck, 11. Charm, 36. Order, 10. Not bad at all. With this you can get a good position in the family. Martha nodded with a smile, not realizing that the attributes that were displayed were only a tenth of Lynn's true attributes. This demon had nearly 100 strength. No wonder you had difficulty defeating him. Amelia said with a smile as she petted her daughter's hair. Too bad you are too old to be an elite member of the family. If you had managed to kill it a few years later you would have been the family's main heir. Martha added. Well, I would have to report this to the matriarch. She added. About my punishment? Amelia asked. Since Lynn has awakened successfully it would naturally be lessened. But I will try to appease the matriarch for now. Martha sighed again as she stood up. I heard from Pussy about the marriage. I can do it. You don't have to punish my mother. Lynn said bravely, hiding her true thoughts. She really wanted to marry Victor. Well, that would work. But we would have to appease Von Wise somehow first. And you might not be able to be the main wife, Martha warned. I don't care, Lynn said. We will see then. Martha nodded with a smile as she saw Lynn's determination. That's how a true Von Rosen should be, not like that Beach who only knows how to chase men. Elle cursed silently as she rubbed the floor under Mina's watchful eye. This was her punishment for trying to scam Theodore, who completely ignored her and ordered Hilda to punish her for being disrespectful to her masters. Why does this family have so many rules? Damn it. What should she do now? Run away? This Victor was not just rich, he was filthy rich. She must find a way to get benefits from him. And she can't return to the village now. Not after Big John was killed. Maybe there is help if she could grab the mountain deed and get it to Mr. Klein. But, where can she find it? This place was huge. And that Hilda has eyes like a hawk. She was forbidden from entering the dungeon though. Could it be there? Last night she had no chance. Maybe tonight. Maybe she could also steal some precious treasures and get rich. Hee. You missed a spot. Do it again. Mina coldly ordered. I know. Beach. Stop ordering me like a Elle's curse came to a halt as a shiver ran up her spine. "Didn't I tell you that cursing was not allowed in this mansion?" Hilda, who materialized behind her, asked. I. Elle tried to run away, but Hilda's iron claw grasped her. "Come, I will resin that dirty mouth of yours with vinegar again," she said, dragging the miserable Elle under Mina's smug look. Mina and her sister had to go through Hilda's punishment a few times when they first came here, but they later realized that this was for their own good. And the punishment Elle suffered until now could only be considered a preparatory course. Hilda has some very unique punishment. Mina's body shivered involuntarily as she remembered. Chapter 150, In Love. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As soon as Victor reached the mansion's door, his phone rang. It was Aria. "Apparently, this young master can't get a good rest. We found the girl who took the painting. Her flight will land at the airport in an hour," she said in a hurry. "Ugh, that's good. What's her name?" Victor asked. "Monica Davis. She is the daughter of Dave Davis, the owner of DD Industries. He works for the family." "Shall I contact him?" "He wouldn't mind giving you his daughter. If she goes missing suddenly he might alarm the family forces," she said, making Victor frown. "No, we better do this discreetly." "Anything else?" he asked. "The list you sent me about those third-rate actors, I investigated them." "Nothing interesting. Are you sure you want me to sign long-term contracts with them?" she asked. "Absolutely. If there is nothing important I will have to go catch some girls now. See you tonight," he stated. "Just be careful," she said before hanging up. Victor smiled slightly as he called Chick 17 and told him to meet him at the airport. "Too bad Lily has not returned yet. Shall he bring Alex instead?" Monica cursed loudly. She was very upset. Her father had forced her to cancel her vacation and return to attend school, under the threat of cutting her off. Just as she sat in her red car he called. He must have been following her every move. "Yes, Daddy," she answered. "Did your plan land?" he asked as if he didn't know already. "It did," she said. "Head home immediately then. What are you waiting for?" "You have to start school tomorrow," he said. "But I promised my friends to." "No buts. Don't think that I don't know that you made up this trip just to get away from here. And I only allowed it because you were a little frustrated after the highway terrorist incident. Now, you should perform your duties as my daughter. The school would be a perfect chance for you to get close to him," he said with a stern voice. "But Daddy, I don't want to marry some perverted young master that I never met, let alone seducing him. I heard how he humiliated his fiancée at the party," she protested as she started her car. "That's not important. Speaking of the party, you already failed your mission once by missing it. You can't fail again. Many girls already had their eyes on him. You must understand that Master Victor has been granted an elevated elite status in the family. If you can become his lover, or even just carry his children, my business and position in the family would soar," he said, making her speechless. "Is your business more important than my happiness?" she asked as tears fell from her eyes. "Yes, you just don't understand how much you can gain." "Just get here immediately, I have some information for you to study," he said as he hung up. "Damn him," she shouted as she put away her phone and started the car again. It didn't start. After trying a couple of times it still failed to start. "Even you betrayed me," she yelled as she left her car. Then after tricking some poor guy to help her see what was wrong, she gave up after nothing worked for 15 minutes. She could only take a taxi after calling a towing truck and giving that guy who helped her check the car a cute thank you. "Take me to the DD West mansion," she told the muscular taxi driver. "Right away," the man said with an evil smile as he started the car. The taxi quickly left the airport, and after some turns, Monica noticed that the car was now on a side road. "Where are you going?" she yelled. The man didn't respond. "Stop," she yelled again as she took out her phone. There was no signal. She tried to open the doors. They didn't open. After knocking on the separating screen and windows for a few minutes she gave up. Was she being kidnapped? The car stopped after a while. The doors were opened by two burly men that looked like the driver. They dragged her out by force into a dark alleyway. "Stop. Do you know who I am?" she yelled, but the men didn't respond. They just dragged her into an abandoned house. Was she being kidnapped? Stop, help, help. She began to shout and struggle in panic as they dragged her in and shut the door. A young man was sitting inside at a dusty table. She knew this guy. He was the terrorist who threw the hand grenade at the other car that day. Did he find her because she saw his face? Miss Monica, nice to meet you, he said with a dashing smile. He was really handsome. What are you thinking, Monica? What do you want? I am warning you. My father is Dave Davis. You can't hurt me. Please, Mr. Terrorist. I already told the police what you look like, she said in a panic as she looked around. They were in an abandoned house that was full of dust and cobwebs. The young man was sitting on a chair surrounded by 10 menacing men and a maid. No, that maid was a guy. What's wrong with him? Terrorist. Ah, so it's about that, the hot young man said as he inspected her from head to toe. She didn't like being inspected, but his eyes were very charming. If she met him on another occasion she would not refuse to date him. She is clean, the young man said to his men after a while, making them relax. What does he mean by clean? Let's make this quick. If you are obedient, I won't mind letting you go, he said as he stood up and approached her, still inspecting her body. His gaze was piercing. It made her feel very uncomfortable in a strange way. Are terrorists this hot nowadays? What would he do to her? No matter what, it was better to be done by this hot terrorist rather than a perverted young master. What was she thinking again? What? She asked as her breathing became faster. What's wrong with her? A couple of weeks ago you purchased a butterfly painting. Where is it? He asked as he pinched her cheek. His hand felt very nice. Would her boyfriend touch her like that? Why is she out of breath? And why is it so hot in here? Ah, a painting, she asked absent-mindedly. Yes, of a butterfly, he asked again as he raised his eyebrow, pondering. Ah, I won't tell you, she said. The police told me not to help criminals, she added. She watched a show where the terrorist killed the hostages after getting all the information they needed. She was not a fool. Now he would have to keep her alive. Would he be rough with her? The young terrorist looked at her with a frown. Then, he took a glass of wine out of somewhere. Drink, he said. No. She would never trust him. And she wanted to be sober when it happened. He shook his head. Then, after drinking a sip from the glass, he pinched her lips and kissed her. She could feel the wine entering her mouth. It tasted nice. Her first kiss. Looking at her blushed face, the terrorist chuckled. Look, I know my charm is affecting you. That's natural. My attributes are too much for a mortal to handle at a close range. It's strange though, he said, in a very narcissistic way. What? She didn't understand what he was saying. Now, where is the painting? He asked. I gave it to a friend, she said. Why was she answering him? Who is this friend? He asked. Connor Morris. He is from Wingate City. He is into art, she said. She wanted to shut up, but couldn't. She didn't care about Connor anyway. He might die. She needed to warn him. Oh, is he your boyfriend? He asked. Not at all. He wishes. I never even let him touch my hand, she yelled as if to clarify. Why did she feel the need to do that? She knew that Connor liked her, but she only considered him a friend. She met him through another friend a few years ago before he left on a scholarship. Oh, are you one of those evil young ladies who manipulate men? He asked, somewhat disappointed. No, I never promised them anything. They just like to pester me. I don't know why, she said. She really hated how men kept pestering her when she was young. But when she got older she learned how to use them. Will he hate her for that? Why would she care? He looked at her with a deepening frown. It was as if he was thinking about something important. She liked that look. It made her feel important. Suddenly he took out a dagger. Will he kill her now? She tried to struggle but the burly man holding her didn't let her move. Don't move, or it will leave a scar, the young terrorist said. What? Will he rip her clothes now? She was still not ready. To her disappointment, he only used his dagger to swiftly prick her finger and draw some blood onto a leather-bound old book. He opened it after that and read a few lines. Interesting. So that's it. I didn't expect that at all, he said as he smiled at her. Why did you give Connor the painting? He asked, raising one eyebrow. I don't know. I really liked it. But when he was helping me unpack my bag, He injured his hand. So I ran to get a first aid kit. I hate blood the most. And when I returned to the room he was nowhere to be seen, so was the painting. I knew that he must have ruined it with his blood. I saw its trace in the bag. He must have been very embarrassed, so I called him. He was really troubled and talked funnily. So I told him to keep the painting as a thank you gift for helping me. I didn't want to embrace him. She said that Connor didn't call her after that. Was he really that embarrassed? When was that? He asked. About 2 weeks ago. She said, good. You are not that bad after all it seems. Now, one final question. Do you like me? He asked. Yes. She blurted out. What was she saying? She just met him. And he is a terrorist. A very hot terrorist. I like you too. From now on you will work for me. I will call your father and tell him. He said suddenly, making her shocked. What? Do you want to ask for a ransom? Will I be a terrorist too? She didn't understand what he meant. Is this how terrorists work now? Would she be trafficked? Would she end up in a life of servitude? She wouldn't mind if it were him. You will know later. Now go to sleep, he said with a smile, touching her forehead gently. And with that, she lost consciousness. Young master, you never told me about the paintings. And why do you want to make that girl your maid? Alex, who was driving, asked. She felt somewhat jealous. The painting is a demon possession tool. Victor said as he watched the road. You don't need to worry about it. This would be Alpha's assignment, Victor said as he messaged Arya, telling her to find information about Connor Morris, and also to call Monica's father and inform him that he wants her. Her bloodline is very compatible with his. That's why she turned into a beach in heat after meeting him. That was interesting. And the girl? Alex asked again, making Victor smirk. She is special. Her bloodline is very compatible with mine. He said, I just thought it would be a waste to let it go unused. He added he would just send her to her father for now. Her opportunistic father would ship her to him later. He was sure. I see. Alex said. Now, dear Alex, we have to talk about something. Victor suddenly said in a serious tone. What? Alex asked. My father has noted that the maid dress didn't suit you, Victor said with a sigh. What? Alex responded. Yup. So we have 3 options. The first one is to make you change course and make you train to be a burly man like the chicks. Nothing that a few bags of specialty protein and a rigorous training routine can't achieve. Victor said a nod. The other options? Alex asked. She didn't want to look like those bald chicks. The second option is for you to undergo plastic surgery. We would also convert you to a woman in the process. What do you think? Victor asked. I absolutely refuse. Alex, who was disturbed by the idea, stated. Then the last choice. I will have to make you wear a very skimpy outfit. Something that even the sluttiest woman wouldn't wear. Hopefully, that would make you appear more womanly, Victor said with a sigh. Are there any other options? Alex asked. I can't think of any. Do you have any ideas? Victor asked, making Alex want to cry. Young master, can you give me one last chance? I can make the current disguise work, Alex said with some resolve. I am not sure, but I will just order Margaret to make your skirts a little shorter. If it doesn't work we would resort to more drastic procedures, Victor said casually, making Alex nod. She has to remove her disguise after all. Sorry father, this is for your daughter's survival. Just as Alex was considering what to do, the car was signaled by a police car to stop to the side. Why are you stopping them? I thought you were off duty today? Nicole scolded her daughter. Sorry mother, I just saw an acquaintance. Lee replied. I will return quickly, she said as she jumped out of the car, making her mother squint her eyes looking at the other car, then quickly followed as she felt her daughter was acting strange. This usually meant trouble. Victor, how are you? Lee asked the handsome guy in the back of the expensive car as she gave the driving maid a weird gaze. Wait, that maid is a guy. What was going on here? An undercover cop? Impossible. No cop dresses like this. Or did the police reach a new low? Hello, Officer Lee. I am doing good, the handsome young man said with a sigh. How have you been? He said with a tired frown. He seemed troubled. So was his driver maid. I am great. Did you get my message? Lee asked in a flirting voice, making Nicole frown. This is the first time she heard her daughter talk to any boy like this. Does she like him? Yes. It made me a little troubled, he said, making Nicole wonder what kind of message did her daughter send him. I noticed that, Lee said as she looked with a frown at the cross-dressing maid. What the hell is going on here? Nicole wondered as she saw the lost look in her daughter's eyes. Did she cause this? She needed more information. Hello there, I am Lee's mother Nicole, she said to Victor as she extended her hand to him. Victor looked at her with surprise then elegantly, and he shook her hand with respect. Hello, my name is Victor Von Wise. Nice to meet you. Are you by any chance Officer Lee's older sister? He said politely. Not bad. Wait, Von Wise? I am her mother. Are you Theodore's son? She asked. He was a smooth talker like Theodore, and had the same perverted eyes. Yes, aunt. Do you happen to know my father? He asked, making Lee look at her with a strange look that she didn't care about. This is a mess. This guy is Lee's half-brother. Did she by any chance develop feelings for her half-brother? Cheat. Yes, I met Theodore a few years ago. A good man, she said with a sigh. What do you think of my daughter Lee? She suddenly asked him, making Lee, by her side, blushing heavily as she perked her ears. This brat wants to know the answer as well. Good, that means the situation was still salvageable. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but I think of Officer Lee as a close sister, Victor said with a smile that Nicole understood. This smile was the thing Theodore did when he revealed a secret. This brat knows. Did Theodore tell him? But looking at the disappointed Lee to her side, isn't this better? Her crazy daughter would not have any other stupid thoughts after this. Officer Lee, I am a little busy right now. We will meet later. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Nicole, Victor said politely as he gestured to Alex to start the car. Lee, who was a little lost, only noticed that Victor had already left when the car was already far away. He considers you as a sister, so forget about him, Nicole said to her daughter. Mother, you don't understand. He thinks of all the girls in the world as his sisters. He is gay. I will never give up, Lee said. Nicole, for the first time in her life, wanted to smack some sense into this stubborn daughter of hers. Maybe she had raised her a little bit wrong.